In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate.
All right, hello and welcome. We're about to join Sacred and Proud for Flat Earth episode 101. We're going to watch the promo by Proud right now.
Something called Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter Spaces.
My curiosity. I don't know if I'm going to change the world, but I want to spark the mind that's going to do that thing. Check your messages on Twitter if you get a chance with it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but I don't even be getting on there, but I probably will start getting on there, so I'll check it out.
Bro, we can get this place busting.
Yeah, we be holding you down, bro. We be holding you down.
Love.
Yeah, salutes to Sacred.
Yes, sir.
And Flat Earth Friday. You got it.
Bro, let's do it, bro. I think X is low-key pretty lit.
Because if they going to keep on misleading us, we never going to move forward as a people, no matter what color, race, wherever we from.
Is this your first time to Flat Earth Fridays?
But they not going to deceive us no more, bro. I'm proud of this shit. So we here every single week. We don't run from no smoke.
All right, boys. Shout out to the level heads who have showed up in the chat.
Specifically, how many times have your mic been taken from this?
My mic's been taken? I've been waiting a long time, but that's only because of the number of people. But other than that,
you acknowledging that because we did grow. How many times has that happened?
0.
Thank you for admitting that.
Sacred has built his following off of literally destroying scientists and pilots.
We have talked to credentialed astrophysicists, and we're not appealing to no credential. We talk to people in here.
Y'all got bodied in the first round. I revived y'all. Y'all got bodied in the second round. I revived y'all. Y'all got bodied in the third round. I tried to. There was nothing else that you could have done to win.
So this is like the first time coming out and grabbing the mic type of deal. I just want to say congratulations for really building everything to where you got it today. It's really impressive. It's really entertaining. You all do 24-hour marathons and stuff. I mean, you really got to believe in what you're doing. You really have a lot of heart to do that every week. So it's just really an honor to participate.
Not running from no smoke. I want to be clear about that. We've been here for 57 weeks. I gotta keep it 100 because it's sacred in this bitch. So we here every single week. We don't run from no smoke. Just break this down because this is important because
Bob pulled up the Flat Earth Fridays. Got something called Flat Earth Fridays. The Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter Spaces.
REM accessible.
All right, awesome intro by Proud. Here we go.
Something called Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter Spaces.
my curiosity. I don't know if I'm going to change the world, but I want to spark the mind that's going to do that thing. Check your messages on Twitter if you get a chance with that.
Anyway, didn't Rockefeller pay a scientist off the year Geneva Convention? Wait, what was that? You want to come up here in front of class? What, you want to teach? You really think you're smarter than me? No, sir. Sit down. Here's your homework on the atom bomb and the World War. How it affected us then and now. Well, I've seen the footage, and I really just want some answers. How does someone film an atomic bomb and it doesn't destroy the camera? I mean, I was just... Bro, I'm just saying, I mean...
Yo, at B.O.B., tell them we live!
Okay.
You never know who's listening! Let's get it!
Welcome to history! We evolved from Neanderthals. That is no mystery! Well, why are there no monkey fossils? What, are you kidding me? I'm just saying, I just... Should've learned that way back in elementary! Man, this nigga don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I have a diploma. Do you have a diploma? Or we're learning disorder? My wife is a lawyer. We both have a daughter. She's doing fine with the things that we taught her. I'm just using the scientific method. Did we evolve from electronica boy or Homo erectus? And all of the fossilized footprints in the fossil records don't show a line of thrust. That's not consistent with compression. What the fuck did he just say? Yeah, okay, smart ass. This is real knowledge. Save all the hippie shit for art class. It's really starting to bug me on this one. Gonna have to trust me on this one. I've done the studies on this one. A little rusty.
Trust me, bro.
I mean, why can't you just answer my question on the subject? It's not in the fucking book. It's not up for discussion. science. I fucking love science. I love science. Level, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Damn, must have been a hell of them stegosaurus. It's over century burning fossil fuel. Still ain't no shortages. I ain't saying I'm Neo, but I'm nothing short of a Morpheus. Fuck, thought this was a globe. I gotta check my coordinates. You could blame my disorderly conduct on my subordinates. If it ain't no Coriolis, who's to blame for New Orleans? Why the poorest people always get extorted by corporate giants? We don't boycott, we buy in, and I find it unfortunate. Yeah, me plus you plus her plus her, that's four. Bring your words.
We love doubleheads.
Bring much more. Yeah, leave your nerves, your skirt both at the door.
Thank you, Spaces.
Say shit, no, cuz. Fucking science, bro.
Well, Earthshine is much brighter than moonshine.
Fucking science, bro. Level.
Moonshine.
Goggles.
Moonshine.
Moonshine.
Fucking
It's too bad you won't be needing them. I'm a space station using hate speech again.
Live your life with no regrets. Detox the metal so you don't forget. I wipe my ass with a Baphomet like on the real. Disrespect. They wanna vaccinate you, then dumb you down. Lights on, no one's around. Zombie nation with ghost towns. Depopulation, how does that sound? Better wake up for it's too late. Got Man, Linda, and Billy Gates. Few plans for the world's fate. A lot is at stake while you sit at home with your dinner plate. And the food on it is a printed steak. Your digital currency's a minute late. Bring truth to you and you like, can it wait? No. No, it can't.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
All I wanna do is live fast. I become so alone yet overrun. And the best part is it's just begun. All I wanna do is live fast, die young. If this new normal's what the world's become, the worst part is it's just for fun.
Keep it up.
Mainstream media, legit as Wikipedia. All these transformers walk around deceiving you. Did I hurt your feelings? Too bad you won't be needing them. I'm a space station using hate speech.
So I'm calling out Satanists, y'all pedophiles. Aleister Crowley said it loud. How is it y'all still deny when the whole religion is to kill a child? Do what thou wilt, law of the land, follow desire, take what you can, give nothing back, bury your friends, left-hand path, when will it end?
What the world's become. Alone yet overrun. And the best part is it's just begun. All I wanna do is live fast, die young. If this new normal's what the world's become, the worst part is it's just for fun.
This beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is.
Tell him, Neil.
This body gets a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you Pixar in Photoshop, and astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You globers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave. Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
It ain't.
Right? You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Say it again, Neil.
That stuff is what?
Yeah.
That stuff is what? That stuff is what?
4 weeks later, still no curve. Ain't the graviton.
That stuff is what? That stuff is what?
This is Flat Earth Fridays. Welcome. I am your host, Proud Flirf, and this is my other host, Sacred. We missed y'all, Levelheads. How y'all been? Once again, for old time's sake, we are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We do not drop, kick, block, or mute, but we don't take no shit. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. Once again, I'll be your cruise director. Episode 101, Levelheads. Welcome back.
I mean, it feels like it's been an eternity. It's been too long. Mr. OGs. Drake, what we doing tonight, Drake?
Gotta throw a party for my day ones.
What?
Gotta throw a party for my day ones.
What?
Gotta throw a party for my day ones.
I feel that. Episode 101, Season 2, Flat Earth Fridays, comeback season.
Spam W Levelheads in the chat.
Spam the W's. And it's a strawberry moon tonight.
Is that relative to pear-shaped Earth?
I don't know if we consider that because they're fruits, not vegetables. Only vegetables go in word salad, right? You put fruits in salad?
Tomatoes are vegetables. Oh no, tomatoes are fruits.
Those are fruits. You may be right.
Best suggestion for what's its new salad dressing? You guys want a gift card. So make sure you spam your suggestions for what Wishes should name his salad dressing.
Bro, I'm going balsamic. We need that balsamic vinaigrette with it.
Pause.
No Diddy.
What color is gonna be? What color salad dressing would you eat called balsamic vinaigrette? Y'all got it.
We could go ranch. Ranches are flat, right?
Refractive ranch.
Or we could do like the discovered land flavors. What, the Thousand Islands? Didn't they just discover like a few thousand islands a couple months ago?
Refractive ranch and Thousand Land Island.
I mean, we got options.
Holy.
Hey, man.
Hell yeah.
You ready?
What? And his name is Mr. Friday.
Mr. Friday himself.
Shout out to our lovely squad for holding us down while we were departed. Oh, is that?
Yeah, man. I missed a whole lot. I can't wait to hear from the squad. Shout out to y'all that's been keeping active while we went ahead and rewired our circuitry, got a few ethereal software motherboard upgrades. Y'all been going crazy. I can't wait to hear everything that I done missed. We got a lot to talk about. Shout out to those active in the chat. We live on YouTube. Shout out to the live over there in YouTube land. What up? We missed y'all too. Who else we forgetting, Proud?
It's not too late to call a Glober.
Oh yeah, and the Globies too. They've been in my mentions like, oh my God, I thought Flat Earth Fridays was over. I'm like, bro, you never grab a mic. What you worried for?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I thought Sacred and Proud quit. What? Got y'all indoctrinated, predetermined, like we just gonna go forever, like we can't take a little break. We know y'all missed us too. Shout out to y'all. Hey man, if y'all didn't catch it, I did my live reaction to Wiss's debate yesterday. I know it was about almost a week ago at this point. When I checked yesterday, we was almost at 100K views for the debate, and I'm like, whoa, like that really touched the world for real, like. And it was hilarious. It was entertaining. Parts was super frustrating, but it was definitely worth the watch. If y'all haven't seen it, please go tap in. It was great. Hopefully, Winston pops up today so we can talk to him about it, get his perspective. I think he did a review the other day too, as well. Y'all go follow him at Witsit Gets It on all platforms. That's my guy, bro. He went crazy. We also had Shane that went in and went crazy on Journalism channel. That was a dope debate. Broke down everything. I mean, this was insane, the amount of information he got out in such a small period of time, bro. Shout out to Shane St. Pierre, my guy. Let me say what up to the squad real quick, man. Can I see you, Alan? I see you. Run Boston. What up, JT? Bill. Hey, Bill. Happy belated Flirf Day, Bill. Clap it up for my guy. Howdy, brother. Cosmological, I see you. Jenny G. I drop F-bombs. You know the F stands for flat. Rizzo, what's up? TM, what's up? Red, what up? Donna, I see you. Civil, I see you. Cug, my G. What up, KP? Keith going crazy. Leliana going crazy. Face of Rihanna going crazy. Ride 79, Chris. Sean, what up, my boy? Nah, Rev in the building. Phantom in here. Zion in here. Who it is, what it is in here. Wait a minute, is that not Brian Sweet? What up, Cage? Space Ghost still coast to coast, of course. Ominous in the building. Miss Lockett herself. Gumbo in here. Karen in here. Timbo's back. Lorax, I see you. Decant, Justin, Sonny. Level Liquid, what up? Jason in the building. 202 is in here. Home, Brock, J, Rod, Thomas. Trigger, Toby? What the hell did I miss? What? Shout out to Toby, man. Ether Cars. They went crazy this week, too, man. Hey, they had a lot of dope presentations. Y'all go tap in with Ether Cars, bro. Mac, I see you. Flatcoin, I see you. Abel. Unmasking, Barbara Dan. Jedi, Eli. Globe, Skeptics. Who else you see down there, bro?
Of course, shout out to the 5 other listeners who are not brave enough to join us tonight. Shout out to Bowser Nose. I see Iceland Wilt down there. Elijah, Jedi Patriot. Big Pine in the building. Standing Still. Flat Earth Raider. What's up, True Earth? Melissa, Poco, Hide and Seek. Fakar, Coma, Jaber, Witness, Sparrow, Mr., Red Pill, Mikkel, Barbara Dan in the building, Unmasked in the building, Third Eye, Night, Sun, Malachi, Globe, Skeptic. What's up, Matt? What's up, Brian? I see 904 Productions, Ominous, DNL Boone. What's up, Marson, St. William? It's Flat, Zombie Maria, Macaroni sounds like Marconi. I see some new faces in here tonight, guys. What's up, Chris? I see Non-Rev. I see Conscious Creation in the building. Keith, Brock, the Dude Guy. Hey, Dude Guy. Sunny, KP, Justin. Oh, is that Cug, the Rambler? What's up, Cug? Lorax, Donna, what's up, y'all? It's been a good couple weeks, but we ready to get back to it.
Bro, why do we got clones on stage? What's happening? Am I seeing double?
Shit.
We got two Tobys, we got two Shanes.
Yeah, I have a clone, I guess. Sorry.
This time dilation right there.
I think that's Shane Plagiarist or something. Shane Saint Plagiarist. Yeah, I don't know him, but
Shane, our first day back, bro. You cannot like demonstrate superposition. Like, come on, bro.
that's actually quantum entanglement at a distance without an etheric energetic background to.
Are we glitching? I feel like we glitching.
I hope not. Elon, chill. Alan, what up?
Mic check.
Good to see you, bro. Long time.
Yo,
my boys,
man.
Space Audits.
Dude, missed you, man. It's been weeks. Some say it's been years. There's a real reference frame issue, and nobody can actually tell how long it's been. And it depends on who you ask. And some even say there was a Mandela effect, and you don't even Flat Earth Friday never existed, and it was like a different, dimension or whatever. So it's been getting crazy out there, man. While you've been gone, there's been a lot of talk about Feynman diagrams and quantum effects measuring Earth rotation. So it's been real exciting out there figuring out all that. I'm glad you guys are back, so we can all share with the boys.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, look, they were saying that maybe time dilated a little bit.
Yeah.
Not really sure.
Well, you were talking a lot about salad earlier, and you know what they say about salad?
You toss it?
No. You never judge it by its dressing.
Who says that?
I don't know. That was the punchline that I wrote a couple of minutes ago, and I'm pretty sure I landed it. So, judging by all the emojis and stuff. So, big applause. All right.
Hey, y'all go follow my man Space Artist. Tap in with the live over there on YouTube.
One of these ball tards was like, we disappeared because of the final experiment. Yo, I seen Alan comment under that, and I just
oh my goodness,
I heard his laugh. Like I heard his stomach.
Oh, right there.
That's exactly what happened when I seen it. I was like, what the fuck? You guys are so desperate to talk to them. Just be like, hey guys, we miss you. Why you gotta be weird, boys? Just be like, hey, Sacred, hey, Proud. Friday night hasn't been the same for me since you've been gone, or whatever Kelly Clarkson, dude. You guys all remember Kelly, right? Come on, boys. Don't be weird.
They didn't They didn't channel their inner Kelly. They were projecting. That shit was hilarious.
Sacred and Proud must be hiding from the final experiments as they're not talking to me for weeks. Said every toxic glow birther in my mention.
Stupid.
I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Now that we here, where they at? Hey man, I'm gonna turn off that anonymous. I'm gonna turn off that anonymous listener. I'm gonna let y'all live. We celebrating today. It's 101 and we back season 2 in full effect. Don't be spiraling in my mentions.
You're mad, I'm back. Big mad, he's mad. She's mad, big sad.
Get out my mentions, grab a mic. Anyway, good to hear from y'all. Who's up, man? Run Boston, Bill. We got Soul in here. We got Kenny here. Cosmic, Jetty G. Eli.
I hear no words.
Nobody wants to speak. Mayor? Mayor, call to action.
Yo, I was trying to get myself straight. I was doing dishes so hard I'm out of breath. Dude, I've missed y'all. I've missed. Yeah, dude, I'm doing piles of dishes as fast as I can, and my heart rate's probably at 90 from it.
Dude, respect, brother.
I know,
Hey,
man.
T, are they at least flat plates?
Bro, flat. Yeah, man, you gotta work hard if you're gonna get all these dishes done. I got an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 4-year-old. And while y'all were away, we found out we got number 4 on the way, homie.
Oh, no way, dude. Congratulations, bro.
Hey.
Yeah, dude, it's gonna be pretty epic. But yeah, this is a
Congrats!
Thanks, dude. You got to make these logically thinking, critical thinking children that are raised right in the way they should go, and teach them not to be scared and not to be all freaked out by all these controllers. Because honestly, bros, connecting, laughing, talking, sharing, and that's where it's at, man. We don't have to be scared, and we can forgive. You know, we can forgive and move on from the deceptions and the lies, because that's a bunch of the stuff that was passed to us. I mean, this life is amazing, and I love y'all. I can't talk for long because I have family in town, but I will be listening in, and then probably later on tonight I'll pop back in. But thanks for letting me say what's up. Much love.
Shout out to the mayor and the mayor's family, man. Blessings. Expanding the organic life.
You gonna
hear?
Are you going to? Am I talking? I'm not talking.
We can hear you.
No.
Oh, you can't hear me. Okay.
Well, we can hear you now. What up, Eli?
Oh no. I was just curious if he was going to have the family tune in.
I need to. My wife's out of town. Oh, but speaking of that, man, last night I brought out the P1000 and I was showing my father-in-law the waxing gibbous, and we were zooming in on it real tight. And he was like, "Man, that thing is moving fast." And I didn't say, "Are you sure we're not spinning?" You know, I was just trying to keep it chill. And he was like, "It looks like water, kind of like it's kind of waving." I was like, "Yeah, dude, it's pretty cool. I love this camera. It's a lot of fun." But we did get into some biblical cosmology, some stationary realm talk. And honestly, guys, I could use your prayer, because it started out well, and I talked about observations. You know, I was like, hey, imagine you're at the beach, and if you look way to your left, it's going to be totally flat. And if you scan the horizon all the way to the right, that's got to be like 15, 25 miles that you're looking, and you won't see any curve down. Yet they want to tell us that by 3.5 miles straight out, you'll see boats disappearing over the curve. And then if you go up in a hot air balloon way up, you're not going to see that curve that the boat supposedly went over. And they were like, oh, whoa, I never thought about that before. And after that, it became a conversation about like, well, your 8-year-old probably, she doesn't have the frontal cortex developed yet. And if you tell her this kind of stuff, it's going to be too much for her. Kind of bothered me. You know, I kind of stood down a little bit just because I don't want to make my family trip on this stuff. But I woke up today and I was like, wait a second. My daughter is not too young for truth. And so, I mean, the way we handled it is we told her what they're going to teach her in school. We told her the heliocentric model is going to be on the test. I said, baby, learn it. You know, it's fine, learn it. But that's a theory. And there's also biblical cosmology, and that's what the Bible says. Not that the Bible makes the flat earth real. I'll get into interferometry with her later. I'll get into the no found curve later. But right now, she's just happy to have an open mind on either, and she doesn't feel weird at school. Some of her friends talk about flat Earth at 8 years old. Just naturally, they're just like, "Do you think it's flat?" So anyway, that's my little rant, and thanks for asking.
Well, there's a lot of kids who spend more time on social media than most adults. So I mean, they're going to get exposed to it regardless. But that was your father-in-law's polite way of saying that he thinks that you're crazy, and please don't make your grandchildren crazy. So you should probably address that a little bit more.
Yeah, you're right, dude. They were saying if you teach them about biblical cosmology, they're going to think their teachers are wrong, and they're going to lose respect for their teachers. And they were super worried about what will happen if that happens. But they don't know that my daughter's been fine. She's been crushing it in school. She has peace. She has joy. She's just a kid. They're overthinking it. I'm telling them, I got to tell them to chill out. And, my wife, she's followed me down the flat earth road. And I mean, she's very educated and she believes that it's flat and stationary. So it don't matter what they think. It's what the family's working on. But yeah, I don't want to hog the mic. Y'all can rock and roll.
If the teachers ever hit you up to complain or tell you like your daughter, like, hey, your daughter thinks Earth, like any of that, you should tell them to bring the smartest science teacher they got and put them on the phone and see if they really want to have that conversation with you.
Yo, Prof. Flurf, you're gonna be proud of me. My kids, all three of them, go to a Montessori school. We're gonna eventually pull them out to be homeschooled, but the Montessori school is not too bad, except they do this weird. They call it a birthday celebration, but some of y'all have heard me say this, but they put a candle lit in the floor, and they put January through December with cards around the candle that's lit, and they make them hold a ball Earth in their hands, and they go around the candle for however many years they all are old, like 5 or 7. They sing the song, "The Earth goes round the sun, the Earth goes round the sun," something till the day is done. And it's like, bro, I know they're just trying to teach the kids what the main, the narrative is and stuff like that. But here's the thing, Proud. I went in there and I said, hey, I don't believe that the Earth goes around the sun. You're probably gonna think I'm crazy. I'm not. There's no motion to be measured. I said, I don't want my kids doing this. Just have me come in. I'll bring treats. We'll pray over the class or pray over the school, hang out. But I don't want this like birthday celebration done at all. And they've respected it. And I sent them some links in email, some flat earth stuff. And so there's that.
Oh no, good call. That sounds like a seance or something, some type of. I don't know, but yeah, no, I have that fear as well. Like, will my views contradict like the mainstream that my child will be learning or something like that?
Yeah, I agree. That sounds like a real.
All right, well, I'm going to hop down, but here's one thing that everybody needs to know in the chat. Dave, professor, not a professor, Dave put the Witsit debate up on his channel. And now, right now, if you go to YouTube and you just search Flat Earth, that debate is #1 in the spot. It's got probably over 300,000 views. I hadn't checked, but it's got over 300,000 views in just a few days. And if anybody watches that, man, you're going to see that not a Professor Dave was just crushed. And then it was like 2V. I was listening to your deal, Sacred. I got like halfway through your reaction. I was on a run today listening, and it was amazing. Thanks for the laughs. I'm going to pass the mic or drop down. Unless you have any other questions, I'll be back later tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, the mayor. Yo, that's crazy. This dude really posted that to his channel. Why would he do that?
He posted the other one. He had a biology debate with some professor, and he got like dog walked, and he posted that one. I think his goal is engagement. He's not dumb.
Yeah, he's just making money. I mean, that's it's funny because on the inverse side, like they keep calling certain flat earthers like Dave Weiss, they call him a grifter, they call Witsit a grifter. So anybody in the flat earth community who's making any money, they call a grifter. But yet their whole shtick is that you can't show them any evidence for them to change their mind. But yet they say they don't care, but yet they vehemently oppose you, and they're constantly putting out content. They know that they're grifting. That's their whole shtick. They're just doing it for money.
It's the inverse grift.
The inverse grift. Inverse square of the grift. That just means that all accusations of grifting are then themselves grifters by the transitive property that we just established.
But it's money that makes the world spin.
Yo, JJ,
that's a loaded statement.
Much appreciated.
Yo, Shane, awesome job in your debate. I put in the chat, I was like, Shane done got him a bigger ladle because you were just ladling it so fat.
Yeah, that was such a funny comment, dude. Thank you, man. That was so funny. Dude, there was a presentation right before that. I did a doubleheader, which was great. A great Eratosthenes reclamation, where no one who just, sputters vagaries about some Greek who proves veracity. No more. Shane took that back. So that'll be ours forevermore. And then I went right into the debate, cold after that, which was super fun.
Shane don't ladle gravy. He ladles stew. That thing's got everything in it.
I think I like that.
Oh yeah, actually, Shane, a challenger has approached. By the way, I've been keeping this from you because it's pretty devastating. But somebody stepped up and said, "Nuh-uh."
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I can't take it.
Yeah. He with his full chest out said, "Nuh-uh. You don't know how to math. Parallel light rays are a consequence of everything we see." And I said, "Well, we just co-opted the explanation. Like, we don't need that. We're just taking it as is, right? And our math is, backwards compatible and all that." And he said, "Nuh-uh." So I'm not really sure where to go from there or how to deal with that level of argumentation, but that has been put forward. That is on the table right now. We're in negotiations to see if there's a better rebuttal, but it's not looking good.
Well, I'll prepare a 300 deck slide in response to that. Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay.
I don't know who would want and actually engage in a debate with Alan and or Shane. It's literally like it's almost like an automatic, like you're searching for an L. Like, why would you even do that? I mean, there's still PhDs. Shout out to my guys over there on TikTok. But there's still PhDs that, waiting on to answer a few DMs. I don't know why.
DM him again, Alan. Just to ruffle his feathers.
Just to rough him up, dude. Oh yeah, I'll have to download the talk.
Around his neck.
Yeah, man, they over on TikTok talking a little spicy. I'm like, y'all better not play like that. Y'all already know what's up. It is not that no more. The level heads is already transitioned over there. All that weird rah-rah stuff, that is over with. Like, I don't know what's been going on over there on TikTok, but y'all know how we get down. So, yeah, we had to set a few things straight because they get a little bit too excited over there.
They're over there talking off.
Flat earthers can't do math or science. Like, wait, what?
Oh, disgusting.
It's like, bro, hold my beer. Hold on. Where's he at?
Hey, real quick sidebar. Speaking of debates, since JT brought this Run Boston beer, I went over to Professor Dave's channel to see what the numbers looking like. Right now, it's at 311,000 views. Unfortunately, in his pinned comment, he get the capping again. Yo, let me read what he said, bro. Now to Professor Dave, man, you are hilarious. Like, this is just, if this don't say cope, I don't know what this say. Listen to this. He goes, "Hey, y'all, quick FYI." He already hitting disclaimers. "I had nothing to do with choosing the quartering to host." Like, Wizard didn't try to get you to debate on several platforms and we was waiting on a confirmation. How can you sit there and say you didn't have anything to do with the quartering to host? Why would you even say that? Everything was hinging on you accepting the debate based on a host and a platform that you deemed was quote unquote neutral enough, even though we heard from some of the guys, it sounded like a 2v1. My opinion. At the very least, half a debate, half a Q&A. He's talking about he didn't have any choice in choosing the host to debate, bro. He said Austin was whining that he was too afraid to do it simply because I turned down one other channel, Modern Day Debate. So when he picked this one, I agreed so that I could shut him up. I did not look into who he is at all, and perhaps that was lazy, irresponsible on my part. Watching this video on my channel will not support him one bit, and I will try to exercise better judgment in the future.
What a totally secure person. That's
Totally
happy with their, that's happy with their performance and did very well and thinks highly of themselves.
blame the moderator? Like that
No,
sounds
he
real familiar.
blamed the mod.
You blame the mod who is constantly running interference, whether it be like genuine cute question, curiosity, or just, being annoying. It was literally 2v1ing him talk. It's like you couldn't ask for a better moderator, dude.
Well, dude, you're not counting the non-objective research he did that day when he watched 6 hours of Not Professor Dave videos in a row to prepare, or when he was talking behind the scenes with them, how they were going to ask him all his questions as a non-objective. Like, come on, dude.
Oh, shoot. Dang it. Well, despite the collusion, it was, a nice clean 2v1 from a boy.
I think that guy practically broke a thumb trying to accept that debate.
How many times a quarter have to bail out, Dave?
All of them.
Oh, we needed a bailout counter. Hey, Proud, put that in your hard drive for the next listening party. We need a bailout counter because that was insane.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are y'all tonight?
RG, what's up? My bad. I'm just reading these comments in his message. These are funny as hell. What up, RG? Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, man, living life, buddy. Thank y'all for hosting again last night. The only conclusion I could come to is Dave might have a disability, like a syndrome, can't understand words syndrome, and I figured that explains a lot of it,
Yo, I like the way I was watching Witz's review, and he was saying basically every single time a globe brother says, word salad, it's like, hey, they're just basically just admitting I don't understand vocabulary. Please pay attention to it. It's just like,
yeah.
so he's like embrace word salad because that's literally what they said, what it means when they say it.
Dude, what do you guys think of this? Just as soon as you hear that, immediately define it as like, oh, when someone says a lot of true things correctly, coherently, and quickly, it makes you uncomfortable, and then make them define it. Otherwise, that's the definition.
Has anyone seen the video of powerlifter Eddie Hall fighting two midgets in an MMA cage match? That's what that debate reminded me of.
I was like, where the hell is he? Okay, brought it home.
Yo, that was a perfect analogy.
So quick question for you guys. Quick question. How do you verify flat Earth without doing like a boat and a laser?
How do you verify that? That is a strange question. I mean, there's many different ways.
So, if you sail a boat and you're at the shore with a laser and you wanna like measure it like they did on what was it, MythBusters? No, I don't think MythBusters did that one. But some dude took like a tall pole and he put a boat far out. How do you verify that it's actually flat if the laser doesn't stay the same position on the board?
Well, do you agree that a laser would be blocked by physical curvature, or do you believe that a laser is going to just automatically bend at the same rate of curvature as the Earth infinitely?
I don't think that the laser would bend much at all unless you're encountering density differences over the course of, say, a mile.
There's a lot of variables too, like how close is the laser down to the water? How warm is the water? Is it summer, winter? Those kind of things.
All right, so let's put together a problem for you guys. We'll say the laser is a meter off the ground and the boat is a mile away, right? But the boat is on flat water, right? Water's flat. Water. Can we all agree that water is going to be flat? No, maybe.
I'm listening.
How big are the waves?
Well, there is no. We'll assume, right? Let's go physics here. We're gonna assume the cow is sphere. We're gonna make the water flat. But if, as they showed in that video that I'm thinking of, if you can find it, maybe you can disprove it if you can find it. But in that video, they showed that the laser was higher up the farther they went away from the point source.
I'm sorry. Are you referencing a specific demonstration? And welcome to Flat Earth Fridays. I don't think I've ever seen you over here before. Is this your first time?
Yeah, it's my first time here, bro.
Welcome, man. How'd you find the space?
Something about X just popped up on my feed. I found Ken, actually. Ken I followed before.
Yeah, shout out to X, to the algorithm. Shout out to Ken, my OG. This is a Flat Earth 101 because it is episode 101. We did kind of want to get back to the basics for some of the new listeners because we've been having a lot of different discussions off of Twitter. In the meantime, during our break and our vacation, so we figured like, hey, in case we get some new listeners or some new speakers, let's get back to the basics, man. We got a few, Rum Boston Bear gave us a few words about he approaches Flat Earth 101. And I'm guessing this is your like first conversation. I don't even know, serious gamer?
Yeah, this is probably gonna be my introduction to the community here.
Nice. So basically you're saying you've seen some long distance observations using lasers.
Oh yeah, I've been playing around with trigonometric functions in my head for a while, and I haven't been able to make sense of any of it. So if someone could please explain it to me, that would make me feel a lot better.
Okay, do you get the point of? I don't know if you're specifically referencing a demonstration because there's so many different ones.
I was referencing a demonstration. They had a white boat, they had a red laser, and it was a lake that they did. They used a lake, and then they took the white boat. They had a white plank, and then the farther away they got from the laser, the higher up the laser was on the plank. So that to me tells me that either there's some funky something going on with the density of the air, or Earth is round.
So what was the conclusion though? Was the conclusion that the laser over that distance?
I don't remember the conclusion. I didn't watch it.
Wait, what? Hold on, bro.
I didn't finish the video. What do you mean?
Can you at least link the video? Because, I mean, it's kind of weird you're presenting a demonstration that you didn't fully watch to see the conclusion, and you're asking us about it. I don't even know which one you're talking about, but you didn't even fully watch it, bro.
Let me go find it. I'm gonna be back here in a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the serious Glober gamer.
Hey, I'm wondering, guys, that so can we all agree now, or I'll talk about it. Maybe I can get y'all's input about so the lasers, when they're their power is reaching its limit, I guess you could say. So the light can look like it is reaching your eye at like a given location that it's pointing at, but it could also be going over you, and it just looked like at the horizon there, the apparent horizon looked like it's coming to a different spot, but it's really just your eye can see it right when it comes over the horizon. Just curious.
So I can't seem to find that. I can't seem to find that video. Maybe it's buried amongst all my other things. I mean, I've got so many different things swimming around in my head 24/7. There's no way I can find the exact thing right away. It'll probably pop up in the algorithm one day.
So depending on what type of laser it is, right? How powerful the laser is and what type of equipment is used to focus the laser, there could be some like diversion of that beam, right?
So what they did was they just took like a tripod and a normal like red laser.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing if you're saying that there was some expansion of the beam as they were going out further, that probably could happen. But I want to see how far. I would want to know anyway how far that beam reached relative to the surface of the Earth, and was there supposed to be predicted curvature at a point that was supposed to block the beam, because that is the main issue, right? If they're going over vast distances or specific distances with predicted amount of curvature, and that laser is still seen in a linear fashion to the receiver, then that should kind of be evidence, demonstrable evidence, that that surface doesn't have any curve, whether that beam is diffracted or not. So I don't know. I would have to see exactly what you're talking about, but they've done so many different laser tests over the years. I mean, I think they've done laser tests up to 30, 40 kilometers or something like that.
You got a video where
Yeah.
they did that? Because I'd like to see what they did.
This sounds like the Stephen Hawking documentary.
I posted a whole bunch of Shane's links for laser tests. I'm not sure if the one you're talking about is in there.
I'm telling you, there's a lot. Toby, I posted a few too. So yeah, that usually is the main issue. If they could detect that curvature or not, where it's supposed to be. But let me ask you. Go ahead.
Did you see that that video where someone took a camera and a super long lens and they got a really, really, really long shot across a gorge or some sort of depression?
I don't know, man. You're referencing a lot of different videos, but you know what? I think Sheepdog posted the world record for long distance camera capture. Let me see if I can find it. Sheepdog, if you in here, I don't know if you are, but shout out to Sheepdog Legend. I seen him post that the other day. And I don't even think the guy was really trying to like prove flat earth or globe earth. He was just trying to catch he was trying to accomplish a world record. It was over land though, it wasn't over water. But it was a very, very far distance. Hold on, let me see if I can find it for you. I'll post it up top.
Talking about the guy with the camera?
Yeah, Ken, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, he was in the desert. It might have been, I don't know where it was. I'm not going to guess. But he went, I think it was 11 miles. He was like over 11 miles away, and he recorded
Yeah, I
himself.
think that's what I was talking about.
Let me see if I can find it.
I don't know. My YouTube search doesn't really pop up with a whole bunch of stuff, so.
Interesting. Witsit brought that up during the debate. That's why Run Boston Bear was like, it's so dope that, you know, the quartering was able to post the live, and Professor Dave, for some reason, put it on his channel, maybe just for the views. But now, whenever you search Witsit's name up, although it still comes up with all these anti-flat earther content, those two is right at the top. The debate is right there, the one from Professor Dave and the one from the quartering. I don't know why when you search for Witsit's name, you get Professor Dave, but at least now we got a little bit of balance, right? 500,000 people seem like, well, 100K over the quartering and another 300 something over on Professor Dave's. Yeah, that's a nice dent.
Yeah, I don't know if I trust Google and their closed source algorithm stuff anymore anyway, so.
And it's funny that they would have to do that, right? If flat earth is so laughable, like why would you have to suppress it? Have you ever thought about that?
Oh man, I've thought about a whole bunch of different things.
Tell me this. So I'm guessing, and you could correct me, you believe in the globe for now or as of right now?
As of the moment, I'm kind of leaning towards like hollow Earth, kind of like big giant ice ball style.
So like a hollow Earth, as in it's spherical and hollow, or that
No,
it's
more like toroidal.
toroidal? Okay, I mean it still has some. I mean we do live within a torus field, so that still kind of aligns with a flat Earth. But I mean just like the surface of the Earth, like what is that doing? Like Are you appealing to heliocentrism? Are you appealing to a Earth in motion still? Like, how do you see the world from your perspective?
From my perspective, everything's fucked. Because you're streaming on YouTube. I didn't mean to say that.
It's all good. Y'all give me some 10 push-ups, bro.
All right, fine, I'll do that.
Just make sure the floor is flat. I don't know if you can do it on a curved surface. The reason why I was asking you that, though, I wanted to know if you had, like, if it was a different, I don't know if you aligned with mainstream information or commonly accepted world.
I just want to know how deep that Smarter Every Day went in that sub in Antarctica.
How deep what?
All right, so did you ever watch that Smarter Every Day video where Dustin went into that submarine and then he like strung a string across it?
This dude has seen a lot of videos.
Dude,
know, right?
I've seen so much videos that my brain hurts.
Nah, man, we didn't see it. You just start posting some of the stuff that you watch that find interesting, so that way you can share it in space. I don't know if you in Twitter Spaces a lot, but
Yeah, I'm not often in Twitter Spaces. I try and hop around and see what's what, but I mean, there's only so much place. There's so many places you can be.
Hey, to the guy that's asking about the videos and stuff, if you keep in mind a lot of the earlier stuff that was recorded, these observations, they were like 6 to 10 inches off the ground, and you could see, 20, 30, 40 miles, which is very good proof that there's not really any measurable curvature. Yes.
All right, so I've got
I'm searching through Sheepdog's
video
media
here,
now. If y'all got it, man. Drop it in the comments for me.
It's the
I wish he was
name-
here right now. Shout out to Sheepdog. I want y'all to see it because that was crazy observation.
I found one. Check the jumbo. Is that it?
Check what?
I found an observation from Sheepdog, but I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, there it is. Thank you, Proud. Appreciate it. I can't see both things at once. So yeah, it says when you want to set world records and accidentally prove flat Earth, almost 12.5 miles, and you can see his feet. Matter of fact, how about this? Should I play it so y'all can hear?
Sure, I don't know. I don't know if I see the video. Is it posted in the?
Yeah, it's posted in the jumbo. Let me play it real quick so you guys can hear exactly what the guy did.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. That Sheepdog video. That makes sense.
You found one. Look, man, Flat Earth is holding you down already, bro. All right, here we go. This is about 4 minutes. I don't know if I'm playing the whole thing. We'll see what he says.
1,000 meters, which makes an audio that you're watching right now is being filmed from 12.4 miles away, or about 20,000 meters, which makes this the longest, furthest recorded video ever. This is the 2-foot-long lens, which is going to make this possible. It's one of the longest and most efficient lenses, which can allow you to shoot extremely long distances. I have no idea why anyone would actually want to have this in real life.
Maybe to challenge the radius of the Earth, potentially?
It is a 452 times zoom, which is, well, stupid. We're going to be able to see from one end of this extremely long desert road, which stretches for about 12 miles. I'm going to be standing all the way on the other end of that, and then we're going to have this camera fastened safe and sound right here at this little clear out here, far away from the road, but still aimed at the exact other end of it. As you can see from the final result, this is how it looks like to be filmed from 12 miles away. So I'm petitioning Guinness World Records. I'm looking right at you, Guinness, wherever you are, to basically allow me to gain this world record. And I'm going to explain to you how exactly I did that. This thing right here is an apparatus which is going to prevent too much sunlight from reaching into the lens because, of course, when you have a 400 plus X zoom and you're filming something from nearly 13 miles away, it's going to be kind of catastrophic to the end result. If too much sunlight is entering in there, it's going to overexpose extremely high. I really have no idea how it's going to turn out. So if you're seeing the video edited into this, that means it turned out actually good enough for me to make it into a YouTube video, of which you're now watching because you were bored enough to click it. I can only dearly hope that I'm actually standing in the right place to have myself filmed in, because the margin of error that I have in order to stand in the right place is equivalent to about 0.001 arc seconds. To put it simply, it's very, very narrow. The chances of me standing in the exact correct spot for you to see me is about the same chance of you getting a hole-in-one in Wii Sports Golf. And the chances of me looking directly at you right now is about the same chance as you getting a hole-in-one in Wii Sports Golf about 10 times in a row. And also, as a further note that I forgot to add into this while I was recording, this was actually a 10 times further of a zoom than what the lens can offer on its own by using an updated version of the normal Canon DSLR's camera software, which allowed me to zoom in up to 10 times the distance as well that was already there, which made it technically over a 4,000x zoom. Now, since we're here and I already traveled for about 45 minutes to get to the point away from where the camera is currently filming me, I guess I might as well put into perspective the amount of distance that there is between me and you right now. I am about 20,000 meters away. So, as I said before, that's a very far distance. And it means even the speed of light is going to take 0.00001 seconds to reach your eyes through this camera. So technically, I'm 0.0001 seconds delayed. So anyways, that's all I'm going to say for this video. If you found this to be educational, then, well, I could just say subscribe, I guess.
If the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles, then over a distance of 6 miles, the second bridge should mathematically be 16 feet below the observer's eye line.
Okay, this guy is twice the distance away, so he should be roughly close to around 90 feet below the horizon at 8 inches squared per mile. But he's not, is he? You can see his whole body right there, plain as day.
So I will say that you use the 8 inches per mile squared, it doesn't take in consideration the observer height. I think the camera is about 3 or 4 feet maybe off the surface. Maybe. So I think there should be like maybe 50 or 60 feet of curvature, which you know, to the target distance. So something would
So
have
he would
to
be
like,
occluded by that point.
yeah, you would have to be like 50 or 60 feet tall just to get like, you know, the top of the object that you're trying to observe. And you can see like his whole body just standing there. Now, this is over land, right? So there could be maybe some type of topographical invariance or whatever the case, but that's why we like typically like to do it over water instead. But I mean, there definitely isn't 60 feet, 50 or 60 feet of curvature at all. So as someone who's new to Flat Earth 101, they say, hey, you know, things disappear, you know, over the curve of the Earth. That's why we can't see it. This is how they were describing it before they came out with like the actual instrumentation that can increase our limit of view. But then when we use these new instrumentation that could allow us to see further, we see that these things aren't necessarily disappearing from the bottom up due to curvature. We could bring them right back into zoom. So for someone who's new to this argument, the steel man for the globe Earth would say, well, this is all refraction. So what do you believe? Do you believe that you're actually looking at this guy, or do you think that it's some type of refractive effects and this is just an apparent position, a mirage, an illusion? Or what do you think is happening here? Or is the Earth flat? What do you think?
I have no clue about the that diffraction portion. All I can, because I wasn't even there. There's no way that I could disprove or prove either way. So what I have to do is I have to kind of do some napkin math, and based off of my high school mathematics and a little bit of just kind of thinking about it, I just sometimes it just doesn't add up to me, like sometimes like I'll see some videos and people do actually prove like, oh yeah, that looks like it's kind of down, it looks like it's kind of curved. But other times, man, like this sheepdog video, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Well, let's just take it for face value, right? Let's just, because you don't really have to even do the math yourself. You can, and I advise you to actually write it out if you feel like it. But they have Earth curvature calculators online that you can use. Some are a little bit more simpler than others. Some you could take into account for more variables, right? But I'm just talking about just logically approaching it, right? So flat earthers are saying, hey, the reason why we can see all the way over there and it's not blocked by curvature because there is no curvature. Globe earthers will probably say, oh, there could be some topography differentiations, or there could be some refractive effects where it is actually hidden behind the curve, but it's refracted up into the sky, and it's giving you a linear observation. As it's an illusion, though. It's not really there. What position would you logically feel more comfortable taking? That you're seeing illusion, or you're actually seeing someone across a level plane?
It depends on what the geo surveys say of that area, because I don't know where he is. He probably showed it, but
I believe he was in the desert, and to see 12.4 miles, the camera would have to be on assuming a globe Earth 8 inches per mile squared. The camera height would have to be a little over 102 feet.
that's some quick napkin math you did, bro.
They have online calculators. You just go in, punch the numbers in. It'll tell you the answer.
So these are the type of things, gamer. First of all, for anybody that is listening that may be new to this conversation, we're taught that we live on this oblate spheroid spinning, wobbling ball, shooting through a vacuum of flat space. And we all were globe earthers at one time. And then we come across information like this. And, this guy, like I said, doesn't seem like he's a flat earther. He just wanted to make a long distance observation. And there's plenty of photographers who enjoy and who built their entire profession around just taking long distance observations. The problem is, just like Ken said, is when you plug in the values and try to match it up to, what they say is happening in reality, saying that we're on this oblate spherical Earth. And they give us a radius to this Earth. Right, they say that the radius from the center to the surface of the Earth is about 3,959 miles. It's a little bit oblate, a little bit squished. It's not a perfect circle, so there's some deviations depending on where you're standing on. But it's pretty much a sphere that they say we're standing on. And since they give us these values, we can determine where the horizon should be, like the actual physical horizon. So there should be like a point where the Earth starts to curve away from you, and anything in the distance starts to disappear from the bottom up due to physical curvature of the Earth. So we go, okay, well, let's see if that actually happens. Let's see if we can calculate the position of where the horizon should begin. Are things actually disappearing? Because that's the prediction. It should start disappearing at this particular point. And then they start like bringing in different type of band-aids like refraction and things like that. But regardless, the horizon is supposed to be at a specific point, depending on the observer and the surface of the Earth. So again, we all were globe earthers. We all went to school. They all taught us all these different things about science and space. Now, as adults, we're just thinking a little bit differently. We know that a lot of things have been, we've been misinformed about a lot. Let's just put it like that. You know, we're on YouTube, so we ain't gonna talk about everything recently, but there's been a lot of things that they said was fact that end up coming out that isn't true. We've seen historically that they, you know, mess with the history. You know, the victor always gets to write how everything played out. It might not necessarily have played out like that. And we know that these entities that are in power don't necessarily seem to have our best interests at hand, because a lot of us, if we were in that position, would be doing things a lot different for the people, for the wherever the country you're from or whatever community you're from. Not a lot of people are happy with the way things are going. Seems to be a lot of self-interest, self-indulgence happening with the elites or whoever is calling the shots, whoever we're trusting to guide us through our journey on life. So my question is this: who are we to trust? Are we going to trust ourselves? Do we put our faith in, you know, these elite government, secret societal entities? Like, you know, what are we doing? Can we verify those positive claims? Can we falsify those positive claims? And once you start asking these questions that you probably weren't taught to ask in school, because if you challenge the teacher in school, you'll be deemed as disruptive. If you don't agree with something in school, you know, you get in trouble for it. And the same thing goes when you're at work and you're not your own boss and you're a worker, and it just goes right on and they put you on that same type of path to just be obedient. And trust me, bro, we got it. Figure it out. Can't go anywhere. You're right here on this spinning ball. You're insignificant. You don't mean anything. But when you start thinking for yourself and asking yourself certain questions, start looking into the details of what they claim is actually happening, you start to find a lot of anomalies. And that's what we ask our listeners to do. It's like, you know, don't blindly believe anything that we're saying. You know, we're not always going to be right, but listen to what we're saying and go check it. And then go check the other side and see what they're saying about it. And then come to your own conclusion. Think for yourself. Don't let them make you think that you're not smart enough to make your own decision, or you're not smart enough to, you know, figure out scientific jargon. You know, like you might have to read through the whole paper or watch the whole video, gamer. But if you challenge yourself to do that, man, I think you'd be surprised on some of the things you discover, like the rest of us here.
Hey, Sacred, season 2, baby, and y'all kicking this off right, brother. I appreciate all that.
Before Jim, and I want to make sure Jennifer, Hyde, and Jesse and Cosmological gets to jump in. And then if you're requesting, we see you guys. We're gonna rotate some mics in a minute.
Welcome, Jen. Welcome, Jesse. Cosmological, what's up?
Hey, I was curious if y'all seen this new movie they're coming out with. I put it in the comments.
Put it in the comments? Okay, hold on. Let me go check. Which movie is it called?
Fly Me to the Moon.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I almost forgot about that. We were talking about that right before we went on our little vacation. When is that dropping?
I have no idea. I just heard about it yesterday.
Soft disclosures.
Yep. Hey, that's crazy, though. We've been saying that this whole time about the fake moon landing, and now all of a sudden they're going to put a movie about it. Like to try to discredit us.
Speaking of, what do you guys think about the theory on the? All right, so there's a theory where in the moon landing video that they actually had a string holding up the astronauts from the top, like the backpack. They say that it's some sort of buoyancy thing, but I don't know, man. I'm kind of skeptical.
Hold on, say that again.
They're
Hold
test
on.
flights.
I gotta find more videos.
Like their test runs. They have test runs, and I think there is a documentary where they are suspended. So if you ever did see a video, allegedly they say it was like a practice run. So they were suspended with harnesses in their NASA astronaut gear. I have a video somewhere, but yeah.
Yeah, I think you're on what I'm talking about.
Yeah, ironically and conveniently, they claim it was just a test run.
But then they broadcast it to the entire world.
That I wasn't there for.
You weren't supposed to catch on.
They're trying to push the narrative that they actually went, but they had to beat the Russians. So they had to fake it and air the faked one on TV because anyone who watches that old footage can tell that it was beyond fake. And yeah, they're just trying to do damage control and say, you know, we had to beat the Russians, so it was, you know, for national interests, blah blah.
Right,
Well,
and
now
they
I'm
were
hearing-
had a mutual benefit, right? Like, so they were the Russians were the first one in the space, and then we were quote unquote the first ones to the moon. So they both have a reason and kind of like mislead, you know, the people. Listen to this though. Listen to the description of this movie. So, Fly Me to the Moon. It's coming out in July, by the way, July 12th. First of all, I think NASA's getting like, I think 70, maybe $80 million a day. This movie budget was 100 million. So between yesterday, during the listening party, and today, Flat Earth Fridays, NASA already got at least 140 million. Okay, so that we can leave that there. But it says during the 1960s, this is the premise of the movie. During the 1960s space race between United States and the Soviet Union, a relationship develops between NASA director in charge of the Apollo 11 launch and the marketing specialist brought in to fix NASA's public image and stage a backup fake moon landing. I wonder where they got that idea from.
They already faked it.
Fly me to the moon, man.
Speaking of the moon, has anyone heard anything about the potential for lava tunnels existing under the surface of the moon?
The moon is a light. There is no tunnel.
Sounds like tomfoolery.
Yeah, the moon would have to be solid for that to occur. Now I would want to know what's keeping it hot.
For lava to be in the center of the moon?
They tell us there's lava in the center of Earth. They're lying.
Yeah, is that what you mean, gamer? Or did you read somewhere that said that there was lava in the center of the moon? Like, where are you getting this from? Read a lot.
I read that somewhere.
They say we have a molten iron core. Like, I don't... Like, there is lava in there, too, but, like...
Yeah, I guess there's lava pockets. They're saying in our core, but we don't even know there's a core, when especially if we think it's flat. How you got a core?
Right, we don't subscribe to either of that foolishness, but for me to believe that the moon has an iron core or lava in the core, like, I don't know, I just feel like... I'm gonna go look up the density of the moon. Hold on.
The moon has no geological activity, right? They say
It's
a
just
dead
light.
zone. Yeah.
It's translucent. It's not an actual physical mass.
No, man, it's definitely a dead rock. My TV told me so. So.
No, crap. I'm just going to quit my entire career now.
What up, Dustin?
Hey,
Yeah,
guys.
you look familiar. Where you from, bro?
I'm from North Carolina originally. I'm in Florida now.
Oh, is that Dustin Evas? What's up, dude? Welcome.
Yep.
Now I recognize the voice. Well,
Yeah, we just got booed off another space that they were having earlier. They booted both of us.
No, I had to go. I had some stuff to do.
Oh, well, they said they kicked you off.
Did they?
And then I got in there. Yeah, and I started calling bullshit on everything. They're talking about evolution and crap. I'm like, y'all are straight up lying. They're like, you're out too. They booted me.
Well, the host told me to come back in. He was eating or something, wasn't paying attention. I don't know. He DM'd me, so I thought I was welcome back. But I did think
maybe they won't let me come back.
Brother Nathaniel got the hell out of there real quick when I came in.
Yeah, he did. But I don't trust that dude anyway. He'd be straight up lying.
Well, he told people that Tunnelgate was a nothing burger. Absolutely, he's lying.
They literally found the mattresses under the tunnel.
They were crawling out of the sewers. And
exactly.
do you guys know I found this out recently? And I don't want to hijack this and turn it into like something about the Nephilim or anything, but 8% of all children that go missing in the U.S. happen 2 weeks building up to Passover.
Oh no!
Wow.
Yeah,
it's a bit alarming.
Yeah,
Safety babies, protect the children.
If you overlap the child trafficking centers of the U.S. and you overlap the population densities, you'll see that all of them are Jewish except for one, which is Mormon.
Yeah, the Mormons are big time into it, but if you follow them, they all follow the Jews.
Yeah,
and they think the Jews are the top people.
False teachings from a Jew. So,
but so is all this globe stuff is all Jewish. All this globe stuff is Jewish. It is not even a worldwide phenomenon, except for Jews are everywhere now.
It is. Yeah. Well, Rome was controlled even before the Catholic, monopoly on Christianity, which I would argue is a false Christianity. But even before that, as early as Julius Caesar or Nero, they controlled them. I mean, Julius Caesar was stabbed in the back by his own best friend, Brutus, because he had sold out Rome to the Jews.
Well, technically, they're not really Jews. They're fake Jews. They just claim to be Jews.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Satan was so stupid, he claimed the people that were not Israelites in the Bible for his children, and they straight up just made up a bunch of bull crap so we would start following Satan.
So
that's what Statue of Liberty is sun worship.
That word Jew
it's
a loaded term. I have to explain that real quick if you don't mind. So first of all, Jew was a made-up word 1,400 years after Jesus. Secondly, they put that in the Bible the same time they took Yahweh, God's name, out over 6,000 times. So this is just a huge edit, a huge deception, and it doesn't effectively just mean the same thing as the original word. What they did was they took the bloodline of Judah, which was Yahudim or Judahite, and then they took the nationality of Judea, which was like saying American, and Nemos, and they just made it Pew. And it doesn't make any sense at all if you understand what happened. Now, sometimes it looks like
Jews are not from Judah in the first place. You're right about that. That is 100% correct.
So the actual Judahites were the same as today's Irish, but they've written themselves into the Bible and stolen our identity essentially by changing the words around and taking God's name out.
Well, hold up. Not that
Well,
I don't
even if
agree.
you-
How did you guys do the Jew turn like immediately? I went to go get food. I come back. It was like, well, on the table. I thought we were doing flat Earth, or what happened?
Sorry.
Well, because the Jews the Jews pushed the globe theory on us, so that way we will get away from God.
Yeah.
They try to move us away from God to bring in Satanism.
They're behind it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing is, I 100%, I believed in the globe too, because I grew up the same way everybody else did. But once I started looking into it, I followed all the roads I could, and no road leads to Rome. It all leads to Israel.
Well, I mean, Rome is controlled by the Jews as well. It's kind of like their fake Christian theological center. But the Jesuits were always Jewish. I mean, the first one was Ignatius Loyolas. He was a Jew, and his first act was to basically mass murder all the Christians.
You just look at what happened in Bolshevism.
Exactly.
I don't want to hijack the topic, but again, if you want to talk about the agenda, it's unavoidable. It is them using Rome, but it's them. They control all the governments that are pushing this.
Just to be fair,
flat Earth anymore.
No, I agree. I agree. It's all right, but we don't talk about it enough. But most people get a little squeamish. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we can drop it. I was just listening to you guys. I mean,
I could talk about it too. We go back to our flat Earth and fake space and all that.
If you're not careful.
Yep,
Yeah, my bad, guys. I'm trying to get Proud. Go Proud. Come grab Coke. Oh, and by the way, hold on. As we bring Proud up here, hey, Flurf Herder. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, Flurf Herder.
Heck yeah, get him in here.
Mr. Flurf Herder, please come herd something.
on.
Herder has been in my mentions since the last time. I think he grabbed the mic once before. Prior to him grabbing the mic once before, he was actually praising Flat Earth Friday. He said, just try to mute up, guys. There's a little bit of background. He said there was actually a couple episodes that he truly enjoyed, and he was learning something as a globe earther. And I love when globe earthers come to Flat Earth Fridays and can pick up a thing or two from the flat earthers, right? Because, you know, we share a lot of great information. All my guys do a lot of research and in-depth studying of the sciences, and they bring it to the platform and share with everybody. And then we just encourage you guys to just do your own research or whatever we share. But yeah, ever since then, seemed like Flurf Herder been having a lot of smoke. Now, we didn't think it was a problem when we make mistakes, right? You know, like if you make a mistake, Flurf Herder, in an argument, it's all good. It's cool. You see, we ain't really try to play you or anything. But then when you in the replies, you talking crazy and you strong manning our arguments, then it becomes, okay, well, what happened to that energy the last time you was here? Because when we were discussing Antarctica, you started posting about the North Pole. And that was hilarious. And then you never been back since. Now, you've been posting about Canigoo Mountains. I would love to address that. You've been posting a bunch of straw man arguments, and I would love to address that. As a matter of fact, your main reason why you haven't grabbed the mic is because you said that you're going to get muted and talked over, even though you know the last time you were in here, you never got muted, you never got your mic taken from you, and you never got spoken over. So I'm a little bit taken aback by why you are blatantly lying on the timeline. I mean, you are a Flurf Herder, so, you know, anti-flat earthers typically are blatant liars. But it's just strange that you feel the need to misrepresent how we operate over here, right? So this is what I'm going to do to neutralize your lies. I'm going to offer you co-host. I'm going to offer you co-host, Flurf Herder. And then I'm going to have everybody that is on mic stay muted. And if you do come off of mute, I'm probably going to remove some of the homies just so you don't cry. So now, Flurf Herder, you have the opportunity to present any globe earth evidence, any argument that you would like to stand on that you've been spamming in my mentions. And you get to have that back and forth directly with me right now. Now, this is live on YouTube. I think, are we recording this, Proud? Yes, I think we are recording this. So here's the thing, Flurf Herder. I've now neutralized all your excuses. You branded yourself on the timeline as the herder of Flurfs. And I haven't seen you heard not one thing yet. So for the audience, what are we to make of what's going to happen next? If I invite Flurf Herder and make him as comfy as possible so he don't go crying on the timeline about Big Bad Sacred, and he becomes co-host, which means he has control of the entire space, and he declines to come challenge me and us directly, what does that mean? Does that mean that we're scared of him? Or if he's scared of us, does that mean I'm not confident? Or is Flurf Herder not confident? Because if I can't mute you, you can't cry about that. If you have the same power over the space as me as my co-host, can't cry about that anymore. If I'm offering you a chance to come speak, you can't cry about being censored. So Flurf Herder, what's it gonna be, my guy? Let's see how this is gonna turn out. Because if you do not grab this mic right now and come co-host Flat Earth Fridays as an anti-flat earther, I promise you, we are going to make sure the entire timeline knows that you ran away and was not confident in your own argument. I promise you that, my boy. So I'm going to send you co-host Flurf Herder, and you will be the first offered co-host as an anti-flat earther in Flat Earth Fridays for season 2. This is history, my boy. Don't run, don't go nowhere. All you got to do is come grab the mic. I'm going to send it to you right now. And if you don't show up, we are going to have a nice conversation about your confidence in your 2,500 years of globe Earth, Mr. Herder. Please come herd something. I don't see you yet. I'm going to give you some time. Oh, finally, Proud, you here.
This should be interesting.
Shouldn't it? So, yeah, Herder, wipe the sweat off of your face. Go change your shirt. I know you're hot because you got that. You're in a hot seat right now. And you got to make a decision. Do you come herd the flirts, or do you retreat to my comment section? And what does that mean for you, my friend, Mr. Herder?
Man, I need to be heard. Someone should reel me in for sure.
That's what I'm saying.
It's only a certain amount of time until someone does herd something.
I have him blocked.
I wouldn't put no money on that parlay.
Hey, it's cool, man. You can have them blocked. I don't have them blocked. I offer all the smoke. We here all the time. Yeah, we did take a little break. I see you try to celebrate a little bit, Flirt Herder. I'm sorry, my guy. We still here. Too bad. So we just waiting for you to come do some damage for once. just one time. We just waiting for you to do just a little bit of hurting. And I still don't see you. So I'm gonna give you some time to calm down, gather your thoughts, stack all your straw mans up. We about to light it on fire. We gonna see how this turn out for episode 101, Mr. Herder. Please don't disappoint us and the listeners.
Do you have time for a question?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Dustin.
Since he's not showing up yet, I wonder if you guys ever cover the young aspect of flat Earth.
The young aspect. Like, what do you mean?
Like our world is roughly 6,000 years old.
Hey. Sorry, I get excited.
I know we cover
now you're on some stuff.
I believe that is young.
Yeah, so we talk about like the geocentricity and the stationary aspect a lot, and of course we talk about flat. You guys know I think I use the term biblical Earth, and I use that because it includes things like young, and it includes the firmament, just sort of in one concept, and it gets around some of that, stigma that people have attached to it because of all the psyops and stuff. They're like, what does that mean? Biblical Earth? That's cool. Basically, pretty much all the evidence, and it's not just like the typical ones that you would see, like the cosmological evidences, but it's also like genetic evidences, for example, archaeological evidences. First of all, carbon dating is bogus. Every human cell in the whole world can be used to show that we all came from not only one woman 6,000 years ago, mitochondrial Eve, if you consider the mtDNA mutation rates, which are much faster than they say. So it actually shows that she wasn't a monkey woman. She actually was about 6,000 years ago, and we all came from her. But also that we came from 3 men, Noah's sons, that survived the flood, of whom the entire world was populated. That's in every human's genetics, too, that story of the flood, because we all come from 3 men. After what they call the Younger Dryas period, there's a genetic chromosomal bottleneck. So all you need is your blood, anyone's blood, any lab can test this stuff. And you can see that it's in our story, it's in our code. Our genetics, in fact, are every cell in our body has God's name, Yahweh, written numerically, repeating over and over and over. And there's massive amounts of archaeological evidence, but for example, the Great Unconformity in the Grand Canyon, our sedimentary layers are not like tree rings that grew over time. They are layers of sediment waters that are basically different densities of soil, like that layered in after the flood, probably in just a span of a couple of days or even hours. And the Grand Canyon probably took about 30 minutes to make. There's actually a tiny version of the Grand Canyon called the smaller, the miniature Grand Canyon. It looks almost identical. It took about 30 minutes to make that. So when you look at the Grand Canyon, you see a really good example of those different layers that are laid like perfectly flat once again, because water laid them down in layers of density. Like if you mix up gold and then rocks and then sand and stuff like that, gold's going to hit the bottom first in water, and sand's going to hit it sort of second probably, and the rocks on top and such, because it's all going to settle. So this is all well understood science, but they have told the world that it's tree rings showing the age of the Earth, and that there's all these different periods of time shown in this ancient time, and therefore evolution. Evolution's bank. There's no missing links. There's no half man, half monkey anywhere. You got millions of monkey bones, millions of man bones, but no man monkey bones. Even though they fill all of our children's museums with these clay monkey woman and say that that's where we came from, just like they put globes on every child's desk.
Dude, you don't need to hook space of our.
You knocked that one out of the park, bro.
Oh, thank you. I've had a little practice in the debates. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've got some stuff on this on my article at the Serapeum on biblical Earth, but where I go into like the young aspect. Some of the stuff that they try to use to prove, like even ice cores. Someone tried to use ice cores to prove the age of the Earth was old one time, and you can debunk the age of the Earth with things like the mtDNA mutation rate, but even ice cores. They basically take ice cores and just cut them all into like 1-inch segments and then say each one is a year. They don't look at the types of water when they're drilling for ice cores. If you were to actually consider the types of the different waters, then you see that some of those layers are like 100 or 200 feet thick. I mean, they were there all at once, and they were laid down by the flood, etc. So they're just basically trying to cut things into smaller chunks of time so that they can say that it was longer, even though that's not where they're making assumptions in the science, and it all holds up. It's in the genetics. Dinosaur bones, for example. There's over 16 species of dinosaur bones where we have fresh-ish gooey DNA, blood still on the bones, not billions of years old, not millions of years old, not even 100,000 years old. I mean, we have archaeological and anthropological evidences of man and dinosaur living along each other at the same time, even domesticating some of the smaller ones. And this stuff's been covered up, evidence destroyed by satanic archaeologists. You have a lot of this stuff that's actually shown to the public on like the Ancient Alien show, but then they just say aliens, aliens, aliens. But in fact, I mean, pretty much all sciences point back toward, I would say, God in the Bible, but I mean, you could call it true Earth, flat Earth, biblical Earth, whatever. But I think that the young aspect can't be ignored, because not only does it go toward the agenda, but it impacts, it's part of the cosmology too. The story of this young Earth is all over our world, under our feet, in our blood.
Yeah, and all across the sky, turns out. It turns out every eclipse cycle, using the old eclipse chronometer, right, will get you back to that 651-year cycle to show you that we're in the 11th iteration of that, bringing it right to like, what, 5860, something back in 1861. So then all of that lines up, and it's like, hey, every periodicity of the lunation of the moon and every sort of thing that you could use to describe the cycle of the sky, that recurring, Antikythera, which would be 18 months, but 11 days, 9 hours, so it perpetually oscillates around the circle to give you the zodiac. 651 years is just the epitome of an 18-year cycle all the way around the circle, right, all the way around. And then you have 11 iterations of that, and that also corroborates exactly when all the lines intertwined, get retraced back to one origin, back, roughly 6,000 years ago. So.
Breathe, Shane, breathe.
That's just, I was trying to go slow.
But you said it all without taking a breath. It's like, damn, how big of lungs you got?
My boy's got cyborg lungs installed.
I just know that my opinions could be wrong, and they're opinions, and that's about it.
Yeah, but here's the thing about that, right? My opinions are all independently corroborated by other people whom I find intelligent on the internet who independently come to all the same conclusions. So it's like, I feel a little bit reassured.
Guys, I just want to say good night. I appreciate the fine company and the chance to talk. I'm just going to go spend some time with the kids before bedtime.
Yo, Dustin, where are you from, bro? Like, well, are you from like TikTok? Like, where do I know you from?
Dude, he's a truther from the off channels, not YouTube, who was ostracized back in the first wave on a BitChute and Odyssey. What's up?
I was an internationally known. I mean, I was in all the media. They attacked me as the king of QAnon. I wrote the best-selling book on it. I still stand that Trump and Q are connected. I just think they betrayed us. But essentially, I was pretty famous until they disappeared me.
Oh, it's not, yeah, because I know that name, Dustin Nemos. Is that how you say it?
Yeah, Dustin Nemos.
Oh man, I appreciate you coming to speak, man. We here every single Friday. We took a couple weeks off, but we back at it. So if you find some more time, man, feel free to slide by. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I've been wanting to join you guys. I never get a chance. I'm always so busy, but it was fun. I'll be back. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, hook up with me and Taylor sometime, man. I'd really like to get to know both of you.
Yeah.
Proud, do you see co-host
send me
Proud?
a DM. Yeah, sorry, I've got rain coming in on satellite, so send me a DM. Good night, guys.
Later, Dustin.
No, but it could be me. I'm trying to download content.
Flurfurter is MIA.
Oh yeah, speaking of while y'all was going in building real quick, I sent Herder the co-host, man. Let me go see what you've been saying since I sent you that co-host. Herder, you better not been tweeting, bro.
Dude's listening to the live stream, writing comments to himself on his own circle jerk, talking to you while listening to you address him. What? Like, give me a...
Sounds a lot like autoerotic asphyxiation. Very self-serving. All about
Where's my
him.
WT?
So I got a question for Shane. Do you think that we're in the correct year they're telling us that it is, or do you think that they lied about what year we're actually in?
Bro, they lied about everything, right? It's like, well, what do you think the Jesuit lying secret society holding Jews told us the truth about? No, nothing. It's all lies. But yeah, dude, they lied to us about the year everywhere they can. Daylight savings time, 12/24, try to confuse you, do solar lunar calendar. No, we're going to jump to the moon. We're going to change it by this. We're going to have 12 months. We're going to have 13 months. Then we're going to go back to the lunation. They've done everything they can to dissuade you. You don't know
I
what time
agree
it is.
too. I was just curious if you believe that.
Oh yeah, and then they also try everywhere they can, like Nemos was saying, to try to insert longevity and age. And well, carbon dating this, and we need 1 billion years for gradual change for evolution for monkeys to come out of the thing. It become non-fossilized creatures that evolve with no evidence from a missing link that didn't exist. You know what I mean? Like all that needs a lot of time, and they do everything they can on the back end to insert that. So.
Hey, didn't you say that 5160 or something was like back in 1861 or something?
Yeah, so it's from Dimbleby's book in 1860, and he said it was 59 years old. So 5,859 years old in 1860. And do the math from there. All right, so roughly, it's in the 11th iteration of the 651-year cycle, I think. That's just according to Shane, right? According to me and Dimbleby and Gleason and all the other people who wrote books in the 1860s seem to find the same, man.
Yeah, that's my whole point too. Is I don't really know everything about what's going on with flat Earth, because I mean we say it's flat, but in reality, none of us really know. But flat seems more logic than globe. But we really have no idea. We're not going to space. We're not looking back down to see what's there. We don't know how he designed all this. We don't know any of that. But I'm in agreement that we don't agree with what they say because it ain't making sense.
My bad. I'm trying to do a little bit of house cleaning in the background. I don't know if you can still see it. If not, I may drop you and bring you back up.
You could try.
All right, and then I want to because I think I have some more questions. I'm probably gonna cycle through some of the mics. But I want to hear from I think Cosmological. I don't think you said anything yet. What's up?
The Fluff Herder posted 17 minutes ago. Sacred likes to hear yourself talk.
Yeah, I just quote tweeted him. Hold on. I quote tweeted him with the screenshot of me sending him co-host saying, "No, we want to hear you talk."
17 minutes ago. Sacred likes to hear yourself talk.
Oh, Cosmological got the double stream. He got the dual stream going. Cos, what up?
Hey, y'all, just having trouble with my mic. I do apologize. So, I just wanted to. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I just want to give a shout out to Ether Cosmology. And I wanted to put this out in the ether that we're now living in a day and age where we're about to experience one of the most awesome, historical, monumental, just jaw-dropping events. When this thing becomes mainstream and as full force as it's going, Sacred, Proud, Whitsitt, Alan, Toby, Shane, I've grown to know all of y'all's work within the last 2 years. And I've come from a long line of just people investigating things and research, and what it's grown to be is beyond imagination on what the capabilities of a collective focusing on one major topic can do. And it's an awesome thing. And that's how it just proves how awesome consciousness is. So just wanted to give a shout out to Flat Earth Fridays, y'all. It's awesome. Thank y'all for doing all this, getting y'all's people together and doing what y'all do. It is vital that this message stay in the flow that it's going. God bless y'all.
Hey, appreciate that, brother. We definitely missed y'all while we was gone, man. So it was great to hear y'all. Great to see y'all pull up, and feels good to be back. I ain't gonna lie, man. I've been missing talking to y'all for real.
I'm just glad to have been accepted into the space wholeheartedly.
Yeah, man. I mean, we want to talk to everybody, right? Like, we want to hear everyone's opinion, perspective. We want to know what type of journey they're on, where they're, what they believe in, what they subscribe to. Because we love this topic. Everyone has their own truths, and I feel like if you can, articulate yourself in an intellectual way and approach the conversation like a normal human or cyborg, we can get a lot of value out of the back and forth. No matter if you're new to the conversation or experienced or, whatever the case is. So, yeah, anybody.
I have problems articulating my math properly, but I used to be pretty good at mostly just kind of explaining things in simple terms to most people. I mean, I feel like most people would understand if I was trying to explain a simple math concept, but honestly, my math is so messed up. I don't know if I can even articulate a proper my words, whatever.
I feel you. At one point, math was like my villain story.
Well, I was a whiz kid at math a long time ago, but that was back in high school. I was able to do a whole bunch of cool flips and tricks with numbers, and I embarrassed a lot of people in high school, but now I'm the one who's embarrassed.
Well, if you're smoking weed, that's going to affect you. That's what all weed smokers say. I used to think the same thing. I used to smoke it myself. It does clog your brain, your mental capacity. But I've been a flat earther since probably around early 2000s, like 2000, 2001. And a lot of people that I've told about flat Earth literally cuss me out, and then months later come back and say, "I think you're right."
It do be like that, huh? I think we all been through that transition where it's like we completely just denied it, thought it was just some the weirdest thing. But it's the people that actually put in the work and actually try to like, okay, do the just past surface level, just past surface level studying, right? Actually looking at the details. Take a little bit extra time, but like, if you want the truth, you're gonna do your due diligence.
That's very true. But the people I was following on this forum, they end up getting they wiped the whole forum out during 2020, so that forum doesn't even exist anymore. And that's where I started getting into it because I tried to prove flat Earth wrong. That's how I got into it. I tried to prove it wrong, and then the more I kept researching and researching, it's like, well, that doesn't make sense. What the globe people were saying, that doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense, and that's how I got into it.
I never really denied it all that much. I just kind of got curious and decided to look into it.
Same thing with God. I got so deep into conspiracies back in the early, like late 1990s. I started reading about how the kings and queens made up the Bible, and they used it to turn the peasants, to control the peasants. So I tried to disprove Jesus existed, and that's when I started believing the Bible.
Good for you, bro. What's up,
Jesus
Sacred?
was the Ethiopian Jew who was a magi.
Jesus wasn't a Jew at all. First off, when the Romans came and asked for him, they said, "We're looking for Jesus, the Nazarite, not the Jew."
I mentioned something about Jesus speaking Aramaic, and I got told that he spoke Hebrew straight up, and I was like, I don't know about that.
Well, you got to remember the first Jews weren't Jews; they were Ethiopians. So it's all stolen, all culture.
I bet he spoke every language known to man.
Hey, my suggestion is if you want to accept the Bible, either accept all of it or throw the whole thing away. Don't pick and choose what you want to believe in. Get that trash out of here.
Exactly.
Either burn it or absorb it. One or the two. That's it.
Right? And there's hella books, and they're not in the Bible.
And there is no Jesus was not a Jew then if you believe the Bible. I could prove that to you, but we're not into that talk. We're not in that space. We're in the space of flat Earth.
You got to get away from using the word Bible though and go to Scripture because the Bible is actually a twisted, manipulated, perverted, twisted translation.
Well, so long
Yeah,
as
that depends on which one you follow.
All right. The scriptures. There you go, and as written in Hebrew and Greek. How about that? And a little bit of Aramaic here and there.
Well, even like the lie about they told that the apostles went and preached to the Gentiles. The reason why they told you that is because they didn't want you to figure out where they were really going to preach. To go read Matthew 10, verse 5 to 6, 7, and it tells you who they were to go preach to, and it wasn't Gentiles.
They went to preach to the Gentiles in the book of Acts, which was after the crucifixion.
They were told not to go to the Gentiles.
Yeah, not before the time. There was a specific time when they were called to do that, and that was after Israel had fully rejected the Christ, and thus the door was open to the Gentiles because of that, but not before that. Before that, they had to convert to being a follower of Yahweh, of the Father, and only after the crucifixion were they granted knowledge of the Son.
It was also after they received the Holy Spirit, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's shown in Acts chapter 10.
Homie spit bars.
I'm glad that y'all got Flat Earth Friday back up on here, bro. Freaking representing the community. How many people we got in here? How many people we got? Let's see.
Yo, Piazza, good to see you, man. It's been a while, bro.
Yeah, how you been, dog? It's good to hear
Get
from you,
in
man.
there, man. Get in there.
You guys both been on vacation at the same time, and then came back and was like, "Hey."
Yeah, I've just I haven't been able to be super active this past month, bro. Ever since the vacation, man, I've been getting some things in order and been having to do some physics for real life stuff, and haven't been able to study the cool stuff I want to study it that much. But I'm getting there, dude. I'm getting there. Here later this year, I'll be doing some stuff with electromagnetism, and God willing, I'm praying to get into a lab next year. So we'll see what happens with that.
God bless you all. I have to go.
But y'all
Who's
know
that, is that
anything I
Gamer?
learned.
Okay, go ahead, Piazza.
I was gonna say, y'all know anything that I learned that I'm allowed to talk about. As long as I'm allowed to talk about, I'm about to come in here and drop some gravy when I can.
Even when you're not allowed, I expect you to do that.
I don't know about that.
No, we changed it to stew now. We no longer deal with gravy. We got stew because it's got everything in it.
Alan's gonna be informing some boys about fake trinos here soon. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, some aggressive globers have come forth and claimed that ring laser gyroscopes now prove Earth motion. So, of course, that's retarded. It's always ether when Alan is just going to prepare a direct derisive strike to reclaim that again and put that in the huge pile of stuff that we've reclaimed from them that are now exclusively ours.
Just a quick reminder, dude. It seems like they forgot about the single axis gyroscope readings. That's cool, though. I'll remind them. No biggie. I got a presentation scheduled tomorrow at 11 p.m. Eastern at Earth Awakenings, and I'll be streaming that on YouTube, so check that out.
Oh, you got to move to EA? That's what's up, bro.
You got to go to where the chumps are talking.
Yeah, I heard they were quantum mechanic out the hardest there, so time to wrap that up.
Where's the glowers in here tonight? I wanted to actually hear someone come in here and talk. It's always not to hate on any of you guys. We love you, but we need some back and forth. That's what this space is like. Most entertaining, in my opinion.
There's a current offer out for a globularist to be co-host, so he can have a mutually exclusive one-on-one interview with with Sacred. And the dude's like a ghost. All of a sudden, he's Casper, bro. Have you ever seen Casper, the friendly ghost? Like where you try to touch him, but your hand goes through him. Saker's trying to hand him a mic, but it's going right through him.
It's incorporeal, dude.
Casper the flurf herder. Yeah, I saw he's been in the timeline posting stuff on the thread the entire time, but won't come in here.
Yo, what up, Cass?
Cass.
That's his. Everybody call him Casper until he decides to come in.
Casper, come on, Casper. Hey, I put a post up top where me sending him co-host. Y'all all go at Flurf Herder and say, "Hey, Casper, come grab a mic."
Dude, there's
Yo, Casper, what's up?
Mighty rowdy flurfs that need herding, dude. I am just bucking wild in here, doing whatever I want, dude. It's almost like nobody can stop me. You better get in here, bro.
I can play devil's advocate if you need me to.
We might have to in a minute.
Sure.
You ain't be herded. Hey, Casper, if you don't come, I'm gonna tell Def to take you. You know Def will. He do that. He love the ghosts. Shout out to Bill, Ted, Def, and Rufus. Big phone booth pod in the building.
I've always got shit to say, but I'm just waiting for the right time,
Well, while we wait for the ghost, Casper, to come grab a mic. Infamous, what's up? Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, episode 101.
It's good to hear it's back, just doing the thing. Just like to hear people go back and forth about the Earth being flat or round, even though it would obviously be both if we live in a hyperdimensional space. But regardless of that, it's funny to see the people on both sides of the flat Earth. They're like Bible thumpers, and then also there's another group, a subcaste. It's like the people that believe or know about flat Earth. They're also not Bible thumpers. But not that the stories and the mythological stuff of it true, you know, because there's a lot of knowledge in it. But you know, somebody else said the Bible is a twisted word of it's a collection of books, right? But it's like the whole reality of it has been twisted by monarchs, you know, century after century. So it's like, yeah, there's some knowledge hidden within all types of good shit. It's like I could listen to some rap music and find like a nugget of knowledge in there. At the same time, I just keep listening to it. I'm probably just gonna end up doing crazy shit on the street because that's what it's telling me to do. But either way, there's knowledge out there. But I can tell you mathematically that Earth is a pyramid. Yeah, and I put that on God. So you gotta really think about it. You gotta wrap your mind around it. It's not just a sphere or flat.
I'm trying real hard.
You know what I'm saying? It's like a perceived, because of the dimension you exist in, you're going to perceive the Earth flat around. But think about everything in the universe, dude. It's all shaped like a pyramid. The statues, the temples, the mountains. Think about the valleys in the ocean, right? You think the ocean's just like a big ass ball or round, flat piece of water? Nah, dude, it's mountains inverted in the ground with water filling it. Everything's a pyramid, bro. Think about hydrogen, the molecular bonds of atoms and molecules and all this shit, bro. It's fucking triangles all the way down, dude. It's pyramids, bro. So pyramids, pyramid Earth shit. What's up?
I think it's actually vortexes.
Yeah, I think toroidals all the way down is a better play on turtles all the way down, which Stephen King rubs in the face all the time. But who knows?
Yeah, because even CGI doesn't that use a bunch of triangles?
Yeah, I'm a respectfully just agree to disagree. I don't want to go into pyramid Earth.
I'll do it less respectfully though, if you want.
Yeah, that was okay. I'm glad that you're disagreeing to agree rightfully. I mean, how can you trifle on some knowledge that is so deep? Everybody's looking way past everything. They're like, it's flat, it's round. Y'all are all stupid. It's fucking hyperdimensional, right? So yeah, it's toroids all the way down. No, it's a vortex, whatever. But what is a vortex shape? Creates in physical reality, right? It's a vortex. It's a pyramid, dog. Tornado, pyramid. It's all pyramids. You just proved your own point to the point that it's all pyramid because you have to have three relations in the universe to experience time, space, light, sound, wave, dimension, all this shit, right? You have the three perspectives. Without those three perspectives, you have nothing.
Okay.
We're waiting on Casper. I got some people to think for a second, even if they're thinking about how dumb I am. That's fine.
It's all good. Do we welcome?
Yeah, I'm not going to buy into the triangle Earth.
I don't think you're dumb.
Dude, I got a real buddy who thinks it's square, right? And we're still friends, so that's cool.
Well, yeah, thinking the Earth is a square is just crazy. That's just crazy.
Yeah,
talk.
Shane, you got to draw the line somewhere. What the heck?
You're right. I'm sorry. Let me go defriend him immediately. What a chump, dude.
No, you don't.
Ostracize that guy.
You don't gotta defriend him.
Well, I can see where they're getting square because of the four corners.
Gang.
Because you can't have corners on a circle. But I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's flat, what it is exactly, but I don't believe it's globe.
Think about this. The bottom of a pyramid, what is it?
Well, it's just, I mean, here's the problem that most people are unwilling to recognize. When you use the sky to measure the ground, you have to assume the shape of one of the two. And if you make the wrong assumption, you're going to come away with the wrong conclusion.
Right. Mathematically, assuming anything would be wrong because neither the sky or the ground has a definitive shape. I mean,
what's a horizon, bro?
Well, I mean, we can measure the ground pretty well, from another point on the ground, but how do you measure the sky? Do you go to the sky and pull out a measuring tape?
The sky mile, sorry.
I mean, you can only measure what you can only measure apparent changes in what you can see. And if what you are seeing is not directly physically where you're looking, then you're going to come away with all kinds of bad conclusions if you presume that it is. If you presume
now I'm like I'm over the hills, but I get it. It's I'm now wondering though, do you even believe that the Earth is flat? Because now I think you're a glober, dude.
I'm not a glober. I would assert that I believe the Earth is, generally speaking, a topographical plane. So, it has topography,
Okay. Thank God we agree.
but overall, it's a plane, with some topography on it. But
Right. The flat dimension on the base level is definitely like perceived as a flat line.
but I don't think that the things that we look at in the sky are physically where we see them. Like when I look up and see the moon, I don't think that I could extend like Dragon Ball Z, like power pole. I don't think I could extend a power pole from me to the moon in a straight line and it would touch it. I don't think it would be there by the time it got there.
Yeah, a physical mortal vessel wouldn't be able to touch like a ball of plasma in the sky for sure. I get you.
No, I don't think its physical position is where I'm seeing it. I think it's a projection.
Well, yeah, it's plasma.
Well, sure, but I'm talking about the location. We don't know what it's made of, even if it's made of plasma or something. Like, where is it located physically? I don't think it's physically located in the place my eyeball is looking to.
Or you don't think it's up above us?
I think it is because we see it nestled in the clouds like an egg in a nest. So I think it's actually there.
Hold on, let me play Glober while we wait for Casper. You silly flirt!
Coming.
You silly flirts! Pick up a book. Yeah, did I do a good job?
Those books were funded by Big Science, bro.
Hey, real quick, I just wanted to say something about the pyramid-shaped Earth, to the pyramid-shaped Earth guy. A lot of times people confuse the whole idea of like a field, like even if you're like talking about a toroidal Earth, they'll call that donut Earth, right? Now that doesn't mean that the Earth is shaped like a donut. It just talks about the field being like a donut, right? So I think you're agreeing with the pyramid, right? That it's a level plane. But then you're talking about the field, kind of like giving off the same field the pyramid might, right? Or no?
You're using some brain cells. I would say keep doing that. That's what's up. I think that like the donut Earth is also real, but it's in the fourth dimension. So you got to go there to see the donut, And is there a hole? I don't know. Is the hole, or is the donut hole the hole? That's the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Okay, yeah, but even if we're talking about multi-dimensional existence, right, or whatever it is, even if you subscribe to that, what we're talking about is the surface of the Earth, right? Is it planar, or are you trying to say there's like surfaces of the Earth that are on its side like a pyramid? Because that's the impression you give off when you say that it's not flat, it's not round, it's a pyramid, and that gives the impression people think that you think that there's like angles, like there's like different slanted edges, like to the surface. You're not talking about the surface there, are you?
Hey, and Infamous, after you answer, I do want to hear from Fly, but go ahead.
No, you can just hear from whoever, because I mean, I feel like I can't explain the magnitude of what I mean by saying that the Earth is a pyramid Earth ship, because it's just there's too much there to unpack. And I think if you look at it in layman's terms and you just look at it with like, a magnifying glass, and you're like, this guy thinks it's a pyramid, you're probably going to miss the whole point, because it's controversial on purpose. You got to think about different dimensions. The thing is, it's not whether I subscribe to it. Like, you exist in the quantum and in other dimensions, whether you like it or acknowledge it or not. And there's proof all around you. And I could get into that proof if you want, but, right now we're just chatting. So whoever...
Well, but you realize when you come in to a place that's debating the actual surface of the Earth and what shape or form it might take, just to come in and say, I can't explain this thing, but it's multidimensional and you guys are both wrong and stupid and all that. Maybe you didn't say stupid, but you know what I'm saying? We're talking about the surface. You don't think that the surface is shaped like a pyramid, do you? Literally, for this discussion alone.
Right, in literal terms. I mean, think about mountains, dude. Like, is the Earth anywhere flat besides where water retention remains a flat surface?
Topography is totally a different thing. We have topography on the plane. We're talking about what the whole thing might or might not be, as far as the surface goes.
Right, but
not
maybe
the whole thing as far as the other dimensions or the field or any of that.
But so maybe the whole thing is on the back of a turtle, but you can't tell me it's round or flat because none of us have the tools or the means or the money, unless you send up like a little rocket or a balloon and you're like, look, it's flat. That's
Right, but you wouldn't even if you did send up a rocket, the thing is you wouldn't be able to see all of it. That's the deception that with this, showing us the ball made everyone think that you could go up high enough to see the whole flat Earth. That's not the case either. It could be infinite, most likely, in fact, in my opinion. But regardless, the whole thing is once you give up the belief that it's a ball, right? You don't have to go back to a new belief. People didn't have to believe the Earth was stationary and planar before they started telling us our reality was the opposite of what it seems in every way. Reality is just reality, right? There's up, down, horizontal. That's just the way. There's no reason to believe otherwise. If you're sitting in a chair, you don't have to believe you're sitting in a chair. You're just sitting in a chair. So back to your base axioms, we all experience a stationary level Earth. That flat Earth is misconstrued as trying to say we know what the whole thing is, or it's completely flat without terrain. Those are the things that most people are over, pushing or thinking that when they first come into this conversation, especially. So that's what I want to say.
Totally. This is why I admire flat earthers, whether I believe whatever I believe, it doesn't matter, because a lot of you guys are thinking critical, whether I come in with some mumbo jumbo nonsense or somebody picks out the sacred, hidden, forbidden knowledge out of it. That's cool. But I like that we can have a conversation and people can bash the pyramid Earth a little bit or whatever, but they're at least conceptualizing, hey, what is this guy saying? What does it actually mean? You're using critical thinking. And I think that, like you just said, we're not even saying that the Earth is flat if you're a flat earther. What you're saying is that it's definitely, as far as we know, not a sphere, at least in the terms that we understand. Because let's say it was like a massive ass sphere to the point where it was an infinitely flat plane, but it's also an infinitely large sphere. And like both realities were real, but the circuit in which we're conditioned with the ice wall, Antarctica being at the bottom, 60th parallel, like I know what flat earthers believe. I know what we are observing, and I know that there's a lot of like the concept is there's a lot of information out there, both studied and real and actualized, and there's a lot of information out there by the big science, I'm going to call it, and the discrepancies between these informations are so vast. A lot of the people that have critical minds are wondering what the fuck is the truth, because basically our measurements can't prove a ball because of flight patterns and all this other shit, because there's a lot of evidence out there that shows that it's not. And I'm glad that people are using critical thinking. So keep at it, man.
Hey, yeah, Fly wanted to get in. I just wanted to say I put it up in the space. Check the video. It's like 15 seconds long. It can show how the sun and moon can be a projection. Yo, Fly.
Hey, thank you very much for having me on here, because we talked about you, Sacred, this morning. I forget who I was talking with, saying that Sacred, I've been following you for a while. I was always on Fred's Tobias's page, and we always talked about flat Earth and everything, and I think that's where I met you.
Oh,
and
so you're OG. What up, Fly?
I'm OG. So anyways, I come back and everything's kind of a little bit different, but I feel like I'm home because this is my page. I'm flat earther, been flat earther, and I'm a pilot myself, so a lot of pilots are not flat earthers, and there's some pilots that are flat earthers. And
What up for the flat Earth pilots? Hey, you hear that, Mr. Not a Professor Dave? There's no such thing as a flat Earth pilot. Well, you ain't never been to Flat Earth Fridays. Got to get about your echo chamber, my boy. Go ahead, Fly.
But anyways, it's awesome to be able to get on here with some brothers and sisters that are like-minded, because last night I was having a conversation with P. Diddy, I think it is his name. I forget his name. But
you found Diddy?
Yeah. Diddy tried to bamboozle me into thinking, going back into a globe Earth, and I'm like, and I understand the madness of the globetards. The problem that I have with globe Earth is this right here. This is my one and only basic how do I say this argument about a heliocentric Earth model. It does not work with a gyroscope. A gyroscope does not fit in a heliocentric model Earth. And then on top of that, I have a friend of mine, and I always try to get him on here. He goes, "Hey, I'm not doing it," because he's one of those older type of guys. He flew in the Air Force. He flew U-2 airplanes, and he's been at 65 and 70,000 feet. And he told me the horizon is always at his eyesight. So no matter how high you go, the horizon is always going to be at your eyesight. So how can you ever get around? How can you see a curvature? So when I flew, jets, corporate jets and 737s, I did not ever see a slight curve. Now there's other pilots that will argue that, but maybe because their eyeballs, or I don't know. I have no idea, but I never seen a curve. So that's my argument.
And Fly, can you just tell me again what's the biggest aircraft you operated?
Well, back when I flew for the DoD, I flew for a company called Janet Airlines, and you can look that up. I can't talk about it, but so that was a 737-300. I started on 737-300, and then I graduated to a 5. But then when I left there, I went to go do corporate flying. So that was the rest of my years was all corporate.
Now that's interesting, right? You said a couple of interesting. First of all, I did not know that you were working for the DoD. That's interesting. I don't know if we ever had anybody in Flat Earth Fridays that worked for DoD. Maybe, well, not that I can remember off the top of my head. But one thing that they always say is, well, how can they hide such a big conspiracy? And you heard my man just say, like, hey, I work for certain organizations where I know I cannot say certain things, right? And he's still, at least from my perspective, he's a truther. There's still things that he can't talk about, right? Especially if you're working on behalf of like defending the country and you know that type of thing. So is it far-fetched that like there's a smaller collective of maybe a powerful people like that could keep a secret too? Like, come on, y'all, like, let's be for real. Like, can we stop with that same thing? I mean, episode 101. So I just want to highlight, like, hey, bro, like it seems like it's not that difficult to keep a secret, right? Even if it is this big, and then you still have people that are willing to, put it out on the line and say, hey, like, this is what I do. Here's my background. Here's my credentials. And yeah, the Earth isn't curving based on all of his studies, all the work that he's done in the aircraft airlining field, like all that, like no curve whatsoever. So I mean, that's really interesting, man. I appreciate you speaking on that. And I just want people to just, take that into consideration.
Yeah, and then the other thing is that we have gravity. And so guys, and these other guys that don't put too much math on gravity's gravity. It's, people say, well, we live in a vacuum. All right. But give me a device out there that can measure gravity. I mean, there is none.
You can measure it with accelerometer. I mean, it's not that it's fake; it's that the cause of it is disputed.
Gravity.
You're talking about magnetism.
What I'm saying is that gravity is just if you throw a penny up in the air, if you have a feather and a feather has to weigh something. It becomes lighter than air, right? I mean, it's lighter than air. Would I be correct? Anyone?
Yeah, I think when we talk about gravity, right, we know that, for example, WITS has done stuff with Van der Graaf generators to show that you can overcome gravity with electrostatic forces and stuff. But it what is actually causing it is still a subject of debate. I mean, they don't even know after 400 or 500 years, right? But I would say that if there's presume that there's an ether within our model, right?
not fully into the religious concept, but as what you're saying, the question posed is like, but also you don't have to be religious to get to a mathematical, equation that gets you to the point like, okay, this doesn't add up, the earth's flat. So it's like you don't have to go around, like go through different spiritual teachings or religions to get to absolute truths. And I think the God of your books and religions or whatever are speaking more to the mathematics of it. That's why their ancient languages were mathematical. They had characters and numbers assembled to astrology and divination and all this stuff that was deemed more like witchcraft and bad, even though that's the monarchs and the billionaires hiding the secret knowledge away from the dumb masses so that they can't access the supreme knowledge and all this other stuff. But yeah, I think that's it's a concept you got to get through, is that, not all the truths in the Bible that one God claims, because those people in those books put it that way. Those truths could be absolute, and the fact they made their way into those books could be because they're absolute truths, and anybody seeking knowledge would eventually put that information into a religion or a theology, a mathematics or whatever, because sound and music and numbers and geometry are the eternal languages of the forever eternal. And that's beyond God. That's the everything that is, not the everything that man created to consume and convince the all that is the one that is. And that's some hyper convoluted bullshit that most people will not even be able to understand, which is fine. That's why I'm here.
But proud to finish your point. Just the flat Earth process, like the process of realizing, noticing, coming to that moment of realization, you're like, holy smokes, right? Where you're like, oh my gosh, it's not a globe. That process alone already, like it's already like a lot, right? Like that's a lot. Everybody who's went through it knows it's a lot. And so when you go through that, you one of the next things that you immediately realize after however long it takes, you'll realize it at some point soon, is that flat Earth is in no way compatible with atheism. Like it's just atheism and flat Earth are not compatible at all. So when you realize that, you're like, all right, there's got to be a creator. I probably should figure out who that is, right? You go on your path of seeking him. If a person comes to the scriptures, the word of God, and wants to look into them, I just want to say that everything I just said, I don't need to repeat it, but take what I just said about it and just take this away from it. God will never be who we in our tiny minds, our judgment, want him to be. He's not who we want him to be. If God was who we wanted him to be, he would be a terrible God. He would never be a good God ever. Like he would suck if he was who we wanted him to be. He simply is who he is. And we can either take that or leave it, but he is who he is, irregardless of what we think. So that's just kind of, I want that to pair alongside the whole take scripture for what it says, take it or leave it, but do not try to impose your ideas of what it should or shouldn't be onto God and onto his word, because you're just going to make a God, you're going to create a God of your own imagination, and then you'll be committing idolatry. And that is a very severe thing in the eyes of Yahweh. Hope that answers your question.
Hey, real quick, Des, I sent, because I just remembered that you're on here, and I sent a picture with a description real quick to your message, because I don't know how to put, I'm not computer literate, man, so I don't know how to put the stuff on the Globotron. Can you do that for me, please, Des?
Also, maybe to help you fly, DM them directly if you might help you out, get a little quicker
Yeah, you
response.
could
But
tweet it or DM it, and we could get it posted. We could teach you a little later. But I know
to
people
go on,
appreciate it. That was great advice. Very profound.
yeah, and to say what
No worries. I'm gonna
Kizio
leave
was
my seat.
talking about.
I'm gonna evacuate the seat if anybody wants. If you guys want to put somebody else up here, I'm gonna hit the gym. But thanks for having me, guys. Glad it's back.
I do, if
Yep, come
before
back
you
whenever.
go, I do want you to extrapolate a little bit, because I got a lot of respect on what you said, regardless of my own beliefs personally. But I was wondering, not that I don't not agree, but I'm wondering how you mean that like the flat earth and an atheist can't coexist, because I'm wondering, like, if you just look at it from the mathematics perspective, you could arrive to flat earth without God or anything. You could be an atheist and you could believe in a flat earth. So I just, if you wanted to extrapolate on what you're talking about.
Sure, sure. I mean, you could be an adult and still believe in Santa. I mean, it's like it's not that it's not possible; it's that it's not
Right.
logically compatible. It's not logically compatible. Design is indicative of a designer. You know, the whole paradigm of mainstream cosmology was invented to steer people away from the divine and put them in this state of loneliness and vast meaninglessness, which we're just a tiny speck of dust in a giant empty vacuum of black, right? That's what they want you to believe. If we actually exist inside of some giant enclosure, some closed system that's like perfectly in this harmonic balance of homeostasis that sustains life, believe. If we actually exist inside of some giant enclosure, some closed system that's like perfectly in this harmonic balance of homeostasis that sustains life, right? And we have like a giant clock above us and all these things going on. That didn't just appear out of nowhere, homie. That didn't just like, oh, there was a bang and it made this cool, like giant, awesome machine. Like, no, there's somebody made it. So, I mean, that it's not logically, flat earth is not logically compatible with atheism. I mean, I suppose if someone is depraved enough to be an atheist in the first place, they could technically, theoretically be a flat earther and be an atheist, but it would just be like logical suicide.
All right, 1 second. Just got to rejoin. We should be good.
He's going to be able to explain it as simply as you just did to somebody who is an atheist or doesn't believe in the flat earth, but your logic for either one of them works on that concept, is that there's like a grander design, and because of that, not only is your religion more likely true, but also the mathematics all plays out because it is all likely true, whether you get to one or derive the other from the other, regardless. But no, that's cool. Thanks for sharing and stuff. Just like,
I really wish I could, just real quick, I really wish I could separate the word belief from flat earth in general somehow without people like all of a sudden saying, oh, you're saying, you know, it's flat completely and what the whole thing is. It's not about believing in flat earth. My opinion, it just irks me. I don't know why. I know you don't mean it that way, but it's not a belief in my opinion. It never was before they gave the ball to us, and that was the belief. Now flat earth seems like a belief because we stopped believing in the ball. But what I want to say is that, you know, the earth was flat long before the Bible. And, you know, so whatever that means, I don't know.
right, yes, ancient people depicted it as a flat with as he kind of explained, like this big mathematical clock above us is like this sections of the skies, and all the symbology, astrology all lines up with our, whether you believe in zodiacs and stuff, because that's demonized. But there's a lot of information in the numerology of how you're dividing the sky into 12 parts and how that goes into, and people are going to say, oh, we have 13 months and we have 13 zodiacs. You're right, but it's also the center. The center point is the other point, so there's 12 points around the outside. And I think when the new age spiritual and the old like Christian religious people realize that they actually believe in a lot more similarities than there are differences. Like you said, it's like the belief, like saying the belief. The reason why I say belief is because I know it's flat, but I also know in a reality when people conceive their reality, because if you look at the double slit, if you believe the particle is a wave, or it's a particle or a wave, you're deciding that, which means that you're deciding the earth is flat or it's round, whether that's total fucking chaos in your whole system or whatever, which I would get because it wouldn't make much sense. But hypothetically, if you had other realities where the reality's flat, the reality's round, whether that round illusion is an illusion, they're still snapping into a reality where their senses are observing that. It's like, yeah, sometimes hard to explain, but
Yeah, it's just back to your base axioms. Like if you're sitting in a chair, you don't need to believe you're sitting in a chair. You're just sitting in a chair. If the Earth is stationary and level, that's what it is. Unless there's reason to believe it's the opposite of that, and that's over. So.
right. But you could have vertigo, right? And you could think that the Earth is spinning, but it's really just you. But it's like sometimes it takes self-discovery to understand that you're the one that's spinning, right?
Yeah, just because your senses can deceive you doesn't mean they're always deceiving you. That would be ridiculous.
Totally. But a lot of the times your senses are absolutely deceiving you because what we see is not what is an intrinsic, like base molecular level.
True, once in a while, but for that to be your whole reality, oh, that's a whole other thing. You could be your brain in a vat, but that's pointless to talk about, you know?
Dope, dope. Hey, what's up, New Perspective? Good to see you, bro.
What's up, Sacred? Awesome to see you, bro. How was your vacation?
It's good, man. I'm glad to be back. It feels good. I'm in my bag.
You deserved it.
Appreciate
you. deserved it, for sure.
I've
Absolutely.
been tapping in on your YouTube. If y'all go, if y'all don't know, New Perspective got a YouTube. He got a lot of clips over there. Y'all go tap in with him. Feel free to drop it in the comments too, bro. If you want anybody to go check
All
it out.
right, thanks. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, put the Franco last encounter with Franco in there. That was hilarious.
Super hilarious, man. Yeah, and I want to get to some of the hands too. Bro, like Herder still ain't up here. He ain't grabbed the co-host yet. I done took a trip around the ether and came back and he still ain't around.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Bro. Hey, look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to slide over to my man Cage real quick. And Herder, if you don't grab this co, we just going to have to send you to the gulag, bro, because this amount of retreat is hilarious. But appreciate the interaction, man. Keep engaging. You're running us up. Feed us to that algorithm. Cage, what up, bro?
What's up, Sacred and Proud? Welcome back, man. Missed y'all.
What's good, bro? I see you've been holding it down. Appreciate you, man.
Well, you know, it's a sad invitation, man. I can't do what you do, man. 30 hours. I can't got that in me, man. But I tried my best, man. Hung it out. Did some spaces. 13 hours, some 16. I couldn't do 30 hours. That's stupid, man. I don't know how you do that shit.
You got to get the upgrades, man. You got to get the circuitry.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, I can't go cyborg, man. I don't know. Maybe I might need to, man. Tap into that ether a little bit. But yeah, man. You know, I have been getting a little full of myself a little bit lately. You know, laying the smack down on these globies, and you know, I heard you were offering the co-host for the first episode of season 2 to a globie.
Do you feel me, Case? For the first episode of season 2, a globie, an anti-flirt, not even just a globe birther, an anti-flirt is getting access to the co-host, and he don't want it. What's going on, bro?
I mean, it ain't like you ain't like. Wait, what do you got in here? 154 people? Yeah, that ain't nothing. What?
Wouldn't that be the best time to make an example of the level heads?
I mean,
150 people here.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, I got to come up here. I was like, I said, I'm feeling a little full of myself. I could use a little hurting, a little humbling. Come on up. That's why I got a mic, man. I was all like, what? He's giving Flurford. I was like, I could use a little humility. Please put me in my place, man. Come on up, Flurfurter. Don't be scared, man. Ease up on those thumbs, man.
Ease up on them thumbs, Herder.
It gotta be sore by now. You probably built calluses because that's all you do, man. That's all you do. But everybody's live all the time. No one sees you, man. No one hears you. I'm just saying, man. I came up here for some Flurford, and that's all I'm here for, man. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, man. I mean, it's Flat Earth 101. You know, we're trying to take it back to the basics. We are literally here to answer all questions as best as we can. If we don't have the answer, we'll tell you. But we don't really make claims of things that we can't, you know, demonstrate or reproduce. We only stick to the things that we can demonstrate or reproduce. And that's why Flat Earth is always going to be more viable than a globe Earth. This is why they don't want to grab a mic. Hey, y'all tell me, what does that mean to y'all, right? Someone that tweets at y'all all the time, always in your mentions, always talking shit, super toxic, super trollish, right? They get offered a mic, get offered co-host, and they don't grab it.
That's weak.
How do y'all interpret that? Tweet at me. I want to see what y'all think about that.
Weak. It's just weak. Just shows who you are, man. You ain't got nothing. You don't even believe in what you believe in. You don't even know what you don't even know what you believe in, man. Come on. Well, at least we're telling you what you believe in. You still don't even believe it. You're like, that ain't true. Yeah, it is. Think you can move in nothing.
Damn though, watch out. Don't crack them down too easy, too quick, dude. You're knocking them down, dude.
I think that's the reason, in my opinion. I think he knows what's gonna happen. Like, if he's because I've been calling him out to talk about the Canigoo Mountains for a very long time, and he keeps on posting straw man arguments. And I would love to address it in real time, but if I do that, it'll destroy his whole argument, and then he can't just post it blindly. You know, it'll be like on record, like, oh snap, like Sacred is literally addressing my argument. Now I have to operate intellectually in front of 150 people. Then I can't troll and just lie on the timeline anymore, and that's going to like ruin his whole online presence. So it is probably the smartest thing you're doing, Herder, is not grabbing the mic. I will say that. You ain't that dumb. You know better.
If I'm not mistaken, refraction is the bending of light. Now, these guys are telling us they can refract a shadow? That's amazing, bro. Is it due to gravity?
Apparently you can refract anything, no matter what it is, even if it's there or if it's not.
Dude, I don't even believe those numbers, man. I think you made that shit up. I don't believe nothing you say. I don't believe nothing you post. I don't believe no numbers you even put on me. Dude, we're putting all your stuff on you. Shut up, Dave. That guy is a dumbass. If there's one guy I really don't like, it's that one.
We have to lower our expectations, guys. Unfortunately.
How low can we go? He didn't believe he could have. I wish Witzik would have said, just pull up the website. It's right there, bro. Oh my God. I don't believe those numbers. Well, what if they were true? Would you believe it then? Nope.
Yo, that was crazy. Yo, so basically, if y'all don't know what Cage is talking about, Witzik has shown a myriad of different long distance observations. So not a Professor Dave, with all of his expertise in anti-flat Earth, he said, hey, I'm not going to acknowledge the long distance observations because you're lying about the numbers. Which is like, hey, look, bro, these observations didn't come from flat earthers. Like, these come from professional photographers who just like doing long distance observations. He said, but hey, I'll grant it to you. Like, you know, right now in this moment, you know, you can't verify or validate the numbers that I'm presenting to you. Fine. But let's just say in good faith, if they were true, would you believe them? And would that be, you know, an issue for the globe? He says, no, even if they were true, I'm not going to believe it. Yo, bro, how can people follow something like somebody who says something like that? Like, even if the numbers to the long distance observations were true, which completely refute the globe prediction, would you believe it? And he answers, no.
Straight up, no. It's something.
Well, he answers that he wouldn't even believe it if it was real. So it's like, that's just like insanity.
Got to be some sort of refraction, he says. What kind of refraction? The kind that's gonna make you wrong.
It's
Me
called
right.
crack. It's called crack rack fraction, dude. He's smoking mad.
That is the most blind of blind beliefs that I've ever, like, I can't even believe he said that, like, during the debate, live recording in front of everybody. Like, come on, man.
Right.
At that point, it is just it's a religion at that point, bro. Like, and that's cool. Like, if you want to, you know, you have religious globe beliefs, then do your thing, but don't call it science. Just don't call it science. Call it anything other than that.
That was an excellent thing. If everybody heard what he said right there, man, you got to think that anyone half brain, I got to look into this. He just said no. Not even, well, I might have to consider maybe looking into it a little bit strong. Nope, no.
Hey, but you do got to respect the honesty, right? Like, he told you straight up, hey, no, I will not believe anything that's going to go against the globe. No, I'm being honest. He's not going to believe it. It's just like, all right, cool, bro. Like, at that point, like, what are we even talking about then?
I think the moment he gives in and says anything like that, it breaks his globe. I think he'll spiral and he won't get any more money, man. These guys, I think these guys know the Earth is flat. They're grifters. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. No. Straight up.
No. Hey, man, it was hilarious. That was really entertaining. It's really sad for the globe earthers. I mean, you could tell the morale, like, that was their guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like for them, the top of the top anti-flat earthers. And bro, you start reading some of these comments. I had quote tweeted FTFE. Oh, by the way, Phone Booth Pod, I think they did some type of an interview with FTFE. If y'all, hey, Def, if you want to come up and talk about that, man, feel free. I seen Ted and Bill in here earlier. I haven't seen Rufus. Shout out to my man Rufus. But yeah, pull up if you want to come talk about that. But FTFE has said, oh, like, no globe earthers said that Dave lost. Like, his attitude was bad or something like that. I'm like, bro, like, did you even, like, why are you coming to the timeline and just saying things that are, like, just factually incorrect? I had to put a collage. I couldn't even fit all of the comments in the collage that I wanted to put in here because I ran out of room. They said, hey, you reached the max limit of posts that you could share in this collage, explaining how all the globe earthers were completely and utterly defeated due to Mr. Not a Professor Dave's performance. Just a few. Let me see. Do I got one up here? Let me see if I can read just a few of them to you, bro. Like, this is crazy. So FTFE goes, no globe earther thinks Dave lost. Yo, the first message I got right in the middle. He says, ugh, I'm a glober, and even I admit Dave lost. Another one. I want these debates to go well, but Dave cannot let the guys talk. He keeps interrupting and dodging questions. Another one. The Dave guy is a joker. He just attacked the other guy. This is how I know they're globe earthers, right? This is how I know that they're globe earthers and not like anti-flat earthers or flat earthers, right? Now, they're not part of the conversation because they're not even referring to them as how these guys present themselves on the internet. You know, they're not saying, you know, Professor Dave or, you know, Witsit. Like, he's like, yo, the globe guy and like the other flat guy. Like, that's how you know that these are just the average person just tuning in to somebody's YouTube channel watching flat earth debate, right? You go, the Dave guy.
Globies, man. 65-35 globies in the original.
Yo, facts, bro. That was the other thing. 65% of them was globe earthers in there in the beginning. And then he ran the poll like 3 times afterwards. I found out they said he ran the poll 3 different times. Like, he was trying to get a desired outcome, right? Just like they normally do in globe earth, a predetermined outcome. And it's like, no, bro, doesn't matter how many times you run that poll, bro. Everybody watched the debate. And it seems like his audience is pretty honest. I don't know if the quartering got like a name for his audience. The quarterists. Yo, shout out to the quarterists, bro. Y'all are honest as hell. Y'all was keeping Jeremy on tracks and stop playing like you in the debate. You supposed to be modding. And they all ran to his comments and like, bro, like, this is just incoherent. Like, I'm just so upset at the globe guy. Says the globe guy is a joker. Not my words, it's the globe earth's words. He just attacked the other guy and showed no evidence. His entire presentation was attacking flat rather than proving globe, which should be easy, right? So even the globe guy's like, bro, I thought I was gonna come in here and watch the flat Earth guy get clowned on. Like they got their popcorn and everything, and I'm like, bro, like you couldn't prove the grass was green and the sky is blue, bro.
It was so sad. It was pathetic, and that's all he did. Oh, he put up some salad dressing too. Proved he didn't have a vocabulary.
We gonna get Wits is sponsored. Watch y'all. We gonna get Wits is sponsored. They already calling us grifters. We might as well get Wits is sponsored.
Dude, if there ain't, if someone's got to make money on this, it might as well be Witzik. I mean, come on, no one's making money on flat Earth. Shit,
at all. We ain't make a dime off of this. We actually probably lost money at this point, lost time and money. But to me, like, there's still value in the conversation. There's still value interacting with this community. So I don't really care about none of that stuff. It don't really matter to me. But yeah, man, it's not like economically sound at all to be a flat earther, in case y'all didn't know.
We get shunned a lot. What? So you're saying if I came out as one of the 72 genders and decided to cut off my penis, I'd be brave and heroic? But I say the Earth isn't spinning and hurling through space in a magical vacuum. I'm a crazy person. Okay, I got you guys. I got you.
Hey, you be more brave than the flurf herder.
Damn, yeah, that's why I couldn't get a bank loan because I was a flat earther, bro.
Damn.
It says here, you think the Earth is flat. I can't give you any money, man. Can't have that kind
It's
of...
okay. It's okay. I'm profiting off flat Earth, you know.
Funny as hell. Hey, and we got my man Justin up here. I want to hear from him too because he had like an epic presentation that he did a couple weeks ago. We missed that, man, and I want to hear from Justin in just a second. I know we got some hands. Herder, man, I don't know what's going on from you, bro. It seems like you are absolutely terrified to come herd the flirts. You should probably change your name. Unfortunately, I think we took enough time waiting for you to come up here and present just one piece of evidence to support the globe and or one piece of evidence that refutes the flat earth. Clearly you are terrified. You aren't confident in your position. It's very sad enough. That's a rooster. I don't even think we can give him that much credit.
I will say I just got word from a very helpful person saying that it's possible that somebody on mic could have Flurf Herder blocked, and that could be impeding his ability to come grab a mic.
Oh no, that ain't it. That
I
ain't
wouldn't
it.
put money on that parlay either, but I'm gonna go just so
That
he
ain't
can
it.
a bit later.
Sorry, not going with that one.
Nobody's blocking him because nobody even knows who he is, dude. He's Casper the Friendly Ghost, dog.
He is.
I can tell you firsthand, there's people in here right now I got blocked, and they're up here on the speaker.
Oh, snap.
Yep, I had the same thing going on. And when I jump into space, man, I unblock whoever shows up that I got blocked if they got a mic. And then if I feel like I got to turn around and block them back, I'll do it again. But yeah, he's making excuses. Bro is all smoke, man. All smoke.
Yo,
no
you know
fire.
what that tell me? That tell me is like they trying to figure out why he's not grabbing the mic. They say, yo, there's no way that the Flurf herder, like this is the Flurf herder, guys. There's no way that he is terrified of the flirts if he's the herder. So it's like, it's got to be something. It's got to be the flirts that are doing something. Yeah, y'all got to have him blocked or something because ain't no way this man is that cowardly that he could be on a timeline all week. He pull up the Flat Earth Fridays every single week. He'll even go off platform to watch Flat Earth Fridays somewhere else. And he's not grabbing the mic. It got to be the flirts. No,
it's
bro.
definitely not my God Shepherd. That's for damn sure.
Sorry, man. If whoever said that, if you're listening, that's not how Spaces works. You know, if you're hosting here with the Level Heads Flat Earth Fridays, everyone gets a mic. You don't have nobody blocked. So anybody can come here and get it. Anybody. Literally. It don't matter who you are, where you from, what you got going on. You can come get a mic. You can come present your argument. And if you request to be uninterrupted, I will adhere to that. If you don't want to back and forth. You can't monologue for 10 minutes. I can only do that. But you can come get your shit off. It ain't no problem at all. And my guys will respect that. They want to hear y'all talk. The problem is y'all know what's finna happen. And then y'all know, hey, it's probably not too smart for me to go up there and stand on my own intellect with the level heads, because we have a track record of what happens when you come in here too arrogant. For those that are regular globe earthers, though, like, we not like that with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're all globe earthers. So if you have something that you want to come ask, whether you think it's a dumb question or if you think it's a gotcha or something like that, come present it. Like, cool. Just know if you turn up, we're gonna turn up too. But this ain't for y'all. We just talking about, the OG anti-flirts who've been here every single week, day in and day out, and for some reason is too afraid to come talk to us. So
Feel free to call a lifeline.
I mean, I think he was already. But since you want to be Casper Herder, I want to thank you for coming. I appreciate your engagement, keeping the level heads alive, providing all the comedy that we can take, because this is pure comedy. This observation of globe earthers never following through, not being confident in their position after 2,500 years of globe earth science. None of them feeling like they want to come shut down Flat Earth Fridays and having the opportunity. It's very telling. And that's why there's people in the audience trying to bail you out, because, they just can't see a reason why somebody just doesn't lack the confidence or intellectual capacity to come up here and talk to the Flat Earthers, being an anti-Flat Earther yourself. So, like I said, I do appreciate you showing up. It's very clear that you have no intentions of standing on your own too. You aren't confident at all in your position. You rather sit in the shadows and straw man and do all that weird stuff. And, you could do that. But it's very apparent to everybody that you are in retreat. And I'm going to hit you with this. Run. And thanks for coming, bro. We'll see you next week. And maybe you'll have a little bit more confidence in yourself to come grab a mic. Until then, see you later.
Damn. Y'all waited on that dock, and that ship already sailed. Like, you guys were letting him. Man, that's way more chances than anywhere is going to give you for anything, period.
Thank you for acknowledging that, man. I really be trying to have patience with the anti-flirt. We trying to get, hey, look, I was thinking about this the other day during vacation, and I probably spoke on this before in the past. Just real quick, y'all, before I get to the hands. There literally would be no Flat Earth Fridays. There probably wouldn't be no level heads. There for damn sure wouldn't be a sacred if it wasn't for the anti-flirts. When I came up here on Twitter and I seen y'all popping all this wild stuff on the timeline, I'm like, wait a minute. Y'all really think that we're dumb? Y'all really think that we're scared? Y'all really think that we not with it? For real? Oh, okay. Let me gather all the flat earthers and show y'all what it really is. And here we are 100 episodes later. Hey, y'all, the reason why flat earthers exist is because of the toxic attitude and the fallacious rhetoric coming from the other side. Not the globe earthers, the anti-flat earthers. Y'all created us. It's because of y'all that we exist. If y'all were kind, if y'all was civil, if y'all was honest, we'd all just be in just a regular group, just trying to search for the truth, just like normal people or cyborgs. But it ain't that. Y'all took it too far. And I had to show y'all that y'all not really like that. And that's why they come fuck with us over here, excuse my language, because we come with it every single time. We come with the facts, we come with the citations, we come with the energy, and we could do whatever you want. We can stick to the science. We can go scripture, religion. We could troll. Whatever y'all do, my guys do it better. We got better memes. We got better personalities. We got better minds. We got everything that y'all got times 100. Times a light year. What's that, 5.8 trillion? Yeah, times that. We got whatever you want, bro. You can't do nothing with us. And that's what makes y'all, that's what threatens y'all, in my opinion. Is that no matter what, as many opportunities I give y'all, as comfortable as I make it for you, you know what's finna happen. You gonna end up on my pin tweet. You gonna end up a meme. You gonna have Bill, Ted, and Zetetic and all the guys and Matt and all them, they gonna be making memes out of you and you gonna be a laughing stock until next Friday. And y'all know y'all don't want that. So y'all stay where y'all at. Y'all stay on y'all keyboard. Y'all completely avoid the mic, and we know why. Shout out to Elon for bringing this feature up here, because if you didn't give us a mic, Elon, this wouldn't be a thing. These globe birthers would be able to hide behind this fake image of like intellect, where like they tweet things as if they knew what they was talking about when really they just on ChatGPT or just Googling stuff, and then they go to tweeting afterwards. Like, you got to do this in real time with me, bro. You got to do this in real time with my guys. You can't sit there and mute up for 10 minutes while you do searches because you don't know what you're talking about. You got to stand on this in real time. And bro, we do this for fun. There's an educational value, right? Like, we do bring the facts, but like, we here hanging out on a Friday night, bro. We do this for fun. That's how more advanced we are than y'all. And it's very telling. And trust and believe, bro. Don't get it twisted. We was overplaying away games before Flat Earth Fridays was a thing. We've been everywhere trying to talk to globe birthers before Flat Earth Fridays was a thing. Matter of fact, we kicked off Flat Earth Fridays starting off with a debate like 2 summers ago. We was everywhere. So it's not only here, we here for the guys. We here because this is where the squad is at. But we on TikTok, we'll go to YouTube, we in Discord, we'll go wherever you guys are at, we are looking for y'all. And it is blatantly apparent how confident you guys are in 2,500 years of science. And I think the audience is going to take that little nugget and they're going to sleep on that until next Friday and say, I wonder if I should continue being a globe birther. And a level head's going to be like, I said the same thing. I said the same thing. And here I am. Level head in the bio, hashtag level head all down the timeline. Y'all know what it is, man. Shout out to y'all. It's season 2, episode 101. It's a strawberry moon tonight, and Flat Earth Fridays is back. What's up? Now let's get to the hands, and now I'm gonna slide over to my man Justin because I want to hear what him and Witsit did over there in Florida because that was crazy. Who's up next? Proud.
Well, Aurelian did have his hand up. I don't know if he jumped in, but Face the Truth is also next. So between Face and Aurelian.
Yeah, you guys can run with Face, and I think Sasquatch beat me too. I dropped my hand a couple times, but you know I do. I'm not jumping the line, so let's run with that.
Face, what up, Face?
Hey, how's it going? Appreciate the mic.
Welcome. Is this your first time to Flat Earth Fridays?
This is my first time at Flat Earth Friday. It is indeed.
Welcome, man.
Yo. I should probably explain how I got here.
Please do. We'd always love to hear the backstory.
Okay. I was listening to, or I saw on Twitter, sorry, X now, someone was having a conversation with a flat earther. And it was a glober versus a flat earther. So I thought, hey, I'll listen in. I don't normally do space stuff, but sure. And I join, and the guy is just fucking raging out, screaming his head off, like worse than Professor Dave. Like, we're just talking like yelling nonstop, not letting him get a single word in. Like, you guys saw the debate with Witsit, but I'm talking like not even 2 words. And it was ridiculous. So after the fact, I reached out to him and I said, hey, I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I have no idea how you have the patience to try to explain your side to someone who's that angry. So we ended up having a good conversation. And I should be frank with you guys. I am not a flat earther.
Hey, that's cool, bro. Look, we all started from that position, right? Like, nobody was birthed a flat earth. I think, well, let me kind of like adjust that. I think now, right? Like Run Boston Bear said, like he's on like the fourth, fifth bun in the oven. I think as people start to hear some of the conversation, people start to realize some of these lies that are starting to be unveiled, just in just regular, everyday government, whatever the case is, people are being more open-minded to new ideas, or to the fact that they know that they'll have a representative of us, quote unquote, go on TV and just blatantly lie to your face. People tired of that, right? So it's like now people are willing to like engage a little bit more. Like, well, let's see what the quote unquote conspiracy theorists are talking about, when really we the fortune tellers. We call everything before it happened. It really conspiracy fortune. I don't know. What do y'all want to call it? It's got to be something else. Conspiracy realist. Anyway, I think people are becoming more open-minded to it. So I'm glad that you jumped up and grabbed the mic, bro. But let me ask you, what is your hesitancy? What is your main evidence for globe Earth? Or you could talk to us about the behavior from some of the globe Earthers that you've seen having a conversation.
Oh, I don't think it's just globe Earthers' behavior that needs to be called out. Like, I think criticism is a good way to improve yourself. And I just want to say, like, my hand was up for an hour, and 20 minutes of that hour was you guys bagging on one guy in the chat who wouldn't grab a mic. Like, there are reasons why people don't want to grab a mic. If I go to a random person in the chat, do you think that they would grab a mic immediately? Probably not.
Okay, do you know Flurf Herder though, bro?
I don't know him personally, no.
So I understand your
lot of-
position. That's why I always try to.
I should specify, I have seen the abuse firsthand, but you do realize that that goes two ways. Because after I was invited to Flat Earth Fridays, I unfortunately missed the Flat Earth Friday that I was invited to by that person I was having a chat with. So on a Thursday, there was a Flat Earth chat going on. I was like, oh, let's join this one instead. I joined in. They were abusing the crap out of a Glober who was trying to present something. So I jumped in and asked questions about their beliefs, and I got weird questions, and they just basically assumed that I was lying or trying to troll them. And then Nick Cage blocked me, and I can't even link to that chat anymore, or that space.
Hey man, some of us have a really short tolerance with things that we feel like are very easily comprehensive, right? But at the same time, they told you where you can come get a mic, you know? So if some people don't want to have that conversation because they feel like it's a waste of time, that's cool. I'm gonna take the arrows for that. Y'all should see every single time I let y'all speak for so long, my mentions and my DMs be blowing up. Sacred, I'm tired of listening to the fallacious rhetoric by the anti-Flurf you got up there. Get off of him. Like, I take the arrows for that, so my guys don't got to deal with it. Sometimes they just want to hang with the crew and talk to people that they could vibe with, and the people that want to come and have like that back and forth that may just be a little bit overwhelming just for just the energy or whatever you brought. I wasn't there, so I don't really know. Y'all can come do that over here. So I'm glad that you're here, man. So you can ask any questions you want, and present maybe some exclusive globe evidence, because that's what we've been waiting for 101 weeks, bro.
Oh well, I know that there's nothing I could present that you guys haven't seen already, but I would like to say that I appreciate when you go out of your way to make the distinction between a glober and an anti-flat earther. That is a massive difference, and I get tribalism and us versus them, but like I saw firsthand how dickish a glober was being to a flat earther, and that made me realize, hey, when you go into spaces, you're actually talking to people. It comes across less dickish than text. So it is much nicer to talk to people, but just if you're in a group and 20 of you are one way and one guy's the other way, you have to realize that that other person is probably going to feel attacked, and vice versa. So just try to talk to people like they're honest and not lying. So like when you call people like Dave grifters, no, I think Dave believes what he believes, just like I think Witsit believes what he believes. And when you start calling them liars, or earlier someone said I was depraved because I don't believe in God. So like I get to sit here and listen to you guys trash talk my beliefs.
Well, let me ask you, what do you consider a grifter? Like, what would be an accurate description that could be applicable?
Like doing something for money, even if you don't fully believe in it, or as your main incentive in a conversation, or as just a revenue source, even if you don't fully believe it.
Okay, so just not believing it. Like you could not understand it and not be a grifter. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure what you mean by you could not understand it.
Okay, so for example, if I went on a platform and I presented myself as a professor. And then I am creating content to gain monetary value off of things that I don't necessarily understand while presenting myself to the public as a professor for money. Why wouldn't that be grifted?
Well, that's your assertion that he doesn't understand what he's presenting.
Okay, so what you meant to ask me was, why do you think he doesn't understand? My answer to that question that you should have asked was, well, he went on his stream and said, there's things that I don't understand, so much so I have professionals write my scripts that I can repeat in my videos, the things that I don't comprehend. So you have somebody that came out publicly and said, I'm reading scripts, the things that I don't comprehend or understand for money, I'm telling you I'm a professor when I'm not. And I'm just trying to figure out why that's not grifting.
I would like to see the quote on that one. Like, I could see having someone read over his scripts and make sure he's right about stuff. That would.
Oh
be
yeah, we got
acceptable.
Hey, level heads, link that in the chat. Y'all got the Professor Dave clip where he's telling about how he got the ghost writers for his content and he don't understand none of that stuff. Please link that. I'll put it up top. We gonna get that for you, bro. We got you.
Right.
Now, when you do see that, will you change your view on why flat earthers call people like Professor Dave a grifter?
I just think that the term grifter is overused by both sides. So
yeah, no, I agree. You know, I've been called a grifter, and we haven't made a dime. I mean, I got people in my DM trying to send crypto, and I'm like, bro, I mean, I know I'm crypto keys, but hey, I'm just not really. I can't categorize myself like that yet. Like, I haven't reached that point where I'm comfortable accepting monetary anything from my audience. Like, I really do this just for the love of it, and I do it for the community. I do it because I'm willing to take the hits for everybody on behalf of the community. So
Hey,
I've been
quickly for truth, really quick. What's a better synonym for you than for grifter?
Well, before we get there, because he asked me, I would like to see that first for Professor Dave. So to me, what that means is what you're saying, Stegrid, kind of makes sense. I would need to see it to see if it's valid. And if it is valid, it sounds like you would kind of agree that that would be grifting. Otherwise, you wouldn't even want to see it. Am I correct in that?
Oh, no, I was just curious to see how he phrased it. I don't know if I would still agree that if he said it exactly like that, that he would, in my opinion, would be a grifter, because it sounds like he's trusting someone else and presenting someone else's information. That there's legitimate ways to do that. Like, if someone had an experience and then you talk about that experience, if it wasn't your personal experience, I think if you believe the person and you're presenting it based on that trust, I don't think you're a grifter at that point. Do you?
Well, I mean, let's do this. Let's look up the actual definition of a grifter real quick. Grifter.
I was going to say, it doesn't have to be about money.
A person who engages in petty or small-scale swindling. So if you're presenting yourself on a platform like YouTube as a professor who's giving accurate information, then it comes out you're not really a professor. You actually don't even understand the things that you're telling everybody by your own admission. Would you consider that swindling?
Not necessarily, no, and I'd like to explain why. It's like, is Professor Dave not a professor of something? I don't know enough about the guy to.
Now that's interesting right there, right? Because you said you guys shouldn't. Well, I don't know if you said you guys shouldn't be, but you alluded to that we probably shouldn't be calling people like Professor Dave grifters, and now you're saying you don't know enough about him. So wouldn't the logical approach?
What I said earlier was, I think that people are too quick to call each other grifters. I've seen people call Witsit grifters for very little reason, and I've seen people call Professor Dave it's every side. Now, like, calling someone a liar or a grifter is too easy. It's just saying, I'm not going to listen to what you have to say because I'm going to just I've decided that you're dishonest.
Okay, is it swindling if I'm presenting myself as something that I'm not for money?
Okay, that's why I clarified. Is Professor Dave a professor of anything?
He is not a professor. He's literally not a professor, Dave. But to the public, like you, who may not be engaged in this conversation too often, who may go on YouTube to search flat Earth, and then he's the first thing that pops up, you're going to take it at face value because you probably would logically think, well, he wouldn't just blatantly lie about something like that until you start doing research like the flat earthers and you find out, hey, this guy's not even a professor, don't have a PhD at all. Not that you need a PhD to become a professor. And on top of that, he admitted to not even understanding the things that he's talking about. And he's doing this for money. So that's why I asked you, if we're just talking about quote unquote small scale swindling, even though he probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars, not counting his pockets, do you, my guy, run up the money on all the guys that believe you. They deserve to be taken advantage of if they appeal into your content. But what I'm saying is, if I'm presenting myself as something that I am not for monetary value, is that swindling?
I could see an argument to be called swindling, yes, but I also disagree with your assertion that if someone is watching Dave's videos that they deserve to be. Sorry, I can't remember exactly what you said there, but
Yeah. I mean, I don't want anybody, right? Like anybody who like commits a crime deserves to be in jail. I don't wish people to go to jail, though, right? But I mean, if you are watching his content and you're supporting that, and you find out later that you got taken advantage of, you probably should have did a little bit more research before buying into the person.
Keyword taken advantage of. So that's why I was saying it doesn't have to do with money,
right?
Because he can sway your opinion, which is swindling your own personal belief and trajectory on what you believe based on false narratives with a false pretense. So that's a swindle right there.
All right. So in your opinion, Dave swindles people because he's presenting things for the globe, and then on the flip side, people call Whitsitt a grifter because he's presenting things that they don't believe in to convince flat earthers. So but
the thing is, Whitsitt is being transparent about who he is, and he never says like, trust me, bro, believe me. He doesn't say don't watch the other guys. Like, he doesn't do any of that.
Oh
stuff.
yeah,
he is who he is, right? He is,
Yeah, no.
and he presents himself as he is.
And
So,
I didn't mean
so you were the one that brought. Yeah, I know. I get what you're saying, because he does make money and he deserves it. He puts a lot of work in. Like, I support Whitsitt all the time, but like when you brought up Professor Dave, I just wanted to highlight the reason why. Since you just told us you don't know so much about him, so you're coming here for the information, so we're giving you that. So now that you know that he presents himself as a professor for money, and he's not a professor, and I'm going to throw it in the jumbo. I think somebody posted it down there, his actual quote, that he's not actually understanding the things that he is presenting.
Okay.
That seems like swindling. And if it's swindling, then it's appropriate to categorize his presence as a grifter.
Okay.
So that's the reason why flat earthers take that position.
Yeah, but I guess my point is I don't think name calling on either side is good. I think it pushes both groups away from each other and away from the truth.
I agree. Yes.
So like from my personal experience of just seeing someone get mad, and like that guy assumed that the flat earther was partially racist because in his mind, anyone that believes in that whatever fucking messed up, he just has this bias
Right.
that.
That's also an assumption, though, too. And calling somebody a grifter is to give warning that that person may be, doing things to, that are disingenuous, basically. So it's like, it's not calling a name to say somebody's a liar. It's saying, hey, that person probably doesn't always tell the truth. So be aware of what they're saying and how you believe it at face value, which is what Homie was just telling you. Now you have the knowledge. So now your own ignorance to it is on you, whether you want to believe it or not, whatever. That's on you, but go do some research because that's what we all got to do.
Okay. And I'm
very well put. I appreciate that.
I'm just surprised that you guys keep talking about Dave. Like, I saw enough about Dave in that clip to be like, oh, I don't want to hear more about that guy. That's the angry guy that just like Dave has such a bias that he wasn't answering questions, and the moderator also really sucked. So
did you watch that debate?
Yeah.
Oh, so how did really quick, because I'm going to play this clip for you just so you can get the accurate quote. But how did you feel about his approach?
Sorry, his being who?
His approach. Like,
his being Flat.
His approach to the debate, like how he presented arguments, how he handled arguments, did he provide evidence the right way?
Yeah, I'm trying to clarify. His being was like, what's it, Dave?
No, Dave. I'm sorry,
okay.
Dave. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Like I said, Dave's approach was bad. It was not. First of all, like it was not a good debate. There wasn't anything really debated, and Dave's approach was more from feelings than from facts, which is useless in a debate. Like he has a chip on his shoulder about flat earthers, and you should step back if you can't be objective.
Do you believe he provided any exclusive evidence for the globe?
I didn't see much of value. No.
Okay. Did you hear him provide any exclusive refutations or direct refutations to flat Earth?
No,
that weren't addressed.
Sorry to go back to that last one when Dave was holding the globe up to the camera and saying counterclockwise, clockwise. Like, can you show me how that would change?
Yeah. Do you remember when they were asking the questions and then as Witsit was answering, he was being interrupted?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wanted to hear Witsit's side more, and that's why I was really disappointed with the moderator. Like that's the whole point of a moderator being there, is so that you can hear both sides.
Yeah, I agree. Like I feel like I don't know if Jeremy done this in the past. I said this during the listening party yesterday. Y'all can go look at it on my timeline. I think it may have been his first time doing it. Witsit actually said in his review that the guy said that he wasn't really looking to moderate like that, which is kind of weird because he, volunteered to be a moderator. And it just seemed like he was looking more for like a question and answer type of conversation during the debate.
And I think his heart was in the right place, but he did not have a format in mind, and he was just playing it loosey-goosey. And you'd say, okay, Witsit answer, and then Witsit would start answering. You say, oh, actually, no, let's do it a different way. It's like, no, like he wasn't prepared for them to actually have a debate from what looked like to me, if that makes sense.
All right, man. Well, so far I'm agreeing about 85% of what you're saying, bro. But I do want to play this clip because I don't want to misrepresent not a Professor Dave's words. I just want to make sure that you and everybody else in the space can hear exactly what he says. So y'all can't say that, I misquoted him because I was paraphrasing.
Oh, yeah,
don't worry. We're going to get it cleared up. Yeah. No, we're going to get it cleared up right now.
It's in the field to write. I didn't know what the channel was going to become. I didn't know it was going to become the centerpiece of my life, and that it'd become successful and everything, and that I'd go on to explain dozens of other topics, including topics I know nothing about, but I hire experts in the field. Centerpiece of my life, and that it'd become successful and everything, and that I go on to explain dozens of other topics, including topics I know nothing about, but I hire experts in the field to write me the scripts, and then consultants to look at the scripts and look at the finished animations and make sure it's all good, right? I'm not professing to be an expert, honestly, in any academic field, not even.
Really? But you call yourself a professor?
Chemistry. But I understand it very well. And then the stuff that I don't understand, I have people who do understand it explaining it to me.
So that was the full clip. He said he's not an expert, not a professor. Half the things, I don't even know if it's half. He just said other things. So I'm just throwing that out there. But other things he completely doesn't understand, and it's just a script that he's reading. This is basically a blind belief or a religion, bro. So
right, sounds like he only had it checked and validated by like one person too before he ran with it, which is like already idiotic.
And imagine like what type. Think about this too, right? Because I started thinking about this when after I listened to this yesterday. I'm like, how much bread? I don't be pocket watching too much, but how much bread is you making, bro, to be paying professors or like professionals, like the experts? You're taking their time away from their expertise to make you YouTube content, bro. Like, how much bread you really making, gang?
He's making something. That sounds like a swindle for me, for
That's
sure.
all I'm saying, bro. So I'm like, hey, y'all feel free if y'all want to call Sacred a grifter or the Flat Earthers a grifter. That's fine. But y'all gonna have to address y'all own people, though. And that's not gonna work out too well for you.
Damn.
To the anti-flirt. To the anti.
Well, plus, like to throw it at you and be like, oh, but this guy who gives everybody a platform and is making no money on it, that's like the exact opposite of grifter. So it's like, okay,
oh no, sorry. I hope you don't think I was.
No, not you,
Truth,
okay. Not you, Truth. But whoever's calling Sacred a grifter, whatever. And I'll let the hands go back to the hands. But I mean, come on here. That's crazy. That's wild. You're wilding out. You need to chill out. Go to the corner. Because I was also wondering, how do people know the facts about a globe when they're hiding under a rock, like all day, every day, all the time? Like, it makes no sense.
That's fact. And let me just clarify too. I've never been called a grifter, like to my face on a mic. Okay, so think about that. If you see any claims of Sacred being a grifter, it has never been said directly to my face or on the mic at all whatsoever. So take that for what it is. Why they gotta behave like that? Why they not willing to come stand on it? Who knows, bro? It don't bother me because again, we doing this for the people like that are on the fence. People like my man Face that really ain't engaged in a conversation and say, hey, let me go talk to the flat earthers. Like there's something that, even though he may have some different experiences other times in other conversations, there's something that made him feel comfortable to come talk to us. And that's what I want, bro. Like I want the people who have genuine questions and a genuine approach to feel good enough to say, hey, I have a challenge or I have a question. Because that way we could learn from each other, bro, and we could find the truth. Because that's all we really want, you know?
But I'll be honest though, if I hadn't had that conversation with that flat earther, I wouldn't have sat around in this conversation for an hour while you guys were making fun of Flurf Herder or whatever his name was. Like that was 20 minutes of that. Like that's not adding much to the conversation. So if someone new came in during that 10-20 minutes of trash talking him, I would have just left. So I was just trying to say, try to keep insults to a minimum. They happen on both sides. Just because someone calls you a grifter doesn't mean you should then start pointing the fingers at everybody and say, well, on your side, there's all these grifters.
Yeah. No, I definitely feel what you're saying. However, if someone's in my replies and I'm saying, hey, come grab a mic. And if you don't, hey, audience, what you think about that? To me, that ain't trash talking.
Oh, no,
I mean, look, we come from, hey, look, bro, I'm just saying where I come from, like we play ball, like outside. Like we know how to trash talk. You got to be able to trash talk if you a hooper. So trust me, bro, that ain't trash talking. That's just me highlighting a reality for my audience who knows about some of these OG anti-flat earthers. So apologies if it came off like that to you. But I think everybody knows what's really going on.
Also, I don't think the sentiment would have been the same if you were calling up a glober or a not flat earther, whatever, if it hadn't have been a prolific character in this whole situation.
Oh, no,
that's why I was.
That's fair. I was just trying to say if I just joined the conversation and that's what you guys were talking about for 10 minutes, I wouldn't have stuck around. It was just because I had that nice conversation with the flat earther who said, no, the Flat Earth Friday guys are who you should go to. Like, sorry that you had a bad experience with Thursday, and they just assumed that you were lying. The Flat Earth Friday guys are cool. You should join them. So I waited around an hour to just have this chat. It was a nice chat. So I just wanted to also say that Justin Roberts has his hand up. I just wanted to tie a quick thing about like Witsit presented Justin Roberts information. So like, is that not similar to Professor Dave asking someone for information and then presenting it himself?
Hold on, what? Say that again. How are you drawing this correlation?
Oh, like you guys were saying that Professor Dave was a grifter because he got other people, he presented information from other people that he maybe didn't fully understand. So if let's say a flat earther just quotes someone else's tweet with information in it, is that not also presenting something that they haven't fully looked into?
What about Witsit? Wait. I'm a little bit confused here. Where did Witsit not understand the things that Justin was talking about?
Oh, I just mean like he presented Justin's. Justin was the guy that presented to the local government. Is that correct? Is that the video that I'm thinking of?
Yeah, that is Justin. He's a legend. But I'm just trying to figure out what the correlation between what not a Professor Dave is doing, misrepresenting himself for money and then speaking on things he admittedly doesn't understand, which means whatever he's saying is just a blind belief. How is that the same thing? So what Witsit and Justin is doing as they put boots on the ground, doing research and presenting questions to their government.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying that, like, if Witsit retweets Justin going through his speech, then that's Witsit trusting that Justin is being honest and has looked into it. Like Witsit isn't an expert on the subject, but he's presenting it. So I was just saying,
How do you know that? How do you know that?
How do I know that Witsit doesn't know Michael J. Smith's middle name? I don't. I'm just saying that he saw it and he retweeted.
Okay, so you speculate.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just so you don't have a basis in your argument. You're just speculating that Witsit probably doesn't know the things that he's tweeting. Is that what I'm hearing?
No. I wasn't saying he doesn't know the things he's tweeting. I'm saying he doesn't know it as in depth as Justin does, because Justin was the guy who researched it and presented it, and Witsit just.
Well, that's different than what not a Professor Dave said. He said, "I literally don't understand these things, and I'm telling you guys it's true for money while representing myself as a professor, which I am not." So Witsit doesn't represent himself as anything other than what he is. Everything that he speaks on, at least the things that I watch, and I watch a lot of Witsit, I see a lot of the things that he tweets out. I don't think he speaks on anything that he doesn't know or understand, because I've heard him say, "Hey, I got to look into this," or "I may have got that number wrong. Don't quote me on it." Like, so he will admit when he says something that he may not know as a fact in the moment. This, to me, these aren't analogous at all, bro.
Okay, and to you, like you're telling me that Professor Dave isn't a professor, and I think that would be dishonest if he isn't a professor. But you're 100% sure that he's not a professor of anything.
He just played that. Did you not hear it? Like he
said, "I'm not an expert in anything." He said that.
Yeah, but being an expert and being a professor are two different things, are they? Huh?
Yeah, but you have to be beyond an expert to even be considered close to a profession of a professional. Like that's.
I remember.
Professor? No, I've known several professors who are not experts. Have you guys not gone to like post-secondary school?
So I wanted to interrupt here. So it wasn't in that tape, but there are recordings of Professor Dave's in an interview. I think it was a different interview where Professor Dave says it was just a cool name, and I just started using it, and he latched onto it, and he just thinks it's cool. So there is an interview that's out there. It's not the one that they played, but there is an interview of him coming out saying that he is not a professor.
Right. I'm gonna let Justin jump in here. But he actually said he did do a little bit of teaching, and he actually got fired from that job. So he didn't even reach that level of profession to be calling himself a professor. And just like my man said, like, he literally told you he's not an expert in anything. So I mean, look, we tell everybody in here, don't believe anything that we say. We're presenting information. It's up to you, if you really care that much, to go look up the things that we're saying and then validate it for yourself, because we're not here to change your mind. We're not here to convince you or convert you. We want to make sure that you're getting all the information so that way you can make a educated and intellectually honest decision.
No, absolutely. And I was going to look into it after, and I was saying, I think that's dishonest. So if that is the case, I think it's dishonest. But are you 100% positive he wasn't a professor of anything? Was my question to you.
At this point, you need to go do that research, dude. And like, there's other hands. We need to we're saying we were trash talking one guy for 10 minutes.
I'm asking him
if
he is 100% confident. That is all. And then
I mean, no one's 100% confident in anything, bro. But I'm telling you what I've heard. We presented the things that he said, gave you the quotes. So it's just up to you. Like, I'm saying I'm 99%, right? I don't want to say I'm 100%, but I'm 99% sure that he is not a professor in anything.
Okay.
And who's going to give you that honesty, dude? For real.
Right. So yeah, and I do want you to stick around, man. And I do want to thank you, bro. First of all, I do want to thank you for waiting around for that long. Sometimes these conversations deserve a little bit of back and forth. Like, I don't like the whole, you got 2 minutes and then we moving on. Like, and I'm just not caring about what you say. Like, I like to get that build in with everyone who grab a mic. Sometimes I have to sacrifice, the amount of people we can get in a short amount of time, so people can extract the value. So when you get a mic after waiting for 90 minutes, I want to make sure that you get everything out that you say. I'm not one of those space hosts that give you 2 minutes time limit and then we move on from what you say after waiting for so long. So hopefully you can appreciate that. I'm trying to be a better space host every single week, and I accept all criticism as long as it's valid.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I've had lots of time here, and I am really looking forward to hearing what Justin has to say. I would have some questions for Justin as well if there's quite time for that after the fact. So.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Yeah, let's talk to my man Justin, and then we'll slide over to Orwellings. I know he's been waiting too, and then we got a few more hands. And I'm not sure if we have any requests, but if we do, we'll probably circle some mics out. And I see my man Death is up here too. What up, Death? But yeah, let's slide over to Justin. Justin, my man, the legend himself. What up, bro?
What's up? How y'all doing? Appreciate y'all having me. It's always a pleasure. I mean, as most of you all
Good to
probably
see you, man.
saw, yeah, you too. The Challenger video came out that I did, and obviously things went not quite as planned, where the chairman threw us out of the room halfway through the speech, which has in turn, honestly, I'm grateful for this guy doing this because it has turned the video into a bigger deal, and more people are talking about it now. It's funny because a lot of people are saying, oh, this guy's in on it, he must know something's up, but that's really not the case in my opinion. The guy is really just an angry boomer. He was throwing out nice ladies fighting for the trees in Brevard County before me, so it was like, he was just the type of person that I knew sitting in that seat. I was like, oh, when I bring this topic up, it's going to be ugly because I just knew it wasn't going to sit well with his character. And I didn't even get to finish. He throws me out. You all can hear Whitsit in the background, kind of tried to fight for our last minute, but he wasn't having it. The police escort us out. Then we finished up front. Thankfully, we got it out. I just really want to get the conversation started. We all got questions about that event. I don't think, in my personal opinion, I don't think it's possible that 3 people can have exact lookalikes with the exact same names. They're generally the same they would be if they'd lived. Having one of them, cool, maybe, but 2 and 3. And me personally, I'm not even worried about the rest of the crew. I know people think that the teacher and brothers are also, got funny business going on there. But I think the other 3 are the most problematic and obvious. So I've gotten 9 interviews out of it, from Stu Peters to Ivory Hecker, King Bao, and I've actually got a really big one next week that I'm not going to say yet because I don't think they probably don't want me to, and I'm not just going to spoil it, but it's going to be a pretty big podcast that I'm bringing the Challenger to next week, and I don't think that I can go on a podcast and have people ask me about the Challenger without the Flat Earth coming up. So there's a really good chance that I get to bring the Flat Earth to a significant podcast next week, so I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, I mean, feel free to, if y'all want to ask me about how it went down, if there's any questions y'all have about it, feel free to throw it at me. I know I just kind of ran through the clip
Yeah,
notes.
man. No, let me just say something here, right? Because first of all, I'm all about freedom of speech. It's a tricky line when we get to hate speech and stuff like that. Because some things I'm just not going to tolerate, but I do try to make sure that everyone gets a mic no matter what. There's just some things that I just know my listeners not really going to tolerate either. But aside from that, when when you go up there and you're addressing your grievances to your government, people that are working for you, right? I think a lot of people have a misinterpretation on what a government official is, right? These are people who are public servants, right? I don't necessarily like using that term. I like using public officials, but that gives a perceived power, like they perceive power over you because you're calling them an official. Bro, they are servants. They are supposed to be okay with being recorded in the course of their duties. You should be able to ask them for the information pertaining to their duties. They need to identify themselves. And if their job is to hear out the public who are literally putting money in their pockets, you can't let emotion get in the way, bro. Y'all signed up for that governmental job for a reason. Y'all got great benefits. Y'all get money instant. You don't have to worry about nothing. That is coming straight from the government. Y'all don't have to worry about nothing. So you are sacrificing some of your rights to become that official, but it comes with a lot of benefits. So you gotta represent us in the right way. You can't be in your personal, like, individual emotions when you're in an official capacity. And that is my main problem. I don't care if it's flat earth, I don't care if it's, you know, political, or if it's societal, like whatever the conversation may be, like if it's pertaining to the topic and I could draw a connection to why I'm here, and I have a voice and I'm allowed to speak in this public setting. You cannot censor me, bro. You can't silence me, and you can't threaten my freedom because I have a grievance due to your emotions. Like, no, bro, I'm not going for that. So, bro, I just want to, first of all, let me clap it up for you for being way more professional than the official. Like, we're the ones, as like just the public, that could really do whatever we want. Like, if we want to go up there wilding out, like, without, you know, breaking the law, obviously, we should be able to do that. As a public official, you got to be able to handle that. You got to be able to deal with that, because that is your capacity, bro. And just by them invoking their own emotions, and then, like, they said, like, something completely biased. Like, they, like, said something about y'all mental health. Like, y'all need to go, some weird stuff he said at the end. I'm like, yo, these are the guys representing. What actually happened, Justin?
Yeah, it was crazy that I was absolutely shocked, man. I've spoken at over 30 of these meetings. I've had people, go back and forth with me, but this guy was something else. Like, and you said it, these people work for us. We're supposed to walk into these places, and really you're supposed to demand things. Like, you are the boss. It's like when you hire a realtor or you hire a lawyer, when they screw up, you say, you know what, you're fired. I'm hiring a new one tomorrow. You should be able to fire those officials. This is how we're supposed to vote them in. And just a side note, this guy was appointed by the governor. He has to be unappointed. He can't even be voted in or out. So it's a strange situation there anyway. But it's just crazy that he was able to act like that. And he told me on my way out, when I started, carrying on more about the astronauts, he's like, Palm Point or whatever behavioral center, go check yourself in. So he basically called me crazy. And this really kind of screwed him over, honestly. We're looking at some different options because he screwed up. He broke some rules. Like, it's not probably going to end well and age well for him with what happened in there. But the fact that he threw me out and called me crazy and let people speak, Austin spoke, other people, when a homeless guy comes in and rambles on about absolutely nothing for 3 minutes, it has nothing to do with any of their jurisdiction. And then they talk about NASA, and then they talk about nothing and the trees and the medians. And then I come up and talk about something that happened in their county, and you kick me out and call me crazy. Like, there's no, they really don't have a leg to stand on. And people could say, oh, it wasn't their jurisdiction. I've gotten so many comments that people think they got me all figured out, right? Like, you're in the wrong forum. You have no idea that this is not federal. You guys, there's an entire strategy behind that. I know damn well where I'm going. I know what power they have. And tens of millions of views later, I'm not really worried about whose jurisdiction it is, clearly. I mean, we did this to get a conversation started, and it's rolling right now. There's kind of an avalanche. So I'm not worried about jurisdiction. And guess what? They go in there and they say, oh, today we're going to write a letter to the Department of Transportation asking for such and such, Boeing rockets have to blah, blah, blah. It's like, you're talking about calling on the federal government for help all the time. That's all they did during COVID. Like, I'm coming in here, I have questions about a potential situation that happened where people's deaths could have been covered up in conjunction with the government. I think you should look into it. Ask them to look into it. Like I told them with my ISS speech, you all have the platform, the ability to just have a press conference out front of this building. That would move mountains. But Joe Schmo can't do anything. And when NASA blocks me, when the senators laugh at me, guess what? I'm here at the county meeting. Y'all got a really nice audio video quality, and I really like how it pans back from me to the commissioner, and it just really works out great for us. So we're going to keep on doing it that way because it seems to work fine.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. In case you guys are still not following, like, this is about just making sure that we have not been lied to about extremely traumatic historical events. Right, that's all we're trying to figure out, because Justin made a really good point. It was either Justin or Whitsitt. I'm not really sure because I found out about that afterwards. I didn't even know that Whitsitt actually presented, and I didn't know that he went before you, which I think is part of your approach in this because he got to speak about some things that seem to be pretty much in the same realm that you were talking about, just a different topic. When we're talking about, federal this, federal that, like, because I think this was a state setting and they were trying to make it seem like it was out of the jurisdiction. I think we need to have like a space on this, like a real in-depth conversation about like what actually transpired here. But, we just want to make sure, bro, like they're not lying about something that affected like millions of people. I mean, they're talking about these type of things to your children in school, right? So you could sit there and say, hey, look, y'all asking about stuff that's federal and we're state. We can't really do anything to actually affect it like directly. But just to say, y'all could hold a press conference, right? Like y'all could speak on it. You could demand some type of queries or maybe an investigation to the people that are actually in power. Because they all rub elbows with each other, rub shoulders with each other, right? Like, it's not like the state and the federal stay completely apart. Like, nah, but they all know each other, right? So we just asking questions, and we want to know that we're not being, like, deliberately traumatized, like, for no reason. And I think everybody should want that truth or want to answer, or at least just, some closure on that. Because if we are truly being lied to about stuff like that, that's not good. And then it just opens a can of worms of everything else that they could be lying about if they're willing to go that far. Because these guys, they look exactly like how they would look if they were younger. Like, that's why he's saying, these three individuals, they got the same names, right? They got the same facial features. Like, how many times are we just going to look the other way? At what point are y'all going to be honest with yourself? Who wouldn't ask if this is something that's being, like, psyop? Like, who wouldn't ask? What intellectually honest person would not ask if you're putting your children in compromising situations to have to learn about this? You want to know the truth, bro, and that's all. And we shouldn't have to sacrifice our voice or our freedom to get that on. Go ahead, bro.
You got a really good point hitting home with the trauma thing, because that was my main point, right? What I say in my speech: if this is all a big coincidence, then no big deal. We'll all go away. I'm not here to harass people, none of that. But if it's true, you traumatized millions of Americans and all these different children. You know how many comments? I got thousands of comments on TikTok, right? It was like 1.8 million views. And so many people, I was screenshotting and collecting them, people explaining the traumatic experience, being crowded into the gym, wheeling in that TV. I wasn't born yet. I was born in 87. So I didn't get to experience what this was like. I experienced 9/11. This thing was different, and how they strung along everyone and everybody and their mother. One of my best friends is like, oh, my teacher almost went on that flight. Everybody's telling me my teacher almost went on that flight. I'm like, that's weird. So it's like, I look at over 11,000 quote unquote finalists. And so everyone was super connected to this. They strung it along. You watched the teacher training. She was going to teach classes live from the shuttle. They just had everyone super sucked into this. And for them to do that and potentially traumatize them all, for what? For what gain? And I'm not here to speculate on the how they did it or why they did it, because we're not them, and that we can't prove that. But I can prove that it's pretty much statistically impossible for people to have three exact lookalikes with the same names, all in the same room, or on the same space flight, same deal. And that's a problem. So, like, I know when I go on this podcast, I know when some people ask about it, they get upset. Oh, well, how could they do that? What about the families, or why would they do that? That's great. And I mean, we can entertain that. But like when you walk into a crime scene, you don't see a bunch of bodies on the floor and say, well, I don't understand how or why somebody did this. Therefore, it's just a crackpot conspiracy theory. No, the evidence is staring you in the face. If you haven't looked at the evidence, that's your problem. But like, once you see the evidence, you can't just start hemming and hawing about the how and why and the who. We have to start investigation, and that's what I'm demanding here.
Right, and there's some people that have made up their minds, and they are entitled to make up their own minds. So if they want to say, "Hey, this was fraudulent, y'all lied," they have the right to do so. Especially if you're in a country that allows you free speech. I gotta commend the way that they approach this. Like, they're saying, "Hey, we just want answers. We have questions. We want to protect the children." Like, that's literally it. I mean, because think about it, y'all. Like, really, really think about it. Let's just humor me, y'all. I know this is Flat Earth Fridays, right? But just without my bias, let's say that they were actually faking something. right? And maybe some of these missions were not manned when they say they were. Even if we say, okay, maybe they did go to the moon some way, somehow, but maybe they didn't do it when they did it. Let's just say these things weren't like the end, like the public ones, right? Like, hey, we're gonna do this, right? And they're telling the public this is what we're gonna do, and they weren't manning the missions, right? This is just speculation. And then they send the rocket up as if these missions are manned. Then the rocket explodes. Mission control looking behind like, that rocket was supposed to come back so that way we can make it look like these guys actually walked off of the rocket and came back from space. Now we have a bunch of bodies that are alive that are not supposed to be, because the rocket just exploded on national TV. Now, I'm approaching this by it was accidental. Some people say, hey, they did it on purpose. I'm not even going there. I'm saying, what if it was an accident and the government said, oh, we had to do this for the political landscape, for political reasons, you know, whatever they normally do weird stuff behind the scenes. Well, you know, if they weren't expecting that rocket to explode and now you got these bodies here and they're well alive and everybody just watched this thing explode on live TV and the whole nation is traumatized thinking that we lost some brave, good men and women and they're not really gone, what are you going to do with these people? What are you going to do with them?
Which is better, that it's fake or not? What do you think?
I don't know, man. All I'm doing is presenting the question. Like, what if that's what happened? Don't we deserve some investigation? You know, and then you see some of the stuff where people like, one second, a little bit of feedback. You got a little bit of feedback. I'm gonna let you go in a second, but I got Orwellian coming up. I'll let you chime in though. But all I'm saying, I'm presenting the question. Like, if it was accidental, you know, what would they do? They would probably cover it up. And, you know, maybe these three individuals had their own reasoning why they. This is our government, bro. Like, the reason why y'all taxes is coming out is to fund things like this. This should be transparent. And if it, like Justin said, if it is in fact exactly how they say it is, then hey, wipe my hands with it, no harm, no foul. We was just asking questions. But if there's a slight chance that they've messed up and they traumatized a whole nation because they wanted to be mischievous and deceiving, why wouldn't you want to know about it? And that's all they're saying. So I'm gonna leave it there. I know Orwellian had his hand up. I'm gonna let Philosophy jump in after that, and then we'll circle around the hands unless y'all got questions for Justin. Go ahead, Orwellian. What's up, my boy?
Yo, what up, guys? Real quick, shout out to Justin for real for the work that you're doing and what's it doing that. You're absolutely correct. They work for us, man. Servants, not servants, whatever you want to call them. They're not leaders, right? That's a moniker that's been thrown around now, and a title that's been given to these people, and it's not what they are. They're not. No, that's not it. So shout out to you guys for doing your thing. Really appreciate that, man. Proud, sacred. My goodness, Levelheads, what's up? Bro, it's been a long, 3 weeks? Y'all had a good vacation, man. I was over here literally like every Friday was just like gloomy, man. I'm like, what's up? What's up? Been hosting my own stuff, doing my thing. Got one nuked for talking about forbidden math from World War II, and it wouldn't even let me start a space for like 2 days. Like Elon was like, nah, I can't have that. But anyways, yeah, I got the boys this weekend, so I missed the intro, which I'm sure was fire. I will listen to the recordings. I know Proud puts a lot of work into it. I was bummed out, man. I'm like, fuck, I missed the intro. Oh man, they're already
Hold
man,
on.
they've been going for hours.
Let me slide in real quick. What y'all think about the B.O.B. shout out? Oh snap! Oh snap! Check out that pin tweet. Go ahead, Welly.
Yo, you know that's my guy too, man. I've been throwing him invites, man. I've been tweeting at him, bro, trying to get him in these spaces for real. He just dropped something like 2 weeks ago. New song off his new album. A little bit of a video. It was like a short clip. It was on Twitter, and yeah, he got back into it. I mean, he's still talking about the shape of the Earth, man. Ain't nobody changing his mind. But nah, for real, man. It's been a long 3 weeks, man. I'm glad y'all are back, man. Level heads are doing their thing. Oh, goodness gracious, man. So I tried to get some upgrades, right? Here's the deal. So I stepped it up. I've been out of the PC game for 10 years, bro. I was like, you know what? Fuck a PC. I'm not doing that shit. It's stupid. Finally jumped back into the PC game. My oldest son kind of was pushing me that direction anyways. He's like, oh, you're creating content? Why are you doing it on your phone? You're stupid, right? So cool. So I get this dope PC. I'm all set up. I'm like, let's see what it's like. Got a nice mic. I can actually do some intro music for my own spaces. Let's check this out. X is trash. Absolute trash for PC. So I'm a little butthurt about that. But yeah, man, we're gonna be clipping some stuff up, man. We're gonna be making some new videos. We're gonna be creating some content. I'm not slowing down, man. I'm not laying down. I'm not settling down. None of that. That being said, I just actually wanted to shout out Face the Truth for a second here. I did have him blocked. I believe it was because of one of those comment tornadoes. You know how they get in the comments, and actually having him up in here and hearing him speak. Very reasonable, very rational, very logical person. And so again, I mean, sometimes these mistakes are made. Sometimes it's sometimes it's a little too much. Maybe it's easier just to mute the conversation type of deal. But we did have some toxicity in there. I had somebody in a couple of them, they were trying to dox me. You know how it goes, man. We fight the battles. We fight the battles waiting, the lead up to Fridays. When y'all took off and took a vacation, like it died down a little bit, but bro, it got wild. So I want to shout out to for real, Face the Truth, man. I'll be following you, man, and we can have conversations, and you can definitely step up into one of my spaces, and apologies for the premature block. Sometimes I just got to do it, man. I get too many people clapping in the comments, and it is what it is. But yeah, man, I'm gonna land the spaceship right there. I'm happy you guys are back. Don't take a vacation for another year, right? Or another 100, right? Episode 200, take another 3 weeks off. I just expect that.
Glad to hear you're happy. Just
I love y'all.
add, before we get to the hands, real quick, 3 seconds. Propaganda. Anything that comes out in the news, anything is initially, meaning the first thing that comes out about anything, is always propaganda, meaning you can't tell if it's true or not. But the second thing about that, like for instance, if something is said about Donald Trump, and then the next thing about Donald Trump is about the first thing, that means they're seeking to see if it's truth or not, because included as this propaganda as being in the initial subject being propaganda and untrue or true possibly, the second thing always is true. But let's say that Donald Trump subject or whatever it was, the first thing comes out as propaganda, but then the second thing being propaganda, like I said, always is as well, is not about initially the first thing about Donald Trump, but it is about Donald Trump. It's not trying to play into it, seeing if it's true or not. Sorry, I'm taking more than 3 seconds, but every single time it is, and it's seeking out the truth or not. The third thing, if it is once again about the same thing on the same subject, then it is true, whether or not it seems that they found it, if it is or not, because that's how propaganda or schematic shit works out. However, the first thing comes out, and the second thing is say about Donald Trump, but it's not trying to be about the first thing, seeing if it's true or not. Then the third thing, if it is also not about that, then it's not true. This is how propaganda works, because I'm right when I say the first thing about anything is always propaganda, because you can't tell right away. So anything that they say about what you're mentioning, if you're wondering if they're faking it or not, being propaganda means that it doesn't matter what they say. No one's going to know or not. But if they keep on delving into it to seek out the a surety of it or not, then that means that watch out for the third thing if it's found out if it is or not, or if it still hasn't and it's still about it, it is, because you could look at it like a steroid strudel, a fucking strudel on steroids, right? It only lasts for so long, and then you're kind of dealing with the withdrawals, which means that, like I said, what they say doesn't matter initially about it, whether they say it's fake or not. So if they say it is or isn't, is being one of those being true, I would suggest and believe that whatever they initially put is what they know is true, because number one, no one wants to be found as a liar. And finally, you know, they want other people to be talking about it and figuring that out, because that's going to be meaning they don't have to say anything else about it, and it just naturally go about figuring out how important it is or not. But what they should do is make sure they don't include themselves in the subject and think about what the impact is on the world besides not, in other words, not including themselves.
What was that?
What was what?
What just played?
Oh, sorry, I have the Beethoven the Second movie playing in the background.
Yo, Sacred, did you guys catch? I thought I glitched out for a minute before philosophy popped in. I just wanted to make sure y'all heard me.
Yeah, no, you was good, man. We heard you.
Right on, brother. Right on.
Shout out to you for holding it down, man.
Oh, and anything that is true that anyone's trying to deny or say that it isn't, anything under their breath or body language will show that they do know what the truth is, even if they don't, because of the fact that we all are sort of omnipotent in the way we know what the truth is. And then in a couple of days or something, they'll realize, oh yeah, that came under my breath, or I kind of reacted like that. And they'll kind of know what the truth is themselves. So you know what I bet? We're talking about a rocket here exploding. Well, I bet you even the people who were managing that don't even know maybe what happened yet. Maybe they want to say what they think they know happened, because that's what, you know, they want to do. They want to sound like they already do know, like they're smart enough to know what happened, not that they don't, and still trying to figure it out, because, you know, they're like, this is like the one chance we have to, you know, freaking, one chance to do this, and we failed. So let's just put the most likely best sounding thing out there that we don't even know what happened and deal with it later. And that's it.
Well, yeah, and they were compartmentalized as well. Everything is compartmentalized. So when you're thinking about how any project, even if you believe the Manhattan Project was real, which I don't, and you can have your beliefs and that's fine. The level of compartmentalization, and one hand not knowing what the other hand is doing with regards to stuff like this would make that completely plausible.
And also, don't forget, there's a cost. Any knowledge you want to retain, there's a cost of injury to every bit of knowledge, and there's what's going to try and hinder or stop you from retaining that knowledge. But you can actually calculate what your resistances are that'll help you from what's going to hinder or try and stop you from completing your mission or retaining knowledge. But you are 90% more likely to fail on the second attempt of a mission. But number one, never try and do anything that you know you can't do. So that you've tried to do it 15 times in a row, knowing that it's not like that. You know it's not something that you know you can't do. So you keep trying, knowing you can do it. You haven't done it yet, but after 15 tries, you're going to keep trying. Eventually, you will do it. But other than when you get older, you become more sort of a lie detector. You can actually figure out what it is by knowing before you ever attempt to do anything, whether you can't do it or not. It's not that you can do it or not, it's that you can't. Because you don't want to, ever attempt something you've never tried before, knowing you can't do it and look like an idiot. And you don't want to keep trying to do things wondering if you can. You want to know The possibility is you can. There's no way that it's absolutely you can't. So that you keep attempting it, and people go, what are you doing? Oh, I'm trying to do this. I haven't done it yet. You think you can do it? Oh, I will. Watch me. And you do every time.
Hey man, I appreciate that, and I want to go back to something else that you said about the propaganda.
Yeah,
right. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, when you open your mic and someone's talking, there's feedback, so you just gotta keep your mic closed. But you know what you said about propaganda was real, and you know we got to be aware of that aspect of our reality. That sometimes people in the higher positions think that we're better off being misled about certain things or being deceived, and they think it's for our own interest. So that's why, it deserves rigorous investigation. And also, I did go ahead and link the entire interaction with Justin and those government officials I think it was in Florida, up top. And if you guys want to go check that out, there's a link to Rumble, and I'm pretty sure there's some clips floating around on Twitter X. But there's the actual link if you want to just go take a look at that. You can save it for later. And judge yourself. And like I said, we might wanna just have a full space just on that particular topic because I think it deserves a little bit more time. I think there's a few people that may have some questions. I know that Face wanted to ask something, but let me just get to first. We got Orbital. What up, Brian? Brian, do you have something you want to chime in on this, like particularly with the with Justin at all? Because if not, I'm gonna come back to you.
Not particularly on that topic. I just want to quiz y'all and see if anybody's going to go on the final experiment to Antarctica.
Yeah, we're not here for quizzes, but we'll go ahead and engage that in a second. But yeah, let's slide over to I think it was Old Carl and Sasquatch, and then we'll end with Face. I think he wanted to say something to Justin. Old Carl.
I think Sasquatch was before him, but if he's
Hey,
there,
can you come back to me?
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. We'll slide over to Sasquatch first. Thanks, Prop. Sasquatch, what up?
All right, I'll keep it short. So, hey, thanks for coming back to open up the Flat Earth Fridays. I would share some of the sentiment of it not being around on Friday. So, thanks for having that. I'm not going to be able to stay around very long tonight, but Fly, who was a pilot, just made me think of something that at the time I just wanted to chime in, which is why I raised my hand. So I'll just try to remember what I was going to say, which was when you're on a commercial flight, this isn't to Fly, this is basically to the whole community. Do you troll the pilots when you leave the plane? I always troll the pilots a little bit and say, the Earth is flat or it looks flat to me. Is that a common thing that once you become a flat earther that you do when you get off of the airplane?
Yeah, is that for Fly? Because I think I could bring him up.
No, you don't. No, that's just more or less for the community.
Oh, okay.
Just the thought that when we're talking about pilots and what they think and stuff like that is it's a little entertaining sometimes, the answers you get, or sometimes you don't get an answer. You know how they always stand at the end when you're deboarding?
Yeah, no, I always take an opportunity to talk to the pilot about that. I swear every single time. I wait till I get to my destination though. I don't be bringing that up before I get to my destination. I wait till I get to my destination, and I always ask them if they account for curvature. Some of them will even beat me to it when I'm just okay. Let me gauge. Let me just ask you 1-2 questions first before I hit you with the flat Earth stuff. Some of them will even beat me to it, nah, flat Earth. I'm like, whoa, you serious? We had people that took some vacations, some trips, that actually got some recordings interacting with them, and they say, yeah, we don't account for no curvature. Some of them say, yeah, we still are globe earthers, but no, we don't account for curves. But the ones that I speak to, yeah, they all say, ain't no curve, bro. They don't account for it. So super interesting stuff.
So I'm going to give the mic up here in a second, but I just want to put this out, and you can see if Face wants to answer it. And so Face apparently is maybe a little flat Earth curious, as we would say. So what is it? I mean, he made a statement that his proofs would, we've probably seen it all. So rather than proofs of a globe, what is it about the flat Earth that you would cling to, or that you would be clinging to figure out that it's not a globe? What is it that would convince you? And then I'll give up on Mike, and I don't need to talk anymore. Anyway, thanks for having
Appreciate you, Sasquatch.
Face.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. Good to see you. Go ahead, Face.
Okay, no, I will have to think about that question. I think the claims that there's some kind of firmament dome container around us, if there was some measurement of that being there, that would be a good start. Or, for example, disproving that rockets could actually orbit the planet would be another way. So I think it's not an easy task for anyone in this space to be able to do, and I don't think there's an easy task you could ask me to do to prove the globe either.
There are some things that we can do to test for the globe, like test motion, to test curvature. I'm going to correct you on something. I don't think rockets actually orbit the Earth. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but I see what you're saying. But yeah, so every time that they go up, you always see them come back down. And they say, "Hey, that's just perspective." But hey, it is what it is.
That's that tricky parabolic arc that always seems to occur anytime something gets shot up.
Is there?
Oops, my bad. Accidental mute. You good?
To shoot that question back to you guys, is there anything about space that they could show you that would make you believe that they actually are orbiting the Earth, because CGI is too easy nowadays, that kind of thing?
About space. What can they show me about space to actually believe in the like what space, how they describe space? Can they show me something?
Yeah, like
they could have
I want to see the space junk. I want to see all the hundreds and thousands of satellites and space debris junk that we have orbiting Earth. I want to still or continuous video footage from Earth out into orbit and literally passing all these things that should be out there floating dead. I think I would like to see that. That would help me to fathom the space that they're assuming.
Some space junk.
Can I add something to that?
Do that.
So for me, I will change my stance on anything that I have a firm belief on if I'm provided with evidence. But for me, I think what it would take, I would second what Proud said. I think that would be an easy way to just kind of, in good faith, which none of these agencies act in good faith, would be able to just show the people. I mean, we've got where we are with technology is ridiculous, right? And to say that we can't have a legit, whatever live stream from up there, we couldn't have put a camera on the moon, stuff like that. That's one thing. For me, if SpaceX is real, Blue Origin's real, any of that stuff, take a couple of us flat earthers up there, and if you get us outside the atmosphere and we see the curve, we'll admit to it. I'm not in a cult, so I would be forced to change my position if I was presented with evidence in that manner, if that makes sense. Otherwise, I don't know, man.
Okay, but if they shot someone up into space that was a respected flat earther, just Witsit comes up a lot nowadays. If Witsit went into orbit, would you believe him? It's not feasible to launch every flat earther up to see it with their own eyes. So is there some authority that you would believe, or some camera that if you take this camera up and live stream from space, I would be hard not to believe it?
Yeah, so I don't know if I would like to, classify any of us as an authority. I wouldn't want to shoot Witsit up there because I think they'd probably try to kill him. He's too influential. Same thing with the final experiment. We're not sending him to Antarctica to get eaten by polar bears. So we got that going on. But generally, with regards to your question, I think that, if there was a genuine good faith effort to just put this to bed, right? And the community came together and said, hey, we got a couple of guys that are willing to go up there and thumbs up, thumbs down this, and they could get us up there. Yeah, man. Again, like I was saying, I would be forced to change my position. It's not like it's not dogmatic for me, and I think for a lot of us. So we're not just like you know, this is a belief that we have, and if we were presented with new information, we would cognitive dissonance spiral and reject the new information. We would process the information and have to adjust our position. It's kind of the way all of us operate. I shouldn't say all of us. I won't speak for everybody, but many of us in this community, and I do respectfully call it a community because it's been that for me. We're level-headed, man, when it comes to that stuff. And if I'm presented with different information, I will be in a position to have to adjust the way that I view things. So I don't know how that would look, Face. But yeah, no, definitely if we could get there, and it was proven, yeah, man, I would adjust my position. Absolutely. I'm not just gonna fight for what I believe in because it's what I believe in. I have my beliefs for my own reasons, but yeah, if faced with different information and different evidence, particularly like evidence that's not CGI, I do appreciate you brought that up. Yeah, we would probably all have our quote unquote come to Jesus moment on that, and most of us would accept it.
Okay.
And I think the same goes on the flip side of the coin, and I'll land there.
Oh yeah.
Let me just comment on that, because we always do say, right, like even though like we don't see curvature where it's predicted to be, right, and we test that all time and time and time again, and there's explanations or abstract concepts or band-aids to cover up why the failed prediction actually occurs. But we always say that it could be like a way bigger ball, right? You still have to substantiate the motion, right? All of the math that's applicable to like the orbital mechanics and how everything moves, all that you got to throw out anyway. So we'll have to start from square one. But again, I always say this, like, we just want the truth. And it's certain things that we just feel like should just be already happening. Like, right, just like Orwellian brought up, like we should have like 1 million cameras on these, different spacecrafts that go up there. Right. I don't think that we even have like a full 24-hour live stream from the ISS. Like, I think it always goes out. I have to double check. I know they turned off the comments. That's weird. I don't know why they turned off comments as a public entity, a government entity. They shouldn't be silencing anybody's voice. Because maybe somebody's watching it, every single minute of the day and want to point something out that looks a little funny. And we can't indulge in that if they got the comments turned off. Sometimes when I go and click on a live stream, it says, hey, like, we lost signal. Wherever we are right now, it's on the dark side, and we don't have any signal to show you where we actually are around this globe. So that's a little bit weird. But yeah, it's just certain simple things that we feel like should already be in place. I know you want to say something, Face, so go ahead.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys being honest, man. Like, hey, if we're presented with something new, because I think that's the way to be. It doesn't matter what you believed. If you're presented with new information, that's great. So Orwellian did mention the final experiment there, and yeah, that didn't come out the best way, but I think it was a good idea. The guy who is running it wasn't honest, and like, honestly, I went to his website and he is not good at presenting what the fuck he's trying to do. He needs an editor that makes his point a little quicker. But I think it would be very awesome to see two people go to Antarctica and just see the sun and make some good content there. But Justin's had his hand up for a while, and I have a question. I have a couple of questions for Justin, if you guys are cool with me asking him stuff as well.
Yeah, I'm all done too. But Face, I appreciate the back and forth, man. The dialogue's been cool, and again, man, my apologies for the preemptive block.
Hey, yeah, like I said, I get it. I've seen what you guys have had to deal with, so it does suck when I get blocked, and I'm just like, well, yeah, there's the lumping me in with all the other Glovers that maybe have harassed them a little bit too much.
Yeah, well, we're in there like swimwear, man. We're all humans, and at the end of the day, man, I'm all about team humanity. I try not to get tribal And I do appreciate that you mentioned that and you recognize tribalism in, you know, some of these different factions or whatever you believe, whether it's truth movement, this, that, or the other thing. So, yeah, man, we're on the same page. And like I said, man, I apologize and I appreciate the back and forth, dude. It's been awesome. I'm gonna land there and I'm probably gonna drop off Mike Sacred. But yeah, love you guys, man. It's been awesome. If I get some time, I'll come back.
Love you, bro. Hey, Justin, I got a quick question just pertaining to the Challenger disaster and your experience with FOIA requests and stuff, and your speech to the county that everyone's watched. My question is, wouldn't it be possible, hypothetically, I guess, to do FOIA requests on the record keeping of these astronauts that supposedly perished? And wouldn't, you know, with all the physicals and things they supposedly have to train and do for, and wouldn't they have like a blood sample, a DNA sample or something that, you know, we can compare to somehow get, you know, that kind of thing addressed? Do you think?
That's not a bad idea. I agree with all angles of, you know, sort of pressure and questioning, you know, and not to burst your bubble, but I've been kind of down that road with other topics before. And unfortunately, we're dealing with such a corrupt system that you can send in FOIA requests after FOIA requests, and they will find a way to kick the can down the road, either tell you the documents, you know, you're asking for the documents wrong over and over and over until you give up. Tell you the documents don't exist or have been lost or there was no record of it. You know, Wolfgang Halbig was investigating a particular school shooting up in Connecticut back in 2012. I'm sure y'all can figure it out. I'm not even going to say the name, but the one Alex Jones got fined $1 billion for. But he did the FOIA thing for a long time, and he tried to do all the right channels. And he's an expert. He's a school safety expert, former cop. And he did everything and finally got to go to a FOIA court hearing with a FOIA judge. And we were like, wow, this actually may get somewhere. We may get some answers. And the Freedom of Information Act is essentially when the rubber meets the road, there is no freedom. You know, there were witnesses subpoenaed for the FOIA hearing, just to give you an example. And the judge, who was supposed to be, you know, unbiased and, you know, look at both sides, told the witnesses from the Connecticut side to not show up. So it would be like, you know, having a star witness in a case, and right before the judge calls the star witnesses is like, don't show up to court. So, you know, Wolfgang was completely railroaded with his FOIA stuff. So, I mean, I don't, we could try. It just someone has to dedicate the time to send in the requests and learn how to word it all and just keep at it over and over and over. Will you get anywhere? I don't know, but it's definitely worth a shot, especially if somebody's got the time on their hands.
Hey, thanks, man. And I'm that guy. I'm in a wheelchair, so I have all the time in the world. I'd like to maybe get some info from you and whoever else needs that
And
kind of help.
and maybe get with probably I'd also direct you to Jaron. Jaronism. I think he's got a lot of experience with sending FOIA requests to NASA, so he may be able to tell you what trees he's kind of barked up and how that's gone.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate everything you're doing, man. Keep up the good work. You're fighting a good fight. God's going to definitely bless you, man, if not already. So God bless you, man. Y'all have a good night. Sacred, Proud, thank y'all again. I'm going to get out of here and crash because I'm on the East Coast.
RG, appreciate you, man. Feel free to come catch the rest of the replay, either here on Twitter or over on YouTube on the live stream.
Is Carl back?
We'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome. I think there was a Carl, then Orbital, and maybe Fly. We got
After
Foya
Sorry.
here. We
I was
got
having an alarm.
Philosophy requesting, Cardinal requesting. We got Face still up here. Infamous Justin. But go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, after Carl, we're gonna go back to Face because he said he had a question for Justin, and then we're gonna make
Sure.
some room for Shane too. Probably try to bring Shane up here if you can. Go ahead, Carl. What's up, man?
Not much. Thanks for having me. I've got a question that I've never heard discussed before.
I'm a globalist, I guess you would say, or a globy,
Hold on.
whatever.
Try to fix your mic a
But
little bit. It's hard for me to hear, so I think it's hard to listen.
oh, okay.
Mic check, mic check.
All right, that's probably better now.
Yeah, way better. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So okay. So I wonder, how do people that think the Earth is not round um, explain that everything that we see in space, the Earth, the sun, no matter where we see them, they are in the shape of a circle. And especially, and even large stars. I mean, everything's like circular in a sense, right? So where's like the explanation for some of that stuff? And then telescope, you see a planet, no matter where you look at that planet and you spot it, it's always in a circle. Even it looks flat, obviously. Well, some telescopes make it look a little bit more, have more dimension, but it still looks like like a pancake. But still, it's a circle. So why would we not be the same, right? That's one thing I have. I have one more too.
Yeah, let
So
me
anybody got anything?
Yeah, let me touch on that real quick, and if anybody else want to jump in, I would agree with you if those places out in the sky were similar to ours, right? Because we don't have anything that's like here anywhere in space. They just assume, well, it's got to be something like that because it's infinitely expanding, and hopefully one day we'll find a place that's similar to Earth just by sheer probability. But if there's nothing like this realm and this place that we're in, it's hard for me to draw those comparisons. Because when I hear questions like that, I understand it from a standpoint of someone who just say, hey, well, why aren't we the same? Like, we've been told our whole lives we're the same, right? But to me, it's equivalent by saying, well, why don't flowers have legs and paws like dogs and cats? It's just like, bro, those aren't the same thing. Like, if they were the same thing or similar, then I would probably be able to draw that correlation. But those they're not. They're completely different. It's almost like saying, well, in order to illuminate my room, I got to put light bulbs on the ceiling. And because there's light bulbs on the ceiling, that means that my floor is curving. Right? That's just kind of like devoid of logic. But yeah, go ahead.
So what you're saying, just to get it clear, is that the Earth is an anomaly, anomaly, because everything else that we see out there could be the same as us in comparison, because that's the only thing we have to compare to. But because we are on Earth and we have some characteristics that we have not witnessed outside of our outside of our biosphere, basically, is that like we could be completely different, right, than everything else out there.
Yeah,
Is that
so
what you're saying?
I wouldn't necessarily use the term anomaly. When we say anomaly, we're talking about things that can't be explained, like gravity, right? They still haven't figured out gravity. That's an anomaly. Dark energy and dark matter, if that was a real thing, that's an anomaly. Having a preferred direction in space when there shouldn't be, that's an anomaly. What Earth is, and even science like teaches you this, like this is just like grade school stuff, that the Earth is unique. There's nothing like it. I mean, maybe unless there's some new science that I'm not aware of. I know I took a few weeks off, so maybe science has updated in a few weeks. But you open up your science book, it's going to tell you that there is nothing like Earth. There's no place that has like the atmosphere, the environment. Because if they did, I'm pretty sure they would be trying to reach that place instead of going to wherever they are asserting that they're going to now, right? They would be trying to reach, a planet like ours to start rebuilding life and stuff like that, or continue life somewhere else. So it's more unique than an anomaly. That's how I would.
I would agree, especially since this is the only time and place that we know of, right, in the history of humans. So yeah, we don't know anything else. But then let's just talk about shape, though. In terms of shape, even if like life and the way that we actually have something going on here that it's different than other places, does that mean that we actually have a different shape, right? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they give us dimensions, right? They say, hey, they're not saying this is a theory sheet. If you go to NASA, they say this is a fact sheet. And they give us dimensions of the Earth, they give us motion of the Earth, and they give us everything as a fact. So we're saying, okay, well, let's see, because I mean, yeah, there's things in the sky that look circular. You can even go as far as saying they're spherical. Okay, fine. Does that mean that that's what we are? Is it possible to test that? Can we determine whether curvature is supposed to be in specific places locally if you're giving us specific dimensions,
And
right?
Sacred,
So,
you led me to my second point.
okay, cool. Go
What
ahead.
if somebody had the initiative to actually say, I'm going to take the prime meridian, the zero longitude, from one point all the way around, I think it's like 30,000 miles or something. As close,
24,901.
yeah, as close as they possibly could to, to the zero prime meridian, and go from one place to land and pretty close to the place they started in. And would that be proof?
So, and anybody else, feel free to jump in. I'm just gonna give my 2 cents. I'm gonna get off mic. I would say that it is possible to determine distances over land if you have the time and equipment to do so, right? I mean, you could just count revolutions to a wheel. You can calculate that, and maybe you can determine distances on land. My thing is, how would you determine distances over water without appealing to a coordinate system that was given to us during a
It has
time when
nothing
we
to do
didn't
with
have it?
It's direction. It's all direction.
Oh, I thought you were talking about distances. My bad.
No, I'm saying if you follow the direction, like on the zero longitude, which would, let's say, or any longitude around the Earth, let's say hypothetically, and you tried to follow that path as close as possible in that direction, you traveled that 25,000 miles all the way around. Theoretically, you should end up pretty close to your start point.
It'd be north-south circumnavigation, right? That's never been done.
Right.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, we would love to see some polar circumnavigation.
Well, I mean, it can be done. I mean, especially you could do like a relay race, like a baton race, and be like, okay, I'm doing the boat portion. You're over here, and
But if it
middle.
can be, how come it never has been? Right?
Exactly. Why not? Because it hasn't had to been done because we just.
It's too obvious of a
Well,
proof.
think about this.
No,
Think about this, Carl.
it's because the argument hasn't needed to be debunked.
Think about this, Carl. Think about this. They've done east to west circumnavigation. What was their reason for doing that?
So they wouldn't get lost in the ocean.
No, I'm saying that they literally just went around the world east to west. And on a flat plane, that would just be in a circular motion, right? So you're saying, well, they never had a reason to do polar circumnavigation. So I'm saying, okay, well, what was their reason for doing regular east to west circumnavigation? Because if they didn't have a reason to do it and they just did it just because they could,
it made no resourceful sense to do so.
Right, but allegedly they did do South Polar circumnavigation, and it took way longer if documented by what the people back in those days. And that's why nobody's ever done it. We're also not allowed to go down that
And
far.
why did they
So, I mean, if you look at what people already have said, that there's like other continents down there, other land to explore. It took, what was it, 60,000, 80,000 miles to go around? That's a long ways.
Yeah, but theoretically, if you had an initiative where people got together and said, "Okay, let's see if we can just travel the prime meridian, 25,000 miles across, and then this will prove it," because I mean, if you start and end in the same point, there's no argument. If you stick to the same course, like there would be zero argument after that, correct?
you could say so, right? Like, if you're gonna appeal to that coordinate system, say I'm gonna follow the coordinate system, and if I get to this point, then I should come back around the other side. But I think the official answer
Well,
is
if you
to say
want to
that,
believe in cameras and GPS and stuff, you'd rather do it like over the ocean and on land and stuff, right? Rather than like, thousands of miles above you.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, we would have to like appeal to that coordinate system, and we have to verify the distances. But regardless of that, I think the actual explanation or reason why they say it hasn't been done is because it's too dangerous. I think that's what they say. I think they say, oh, we don't really have any way to rescue people if something goes wrong in the South Pole or over North Poles. But it's strange because no satellites go over North or South Poles either.
There's no reason to do it. So like, there's no actual like
He
purpose
said
to it.
confidently without looking into it at all.
Well, I'm saying there's no
Yeah, some
purposeful
fishy shit
reason
going
to
on.
monetarily put funds behind it to where it's like, okay, we're going to learn something from this, that it's going to project us into a new realm, that we're going to actually have some progress from this. And it's like, no, actually, this is just somebody trying to figure something out. And if it fucks up, we're going to have to save them.
But Carl, what? So you say there's no reason, but that's why I asked you. Since east to west, west to east circumnavigation has been completed, what was the reason for that?
I can jump in here and shed
Hold
some
on,
light.
one second. I'll get you in
To
the store, bro.
establish direction.
I want Carl to just think about this for a second, because his whole premise is that there's been no reason to do north to south, back to north again. So I'm saying, okay, if it's east to west, what was the reason for that?
Well, whether you're on a plane or a globe, you can still have the same directional proponents argue. Still you could still have the directional navigation of east to west, north to south. It would work the same, no matter what. It could. Yeah.
East to west would work the same, sure.
Yeah, what would be the reason that they would do
I
that?
guess if you
And not
flipped around on a plane, if it's not inverted, yes, you flipped around, then you'd be like, okay, now we're going the opposite. Yeah, now we're going back east again or whatever.
right. But
That
again,
seems illogical, though.
Again, what would be the reason to complete a circumnavigation east to west?
From east to west, from start to finish. I don't know. Like, there's never. It's one. If you depending on no matter where you start and finish, you're always going one direction or the other. It doesn't matter. There's no distance that is involved. So it's just about direction in terms of what you determine which area is the polar north, right? And then everything else, they say it's magnetic, right? So that's our magnetic compass that we have to establish. The east and west is our directional path so that we can navigate ourselves on this earth without devices, in a way.
But Carl,
So,
like people navigate north to south as well. Like you can go south of the equator and like
sure, they
south.
figured the polarity and also with the moon and the sun and where polar north is.
Focus real quick,
and
Carl.
east and north. They named them east and north, but those are names that they named them, but it's still just direction.
Carl, focus real quick. All right. Your whole premise was the reason. Hold on. Your whole premise was the reason why they haven't done north to south, back to north again, because they had no reason. So I'm asking you about the reason why they did east to west, and you haven't provided a reason, even though you agree that they have completed that.
Well, I don't know. It's direction because they had to put something together. They found a compass.
No, I don't know. I don't know. It's good.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know, right? So again, we have two situations here. One has been completed, one hasn't. Yet they should be taking pretty much the same type of.
But I think you're disregarding the hypothetical that I put together that says if you travel in one direction on what we have just derived as the compass that establishes east to west, and you put yourself on a coordinates that's and for the entire way, and you take the distance that's given to us by the scientists that we don't know. They just give us this information and see what happens, right? Theoretically, that could prove whether or not this is a round planet or not. I mean, it just could. I mean, there would be no other definitive proof that you can do on land.
Okay,
Carlin's right.
All right, so we agree
Isn't that just the coordinate system?
Yeah, that would prove the coordinate system is spherical.
There's a solution. You guys don't need to.
Kind of
You don't need to go that way around the planet. All you need is two locations on opposite sides of the planet, namely Auckland and Madrid, Spain, for example.
But that's if you believe that. I mean, you'd have to keep going to know if you landed back on the corner of your street or whatever, wherever you started.
All you do is measure flight time between those two cities from 11 different flight
What if you don't
routes.
These dudes
believe that?
figured it out, guys.
What if you don't believe it? You
You
gotta
can see.
make that path. You gotta navigate that path. People gotta witness that path. People making that trek and being like, okay, are they still on path? Are the coordinates correct? Yep. They're
That's a
moving.
good point. Check my pinned tweet. It has all the details.
Even if you had to go around, some type of a geological thing, it's like, okay, well, this is where you're gonna get back on path. It's
There's
like
an
you're gonna go around and
intermediate
go back on
city
path.
on 11 different flight routes between Auckland and Madrid.
Orbital,
This
you want to
isn't
be tagged in
you.
your content or
You
no?
have to do this land and sea. You can't do this by air. It's got to be land and sea. It's the only way it
Why?
can be done. Because
Why?
as soon as you put people in the air, they determine that the Earth is deceptively not the way it is anymore, and distance doesn't matter, and it has to be traveled by foot on the Earth itself, so that people can realize that this is why it is round, because this person started here. Here's their complete path, or not person, a bunch of people. This is the complete path that they traveled. It was completely documented, recorded, and they ended up pretty close to where they started.
Hey,
Why not
Carl,
just
hold
check
on,
that
1 second.
GPSs are accurate?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Orbital. Carl, okay, so do you agree that polar circumnavigation would be impossible on a flat Earth?
Well, then that's the entire point, is because you're going to take the advice of what we have already created that you disagree with. So we're going to use what we have been given and seeing if we can prove it right. Take the compass, take the polarity of our polar north, and use it as guidance to create one path all the way around.
Okay, you got to do a little bit better at just directly answering the question and then building off of the answer with what you want to say. I'm still
I think the
unclear.
question was
I'm still unclear. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm still unclear on my first question to you, because you posited that they didn't have a reason to do polar circumnavigation, and then you said, "Well, I don't know what the reason for east to west circumnavigation is." So that kind of like, you didn't really substantiate like that argument too well. And I was just asking you, like, hey, like, is there a reason why? Hold on, bro.
I don't
Just
know if there was a
hold
reason.
on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm going to pass the mic back to you, but like, you're really all over the place. I'm trying to focus you because you're not answering the questions, some of the things that you're like presenting here. I'm just saying, is it possible that polar circumnavigation hasn't happened because the Earth may be flat, right? Like, that would be something that probably is difficult to do on a flat Earth if we can't go around it, north to south, back to north again. Like, do you agree that would be pretty difficult on a flat plane? It's just a yes or no.
Absolutely, I agree. That would be a challenge. So I think that, like, how it is like, imagine you're a person that has to fly, apparently, across the continent and in a certain direction just because of your travel plans, over a 4-day period or something, and theoretically you would be traveling around the globe. But once you're up in the air, I mean, you can look at the screen in front of you and it tells you you're going a certain direction, but do you believe it or not, right? So it's like, did the plane flip around? Are we just going round and round in circles when we go from this country to that country, and they're just at opposite ends of the plane? And it's like, sure, that is possible. I can't say otherwise. But all I'm saying is that if you could figure out a way to do this experiment, I think that could be the most definitive proof you could probably do on land without putting yourself, thousands of feet in the air trying to see a curve, you know? And the reason why people don't do it, because it's going to cost a lot of money. It is dangerous. Obviously, it's dangerous. It's stupid. And, and then at the end of it, it's like, what do you benefit from this besides appeasing people? If all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I guess it's round. Now what? What now?
Answer your first question. Why don't satellites go over the North and South Pole?
So yeah, that's what I asked too as well, right? Because the satellites also don't go over the poles. But do you think that it's
I can't explain that.
hold on, bro. Y'all gotta have more mic etiquette, bro. Like y'all gotta. I'm okay with the back and forth, but like not in between the middle of someone talking. Like, it's
But
not
don't you
good.
think questions
It's
you
not.
can't answer don't answer questions that have been
Bro,
put in front of you?
what was I gonna ask you?
No, yeah, just the satellite thing. I'm just like, okay, whatever.
Well, there's a reason why, but I mean, we won't get into that. I'm trying to have you follow a path of logic, right? Do you agree that it is more dangerous going to space than it is going over the South Pole?
Yes, I do.
So we're already doing massively dangerous things if you even believe in going to space is real. So the argument that we're not going over the South Pole seems like a moot point at that, right? Like, don't you agree? If we're already doing massively dangerous things already?
Well, do you do a risk to cost benefit analysis?
Oh, I'm pretty sure it costs way more to go to space, and it's way more risky to go to space than just getting a plane to go over the South Pole. Yeah, I analyzed that.
No, but
Not
I said
specifically,
benefit.
but I mean,
You left out benefit. But the benefit of things that we do when we go to space is that we actually develop products that get put into the consumer
Go ahead and list a couple.
realm.
Yeah, I was about to say,
And,
like, what, bro?
I mean, we do a lot of things happen.
Not
when
one. Go ahead, one. Name
that
one.
Space venture, like, okay, one of them's automatic windshield wipers, for example. A lot of GPS.
Wait. You said automatic windshield wipers?
Yep. That was something that was technology that was patented because of space travel, and then that was given to the auto industry, basically.
Oh, I gotta look
And
this up.
there's a lot of other things. There's a lot of other things, and it's pretty technical. A lot of technical stuff when it comes.
Oh, we
to
probably
engines.
wouldn't get it then. So.
Well, no, it's just like valves and like combustion engine stuff, and like different stuff that they do where, it's just because the government paid a lot for the space program. It gave technology to the consumer market just because otherwise it wouldn't have been funded as heavily. So
I'm not here for the first part of this. Can you please clarify what the grand point is right now?
Or even your buddy Orbital's thumbing
Well,
you
no,
down.
basically what I
trying
was
to get
saying is that if you traveled from zero meridian all the way around the Earth to zero meridian for 25,000 miles, you probably would land in the same spot if you could somehow figure out how to do that. The argument is, why haven't they done that? And they're like, well, because there's, and my argument back is that because there's no real benefit. Because there's a lot of benefit of doing other things like space exploration rather
West
than
to east circumnavigation.
Are you talking about north-south circumnavigation? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what we started. But...
West. I'm talking east-west.
Well, I mean, east-west is done every day.
Wasn't there like a?
Oh, they'd have to be done on the Earth. They'd have to be done on the Earth, all the way around point A to point B, starting to ending point. And then tracked all the way around. That's the only way you're going to convince some of these people.
Are you familiar with cartographic projections, map projections, coordinate systems, projected coordinate systems, celestial, cartographic, geographic, or otherwise?
Are you from? Yes. And if you're familiar with people even they won't care. They won't care. The Earth is still flat, right?
Hold on. Let me just double back something because I had to go do like a quick little search.
Did NASA really invent?
I never heard. I love when I hear stuff for the first time. It's like it's space gasmic for me. I never heard this. So we went to space in the 1960s, right, Carl?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it says NIHA inductee Mary Anderson, who invented windshield wipers. With her 1903 patent, Anderson's invention proved to be the first windshield clearing device to be effective.
You said automatic windshield wipers.
Automatic, yeah.
Oh, automatic. Okay, so I don't know if these are automatic or not. So I got to search up automatic windshield wipers. That's the search I got to do?
Just the sensor of something Something removing debris from a windshield without human interaction.
You look this up for somebody else?
You know what's cool though? It's funny that like, okay, I'm not saying this is what you were saying, Carl, because I wasn't here for the first part, but people like to tout like all the work and effort and funding put into so many different areas of different things that NASA does. It couldn't possibly be fraudulent. It's like, bro, everyone involved with that is just seeing that as a giant like blank check that they can all get rich off of. Like, what do you mean? That doesn't have to have anything to do with space being real. It's just, hey, look, here's a giant budget we all have to do stuff with. That's how most government contracting works, if you didn't know. I mean, the Air Force
I would
is over here
agree.
paying 16 grand for coffee makers, for crying out loud.
The only reason we were talking about this is because he was saying that why do they spend so much money on space programs and they don't spend money on figuring out, like, showing people that the Earth is round by traveling from one point at one longitude, traveling at the same longitude all the way around the planet on foot or on the Earth's surface,
Do you know longitude is curved?
and then trying to see if they land around in the same spot. And they're like, why don't they spend money on this? And they spend money on the space program. And I just said, hey, because there's a lot of innovation that has derived from the space program that we've put into like consumer products that have really progressed our society, and that's because the government has spent a lot of money on the government programs like the space program, and it didn't have to
Where's
come
the
out of
government
it
get
didn't
their
have to
money?
come out of the public, like, it didn't have to come out of the private sector. It came out of the public sector. The government paid for it.
It's also like a giant money laundering operation. I think the one of the first Saturn rockets that they shot up, when converted into today's dollars, it was like 40 or 60 billion or some crazy price tag like that in today's dollars. Imagine a $60 billion project to build one rocket. Like, I mean, the materials, like, let's just say we already had the blueprints. All we had to do was just, put the materials together. I mean, just the materials on that, bro, we could get for like, under 50 mil. Where's
Oh
the
no, that's
60
wild.
billion coming from?
I had a friend that worked on different types of projects for different vessels that went into space, and basically his project was a valve, but so many people were involved, so many change orders, I guess, and all this crazy stuff. And
Hey, bro, you still got me stuck on these windshield wipers, bro. Like, I'm gonna need you to post whatever you research, because I'm not seeing this, and I think it's gonna take me a little bit longer to do this. I'm about to give up right now because I gotta run this space. But I mean,
why
I'm
don't
seeing.
you just look up innovation?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you.
Derived from
Hold on.
space.
All right, you don't know how to like not talk over people. You need better etiquette. You was the first one that I muted in season 2, bro. Like, that's not cool. Please don't force me to do that. So as I was saying, I'm gonna let you go after this. I was just doing a quick search, and if you could, post something for us so we can go look at what you search, because I'm tired of doing searches and not finding your evidence for you. But I'm searching this stuff, and it says something about Cadillac in 1953. Cadillac introduced the first automatic windshield wipers in 1953. I don't think we went to space at that time. But then I also see something that say about Charlotte Bridgewood, an event. I'm sorry, is it Charlotte? Yeah, Charlotte Bridgewood in 1917 patented automatic electric wiper arms, and then William Fulberth and his brother Fred applied for a patent for automatic windscreen wiper apparatus in 1919, which was granted in 1921. This is just what I'm seeing, bro. I don't know if this is real. I don't know. I haven't done too. I'm doing surface level like searches right now, but this is what I'm being presented on Google search engine. So I'm gonna let you go. You could reply to that or let us know where you found this information, and maybe you could post like something, because I'm interested in seeing if we really got automatic windshield wipers because we went to space. I mean, that would be crazy. I don't really know the correlation, but I would like to see that. What do you say to this? 1953 by Cadillac and 1917 by some other inventors.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, but it is something that I remember reading before. It's just like things as innovations that came from space exploration. You know, because the government was just pumping money into the program, and then they developed new technology that the private industry just wouldn't pay for because it would cost too much money for the R&D. You know, so it was just one of those things, and it was like sensors that give you the ability to, you know, wipe off the window when debris hits it immediately, you know, or whatever. It was like that was something that was derived from, you know, space space R&D, you know, for some type of a whichever one they started with, or at that time it was probably pretty early on, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. But it makes perfect sense, though, doesn't it? I mean, it's not like this is far fetched.
No, it's for talk.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
no, this makes
military.
no sense to me at all. But I'm trying to search. Go ahead, Pisa.
Well, they spend a lot of money on these projects.
Yeah, well, that doesn't have. Okay, so that's the point. The military-industrial complex is one enormous international money laundering operation that's been going on for like near 100 years now. Eisenhower warned us about it becoming a big thing when he left, in the speech he gave when he left office. If you never heard his speech, it's actually one of the few speeches from a president I've listened to that I thought was really, really good. But the military industrial complex just takes hundreds of billions of dollars in tax money and disappears it. Like, I mean, it's insane the amount of money that gets spent on like ridiculously not useful things. I used to, well, I don't want to give my background on space much, but let's just say I used to work with certain tech, and when we would have to do parts orders and stuff for repairs, there were, I mean, I saw SD cards that went in certain little handheld computers, 15 grand. 15 grand for an SD card. Little rubber O-rings that went around the end of a lens to keep it from breaking if you bump it on something. It's literally just a circular piece of rubber. $200. I mean, like crazy prices, bro. It's insane. They getting filthy rich. So I don't think that you can ever use like the funding thing as like a proof of anything. If anything, it's just an evidence of corruption and money laundering.
Yeah. So the closest thing this is funny. The closest thing that I could see, right? I just typed in just random word salad keywords to try to get some search result, trying to give my man the benefit of the doubt, because I'm trying to learn this stuff in real time if this is true. And there is a link. There is a NASA link that says automatic windshield wipers, science.nasa.gov, and there's some type of link to automatic windshield wipers, and it's a broken link. It doesn't take me anywhere.
Wayback Machine it, bro.
Yeah, I might have, that's why I said it's probably gonna take a little bit more research, but I could post it just so you guys know I'm not capping. It don't take me nowhere, so I'll post it in a purple pill, and I'll scroll a little bit more. But I just thought it was interesting because I never heard about that before. But even if there is something like that, it would make sense. Just like I was saying, where it's like they, launder money. Yeah, we're studying this. Throw us some more funds, and they get the funds, and they open up these black budgets and do whatever the hell they want to do, and we're funding it. So, but yeah, it shouldn't be this difficult if this is some history being made by NASA developing windshield wipers. I think that should be like kind of all over the place or easy to search for. But interesting. My bad. Y'all go ahead. We can get to the hands after. Oh, did Orbital leave? What happened to Brian? Then he left.
I tried to get to him. You might as well post that content. He tried to bring it up again. Maybe if you post it, he'll come back in here.
Yeah, I might have to. But every single time I tweet at him to try to address him, because he rarely comes and grabs the mic, he'll hide my comment. And then he'll keep posting the same. What do y'all think about that? So if a globe earther let's just say anti-flat earther, right? Because he's not a average globe earther. His whole account is literally curated for anti-flat earth rhetoric, and he's engaging under like every single one of my posts. And I'm like, well, let me like engage back in the middle of the week when it's not Friday, and I don't even really do stuff like that no more because I hold Flat Earth Fridays. Y'all can come talk to me directly. So like I'm posting, some arguments that say, hey, have you considered this when you're talking about flights? And we got some people up here that's really well versed, like in flights. I'm not one of them, but I can pose an argument or an idea. What do you think about globe earthers who hide my tweets in direct response to their globe earth proofs or evidence or arguments? Do you think that's genuine? Do you think it's disingenuous? Why would they hide something that isn't insulting, isn't antagonistic, isn't abrasive? I'm just tweeting to you about flights and my refutations and my arguments in your tweets, in your threads that you're spamming all over the internet. You're hiding them. You're hiding the answers. How would y'all feel about flat earthers? How would you feel about me if I say, yo, all you anti-flirts, all you globe earthers, come to Flat Earth Fridays and show some evidence. And then you tweet some evidence and then I hide it. Or you request the mic and I don't let you speak. Like, how would y'all feel about me? So I'm just put that in perspective. Would y'all allow that for flat earthers? What would be the point of that if they're just talking about the science or just the actual topic itself? Not talking about trolling and things of that nature, right? We're just talking about, hey, you want to talk about flights? Let's talk about flights. I acknowledge it. You hide my tweet and you continue to push the same post. Well, how y'all feel about that? Tweet at me and let me know. Because that's where we're at right now. That's why I really wanted to talk to him since he brought that up again. But maybe we're going to have to drop the content. Proud, who knows? You can get to the hands, though.
They're just going with
Rotate
what they're saying, right? If they don't hide it, then they're not supporting their own word of how they don't support it.
So definitely we're gonna go ahead and just let Derek jump in. I know Philosophy wanted to go, so he can go after. And then I want to hear from Clay and Silly Questions. So go ahead, Derek.
Hi, hello everyone. I just wanted to say that we never mention the most obvious things about all the lands that we can't visit, the islands that are off limits. We never circumvent the Earth from north to south or whatever. Either way, we haven't circumvented around Antarctica itself. We don't even know what's on the south side. All we know is I think it's New America, right? That's on the west side of near the Ross Shelf. That's like that's on the west side. Then I think it's some kind of New England or something. And then it goes to New Schwabenland, which is on the north side of Antarctica. But we don't know what's on the east side. There's supposedly another island that's off limits that with the tribal people who are still like cavemen, and they'll attack us if we go and try to hang out and be nice with them. But all we'd have to, I have this argument a lot. I think I told Elon, I was like, we can go to Mars and you have all the money, but why don't we take a trip just around Antarctica or just past a little bit further than we go? No, we don't even, so we never go past the 60th parallel south or north. Magellan, his words were, you could look it up. Magellan said that the oceans are so vast and something else that man will never see them all. And it's not feasible. It's just too far, not even to mine resources. It's still not feasible. It's so far. But all we would have to do is start Antarctica, I guess, go to Argentina and then up through America and keep going past Alaska, which would be illegal because 60th parallel, you can't, it's military. And then keep going past that until we see, I guess it would be Finland or something that we would supposedly hit. And then that would be on the end, go England and then go down to the tip of Africa and hit Antarctica again. which is completely illegal. Greenland is connected to whatever landmass is above into the Antarctic region, the Arctic region. But it's a military post and base that will stop anybody who tries to go, anywhere past the 60th parallel. Someone said, why don't you guys just get together and mount a big caravan to try and go? And I'm like, yeah, right. We could walk almost. I mean, it would be we probably need dog sleds or stuff, but so we can't even do that. We can't even go to the off limit areas to start to just look at that part, and to navigate, you would have to use the stars. I think it was Admiral Byrd. He said, once you get to the South Pole, you just keep going south as best as you can make out, because I guess the compass doesn't work. Why would he say the best that you can make out? And that's when he has this story, the conspiracy story, where he runs into these giant people with glowing blue eyes in a crystal city like Superman, and they warned him about the war light bombs going off like Hiroshima, and they were like, you're messing with the fabric of Earth or something, and if you don't stop, you don't tell your leaders to stop, we're going to stop you. But anyway, so we don't even. Oh, and Admiral Byrd stayed in Antarctica by himself for a year. His whole battalion left. Right, he had warships, left him by himself. Have you ever known that? By himself. But anyway, sorry. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew, the off limit areas. We should, maybe inspect that first before we even try to go any further. Oh, and the shape of the Earth is in the north, it's a crest like a plateau, and all the rivers run from north to south to the equator. And then I'm thinking in the south, they run the opposite. They run from south back to the equator towards the north. But I mean, that's about as far as we can go with the shape. There is no way we can. They say they have the mileage and the distance, but how are they? They said that they use light and what else to see a distance of a
sound
of a circle. Sorry, it cut off. My phone just cut off. I did. And space. Stars are really these, if you look through a telescope, they're like lights twinkling. Looks like underwater. If I get a light with different colors, some of them, and shine it like underneath a glass, and then between water, that's just like what a star looks like, except for planets. Saturn looks different. You can see the circle around it, so that thing is a planet. I don't know. It looks like a valve, actually. When you think about it, that's what a valve would look like. And it would let like air or whatever through the gas that we breathe, maybe, because they said something lets it in the north or the south or something. I think it's the Bible, something. Oh, and yeah. And so God, the stars, the God part, that's the whole thing about flat Earth. It destroys, and whatever they're doing, they do not want us to deal with God and be like the good people we used to be. They want us to be this new type of thing. But thank you guys. I just wanted to say that. I'm running out of things to say, but thank you for the mic.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for joining.
Yo, am I up? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Hey guys, how's it going, man? So happy you guys came back. I definitely, I was missing my Flat Earth Fridays, so thank you. You guys are legends. And yeah, man, I just had a couple things I wanted to add too. I was listening to the conversation, and that gentleman was asking, well, why, when we look in space, do we, why is everything? It looks like a sphere, right? And just one thing I would really like to point out, there's there's a an observation, right? And the observation is that Earth is in the observable center, right? Like it's 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 an inconvenient truth for the mainstream, but all observations show that Earth is in the center. And one thing that I think is even interesting about this too is they call it the axis of evil, which is kind of weird. That's like a term they kind of coined when this came to light.
Religious feel.
What's that?
Sorry, I said it's got a religious feel. Go ahead, Travis.
Oh, okay. So they call it the axis of evil, like it was, some terrorist state or something. But anyhow, the point is that, what you have, like, one thing you have to keep in mind, like when you're looking at, the lights in the sky, right? Like you're looking in the cosmos. The thing you have to understand is that all observations, this is scientifically proven, is that it's all built around us. This is the center. So you're looking at all these lights you're looking at all these lights, all these things in the sky that are built around you. So that right there for me was like, when I learned that, it just was like, oh, so who cares who cares what these things are? They're built for us. Like, these are lights for us in this special place in the center, right? So I don't know. Like, maybe I didn't really kind of explain it too well or whatever. Not that well spoken, but I mean, I don't know. If you think about it, like, why would we match something why would we match the sky if it was all built around us? Like, and that's just, that's the observable truth, right? So, or it's not subjective. That's an objective truth. Like, we know that. So I just want to point that out. And then, like, far as like the whole final experiment thing, like, you know what? Listen. If the sun goes in a 360 and it's visible the whole time, that will totally. That's it, right? That's far as the flat Earth model that we have is totally cooked, right? It just is. Like, if the sun goes around the horizon, it goes around your head in a 360. It is, man. It's bad. But you know what? At the end of the day, that doesn't take away all of the laser interferometry. That doesn't take away why the fuck are we seeing so far, like, and according to these globers, if I had a good enough telescope, the refraction, I could see my own ass. Like, that makes no sense. Look, the other thing is why can't we explore? That's the big, like, okay, the sun goes, like, our model's fucked. Okay, yeah, you're right. We still have all these other questions. Why is there no detectable motion? Why are we lying about ether? Why are we, why do you try to claim I could see my own ass through refraction if I had a good enough telescope? Like, this is bullshit, So, there's still a ton of fucking questions and answers. The main one is like, what the hell is in the south or in the north for that matter? Why can we not go? Why do I feel, why is it that, I see all these ruling elite refer to me as cattle and I feel like I'm in a fucking paddocks. I can't even go over these fences. Like, it's just crazy, man. Anyhow, I appreciate you guys putting up with me and it's good to have you guys come back. And anyhow, all love over here, guys. Missed you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you, man. Some really, really great questions. I think we're gonna try to do a full space on CMB, and the alleged expansion of the universe, the Big Bang, and probably tie all that together. I don't know if we should do all in one space because there's a lot to cover. But I think we're gonna have to dial in and make that a focus topic because those are true anomalies that aren't supposed to be observed at all. Like, should not be any preferred direction, specifically with the CMB. And yeah, I think it's something that we need to dive into a little bit and see what the guys got to say about it. Also, we've been talking to some people over on TikTok, and we got some professionals in that field that love to talk about it. So if y'all rock with Flat Earth Fridays and you want to hear us talk to some PhDs about space, let me know. And stay tuned, tap in, follow me, follow Proud, follow the Level Heads, post noties on so you know when we go live. We try to be a little bit more. We're gonna try to be a little bit more consistent in season 2 with the time constraints, so that way you guys know exactly when you can look for us, regardless. So yeah, man, we got some things planned. Great point, Silly. Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Yeah, awesome to be here, man. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, man, let us explore. Come on, like just let us do our thing. What y'all think is gonna happen? Discover like the true nature of our reality. Like, come on.
Oh, sacred.
We've already explored it all. You don't have to do anything, bro. Don't worry about it. You sit down. We already took care of it.
So
there's
sacred. I want to
nothing
run
to
this by. I
explore.
haven't talked to you in forever, bro. I came up with a hypothesis, right? I just want to see what your take is on it. It's about the nature of matter and energy. You want to hear it?
Yeah, go for it. But then I do want to hear from Face after this because I think he had something else that he wanted to talk to. But yeah, let's hear it because tap in with Piezo, man. Like this guy is a gem. Go ahead, bro.
Philosophy also been waiting as well.
I'm sorry, bro. If somebody's waiting, I just came back into the room. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on people's toes.
Oh no, you good. I didn't hear what Proud said, but yeah, you good.
Okay. Well, it's the pinned post on my page, but this is what I think of like matter and energy, right? Subatomic particles, the way we think of them anyway, as they're defined, don't exist. I think that they're actually structured energy. Okay, so what is energy, right? I think energy is motion. I don't think there's any time that you can ever measure, define, perceive, think about energy in which motion is not involved in some way. So what would it be? It would be motion in the ether, right? And when that ether is thrown into whirls of velocity, as Tesla would say, right, it takes on structure. The structure it takes on is these little vortexes. So think about weight, right? Weight is based on the force that's imposed by gravity on an object of a certain mass, right? But gravity, it involves instantaneous action at a distance. Okay, so Newton said that that would require something of mutual contact between the objects in order for them to act on each other. But according to mainstream physics, there is no substance there. There's nothing there. Einstein actually kind of toyed with it, with relativity and space-time. He didn't completely throw out the idea of an ether. He kind of tried to redefine it. But then later we get to QFT, quantum field theory, and they elaborated on a little more. They talk about there being these fields everywhere throughout all the universe. There's fields present everywhere. And the energy in these fields is what makes up matter. You've got stuff like the pilot wave theory. It talks about how those fields interact. It uses analogies of fluid dynamics, but to show how physics would apply at the small and large scales to particles and stuff. So what would gravity become? Well, gravity would be basically the force exerted through pressure mediation of that fluid that's in mutual contact with those objects. It fills all space, ether's everywhere throughout all the universe, and that fluid constitutes the basis for those fields. So since gravity is pressure mediation, weight would be the force caused by that pressure on the object, and then the mass, right? It wouldn't be a fundamental property. Mass would not be a fundamental thing made up of stuff, but mass would just rather be the amount of energy that's in that object that interacts with the fluid that creates that pressure on it. So therefore, in this, my hypothesis, matter is nothing more than the big scale expression of structured energy on the small scale. That's the reason why they can go into a lab and use their cyclotrons and stuff and demonstrate mass energy equivalence. It's mostly viable. It's like 99.9% viable on a microscopic scale because they're evaluating these microstructures based on measuring the energy. So if energy is motion in the fluid and that motion has a certain magnitude, then the magnitude of the motion would determine the amount of energy present, and the amount of energy present would determine how much mass it has. Because the more energy, the more fluid is moving, and that fluid, when it moves enough, it gets structure, and it forms the fundamental particles that we know of in quantum physics, electrons, protons, neutrons, and stuff. And then those structures link together and make bigger structures like atoms. They continue linking together and make bigger structures like molecules, and eventually we can see it. So everything in the universe, all the forces, all the matter, everything is made up of this universal fluid in motion. And that fluid is the mechanism through which you got fields, you got energy, you got matter, you got everything. And that's the true and modern conception of the ether. So that's what I think everything's made of.
Ooh, I like it, bruh. I like it. And it's interesting what you said, right? That everything is in motion, right? You would think that if it's not in motion, then it has reached, I guess you could say, like an absolute state of rest, which then would mean that it wouldn't materialize here if everything in our realm is in motion.
Everything's moving, bro. Even stuff that's quote unquote at rest is vibrating. It's got a oscillatory resonant frequency.
I like it, bro. I went ahead and I put your pin tweet up at the top if you guys want to dive into it. I think that's a clip from Discord. I guess you were talking on Discord.
Yeah, I typed that up on Discord. Yeah.
Nice, man. I'll tap in with my boy Piezo, man. Great ideas, and he's in the field with it for real. Like he's actively, studying a lot of these things. So, can extract a lot of value from Piezo. And I'm pretty sure if you have any questions and you want to interact or reply when he has time, because I think he got a lot going on right now, which is why it's not a little vacation. But shout out to my man, bro. Dope stuff.
Thanks, bro.
Shout out to JJ Thompson too.
Yeah, he's where I got the idea. And then I pieced up some other stuff from a paper Witsit shared from this Russian guy, and then started thinking about it. I'm like, this just makes sense.
Is he the one that described the 1 unit line of dielectric induction?
Talking about how an electron is the terminal end of the unit line of dielectric induction.
Yes, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it was JJ, but I need to find that original quote, right? He was the one who discovered the electron, quote unquote, with the cathode ray tube experiment. But before he ever did that, he wrote this paper called A Treatise on the Motion of Vortex Rings, in which he postulated that matter was made up of vortices in a fluid medium that was present everywhere. Basically, he proposed that matter was made up of little toroidal vortices in a fluid. And he got awarded for it, like the Adams Prize at Cambridge University or whatever. He did like 100 pages of integral math, but it's very not well known these days, because like 4 years after it got published, they did the Michelson-Morley experiment, and everybody like called for like a ban on on fluid dynamics ideas.
Yo, them guys messed up a lot of stuff with physics, bro. They caused a dent in history. And it's also funny, just to give you another little gem before we get to the rest of the hands here. Shout out to the listeners that's still here, Stationary Saturdays. I was talking with a PhD astrophysicist over on TikTok, and someone that's studying or they're studying to get their PhD in quantum physics.
I think he's in grad school.
Say it again, Prop.
I think he's in his 4th year.
Okay. Yeah. And it was interesting because, basically what science has done is they have to like quantize everything, which is why that we interpret these phenomena, these oscillations or perturbations, this motion as particles, because they need to be able to quantize everything. So they had like a live, TikTok's a little bit weird, but I like to go pop over there sometimes because it's hard to get them off of their platform. So we got to go search them out, So I'm gonna post my TikTok up top, and y'all go drop your TikToks in there, and I'm trying to follow y'all back and be interactive off platform. But anyway, so they were in a live, and there was one that was studying to be a particle physicist, and one that was already quote unquote an established astrophysicist. And it was interesting. And there was also another particle physicist up there, but really it was them two, that the first one I'm talking about, that was kind of like going back and forth. They were kind of doing a live together, like a Q&A. And I had posed a question about gravity and their interpretation of it, because they were kind of like discussing some of the physics behind gravitation. And what was interesting was they ended up combative, and not in like a negative way, but they disagreed on the mechanics of gravity, or I guess the opportunity to fully understand what gravity is. And when I say that, this is what I mean. The astrophysicist wasn't confident that we were going to discover gravity on a quantum scale. And the PhD study, how do you call that, guys? I'm sorry. The guy studying for his PhD in his 4th year, he's a particle physicist, and he was completely open and way more, I guess you could say, way more positive that one day we are going to find this graviton. And his whole thing was that we can like quantize everything. Like we have to be able to quantize things. Like there's going to be a way, some way, somehow, where we're going to develop the technology and the science to discover this ever elusive gravitational particle. And it was just really interesting hearing like two globe earthers. I would kind of consider one of them to be more of an anti-flat earther than a globe earther, but let's just, keep it as they were just globe earthers having a discussion about science. And they were kind of at odds about, okay, will this graviton be discovered? Can we bring this concept into, like, can we materialize this into fruition? And they were at odds in that discussion. And it was interesting hearing that back and forth because, as a flat earther who talks about flat earth all the time, as well as science and history and all different type of physics, we hear all the time when we come up with our ideas and our perspective is that the science is settled, right? You always hear, this is settled science. Stop talking to the flourish. You're giving them credence. And I'm like, well, when you actually talk to the guys that actually have the credentials, even though they have their biases, they don't even agree on what gravity is, what it can be, what will it be discovered as. And it's funny because they're both physicists in two different fields. One is dealing with, the cosmos and outside of our frame, and one is dealing with like the most localized direct measurement of any instrumentation that we can have known to existence. And they have completely different like viewpoints on gravity and gravitons, although they agree and they believe that gravity exists. So it was just interesting to see that it's just not settled at all. And both physicists in their own separate studies had different interpretations of it. So take that for what it is. Hopefully one day we'll get to talk to some of those guys. I think I seen some of the TikTok fam pop up. I think I seen Gene down there. I don't know. Probably we seen anybody else popping in here from TikTok? Shout out to Gene Techman.
I noticed.
It's really interesting that
Yeah,
they're
but
allowed.
that was super interesting. So don't know if it's really settled science, to be totally honest. A lot of interpretation, and we want to get it right. We don't want to just reify our belief system just so we can feel comfortable. We want to make sure that wherever we're observing, we have the correct interpretation of it. So that way we can know exactly how our world works, because we should just be trying to, be moving towards this unified theory of everything. We want everything to work in conjunction with each other. We want to be able to validate it, substantiate it, and not just compartmentalize and correct and simplify whenever it fails or doesn't work. So I'm gonna leave it there. I know we got some hands up. Proud, who's up next?
Philosophy been waiting, and then face, and then Cosmo, and then flat.
Thank you. Well, I'd just like to start off by saying that it sure is nice to have an answer to a question, true or not, that makes sense. It could be true. It makes total sense. It's an answer at least. Not just having to have a true answer all the time. Where did the humanoid body come from? Where did the consciousness come from? We don't have an even answer for these questions, but if we had one at least, true or not, that would be nice. Then I'd like to go on by saying that For instance, when you use energy, because you have to occur in a revolution, in other words, in moving in a circle, when you stop using energy, you go straight. However, the moon occurs in a revolution without using energy. Now, the opposite of everything is true. So if we could figure out the opposite of how the moon doesn't use energy to occur in revolution, which would be true, that almost tells you exactly, if you look at the opposite of what the answer for gravity is, would be there. And then opposites being true, we could just figure out what gravity is by shooting the breeze practically. Another thing I think about energy, I believe that energy, because it's what allowed us to move or what allows us to move, can't move itself. Can't move, never has, ever will. But what it is, I believe, is if you think about like everything and all matter starting from a center point and squishing down and making the smallest thing that there is, and then exploding and everything moving around it constantly, like the Big Bang Theory. You'd think that that smallest littlest thing, that's what energy is, that's what allowed us to move, that's what can't move and has no ability to move itself. So energy doesn't move to me. It can't, ever has, never will. But then there's the Earth and whether it's flat or not. I was in a space one time, and I believe if anyone remembers, if they were in it too, it was a wonderful space about talking about this. We went on and on about it, and in the end, we decided to go with this theory that the Earth was flat like a square, but encased within a spherical sphere, and on the inside of this sphere everywhere was mirror. It was a mirror on the inside. And we're moving around in this square, kind of flat thing all around in this sphere of a mirror on the outside. And that was the best idea we could come up with. That was, we're all happy with that one. Matter and occupation of space, not occupy space. This is what I think about matter is that the amount of matter, if you were to take all of it and think about how, like, let's say that there's space infinitely around it, but matter will never occupy that space, and then there's the space of which matter will occupy, is swimming around from a center point. And each percent, because then you could say, everything could be measured. If you were to take make a percent for each space, have 100 different percents, like a 10 by 10 grid. I have a theory that every percent has the exact same amount of matter in it, and the amount of matter that can exist depends on how many patterns can be made in each percent. So like numbers, for instance, in studying numerology and studying numbers, they say in the beginning they appeared in order. So you could say one came first, and a percent of the existence there where matter would be occupying space, and it said to itself, if I were to just go parallel and make like an 11 sort of thing, nothing would change. I would occupy a different space, but nothing would change. So it goes to the next percent and bounces off and makes a 2, and then a 3, and the next percent, and all these different patterns are made until it can't make any more, and then that's how much matter could exist and fit into each percent of where only there would be space that would be occupied. For instance, the Earth being flat or not, like I look at it like, because opposites are true. So if the Earth is flat, the opposite of that is true. I think the Earth actually, if you look at it, delve into figuring that out, the opposites of and everything of a flat Earth, I think both are true. The Earth is spherical and flat, which is why I really like the theory of us being in a spherical inside mirror sphere on a flat square surface. Kind of makes sense that way, that it'd be spherical and flat. Another thing is being opposites that are true and everything. If you look at, like, let's say energy being the smallest thing that allows us to move, then let's say somebody comes along and finds this small little thing and encases it with molecules and rolls it and it moves. That actually contradicts the opposite of it being true, that it wouldn't move ever. And therefore, I think that energy actually is the only thing with an opposite that isn't true. So therefore, it's like energy is what allows us to move, can't allow itself to move, but was moved, contradicted, and therefore is like God in a way. It's like God is the only thing with an opposite that isn't true. It's a contradiction. So you could look at, like, if you're thinking about how where the universe came from and existence and matter and all that, and I think that if you look at creation and you think about if God created himself in existence, I think it's been blown out of proportion, the word God. I think that God created us in his image, and that was because he wanted us to be given all the opportunities, or at least as many as could be, that he had. I think that if you look at how opportunity and knowledge works, now knowledge, they say, is power, but I think a truer definition, because yeah, sure, it's power, is truth. Knowledge equals truth. Now, opportunity, knowledge is a catalyst for opportunity, but not a requirement. An opportunity can exist, but not the knowledge of it, but you have to have the knowledge of it in order to exploit it. So if we're talking about the creation of existence here, if you look at the opportunity to do that, an opportunity that doesn't exist, you can't have knowledge of it, but you can't really create the opportunity of it and then have the knowledge of it. The opportunity has to exist, and then you have to find out about it. So it's like the opportunity for existence all of a sudden exists. Then the so you create, but that couldn't have happened, right? You can't think about it that way. So I think about it as how
Bro, what are you talking about?
knowledge and truth and
What?
the creation,
What is going on?
What in the world?
Mic check.
where everything kind of came from, matter. I think that in the beginning there was light,
Testing,
and
one,
light wasn't
two.
consciously aware of anything, but sensed togetherness and came together, and then the word came like a boom, like a sound. And then there was friction and matter, everything, which found a center point and said, I can't occupy all space, but I'm going to occupy the center here and stay there. And then there was a black hole kind of effect, causing an infinite effect. Now, like, for instance, if you take 199% of it and you take 99% of the percent left, you can do this infinitely, and it'll get closer and closer to 100, but never reach it. Like light getting closer and closer to the center of a black hole, but it'll never get there. The unstoppable force meeting up with the immovable object. Now, they say the event horizon around the black hole, once you get into it, you'll get sucked in for sure, but around the event horizon,
We have black holes, Epsteinian, Einsteinian sky demons. Is that where we're at? That's
no, the closer and further you are away
I
from
think
the
you're
horizon.
explaining a DMT trip to us.
I'm not talking about demons, but the closer and further away you are from the event horizon before you're getting sucked in, time is perceived faster or slower. So imagine this: light and friction, okay, and matter.
Hold on, wait a second. Hold on 1 second.
over here,
You
real
just
world
made a
salad.
claim. You just made a claim on the event horizon. Can you show me how you came up with that?
No, I didn't come up with it. They say once you enter the event horizon around the black hole, you get sucked in for sure. But outside of the event horizon, the closer and further away you are, time goes faster or slower in perception. But before there's consciousness, imagine light and the matter that exists in a black hole. All of a sudden, light hitting towards it, okay, and the ability for there to be perceived spontaneously generates life because of the infinite factors. So then the first consciousness is born and perceives time because of its distance from the black hole where the light is, and getting closer and closer to it, but never to reach it. And this first consciously aware person creates creation in a place for us and creates Earth and everything. Now, Earth, let's imagine that the foundation for ideas to manifest, okay, is Earth. Or if it's not, if ideas were to run out, the foundation for ideas manifest would no longer exist. So if Earth is, it would no longer exist if ideas were run out. They say there's an idea that's never been thought of, not even God himself, which is something that isn't nature, can do what nature does, but is not nature. So if that's never thought of, then Earth will last forever, or whatever the foundation for ideas to manifest is, saying it's Earth. So therefore, Earth will last forever. Not all ideas will ever be thought of, and we got to make sure nature stays where it is and it stays healthy, or we're done. But then, because of the fact that there's, like I said, that infinite factor, and Earth being foundation for ideas manifest and whatnot, ideas, they also say, when anything manifests into reality, it has so many uses, and the uses are actually made when it is created and don't increase or decrease or change once all of its uses are filled up. It's destroyed. So Earth could have infinite uses, will last forever and whatnot. But is it flat or not? That's a good one. You know, I don't think so.
Terrific. Glad we got to a point.
Et cetera, but I'll leave it there.
Yo, Shane, can you hear me? Mic
No,
check.
It's flat. It's flat.
Checking of the mic.
Well, see, also is that mechanism in everyone's brain that says, and until they see the corner, they're not going to believe it, even if you tell them what's there. This is just mechanism. We have to see it, no matter how much we try to believe it. Think about this too. Where do you know that is true 100%? That you know it is 100%. Your name. You know that is true 100%, and it is 100% true. And I believe that anything you know that's true, that is, and you know it 100%, like your name, and I don't think there's anything else to do other than like your care card number and blah, 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 you become symbolic of that truth. Sort of how like whatever created creation is symbolic in that. But the first conscious of a person wasn't given a name. So they're like the symbol maker. They're not symbolic of anything. They make the symbols. We're all symbolic of who we are. And knowledge, being truth, is non-physical and not a creation, but is a requirement for creation as well. And that we're all making ideas manifest here as they come and go, and we're not really living our choices, making our choices now. We're sort of making them and living them. And now they say that the beginning and the end and the middle of everything is very significant. And I thought about that. And I thought to myself, how could the middle of everything be so significant? You know, every song, every movie, right in the middle. Because it doesn't have a middle until it's ended. Well, they say that actually the beginning, the middle, and the end of everything is already set.
Bro, really? Can we wrap it up, please?
So, yeah, I'll finish off basically just saying that it's true. It could be that we don't have choices. The beginning and the middle of everything is already set, and we have to look at it like that.
Optimus equivalent factor philosophy. Optimus equivalent factor philosophy. That's what that is. That's not getting to the truth, though. That's all like hearsay. It's kind of like assuming things, and that's what got us into this mess in the first place. Wouldn't you say?
Don't ask me a question.
Yo,
Appreciate
Shane.
that though. Philosophy, patience, and grasshopper. Shane. Did you want to chime back in philosophy, or did you want to let a face jump in before a flat?
Testing. Is my mic working, lads?
Hear what anybody else has to say before I say anything else.
Yeah, we only got 3 more hands at the moment, so I want face to jump in, then flat. You could take it. Derek can end us off.
Hey, can you hear me?
All right, just a few things to clear up. Why was there navigation levels on north and south around the world?
You kind of sound like you're in a washing machine.
No, all right. You hear me all right?
Better.
Definitely not in a washing machine here. Sorry about that. Sacred asked why we went around the world east to west. Well, I think that's the easier way to go. So people like to be the first to do something. So why not do it the easier way where you'd see more sights? Like you'd see way more. Like, would you want to see a shit ton of snow, or would you want to see a whole bunch of cities and people along the way? But yeah, my other questions were for Justin, who's no longer here. So. Seem to show that the Earth is a globe based on the travel time that it takes, and that's possible for anyone to sail around that parallel.
Yeah.
I think the boat races was what Sigurd was referring to beforehand, and the fact that they circumnavigated one way, but they haven't done it again. I'll let Sacred, tell you about this, but the way that they do the boat races in the north and the south, there are some discrepancies. There's some discrepancies there with this.
And the other thing about that is, I guess it was mentioned you can't go to the North Pole or South Pole. You
Mic
definitely
check.
can go to both.
Hey, there he is.
Hey, sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt. Let me know when you guys are done with the circumnavigation thing. I'd like to get back to the quantum gravity.
Yes, sir. We hear you loud and clear, Alan. Face, what were you just saying? You were saying about, oh yeah, you're talking about like the boats in the south and stuff like that. What would you say if you found out that when they're making these, when they're doing these yacht races, and they're literally trying to break records, and they're literally like racing, that all of those speeds of those boats is like far, far, far slower than the yacht races in the north.
Oh, it wouldn't shock me all that much, depending on where they're traveling in the north versus where they're traveling in the south, what the water conditions are like. But I don't think that it should be trusted what anyone says. So go test it out yourself. That's what I'm looking for, is what you guys would agree would be a good test.
Right. So now this, so you could like I said, you go do your own research, but if you were to find out that the yacht races, like none of them come close to being as fast as the ones in the north, and then you can consider, okay, what would a flat Earth prediction be when it comes to yacht races circumnavigating the south?
Circumnavigating the south would take much longer because it's a much bigger area to cover.
Right. Now, if it's taking us longer, how could we hide that? Could we say we're going slower instead of just traveling way far distances?
Yeah, sure. But like, how long do you think it would take to circumnavigate the world in the southern hemisphere, like around Antarctica, like the 60th parallel?
I would predict that it would be similar to the north. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, it depends. Like I thought you thought the world was flat.
Right, but if the globe, right?
Yeah,
and
sorry.
it's
My
about
question to
equal-
you was on a flat Earth. Which one? How long do you think it would take to circumnavigate on a flat Earth?
I think it would take way longer. I would think it would take way longer, which means that the proportions in the south wouldn't be anywhere near as close to equal in the north.
Okay, so are you talking like several months or a year or?
Oh, I don't know how long the yacht races actually are. I just know that they take far slower than they do in the north. I probably can get that information. I heard Jaron talk about this. That's why I learned about this. I was like, wow, like, are you serious? Like they can't reach the speeds that they reach in the north? Like what could consistently cause that other than just traveling way further distances in the south? Because that would make sense on the flat Earth because it's a way bigger circle. You would think that it would be more equivalent if the north is almost as equivalent as the south, even though they say it's a little chubbier, like a pear.
Yeah, for sure. But like there was an Australian who circumnavigated Australia in like 3 months. So that seems like on like a boat, a small boat that was a one woman operation. So that seems like that would be impossible on a flat Earth to cover that kind of distance, right?
It would be impossible to circumnavigate the Earth in 3 months in the south?
Yeah, doesn't that seem unreasonable?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just not scaling it right. Why would it be unreasonable to circumnavigate the south?
Well, how long do you think it would take to circumnavigate the world on a flat Earth?
I have no idea. I wouldn't even know how to determine distance. That's what I was asking before. Like, how do you even determine distances in water? The main argument, though, is why are they vastly different? I think they were saying, like, I'm just going off of the values that I heard from Jaron, and I tried to do a little bit of research. I didn't post anything about this, so I don't really speak on it too much. We probably should do a space on that, too. But if you found that these yacht races and they're saying, oh, the speeds that we're traveling in the south is no more than 5-6 knots, but then like in the north, they're like 20, 30, 40 knots. Like, wouldn't that be like weird? Like, well, why can't y'all get to 30 knots or 40 knots? Like, why can't y'all do that?
That would be definitely weird to have it be 5 or 6 times faster. I definitely don't think it's that much discrepancy. I'd be very surprised if it was.
Yeah. Right,
Well, do you think the ocean affects ocean craft speed and power.
It would have to be
They actually have
vastly
stronger
different.
winds.
Yeah, it would have to be
Winds, current, riptides, drafts, cross currents, all these different things depending on the waters.
They have to be vastly different. Then we have to explain why it's consistently vastly different. Because it's not just like one off. It's like consistently every time they hold these yacht races.
You could probably look at the way that the water is channeled, and it would show that there might be a lot more up channel action where the vessels can only get up to a certain speed, resourcefully than they would any other way, or they just can't.
Hey man, your mic
get
is
above that because of weight,
your mic is messed up.
and resistance, because it's just physics.
Yeah, we didn't really hear what you said, but I encourage you guys to like go look into that, because that's a problem. They shouldn't be exponentially different from the north and the south if they're basically equal proportions. Like, that just doesn't make sense. It would make sense on a flat Earth for it to be longer, because there's a lot more distance to cover.
I think what Carl was asking was depending on water conditions. Yeah, like there are places in the world where the water moves faster because of currents, right? And temperature differences.
Right. So I encourage you guys to go look into your speculation and then try to find why it's consistently like that.
This is
So
your speculation. This is your speculation, not ours.
No, this is not my speculation. I'm presenting the yacht races to you, and I'm giving you information, and I'm saying, hey, they take far more time or they go far slower in the south than they do in the north.
Do you think it could have to do with the ocean and the environment?
It's possible, but you would have to show why it's consistently like that, right? Because it would make sense. Oh, well, today it was a little bit. Hold on, bro. Hold on. You have zero mic etiquette, bro. Like you're doing the same thing that like Dave did to Witsit, where you ask questions, and then when somebody gets to replying, you have no self-control to hear the response. So you're not here for a conversation if you behave that way. So if you're going to invoke these different type of explanations for why, you would have to go validate that. You can't just speculate. So I'm saying go validate it. Go show me what's consistently happening in the South. And if there is something like that, then we can move on from it. If you can't find the consistency, then again, it's just a blind belief. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was asking your speculation. How long do you think it would take to sail a sailboat with no motor, like between North America and Europe?
Yeah, I would be able to answer that question if I was a sailor or a navigator, but I'm not. So I don't really know what goes into.
It just surprised me that like 90 days around the southern hemisphere didn't seem like a short amount of time for you. If you think that it's covering basically the entire way around the flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. I would have to like see relative to what's actually happening. Now I have to see the actual coordinates that they're using, all different type of stuff. We have to account for. If you guys go look at what's his name? Is it Raboni?
Yep, Hervé Raboni.
Yeah, my man Hervé. I think he is Italian or French. Is he Italian? I don't really remember his background.
French,
Maybe
I think, or Spanish.
Yeah, man, might be
I don't know.
Yeah, he's something. But anyway, he had a presentation. He might have it dubbed in English now, which is dope. When I first saw it, it was in he was talking in English, and that's not his native language. But he was explaining all of these anomalies as one of the well-known sailors that participated in these yacht races. So I heard it from Jaron. I went to go look at the research and look at his presentation, and he said there's a lot of anomalies in the South. And he's saying it's probably because it's all expanded out there and it's not actually converging the way that they say it is. I'll go ahead and post it down low, so you guys go take a look at it. And after you guys go ahead and look at it, maybe if you want to pop back in next week, we have a discussion about it.
Yeah, if you go to Taboo Conspiracies YouTube channel and click playlist, he has a Hervé Raboni playlist, and all of his presentations and whatnot is on there. So you could watch the whole interview and find out all about it. He does like 3 presentations that are dubbed. Actually, I think one's dubbed in English, and then the others you have to read, but it's worth doing.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. You said word to my bad. I was just saying, yeah, I knew there was something that was dubbed. I think they did a dub.
Yeah, it's definitely worth giving a listen to. Or you could run it through an AI and have it dub it in English for you. That'd be kind of dope. Because it is really dry, and then obviously his accent, but the material's like solid, man. He goes through all the stuff and like all the numbers and everything that you were just asking Sacred for. Your boy Sailor Guy goes through it. So
Yeah, I'm gonna post it down. I'll post it in the purple pill, and I'll share it up top so you guys can go save it. Say the playlist. Probably got like 8, 9, 10 videos or something like that. But you don't have to watch all of them. Like Alan said, I think some of them are just dubbed in English, so it's easier to digest. It's firsthand experience. Someone that's in the profession, and yeah, I don't think he was a flat earther prior to this, but I'm not really sure. But seems to be his assertion because it just doesn't align with the globe based on all of his experience. So interesting stuff, man. You gotta look at the details. I'll post that down in the purple pill. Give me a few minutes, and y'all can go move forward with the hands. Proud, I sent you co-host, so I don't know if you can see it. I did want to. Oh, Shane, you dropped down. Shane, come back up. Yeah. Right, you see Cole or not?
No.
Okay. While I go ahead and fix that, let's go to flat on and Derek. And I'm gonna try to rotate some mics. I'm gonna try to bring Shane back up too. Oh, there goes Shane.
Hey, before you
Oh
do
yeah,
that,
Alex said something to my bad. Go ahead, Alan. Yeah. My bad.
Yeah, so I thought it was funny that the you can disagree with the causal mechanism of gravity of like, the mass attracting mass. It's like, well, maybe it's a graviton, which is carrying the information that would facilitate that pressure mediation, right? It's like, which, it's just kind of like word salad gibberish, doesn't really mean anything. But anyway, maybe it could be that, or it could be the space-time curvature, which is when mass is conserved into a gravitational field, which bends time and distance around it proportional to its mass. And it's like, and then that causes, the localized gravitational phenomenon that we experience, which is like the omnidirectional inward gravitation, to the center of the ball. Right. So they're having this like dispute about that. But if we're like, hey, have you guys heard of a static electric gradient? They're like, no, stop. What? No.
Word salad.
Can't be that. But the hypothesis of one day discovering a graviton that would carry the information that is that pressure mediation, like they're like, yeah, I mean, totally, that's on the table, right? Even though that specifically isn't accounted for in our subatomic model, because that would explicitly throw everything off. But we're gonna role play fairyland, and like dude, like I feel bad for that guy, because it's like he believes in that, like the young idealist, like, oh dude, I'm gonna go to work today, I'm gonna find the graviton, brother. Yeah.
Oh, he was super optimistic. He's like, bro, one day we're gonna find. I'm just looking at this. I'm like, bro, are you serious, gang? Like,
dude,
oh no.
You flat earthers will see when we go to Mars.
They're searching for a unified theory, right? But they inherently believe that everything is little discontinued, discrete packets of energy that sometimes don't interact with each other, right? So there's a neutrino field that's never interacted with anything except for the one time they tried to do a detection of it, and it just happened to hit the smallest possible thing ever, which is an electron, and they were able to detect that field. But everything else doesn't interact with. But we exist in a sea of that. But if you're like, oh, ether, or gravity, or static electric, then like, no, that's retard word salad. Tell me more about the neutrino and how nothing ever interacts with it, but they had to measure it one time just to confirm that it's there, not interacting with anything. So that's how we know. God damn, dude, they got us good. And shout out to that kid. I hope he sees through it and changes.
I don't think so, man. He's got way too much invested, and now he's like developing his audience. So it's like he's kind of committed now. So I don't know.
Oh yeah, the search for the
I don't know.
graviton continues.
He actually challenged the seasoned quote unquote astrophysicist to a debate about it.
No way.
Yeah, like I wish I was like cool with them like that, so I could like host that. But I can't even get them over on Twitter, let alone host a debate between them. But maybe we'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye on that. And if
that'd
any
be dope.
developments come, I'll let all y'all know so we could go pop over there. Ever elusive graviton.
Yeah, that's crazy. But I'm gonna head off for the night. I'm gonna drop down as a listener. I'll leave the stream running for a little bit, but I'm gonna hit the hay.
Alan, appreciate you, brother. Shout out to the space auditors over there on YouTube land. Shout out to you guys. Miss y'all. Good to see you. And Alan, let everybody know if you got anything coming up soon.
Oh yeah. Tomorrow night, or well tonight actually now, or at 11 p.m. Eastern on Earth Awakenings, I'm going to be doing a presentation on quantum mechanics and quantum electrodynamics. So it'll be the presentation that I did the other couple weeks ago on Ether Cause. I'll be doing like a rendition of it over there on Earth Awakening, and I'll be adding in a couple of new things, right? We'll be talking about the neutrino, and we'll be talking about some new quantum entanglement Earth rotation thing that people forget. Like, yeah, they got all confident when your boy hasn't been on in a while, started talking about the Earth rotating again. So we're gonna go ahead.
This ring laser gyro works for us though. You guys can't have it. We have all the other ones.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and swoop that back up off the boys. So if you guys want to check that out, I'll be streaming it on YouTube, or you could check out Earth Awakening's Discord. And then Sunday, I'm going to see if I can get Toby to do an impromptu bring your own Brenner comp reading. But if not, we'll be back at it on Monday doing reading. And then Dr. Bennett will be coming through on Tuesday to do a presentation on the Hildegard ether model. So that'll be awesome.
Oh yeah! Shout out to Dr. Bennett. I talked to Alan a little bit, seeing if we could potentially get Dr. Bennett in Flat Earth Fridays to talk about his perspective on the universe, some of the equivalences in physics, as a seasoned and retired PhD, and he already does great presentations over there with Alan, Shane, and Toby, in Ether Cause and Earth Awakenings and in Discord. So that should be dope, and would love that alley-oop to build off of that conversation that you guys already have ongoing, man. It's going to be great.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. And he said he's down to come on and do all that. So you just got to hit him up and let him know when, and we'll work it out.
Nice. He's gonna brave Twitter, or we're gonna like drag him streaming into Twitter more actively.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Nice.
But all right,
Gotta
man.
protect Bennett at all costs. But yeah, shout out to you, Alan. Appreciate you, bro.
Yep. See you guys in the morning.
Sir.
All right, you can take my mic. Peace.
Snatching mics.
All right, you can take my mic. Peace.
Snatching mics. Y'all go follow Alan _audits. Dope content. Let's slide over to since we just talked to Alan, let's talk to Flat Lads. And then I do want to hear from Derek V. Face been waiting for a minute too. I want to ask him about some of his tweets. But let's do that, and then I'm gonna try to fix Proud's co-host and see if we can bring some more speakers up. I think we have some requests. I can't see them all, but Flat Lads, what up, my boy?
Yeah, shout out to the lads, Shane, Alan, Toby, Piezo, Austin. Shout out to the lads. Should be a t-shirt and ladettes. I'm proud. I just wanted to touch on the windshield wiper thing, if we can go back to that.
Oh yeah. I got a DM from Carl. He has sent me a patent from a space engineer. I just couldn't find anything about this guy actually doing these inventions in space, and I think that was his whole premise. But go ahead, build on that.
Yeah, so Shane posted a link of the JPL, Jack Parsons Lab, or Jet Propulsion Lab, stating that they figured out a way to basically, due to the conductivity of water, whether the water is pure or not, whether to turn circuits on or off. That is not how the windshield wipers work currently. I searched up, and I posted it in the purple pill Consumers Report article saying they use an infrared light mounted inside the windshield. So when a drop of rainwater hits the windshield, it reflects that infrared light in a different direction. It turns your windshield wipers on. Nothing to do with space. And what kind of freaking rocket has windshield wipers? Like, none of them do. So, and the JPL thing, like, how do you think they figured out that the water has different conductivity? Because they're in a freaking swimming pool and they're studying underwater. And I also looked at whatever NASA did to contribute to technology, and there was 10 things, and all of them had nothing to do with space. They added on to current technology, like the joystick. They adapted the joystick to a T-handle to move a rover. They made carbon charcoal filters to filter water. All this stuff has to do with stuff on Earth, in a lab, in a swimming pool. So none of this stuff, NASA has not done anything in space to benefit society. Like, unless you look at Velcro, and that wasn't even done in space.
Nice.
Like,
We were gonna give him Velcro, but he came out with windshield wipers, and we were like, "What? Let's go look into that."
yeah, the only things they claim are charcoal filters, joysticks, crash helmets, and
Yeah, man.
the
We said
plastic
name
on
one.
visors.
You know how quick he named that one too, and I held him to it. He came out with it like that, and then he stuck to it the whole time. So we were like, "Oh, it must be real."
Yeah, and the one thing they do claim that is not like on the Earth is satellite TV, which, granted, they may do some kind of gravitic, what is that? Where they use the magnetic stuff of the superconductors to lock something in the atmosphere. Maybe that's satellites, but that's the only thing I can claim that is unworldly. Like, they've done nothing out in outer space to benefit society, unless you want to call Tang and Velcro their mainstays. And real quick, while I got the mic, I was hoping, Stone, I was hoping Stone was going to come up tonight. I was going to ask him how to do a proper experiment on measuring the different temperature in the moon shade and moonlight. And I was in moon shade all night. I have a cloud cover all night, and now I finally have moonlight, but I can't find my thermocouple. So that experiment, I was wanting to do it live tonight, but that's busted. And after
Hey,
that,
shout out to Stone real quick. Hey, I didn't see Stone. If he was here, or maybe he'll pop in later. I'm not sure. Usually he goes by this time because he's in a different time zone. But shout out to Stone, man. Miss you, bro. Go ahead, bro.
yeah, that was it. I'm still looking for my thermocouple to do some temp readings on the full strawberry moon salad tonight. And I was going to say, you can't have salad without lads. So shout out to the lads. We need a shout out to the lads t-shirt. Come on, Toby and Alan. Shane.
Shout out to the word salad, lads. Yeah.
The salad lads.
Also, miss you guys. I've been paranoid thinking CIA got a hold of you and converted you and you're not allowed to come back, or you just dipped on us. Like, we were all freaking out.
I was worried you guys would think we were controlled opposition now.
Exactly. That's what we were thinking. That's what I was
you
thinking.
saw that post? I thought I deleted it. Oh, my bad.
But love you
Damn,
guys.
I missed it. I gotta retweet it.
Love you guys. I'll drop down now because I'm just gonna go to listener. Appreciate you.
Jay, appreciate you, man. Good to see you. Y'all go follow the Flat Lads.
Formerly Deflated Globe.
Facts. You ain't cloned, right, man? Still you?
Formerly Digital. Tired of names.
Just as long as you guys believe me when I say I will ride for our cause till the end.
But what if somebody offers you like $5,000?
It's not about the money, but if I was able to go in those back alley rooms, I would definitely go with the notepad. I say this all the time. If NASA just pulled up and was like, yo, you know too much, the CIA Black Ops edition, and my only alternative was death or to go work with them, I don't know, guys.
She's not serious, y'all. She's not serious. She's not serious. She's not serious.
Death or build the Death Star? That's where you went with it, bro? She thought about it a lot. All right, cool.
Level heads for L. All right, anyway. What up, Derek?
Okay, I'm sorry. I was going to say, gravity is supposedly each planet has its own gravitational pull caused by the core, molten or whatever it is. But the closer we get to the center, to the core, it's harder. It's harder to go under. Well, the deeper you go, the harder it is to continue to go. Like that submarine that went to the ship that sank. At a certain point, the viscosity of the ocean, of the water, it becomes too hard for you to even penetrate into. It takes, I don't know how much more time just to move. So if anything happens, you need a ballast in order to sink that far and with on your submarines or whatever it is. So the fact, and even when you go swimming, that's the first time you experience like no gravity. Sometimes I can't even without having breath, I can't go underwater. So gravity, we live in an air, right? We live in air. It's a gas, oxygen, O2. And that's about, it just goes to a certain degree and there's nothing it's like maybe some ethereal. So there's only air, gas, and then there's gas, but we call it water. That's another gas, right? People have made cars run on just water fumes because it's nothing but gas. Same thing, it's a solid gas. So those are our two things. We live off of both of those. Nothing can float in a gas. Well, in the solid gas, we can float. We can't sink in it, even with supposed gravity. But like a feather, you would see a feather can just fly in the air, but gravity can't. And gravity holds in all of our oxygen with the vacuum of space. And they say, I guess it was the Van Allen radiation belt that holds in something. So gravity is, we don't even, there's a saying, there are two ways to be fooled. One is to believe what isn't true. The other is to refuse to believe what is true. And all we can do is take what we have. With gravity, you can jump in the air, you almost float a little bit and you come back down. And so the moon, someone talked about the moon and how it rotates. There's like in one of the banned books of the Apocrypha from the Bible, it said somewhere that it's a secret Enoch. Whoever said the ladder, Jacob's ladder. He said that if you could see the sun and the moon spinning on their platforms or whatever, wheels, I think he said they're wheels. Those were the Ezekiel's wheels that the sun and the moon spin on. That's what that actually is. And he says they will never come down. Have anybody ever heard that one? That's like a secret saying. I don't know.
You ever seen an ancillary sphere? It's exactly that.
Yeah. So the yacht races. Have you ever seen the course that they take? It's always on a flat map. I've never seen it around a globe map. But it just circumvents around the continents. kind of like, I guess, so, what was the lady who flew across that got lost? Hart. What was her name? Amelia Hart. Amelia Earhart. That's right. So anyone know about the first mission? They're trying to change the history of it. The first one was she started off in San Francisco. She tried to circumvent from to the west, start in America and end up start in Japan, land in Japan, go from Japan and I don't know where, but they could never make it from San Francisco to Hawaii and then find Japan. They had to turn around mid-flight and go back to San Francisco. And the navigator said, "Forget this. This is crazy." And he left her and her other co-pilot. He knew how to navigate and she did too. So they were like, you know what? We can do this. So instead they went east. They had to go to New York. They went from San Francisco to New York to Paris, I think, to India somewhere. And then they kept going. They landed a few. Then they ended up in Bali. New Guinea. New Guinea was their last stop, her last stop. And so from New Guinea, she thought she was using a flat map. So she went due east, but due east on a flat map is actually going south. She was actually going southeast. So she was like the first flat earther. There was a little girl in CB or whatever, and she got the reception from Amelia Earhart saying, "Emergency, New York, emergency. It's Amelia Earhart," and I guess she gave the coordinations. But the little girl in Russia tried to say things, and I think she told someone, but America never went to go look. They just said, "Forget it." So I mean, if we could find her, she's findable. All you have to do is fly east from New Guinea. And you won't be flying east; you'll be flying southward, and you'll end up right. Probably, I believe it's past Easter Island, because Easter Island is past that. South of Easter Island is off limits. That's past the 60th parallel. There's a few captains who said we've never explored the 70th parallel. The waters get so rough in the southern oceans of the 70th parallels. There's so many, I guess, creatures or something weird. And the pass between Argentina and Antarctica is a 60th parallel area. That's the worst, most dangerous part of the ocean. Any ocean on Earth is that little area right there. They have more ships and more things happen because it's the 60th parallel. We can't even go past that in a ship because you're going to run out of gas. And what else? It was something else I wanted to say. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll think of it. But did you want to ask me any questions about tweets I had? I say terrible things.
Do you? I threw Ezekiel's wheels up in the Jumbotron. If you're thinking about that, you should take a look. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah. No. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you, Sacred.
Yeah, appreciate you, bro. So I'm just trying to handle some back office stuff. Good stuff.
Hey, Sacred, can I ask a question?
Go for it, man.
A question to the group.
Yeah, go for it. I can't really see who's talking right now. Who's that?
This is Zokar.
Oh, it's Carl. Okay, what's up, bro? But I'm just tweeting right now, so send a few DMs too. So I can't
for
really...
sure.
But I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. Okay, so if the Earth is flat, where do people think is like the left edge, or I guess east, and the west edge? That's right on the right.
There's no edge. It's directionality. It's just a circle, right? So when you have a basic cardinal directionality preserved in, say, an azimuthyl equidistant projection, it preserves that directionality around the center cone in a cylindrical-like fashion, right? So it's the same direction.
So like a gyroscope, in a sense.
Meaning you have to constantly correct to a center axis. Yeah, sort of.
Yeah. But doesn't that constitute some kind of a spherical mathematical equation to have that circular? Well,
so
but also
circular
spherical, because if you can go
not at all.
if you can go all the way around in every direction in all planes, then you're eventually going to create a sphere.
We started with this before, but we can't. No one ever has, right? It could be done. The dude argued for an hour about all the ways he postulated, speculated wildly without looking up the slightest backing for what he was talking about, and then was like, concluded they can go longitudinally down the axis and prove it. But then we tried to anxiously, it never, ever been done. So
I know. It could be.
Yeah, but no, it couldn't, right? That's why. If they coulda, they woulda. So.
Well, the narrative is the one that is in question, right? So I think, apparently up to the narrative, the people that support the narrative, they have already proven that they are correct. So if you're going to question them, you must do something to prove the narrative wrong, right?
Do you think the narrative is supporting north-south longitudinal polar circumnavigation?
That is the narrative, right? I mean that
it's never happened though, right? So the narrative it's possible but never done, I guess.
I'm just saying that's how we operate. That was that's what's given to us, right?
Man, I mean,
but how do you go against it? I mean, how do you say, okay, there is no east and west and north and south? It's like, okay, well, prove it wrong. I mean, otherwise, like,
no one said there's no east and west, man. There absolutely is east and west. It's just always on a circle. Even on a globe, it's just a circle, right?
Yeah, but when you do a circle, left, right, up, down, sideways, if once you do a circle so many times in enough directions, that creates a sphere.
Oh, well, here's a database page I had to make yesterday just for directionality. Here, check this out. This is probably for you then. My new page I published on directions. Cardinal directionality.
I just don't know how you could say that and then be like, but the earth is flat. It's like...
This will help with that. Take 2 of these and call me in the morning, bro.
All right.
So are you asking how directions work on a flat earth, Carl?
Well, no, my first question was where is the furthest edge to one side if the earth is flat? Like, where is the edge on one side?
Where does a circle start?
Like if you were to travel to one country and then travel to another country, that was very far away, and like when you get close to the edge, like at what point do you turn around? If the earth is flat, I mean, you're going to eventually have to go the opposite direction because you cannot revolve around it. You're going to have to turn around if you want to go, back to the other way. So it's like, okay, if you want to go to Japan, you go, I go all the way to Japan, and then you say you want to go apparently east. If it was a globe, you would say, I want to go to England. Do you travel the other direction now?
Do you know what the map that Shane talked about?
Well, where's the center of the flat Earth? I guess
center of the flat Earth is the North Pole. Very easy. So yeah,
Where's the furthest left edge and the furthest?
Antarctica encircles the entire.
No, east-west edges. Where the first?
Dude, does that face the truth coming to my defense?
No, I'm trying to explain.
This is good, bro. I like it, bro. I like it. Go ahead.
I just wasn't sure I was receiving it correctly. All right,
where's the center and where's the furthest east and where's the furthest
but
west?
Shane gave you the projection. Like if you looked at the projection with North Pole in the middle, that is what they believe it is. And then Antarctica goes all the way around the circle. So when you're talking about east and west, it's just like it's a circle. So you can go clockwise and counterclockwise is east and west. I can draw you a diagram. It's just this is very simple to all of them.
Okay,
I don't
it's like
know
an umbrella. It's like an umbrella basically, and with the North Pole on top, and then you can just kind of circle around all the way around,
Well, I don't know what you mean by on top. It's a flat plane.
Like, how you think directions make sense on a globe? You You know how
Then
it's
there has to
perfect?
be an edge. When you say flat, there must be edges. Like,
Okay, so
Can I jump in real quick?
just
We don't really know. Only thing we know is there's an Antarctica. All the other places we're not even allowed to go that far. Next to Antarctica, on the east side of it is a thing called the Ross Shelf, and I think it's just a whole nother continent that's ice. Captain Ross said that another, like Magellan, we will never circumvent the Ross Shelf. It's too large. So we really don't know anything besides there's an island, like we call it Antarctica. I'm sorry. I don't really know where any other, like we say, it wraps around the world, but we don't really know. And the center underneath the Northern Star is the only pole. From that point, every direction is going to be south. So depending on where you are is just relative to east and west. North is the only, and south is only going to always going to be is never going to
well,
change.
Derek, yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, I
I'm sorry.
agree. Most of the things I've said have been pointing out the things that we don't know. But it's more interesting the things that people think that they do know. Because those are
Well,
the
it's
things
not.
that people keep pointing out.
Do
They're
they
like, this
know?
is
Do
what I
they
do
know is the
know.
question,
This is
right?
what I
Do
know.
they?
This is what I know. It's like, but I posed the question,
Mic
could
check.
you just revolve around something and land on one
Yeah, he can
point
get you.
and end on the same point, and would that prove that the Earth is round? You know,
not east to west. East to west is an equivalent.
Mic check.
That's why I was asking if you understood like directions on a flat Earth. It seemed like that's what you were really asking.
I
How does
didn't
north,
say east to
south,
west.
east,
I
and
said on the
west
prime
work on a
meridian.
flat Earth?
I said on the zero longitude. I said, or yeah.
But we don't think that you understand how directions work. So when you're trying to tell us where things are using directions, right, it's a problem.
So yeah, maybe it'll help you, but they believe that you can't cross Antarctica. So absolutely, you cannot go north to south because
Have you looked at any of the visuals that we're putting up? They're all for you, man. We got two in the visual up here. We got two in the jumbotron. Right, there's one about just directions to the database. There's one with a nice little animation of Weiss. Now this is confusing, right? Because he uses a ruler to show you that you have to keep correcting to the center. But if you use a ruler to maintain directionality and you don't correct towards the center, you're using an azimuthal direction preserving wrong, right? That's retarded. That's not. You're no longer following any directionality. All right, so always correcting towards the center is the only way to maintain directionality. Otherwise, it wouldn't be towards the middle, towards the North Pole, right?
Can I be heard?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah. The other thing is, I wanted to add that we don't know that Antarctica, quote unquote, Antarctica is surrounding us 360 degrees. It could be still ice surrounding us, right? But they could have a little small island that they're called Antarctica. So we have to be careful because they could just be like holding out on this little like area that they're calling Antarctica at the bottom there, or on the outskirts. And then they'll say, okay, now we've totally gone over the middle of this area. Now flat Earth is debunked, and that isn't debunked. We've already, the globe is impossible, and there's ways to show that, right? So we're not on a spinning ball. We can show that to you. That's not the thing. So, and then that brings us back to, then we're on a stationary level Earth because that's all we experience. It's not a belief. It's not like the narrative is right. It's all someone else proves it, proves something else that's better, or another map or something. We already know it's not a spinning ball. It can't be. So that's over. Okay. I want to say that.
Yeah, so what he's saying, we're still looking for that exclusive evidence for globular Earth reality or some type of orbital motion, something like that. So, yeah, it seems like it's safe to say that the Earth is not in motion and there's no curvature. However, before we get into that, though, well, first let me just make sure, Carl, did you check the jumbo for some of these demonstrations? I actually DM'd you. Shout out my boy TM pulled up. What up, TM? I DM'd you from him. Good to see you, bro. I sent you a DM from him so you can see how directions work. And Shane already hit you with a bunch of things up in the jumbo. And guys, just if you want to, just save the post, take a look at it. while we're talking about it, feel free to ask questions in the mentions. I'm checking the replies, or come grab a mic and you can talk to the guys directly.
Dude, I didn't have those from TM. Excellent. Adding them. Thank you. Snagged.
Shane didn't have something? What? Bro, y'all
Well,
should
you're
send me
welcome, Shane.
Hey, I was like, I don't have either one of these, dude. Nice.
Speaking of Shane, the presentation you did this last one, I think it was Tuesday, drop that for everybody because that really lays it out as far as how the inverse, they
Taking back
inverse engineered it.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, the Aristotelian and yeah, all of Shane's stuff is he's got a whole flat Earth model, flat Earth database, and the flat Earth model and everything else. So, if you have any questions on how it could be, exchanged for what we think we know already? Well, it's just the same, map. It's just they just use a transform to make it a globe. That's how they did it.
Yeah, speaking about that, so face the truth. You've been a great sport this evening. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, cool. Do you have any questions for anybody on mic?
I guess you guys have heard this question before, but when I can't remember his name, start with a P, Pius. He mentioned how it would be possible to get accurate measurements on land with technology nowadays. So I'm just curious why we don't have a more accurate map of the world. Like, you guys understand that the flat Earth map, quote unquote, is not very accurate when it comes to the southern hemisphere.
Shane?
Well, no, right? It's exactly the same accurate as the globe and the other equal 201 projections of the same geographic coordinate system that is the curved, as you like to know it, longitude, latitude, reticule.
Okay.
So when you're saying it looks funny to you, you're not taking into account the equidistant distant potential and the absolute projection type of that projection to put this continent in the way to make sure the longitudinal spacing is equidistant all the way through, right? So it's the same distance.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you measure each of the continents and then put them on a flat map, there shouldn't be any distortion to any of those measurements. Is that correct?
No, it's incorrect. They're the exact same size as on the globe, right? They're displayed differently in a visual scaling method that is longitudinally convex, right? So from the center, radially extending outward, distortion visually increases. But datally, like looking at it, representing all the same data. So therefore, same distances, same sizes.
All right, I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at there.
So there's a fake globe, and then there's a fake globe flattened out map. There's no flat Earth map. Does that help?
Okay, and that is my question is why isn't there a flat Earth map? If we're living on a flat plane, if you take pictures from a set height, you should be able to stitch together a perfect map with no distortion.
Well, so the whole Earth is like water, right? So no one knows how to get distance over water. And what they've done historically is just take cosmography, which they had from before, which is mapping the stars, and getting the traditional skeleton infrastructure for longitude, latitude. They call it spherical coordinate system, which is angles to the stars. You have an alt-az system, which is when you're taking, like, say, an alt or an azimuth. That is for anyone, anywhere. That is by its definition a spherical coordinate system because you have a bisecting meridian right in the middle, which is the basic first requirement for any spherical coordinate system. And goes the same for celestial for the celestial coordinates of right ascension declination, for the geographic, for longitude and latitude, and for any of the other projections of which you're allowed to have a map. Anything that is a map is projecting an inherently spherical graticule.
Okay, and why can't there be a new way of doing things that we don't require that?
Right. So, I mean, if everything's based on the stars, then it's based on a hemispherical view, and this spherical view is forcing us to inflict sphericity on it, then we would need a flat plane of stars to similarly map out the plane of stars above us to get the flat map. Otherwise, all maps will continuously match the stars as they have since the very first map in NT.
That doesn't make sense at all to me. We have tools to measure the ground without looking up at all. So North America can be measured. Is that not something that you can agree with?
Well, it's cool, but you know how they measure the circumference
of
the Earth?
In which model?
Well, in reality, in history, and according to Wikipedia and Google.
Have they measured the circumference?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, well, here, I'll go through the steps. It's about 1 through first. They stare directly at the sun, and then that's all the steps. That's done. Oh, they measured the Earth. What they did was take a shadow angle, right? They used a fake Greek called Eratosthenes, and they measured a distance, a known distance, right?
Yeah.
Looking at
Sorry,
the shadow,
I
they said
was
it was
aware of that. Yeah.
7.2 degrees between Cyrene and Alexandria. They divided that by 360, multiplied it by 800 kilometers to get roughly 40,000 kilometers before the transfer to get the geodesic distance, right? Because when they put it in a spherical order, then they get the actual geodesic distance, which would comport with the current geographic latitude and that wonderful 24,901 figure that everyone knows and loves. And then dividing that back into it, you get the actual distance, which is what they have for the circumference today. But that's what they did by measuring the sun. All they did was measure the limit of the sun. If you plot Alexandria in a radius of 3959 on the Gleason's map, which again, the flattened out globe, it's just a circle around Alexandria denoting the rising sun and the limits of the sun.
Can we stop talking about globes and how they did things in the past? I don't understand why we can't do it a new way where we just measure the ground without looking up and using tools that we have available today. Without
every flat earth is with you, bro.
Oh, why isn't there a plan to do so?
Well, every time we try to measure the ground, people try to look up at the sky. It's the weirdest thing.
What do you mean every time you try to measure the ground?
Well, all of your measurements of sphericity come from the sky, in case you didn't know that.
Or plane surveying.
Which none of them come from the ground. And when they come from the ground, there's this thing called optical curvature, which is really what it's based on when you come back from, angular resolution limits and the properly attributed Rayleigh's criterion for when you would see things and counting for bottom-up obstruction on a flat plane. You get exactly that, right? So.
Okay. And do we have a flat Earth number for the circumference of the flat Earth?
Do you want to know the circumference of my spherical vision limit?
Of your, no, like of a flat Earth map.
Of a flat Earth map?
Yeah.
I think that would be, that would require us having free explorative access to Antarctica.
Okay. Let's say, like, what's the circumference up to the 60th parallel then?
That is something that that we should try to do, because I think that may be somewhat definitive. But again, how will we measure distances over water?
So they're measuring it by the stars again, right? Because the whole thing is over water, especially out at the 60th parallel. So they're going to compare an angle measurement to a star based on the spherical coordinate system to a corresponding angle measurement to a star from a spherical coordinate.
So you don't think there's any other way of measuring distance other than looking up?
Over water? Yep. I mean, name a couple. You got...
Yeah, I posed a question earlier. How do we measure distance over water? Without referencing any coordinate system.
Well, I mean, if you fly an aircraft at a set speed with instruments that determine that you're going in a straight line.
Now we're getting somewhere. So all planes require GPS. I'm not a pilot, so maybe there is some other way to determine distances without GPS and the coordinate system. Do you know any of any base?
I don't know of any that we currently use, but I'm saying that you could come up with a system to make sure that you're not relying on GPS. Yeah, GPS would say you're on this course, but you could come up with a system to make sure that you are not deviating from a straight line.
That's what we're asking. How?
Okay, that's a good question.
Right. So this is what we've been thinking about for a minute. Like, how do we actually do that? And even if we're appealing to, and this is why I want to talk to, I don't know if you guys remember Orbital that popped in here when I said he was hiding my comments. One of his main arguments is about flights, and we got New Perspective up here. He really don't want to smoke about flights when it comes to New Perspective, but he dipped out of here at the perfect time. But we always have this conversation about the difference between air speed and ground speed. What speeds are we given? What speeds are they claiming? And are they accounting for the current that they're in? Or are they just measuring speed relative to that current? Because if we're not given the ground speed, we really don't know the true velocity of the plane itself. Therefore, it's easier to cook distances and fluctuate times and all these different type of things because we don't have the actual speed relative to the ground. We have the speed relative to the current that they're in, which is called airspeed.
Yeah,
that's a problem.
Speaking of which, to mention Labette, the model builder, one of the things that, that he did was he downloaded, I think it was like 2 million flights over 2 weeks or something like that. He downloaded all the pings, right? Then he plotted out the pings on the AE map, right? And he was showing that they were reporting a 3-hour discrepancy in what they reported as compared to what the pings were showing him. There wasn't any difference in what he got for the north, but he said in the south they're only using like just a few different airlines, so it's exclusive. Like there's only a few different planes that actually do that route. And what he was showing from his pings, there was a 3-hour discrepancy in what they were actually reporting to what it looked like they were actually doing. It's anecdotal because you have to believe that that's what he's doing, but he wasn't trying to skew the information. He was just telling us about it and showed his mapping of it, and that's huge, because if that's true, then that would answer a lot of things, right, about the South.
Yeah, but you understand why there's fewer flights in the South, like logically, right?
It's not about fewer. It's not about the fewer. It's about that they reported a different time that it took than it actually took.
Okay, I'd be interested to know in those flights.
Yeah, that would be something that so let's just say that is true, then that would answer a lot of things.
Yep.
The other test, he mentioned me about airplanes. I could walk you through it. How you were asking about a test that you could do.
Yeah.
Well, if you've flown in an airplane, right, and you've landed safely, then that's a test you can do. I can explain that. See, there's a tangential velocity gradient, right, because of the equator supposedly being faster at 1,000 miles an hour, right, and it tapers up to 0. Right now, all pilots treat the Earth as stationary and level. Do you know that? Do you know that?
Yes, I've seen the documents.
Right. So and that's not really arguable. It's not a conspiracy. They just say it's the same exact thing. Like a Glober will say, you wouldn't train the pilot any differently to fly over a stationary level Earth as opposed to a spinning ball Earth. Does that raise any red flags just on the surface for you?
Well,
there wouldn't be any difference.
Not when it comes to like flying a drone on an airplane, for example. Like you're in a closed system, right? Like it doesn't matter that the airplane that you're on is going 500 miles an hour. The drone would still hover in the middle of the aircraft.
You conserve momentum, right?
Yeah.
Right. So but you only get that from being on the ground, right? Because if it takes off at a 500 mile per hour latitude, goes up in the air, well, it's already spinning with the Earth because it was on the ground with the Earth.
Yeah.
Right?
So
not because the air is moving it, but because it conserved the momentum from being on the Earth, right?
Yeah, like it only accelerated by 500 miles an hour. It doesn't matter how fast it was going initially. Yeah.
Yeah. So it could turn around hypothetically and then land on the landing strip that it took off from, and if it's still conserving that momentum of exactly 500 miles an hour, then it's okay. But it had to be in perfect sync, right? Because a little bit of difference between the ground and the airplane's eastward tangential velocity would cause a problem, right? If it wasn't in sync, it has to be moving in perfect unison eastward, right, with the Earth for it to treat the Earth as stationary. Do you agree with that?
Well, I don't know what you mean by perfect sync.
Well, if they say that Earth is rotating eastward, right, then the plane has to be rotating in perfect unison with that eastward rotation, so that it can just treat the Earth as stationary. If the Earth were spinning faster eastward than the plane is, right, like say it's landing in a, facing north or facing south, but it's landing and it's not moving along with the Earth, then the wheels will break off, or they'll be, they would just die, because the runway it's trying to land on would be moving perpendicular to the direction it's trying to land. You get that concept?
I think I understand what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, because the Earth doesn't stop rotating to allow the plane to just land on it like it's stationary.
Yeah.
The plane has to be moving in perfect one-to-one sync with the eastward rotation, right?
Okay.
Now, conserve momentum. Well, we can just say that, right? 500 miles an hour. It's in perfect sync, right? So we'll just say that conceptually for now, right? The problem is there's a gradient of tangential velocities, right? So if that plane flies to the south, where he's going to land on a runway that's on the equator, and that city's moving at 1,000 miles an hour, but he only has the conserved momentum of 500 miles an hour, where does he get the extra 500? It has to accelerate twice as fast sideways by the time it gets there, without the pilot knowing anything about it or caring about it. Just going to land on the Earth like it's stationary when it gets there, which means the plane has to be moving in perfect unison now with a 1,000 mile an hour eastward tangential velocity.
I think the best way to describe the situation is if like you had a drone on a 747 that had been emptied, so you have lots of room to fly a drone around. The plane is flying at 500 miles an hour. You lift the drone off, it just hovers there. You can go forward and back. You could have a little runway on the plane. It doesn't matter which direction the drone goes. It will always be able to land, and it, as long as the velocity of the plane doesn't change, then it would.
Well, yeah, but is part of that plane moving at 1,000 miles an hour and part of that plane moving at 500 miles an hour?
Well, no.
No, so it's not the same.
Okay, but those, like, the distances that it's going 500 miles an hour versus 1,000 miles an hour is how far apart?
It doesn't matter, but let's say it's like, 1,000 miles, 7,000 miles, 8,000, doesn't really matter. What's the mechanism that accelerates the plane twice as fast sideways so it'll be in perfect sync with 1,000 miles an hour rotation? What does that? What's the force? What's the dynamic force? Now, we can have a kinematic concept where there's a rule that we're just going to say it's in sync and subtract the amount that it would need to accelerate and just say it's automatically in sync. Or just think of it as 15 degrees rather than miles per hour. But that's not the actuality of the situation. The actual physical relationship of the air acting on the plane to accelerate it twice as fast sideways is what you're trying to figure out. Now, air moving the plane or pushing the plane or accelerating the plane in any way is wind, right? But we already know winds go in all directions. You could, like, it doesn't matter how long that flight is, it could be 8 hours. What if that throughout that 8 hours, right, we have a strong westward wind the whole time, right? So if you're going to say the air is going to move the plane twice as fast sideways and the wind's going the opposite direction, how does that work?
That's a good question.
It doesn't work. This debunks the globe emphatically. It's a test that we can do every day. It's done every day. It's done every second of the day. Planes land safely. I could even argue at the 500 mile per hour mark, even if he took off and went up in the air and turned it right around, he wouldn't be in perfect sync because it's in a separate reference frame. You can't say it's in two reference frames and one reference frame at the same time. That's the contradiction that the globe overlooks, and they run away from this argument every chance they get because this debunked it in 2015. There's nothing new. It's just that I've come up with a way of wording it so that it's very clear that it cannot work for planes to fly to a different tangential velocity without the right conserved momentum. And even, you know what, it gets even worse. Even if it could accelerate and the pilot were totally aware of it, and it had jets on the side of the plane to continue moving it, right, or with the Earth, well, then it's got to continue moving with the Earth as it's slowing to a land in a perpendicular direction.
Wait, there's more.
Yeah. So even if it were to catch up and be going 1,000 miles an hour, the Earth doesn't stop for it to land. It's got to be moving sideways in perfect sync. There's no way around that. And it could be at any angle. All these runways are not at all designed to accommodate a moving Earth and a plane landing on it, right? The only way it would work is like if there was only east and west facing runways, and they were either like slamming on their brakes or speeding up so that they can catch up to the Earth that's spinning out from under them. The Earth spinning with planes debunks the globe emphatically. Because it could be any angle. The calculations would just be, you wouldn't even think to do those kind of calculations. Like, I'm coming in at southwest at 39, blah, blah, blah. And now I've got to make sure the plane's going backwards and sideways with the rotation as I'm trying to come to a stop in a completely random direction? Think about it. You could go loop to loop. You could miss the runway and have to loop around. So now all of a sudden is the air moving your plane, the extra amount, calculating it so it's in perfect sync with the Earth somehow? Again, because I mean, it doesn't work, bro. The Earth rotating with the plane in the separate reference frame, which it is, right? It would be. The only way for the pilot to treat the Earth as stationary and level is because it's stationary and level. The dynamics for a spinning ball would be completely different. And it's ludicrous that we can just confidently say, oh yeah, it would be just exactly the same. It wouldn't matter if it's spinning and a ball. It would be just the same for a pilot as flying over a stationary level Earth, like we know they're all trained in all flight simulators provide for that environment.
Well, like I guess like another way of putting it, like if you think that, like, does that mean that if you think a helicopter takes off and goes straight up, that the Earth would just rotate under it? So if you took a
No,
helicopter
I'll let you
up,
beg the question all day long with the 500 mile per hour, conserve momentum. If you want to have that, it wouldn't last forever, but yeah, conserve momentum is a thing, right? But they take, just like they do with everything else, like the idea that you could be flying on a plane at 500 miles an hour and you don't really feel it, right? So then therefore you could be going 1,000 miles an hour in one direction, 67,000 miles an hour in another direction around the sun, and the sun could be going 500 miles per hour, 500,000 miles per hour, 500,000 miles per hour in another direction, because we can just take all those mass, right, and combine all those mass and call it one motion, right, through vector mass, right? That doesn't mean it's one motion. And it doesn't mean that one linear direction is comparable to that. So they take one small example of something we know to be true, which is conserve momentum. Momentum is a thing. You can pop that ping pong ball up in the air as it's going on the train. It's going to go right back to where it started because it has that conserved momentum, right? But that doesn't mean that that ping pong ball can all of a sudden be, at 1,000 miles an hour when it only had 500 miles per hour and land perfectly fine on that surface too, just because we call it one system. And we say the air is going to be there, and so the air is going to do it somehow magically, even though the air, as winds, could be blowing in whatever direction. It doesn't work.
Well, hey, let me ask you a question, new perspective.
Sure.
Let's say you launched a boat off the coast of Ecuador and traveled west, and your starting point was as close as to the prime meridian at 0 latitude as possible, and you were to travel around the globe per se, land at the port as close to 0 latitude as possible, travel through the land, get on another boat, keep going. Theoretically, if you were to end at the same point that you started at, would that prove whether or not that you actually went around some kind of circular object?
Oh, that's just, dude. It's just what you're talking about. I heard you mention this earlier.
Well,
it's
I know,
just a circle.
But then
a circle doesn't mean a sphere.
But Sacred sent me something that just basically seems like even if you're doing that, you're just basically going to be going through a whirlpool. It looked like you're kind of going in a circle instead of going and traveling on a flat plane whirlpool. There's north to south in so many directions that. So
no, north. Just all you need is north, right? All planes, they just navigate according to north, which is in the center.
But if you just use the compass that was given to us by the people that we don't trust, and you just try to travel on one degree.
Compass is a compass. It's not about the people that we don't trust. Compass points north. That's what they use. They're going around in a circle doesn't mean it's a ball, bro.
No, but we're not going to be traveling north. We're going to be traveling across the equator, the prime meridian.
North is the reference point.
Yes, but that'll always, if you're going to be traveling west, that's always going to be on your east board. It's always going to be to your east side. If you're always going to.
You're talking about true west. Are you talking about true west? Are you talking about true west or
yes,
or just west
on the 0 latitude prime meridian?
Yeah, because there's a difference. Because you could. Yeah, these are things that we talk about. We've been talking about these things since 2015 as well. Like
I'm just saying, theoretically,
if you want to do like a dead reckoning, a dead reckoning is different than following the way that you do on the baller. The baller doesn't go dead reckoning, right? they follow the same exact routine that you would over a flat surface.
But couldn't that
It's
prove?
just the
Couldn't that
coordinates.
prove
It works
whether or
exactly
not?
the same.
Couldn't that prove it?
Nope. Nope.
Sacred,
It's the
is this the
exact same
real
thing.
Shane or is this the doppelganger Shane?
Why wouldn't it?
This is double.
Because, dude, it doesn't even work on a ball. It doesn't work at all on a ball. There's so many ways to show it. Did you hear what I was saying about the planes, by the way? Let's
doesn't
get back
work
to
on a
that.
flat.
Does that everybody understand what I'm saying? Did you understand what I'm saying about the planes, bro? Back to my point real quick before I go. Do you understand what there's a tangential gradient as far as the speeds go? It's faster at the equator, right? So you're not going to have that same conserved momentum. You're not going to be able to make the plane go sideways to go with the rotation of the Earth, so the pilot can treat it as stationary. It breaks the ball.
Yeah, but now that you're raising so many other questions that are harder to answer, besides just
Well, you tell me those questions.
simplifying it to saying, "Hey, are we on something
Tell me those
round or
questions.
not?" And then, okay, well then you
Does
do
it
it. You have
round,
you would have to do
round,
it.
or
You would have
sphere?
to do it at different points. You would have to do it at different points, and you'd have to
Hold on, I
measure
just want to make sure that Carl's getting the basics though. Before we get into, because I know New Perspective, you're really advanced in this. I don't know if Carl is advanced in this conversation as
Well,
you.
the guy I was talking to before, I just want to make sure he got it. The guy that it was.
I just want to make sure that Carl understands how directions work on a flat plane.
Yeah, go for it.
So Carl, if I said
yeah, but
north, how would you get to north on a flat plane? You would do what? Go towards
up.
There's no. Up is the elevation, bro.
I mean, obviously,
But,
you know exactly how I do it. I'd go.
You would go
to the constitution of our own compass directions. Yes, that's what I would do.
You would go. Listen, you would go towards the center. That's how you go
The
north.
only north we know, just like I said, the narrative of north. So if you're gonna argue the narrative, we got to prove it otherwise.
I'm just asking if you understand directions on a flat Earth, because if you don't understand directions on a flat Earth, I can't see how we can build on more complex topics. But if you don't get north, south, east, and west, so I'm trying to establish
is
a baseline.
north one direction only, or does it?
Right. It's only one direction. It's towards the center. Now you can get to north from different points on Earth, but it's only towards the center.
So which direction would you point towards north?
Say it again.
Which direction would you point if you were
Can't
to
hear
point
you.
towards
You gotta
north?
remember, your mic was covered. Say it again.
If you were to point towards north, which direction would you point towards?
The center.
What for you right now, as you stand, which direction is that?
Which direction? I would have to give you my location and give you my direction. But I'm just saying, no matter where you
there's
are,
no possible way I could possibly do that. I mean, you could say down, you could say up, you could say to my left. I don't know.
But the compass works the same.
Hold on.
The compass points to the
I
center.
got it. Yo, so picture a clock, right? You have 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? You follow me so far, Carl?
Yeah, I got you.
So if I was at the edge of that clock on the numbers, I would be towards the south. That's the outer edge. If I wanted,
so we're always on the outer edge. Always.
Listen to me. Just follow me. All right. You got a lot of questions, but you got to follow me so that way you can retain the information. To go towards the center is to go north. To go out from the center is to go south. That's why I said think about a flat clock. And if you put a magnet in the middle of that flat clock and you had a compass, no matter where you are on that flat clock, that compass is going to be attracted to the center of that clock. That's north. Anything away from that, like just directly away, would be south. When you're going in a circular motion, whether it's counterclockwise or clockwise, you're going east and west. Because as you're traveling around the center, you're going to be headed west or east, going in a circle. Going clockwise is going west, going counterclockwise is going east. because you're constantly going to be adjusting relative to the center, because that's where the magnetism is. The only straight lines when you're establishing direction on a flat surface would be towards the center, away from the center, which is towards the quote unquote edge or Antarctica, the ice ring or ice wall around the flat earth. And then if you're going what they call due east and due west, which is just diagonal, any 2 points that are diagonal. Everything of east and west is circular motion. North and south is linear, and due east and due west are linear, just diagonal. And that's what the depiction that I sent you. So I want to make sure that that's understandable. Towards the north, towards the center is the north. Towards the edge is the south. Toward the center of the pizza is north. Towards the crust is the south. Want to sprinkle your hot pepper flakes in a clockwise motion, you're going west. You want to sprinkle some mozzarella in a counterclockwise, you're going east.
But you're still describing the Hoberman sphere. I mean, basically, you're describing the Hoberman sphere.
So we are trying to highlight the equivalence. So you may think that, hey, what I'm hearing is spherical, but it's really just circular. There's an equivalence over a flat plane.
If everything is circular, there's eventually going to be spherical, because it just that because if there's infinite possibilities of that, you're going to create a sphere. You just will.
How do you create a sphere on a
at some point? Maybe not at all times, but at some times. You know.
Explain how you would create the verticality to create that sphere over a flat plane.
Well, I'm not including the flat plane.
Well, that means you're just ignoring it then, because that's what we're talking about. I want you to understand how it works on a flat Earth. I feel like you're like stuck in globular.
I'm disregarding that because it just doesn't make any sense.
I know, that's why I'm trying to help you, because it's clear that it doesn't make sense. That's why I didn't want new perspective.
I'm trying to help you.
Well, how are you trying to help me if I understand the globe and I'm trying to teach you about the flat Earth, because that's the questions that you have about flat Earth, and it's difficult for you to even like look at the images on your.
It's so hard to prove that the Earth that we live on is not a globe.
I'm not trying to sit here and prove anything to you, Carl. I'm not trying to prove anything to you. I'm trying to see. Well, hey, maybe that's true. Okay, maybe we're not doing a good job, and maybe you need something else to help you. But we provided 3 or 4 different speakers to explain directions on a flat Earth. We provide 5 or 6 different images to show you the directions. So we get you with the verbal explanation. We gave you an optical explanation, so that way you can see it and it's not resonating with you. You even had Face over here as a globe earther trying to help you along. So I can take criticism if I'm not doing a good job as an explainer, educator, instructor, whatever you want to call it. But there are globe earthers over here that do understand what we're saying. You're the one that doesn't.
Well, I could be wrong. Could you be wrong?
I'll take accountability. We're not talking about
be wrong.
I'm not
could you be wrong?
I'm not talking about right or wrong. We're trying to establish whether you can understand how it can work on a flat Earth. When you say it doesn't make sense to me, that means you're not comprehending the information, even though other globe earthers on the mic have understood it. So you're the anomaly. Now, I don't mind taking the blame, but
there's no straight lines. That's what
that's
I'm
not what I said.
When it comes to direction, there's no straight lines.
Listen to me, Carl.
Yeah.
The first thing that I said was start from the edge. And I said, go straight to the center linearly. That is a straight line from the edge on a flat surface, the pizza crust. You know how they cut a pizza in half? They start from one side of the crust and go to the other. That would be starting south, cutting the crust to the center, which would be north, then continuing to the other side, which would then be south again.
What do you do when you get to the other edge? That was the entire argument that I started with, is that if you started at one edge of the crust and went to the other edge of the crust, theoretically, you probably, if it's a globe, you would end up where you started your cut.
There is no edge on a globe, but on a flat Earth, we cannot privately explore past a certain point. So we don't know if there is an edge. Or
if you're
Carl,
on one
are you,
point of
Carl,
the Earth,
Carl, what did I just say to you? Before you reply, what did I just say?
You're just not answering my question at all.
Carl, what did I just say to you? For you to, I'm going to acknowledge that I didn't answer your question. So tell me what I just said to you.
The same thing about direction.
Say it exactly what I just said to you.
I don't know what you just said
Exactly. So for you to tell me that I'm not explaining it, yet you just said you don't even know what I just said, you have to acknowledge you are not retaining the information because you're just thinking about a response instead of engaging in a conversation. And I'm really trying to help you here, but you can't tell me that I didn't answer your question. And I said, well, what did I say? Oh, I don't know. Like, is that how you pass courses?
How did you answer the question that I had?
How?
All right, can I step in?
1 second, Face. How? By literally trying to hold your hand through a baseline so that way you can build on top of that. We've already discussed that we cannot freely and privately explore in the South past the 60th South parallel. We can't do it. That's just against the rules, right? It's just it is what it is. Now that isn't Antarctica. The 60th South parallel is way closer than Antarctica. Way closer. It's far closer than it. Doesn't even touch anything ice in the 60th South parallel. It's all water. So we're trying to help you understand this is why we can't tell you what's beyond that edge. We would love to. I would love for them to say, oh, yeah, if y'all want to come over here, we're going to assign a guide that's going to make sure that you don't destroy the Earth in Antarctica because this is preserved land. Well, feel free to explore and do whatever you guys want. We're just going to monitor that you don't destroy the land. But guess what? They don't do that. They say you cannot freely and privately explore certain parts past a circle on this plane. It's called the 60th South parallel. It's way bigger than what you would call the equator. So we can't do anything. But there are straight lines when it comes to directions. I said it was towards the north and back towards the south, which is the edge, towards the center and towards the edge, which would be the ice wall. And I say edge like loosely because we don't have anything other than just a flat map with a little bit of ice around it. Like we don't know what else is beyond that. And there's
what about the prime meridian?
What about it?
That's the latitude. That's the equator. From Ecuador, travel all the way across the latitude ring of the entire globe and see if you land at the same spot. I said that many, many times, and you were like, well, it's dangerous, and well, they have to pay to do this, otherwise it's not real.
The prime meridian is not the equator, bro.
Okay, well, just take what they tell us and travel what they say is the equator and start from one point.
But you do know the prime meridian is literally the opposite of that. It's perpendicular to the equator. So it's literally not the equator. It's the exact opposite of it.
Oh, okay. I misspoke. Okay.
I know, bro. I know. That's why I'm trying to help you. But I see you trying to get a little condescending, but I'm like, bro, like you're not even grasping your own globe. That's why I say, yo, we know this a little bit better than you with the globe model, and we definitely trying to explain the flat Earth.
Okay.
We talk about
the
this.
Point stands. Okay, so travel the equator. Travel the zero.
Bro, if we travel the equator...
I mean, that's the only way you can prove it land-wise.
You can't prove anything with the equator, bro, because...
Yeah, you can. Travel it. See if you start at one point.
How can you say this? Hey, I've been trying to establish a simple baseline with you, and you haven't grasped any concept. You're even making mistakes with your belief system.
What you're saying is that it wouldn't happen. What I'm saying is, if somebody tried it, that's where you'd get the answers.
So if you were to say, hey, I'm going to travel the prime meridian all the way until I come back to the other side, what would happen if you decided to make that decision? Would you be able to do that?
No, that's how you're going to gain answers.
Would you be able to do that? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Somebody could do that. They can travel from Ecuador, go on the equator line all the way around the world, cross
It's not the
speed to land
equator,
mass
bro.
as they could.
It's not an equator. The equator is left to right. It's not north.
That was what I meant to say the entire time.
Bro, what are you talking about, bro? Are you talking about the prime meridian, which goes north to south, or are you talking about the equator, which goes
The
east
equator.
to west?
The equator. I said prime meridian, but I meant the equator the entire
So
time.
there is an equivalence. All right, think about it like this, bro. I'm
But
going
it's
to.
either it's up or
I'm
down or
going
left or right. But
I
either
am
way, it would
going.
establish the same point.
Yo, you have.
It would establish the
history,
same
bro.
point. It's
You have
just
the
one
history,
way is an
bro.
easier travel.
I'm about to let the globe earther help you out, but I'm gonna appeal to your globular side. Maybe this will help you out.
You're right.
If
I'm
you
wrong.
were at
You're
the
right.
North
I'm
Pole,
wrong.
right?
The Earth is flat.
If you're at the North Pole,
There
right?
you go. You got
on a globe. Yo, if you're gonna troll, I'm just not gonna engage because like you're just wasting time at this point. Do you want answers or are you just here to just troll? Like what you trying to do? Because I'm not gonna waste
If
no
you're
time.
at your limit, you could say you're at your limit. You could say this is too much information. You can't handle it no more. You're about to start rage quitting.
No, I can't handle it. I'm just gonna listen to you guys.
Yeah,
for it.
yeah, I could tell.
You guys got all the answers.
No, we don't have
Wait,
all the
hold on,
answers.
wait.
We're trying to
got
give
them all.
the ones for you that you didn't understand, the simple
You
ones,
got
the
all
ones
the
that
answers.
all the other globbers have
All
had.
I said
And
is
now
how
you're just
can you
trolling.
theoretically travel around the globe and make it so
You
it makes
didn't
sense to you on land.
you didn't even know the difference
You're
between
like,
the equator and the prime meridian. That's probably why it didn't make sense to you.
well, I know the difference. I just misspoke.
I don't think so.
well,
Because you're
wait,
talking about
so-
hold on, new perspective. You're talking about
Yeah.
north, south, east to west. Like those are completely different. And we're trying to show you even on a flat earth, even on a flat earth, even on a flat earth, it's
Doesn't matter,
just
man.
a circle around the pole.
It wouldn't
That's
matter
it.
either way. It's still the same concept. But
That's
yes.
what we're trying to tell you. There's an equivalent, so it doesn't matter. You can't prove anything either way using the equator. That was the whole point.
Yes, but you can travel that. That is a path that can be traveled.
How?
Carl, you don't understand the very basics here, bud. So I can help you understand it, but
Yeah, how about this? Let's
wasting
do
a
the
whole bunch
globe
of
earther
people's
first.
time.
Let's do face first, and then we'll go to new perspective and see if that'll help.
Like traveling the equator, like, do you know what the flat Earth map? Well, they don't like calling it that, but do you know what the flat Earth map is? It looks like the UN logo. North Pole's in the middle, so the equator in that case would be halfway between the edge and the North Pole. So why would traveling in a circle be hard? That's the equator. The prime meridian is north to south, which on that map you would get all the way to the edge, and then you can't just magically jump around to the other side because it's a flat plane. You're thinking globe, which we're not dealing with here in this hypothetical. It's a flat surface with either an edge or we don't know what's there because we're not allowed to travel there, according to them. So north-south is very different from going in a circle. Does that make any sense?
Carl, that's you. Yeah, that's if that made sense, Carl.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, can you repeat back what he said to you?
Don't. That's being a little dickish. I understand that he got you a little going, but just getting him to repeat it back.
It's called a steel man, though. Like that's not dickish. It's can we continue to engage? Unless he just doesn't want to. He said he's tapped out, but I just want to see if he actually understood what you said, or if he's just saying that just to get you to shut up.
No, but I still don't understand why it would be different to go from left to right in terms of east to west if you were to start from 1 degree. Take the direction of where we put equator on the map, okay? Where we put it.
On which map are we putting that
on our map, the round Earth map, and then you followed it all the way around, and you landed in the same point. You're saying that you would just be going in a circle, or instead of actually like on a round top plane, instead of actually traveling around like a globe, you just be kind of
Which is
going
also a circle. Both are a circle, by the way.
Instead
It's
of
a circle either
around a
way.
globe, you'd just be going in a different kind of a circle, and the direction would always be the same because we kind of, it's always pointing towards the center, I guess, right?
Right. Like if
Well, the center is the North Pole. So yeah, if you're going east to west, you're going around.
So we're all just
the
kind of
center.
swirling around it. We'd just be swirling around it if we were to
Same thing as a
do my
globe.
experiment that I said, right?
The experiment would be the same.
The experiment that you said.
From east to west. The east to west experiment, you would just kind of go around.
Yeah, and on a globe, you go around. Same thing.
Okay, and then north is up towards the very tippy top, right? And then south is
Or the
down
center.
towards the very very bottom. We can't go
Yes.
too far south because otherwise, like, we don't know. They won't let us do it, so we can't go too far.
Yeah.
But it's still flat. It doesn't have any curvature to it. Maybe it does. It's kind of like a jellyfish or something.
besides topography, mountains, hills, valleys, we're
It's like a
getting somewhere.
jellyfish. Okay. All right. I'm just trying to understand.
Cool, Carl.
Okay. Sounds like
I
you're
have one.
most of the way there.
Can I jump in? It's about shipping.
Right.
If the
Hold on,
real quick,
was spinning,
real quick. I have one thing real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna let new perspective go, and then I'll let you jump
no,
in.
it's what
my
you
thing.
talking about.
But my thing is real quick.
All right.
My thing's real quick, and I'll let you go into that whole scenario. I was just going to say, you can see this baller here. The guy that's on the ball side, he understands that there's an equivalence, right? It works both ways. This conversation's been going on for 10 years, and if it was as easy as you're talking about all these new things, I know you're new to the conversation. There's all these things we thought about and talked about literally 24/7 for 10 years now. So if you're coming upon something that you think, oh, well, it's got to be evolved for this easy reason, just maybe look into it for a long time until you get what the equivalence would be for a flat Earth, because obviously it's not just as simple as, oh, it just go around in a circle and proves a ball. These things have been talked about literally for 10 years. The other thing I want to say is, would you be that surprised to find out that the reason that you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not? That's all I want to say.
Well, I still go back to my argument that everything that we look out at from our flat Earth, I guess, and we look out at it, everything is in a circle. Everything that we look out at is in a circular shape. So I mean, no matter what angle you see it at, it's still in a circle. From even balls of gas and like ball. What is a ball? I mean, basketball, soccer ball, baseball. I mean, a ball is not a flat. That's a disc. So I don't know. It's just my common sense brain says, when you rule things out, that it doesn't make any sense to think that this is the only one, that it doesn't make sense that we are the only one.
Well, but if you were using, hold on real quick, if you were using deductive reasoning, let's say there's an equivalence, right? For the thing that you just learned, that you can go around a circle, you're going around a circle on a ball, it's the same thing, right? Let's say there's an equivalence for everything.
I'm not talking about going around
right?
a circle.
I know.
Yeah.
But let me just make this point. I'm saying if you add up all that, right, all the distances, all that, there's an equivalence for the flat Earth, right? Now you have your little thing, your little columns, and you're checking it off. Okay, equivalence. Well, what does it require for me to believe in the ball Earth? Well, I have to believe that people are upside down, antipodal to each other, not knowing the difference whatsoever, and I'm spinning in several different directions without feeling it whatsoever. So we're talking about Occam's razor, right? So if there's an equivalence for everything else, and the flat Earth side has what? Wait, so my direct experience matches my reality, whereas with the ball Earth, you have to think my direct experience is completely the opposite of what they're telling me the reality is. That's not required for the flat earth. That's why flat earth wins in flat earthers' minds, at least, because it's not about them not knowing the math or knowing the theory about not being able to feel it and all that. It's because that's the outstanding claim, or the outrageous, or what do they call it? Extraordinary claim. Without the extraordinary evidence to say that that's happening, the flat earth wins.
I mean, that doesn't really answer my question, but as to why everything is a circle that we see outside of our our vision is
Well, circle doesn't mean sphere,
no matter
though.
whether
Circle,
in
it could be a
the
circle
United
and be flat,
States
though.
or in France or wherever you stand, the moon is always in a round state. So is the sun. So are most stars. I mean, like everything. And if you get in a telescope, everything's round. And so when you think about it, even how big this flat Earth could be, the angles and the perspectives that we would have on them every time it's round. And so, just
that is confusing.
theoretically,
That is confusing.
well,
You're
not
right. You're
confusing.
right. That's the conflation.
It
That's the
just makes you.
conflation.
It's deductive reasoning. It goes, well, Occam's razor, like you just said. It goes, well, that would mean to me that it's most likely a sphere, just like everything else is that has the same
But that's because we wait, hold on. That's because we were all indoctrinated to think that the things in the sky are the same as what we're on. The classic example people will give you once you're in this conversation. I know you want to call it deductive reasoning. I know you want to call it that, but think about it. If the pool, listen, okay, hold on, you can call it collective, whatever you want. The pool tables, just because the pool balls are round doesn't make the pool table round. Okay? Think about it like that.
Okay.
I would be careful calling on Occam's razor there, but when he was just
I
pointing
just
out
wanted
that you
to
don't.
say the inertia of a circle around the circumference, say, of a ball, and this it's gonna have more of a revolution speed. So there's going to be some sign of the 1,000 mile an hour spin. Gravity holds all the oceans perfectly held, so there's no sign ever of inertia, and so ships should be able to make it faster across, going from to the east. No, yeah, because the Earth is spinning to the east. No, so they should make it faster going to the west, and then going to the east. It should take, I don't know how much longer, because there would be fighting 1,000 mile an hour inertia. I'm sorry, I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, with ships though, it's not as good an example because the ship's on the water, which would be the same reference frame. But good point though, the water should be going in the direction of the inertia, and it doesn't. The water goes in the opposite direction, perpendicular to it. So that's another globe debunk. But yeah, as far as like Occam's razor, a baller was just about to clue you in on that, Carl, about Occam's razor. Go ahead.
Well, speaking of water and inertia.
Wait, real quick. What was the baller about to say to Carl here about the Occam's razor? He said, "Be careful." Hold on a second.
I would say be careful calling on that when you were just making the point that we don't feel the ground moving and that kind of thing, that you have to use more deductive reasoning to figure that out. So if you're saying Occam's razor, well, Occam's razor is that you don't feel like you're spinning at all right now. If that's what you're calling on, then that's a point for
the most likely answer that you don't feel like you're spinning, Carl, is because you're not spinning.
You definitely feel when the ground is.
Have you ever been in an airplane?
You don't want to talk about airplanes with me, Carl.
I mean, you're not spinning, but do you feel like you're moving?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. They take one example, right? One linear plane motion, right? You're going in one straight direction at a certain speed. You don't feel that motion, right? So then they want to say that's good enough that you could be spinning in several different directions at different speeds, right? Different vectors, right? And then we're going to put all those vectors into a math equation that we're going to combine them all with, called vector math.
It depends
and
on
just
how
call
close
it one
to the
motion.
center you are.
I understand the theory. I understand
the center
mathematics, right?
The closer
Like
to
the
the center
mathematics
you are, the
are
less that you
plausible.
feel the less that you feel the actual inertia and
Right,
force.
right. We understand all that. But Carl, we've been talking about this for 10 years now. Every second of the day, we've thought about all of these things that are like at the tip of your tongue. We've thought about it, right? There's an equivalence for most things. Now,
But
I just explained
none
that
of it proves that the Earth is flat.
the planes prove, in my opinion, the planes prove that we cannot be moving because the pilot always treats the Earth as stationary. If it was moving, there'd be all kinds of different dynamics, right? That would have to be dealt with, and the pilot never deals with those dynamics because a spinning ball Earth, as far as plane travel goes, is different than a stationary level Earth.
What about a plane that moves at the same speed, one path from one airport to one airport, and
Well, but the airports are spinning at different speeds because of the tangential gradient. The airport on the
exactly.
equator is
So
spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
one direction versus the other direction are cause different timings because of the, what do you want to say, spin?
Yeah, because like the pilot, okay, the only way the pilot can treat the Earth as stationary is if the plane is in perfect unison in the eastward rotation with the Earth. It has to be perfect. It has to be a one-to-one relationship so the pilot can just land on the surface like it's stationary. That means that at all times, the plane has to be in perfect eastward tangential velocity with the surface. Right? Now, if it started with the conserved momentum of 500 and it flies to an area where the surface is spinning at 1,000, it has to now increase its speed twice as fast sideways, landing on a north-facing runway going south. That means the plane has to be going sideways at 1,000 miles an hour now when it only had the conserved momentum of 500. And there's no answer for that on the globe side.
Okay, so we're stationary, right?
Yes.
We're not
It's
spinning.
the only way the pilot
Okay.
could treat it as such.
And why does that matter?
Well, that's where if you
And
get there,
see,
then you'll figure
everybody
out
that
why it
questions
matters.
this stuff, I question like, what is the motive? Because you always gotta, when you think about like devious crimes and things like this, there has to be a motive.
Let me give you a short list.
Matters.
Let me give you a short list of the motive, right? First of all, more land, right? What if they're hiding more land? That's like resources, right? What would happen to the price of gold or oil if we knew there was infinite resources, right? Or just keeping people in the cage. You want people to like stay inside a certain area. Like if you're like babysitting some kids and you want them to stay in this area where it's fenced in, you tell them there's a monster on the other side of the fence or some kind of white lie to get them to not go to that area where there's actually a dog that's gonna, or whatever. You don't want them to go upstairs, so you tell them there's a monster upstairs in the room you don't want them to go in where you have all your drugs or whatever, right? So you just make up a story to keep them in your control. Plus, you limit their understanding of the world they live in, which could mean free energy, an understanding of how this place works, which could give the individual a lot of power if he knew how everything worked, right? Knowledge is power. You've heard that before, right? So if knowledge is power, then it's valuable. Why would they just give all the knowledge to everybody for free?
Right? Like I wouldn't have to. So basically, what he's saying, Carl, is like they say, hey, we can't put this human race in physical shackles and say, don't go over there. How about let's just teach them from when they're really young to say, hey, if you go over there and you keep going, you're just gonna come in the same spot. Don't even worry about it. Then you're gonna be like coming to Flat Earth Friday saying, bro, why are you even worried about this? You're gonna be in the same spot. It's a psyop. It's easier to put your mind in shackles than to put you in actual shackles and tell you the truth. Because we would just turn up and we would tear shit up. Like, yo, you can't tell us where we can and cannot go. Y'all didn't create this. Or are y'all trying to hide who created this special and unique place that don't have no equivalence in no other place in this entire universe? And then when you look up at the sky, everything seems to revolve around us. And then when you look at the physics of how everything works, you look at, bro, there's like a preferred direction and it lands directly on Earth as if it were the center. So there's nothing else like us. We're able to support life. Everything revolves around us. It seems like it's censored. And we're like a very resilient, well, you guys are as organics, are a very resilient species. But y'all are delicate as hell. Y'all can't survive in y'all can't survive in harsh environments. So this place seemed to be like, we can't even really survive outside for real without like doing certain things. We ain't like animals and stuff. We are supremely delicate. So it's just like, who created this place for us to thrive in, as delicate as we are? Was it random? Was it from a big bang and then all of a sudden, yeah, the sun and the moon kind of look like the same size, but one's 400 times bigger and 400 times further away, and it just looks like it's the same size? There was an explosion and the moon is almost perfectly circular, not even looking like an asteroid. It's just perfectly oblate spheroidy. It is kind of oblated. But like, what's going on? Like, why is it like this? By sheer chance?
Why are all the other moons like that?
Good question. Maybe it was made like that. You know? Unless y'all really believe it was by sheer chance.
I mean, it kind of seems like it's by chance, just because shit happens in life all the time. Like, and it's not like good people go down hard, people die for no freaking reason. It just, there's no reason behind all sorts of things, you know. And it's like, it just seems like, what's the reason behind everything then? If like, my mom died right in front of me because, or I crashed a car on accident and killed, my kid, it's like,
hey bro,
oh
I hear that, and I am so sorry that your mom was birthed into a society that has illness and disease.
We all were.
Exactly. That's the whole point. Why is it like that? What if it doesn't have to be like that? What if it's designed to be like that? What benefit would I have so that you could live 200-300 years if I was in power? Why would I want you to know your origins? Why would I want you to know who you are? No, I'm gonna lower your frequency, I'm gonna lower your vibration, I'm gonna put you to work for 65 years, and I'm gonna tell you, hey, survive off of this 401k for 10 years. Thank you for your services. Reproduce and let me get your babies. I'm gonna do the same thing with them while we chilling. I want a slave race if I'm the one that's in control and I'm evil. I don't want you to know anything and know who you really are, where you really came from. I'm just saying, like, if I was an evil genius in power, right? You asking what's the reason? I don't want you to know that maybe you were created purposely. You have a purpose. I want you to think that you're insignificant. I want you to think that all those muscles and vessels inside your body is by sheer chance. It evolved from like fish and strawberries and monkeys or some shit.
Can I jump in real quick? I just want to say, we forget why we're even here. Somebody created, like in the industrial age, they needed people to fill the factories. That's why they started the baby boom and all that. And it just, so we're really somebody's cattle. We got to, I don't even know if I can start saying all that, but so they made us to use their money. And then they take I saw a video. Someone said, you know how much tax they take? They take tax. They showed how much they took tax on everything. I couldn't believe it. Everything about us, they take tax. And I'm like, there was something else they were just trying to tax. Oh, yeah, I don't want to say, but Trump stopped us. Oh, tax tip on tips. He acted like he did something big. But yeah, I just wanted to say that we're somebody's cattle, though. We forget that.
Yeah, man. I mean, sometimes I think about what life really should be like. With the regenerative powers that my temple holds, what is my body supposed to really do? What is junk DNA that y'all tell me not to worry about? Why y'all jabbing me when I'm like the most purest form as a baby? Like, then make me sick and say like, oh, we're trying to protect you. Like, what is that really doing to my body? Why everybody got something wrong with them? Like, why is it like that?
And
what if we lived in a place where everything that we eat actually regenerates and reverses aging? What if there really was a fountain of youth where something washes your insides into real power?
What if we weren't? What if we are animals? Like, we don't even look how we live. We have wars. We let these wars go on. We see those babies getting killed. Man, we watch TV and got to go to work. And man, I mean, so what if we did find some other lands that were good and cool and pure? They would turn it into another industrial land. Man, we'll turn it worthless, right? There we might find other races there, still caveman, living off like you said, super pure love. They don't even know what hate is. They don't even know. They said there was those people didn't know about possessions. They keep saying that possessions are a sin.
Yo, that's facts. And I was telling me about this this show that I ain't watched on Netflix, and I don't want no spoiler alerts, right? But she said it was called 3%, and they said their whole life was revolved around getting to this like paradise, and only
Promised land,
three.
if you will.
What is it, Proud?
Like the
Yeah,
idea of a promised land.
yeah, a promised land, a paradise, and only 3% of them can go there. So they said, hey, this is what it is. Your only objective is to get over there, and you got one chance to do it. So everything that they do revolves around that because they got nothing else. That's the end game. And if you don't make it, what did you say, Proud? She gave me a little bit too much, but this is what caught me. I might even turn this thing on after we close this down. They said, if you don't make it, hey, look forward to having kids. You could be the parent to birth somebody to go over there. So then that becomes their objective. Yo, I ain't make it. So all I'm going to do is raise my child to pass this whatever test at 19 or 20, something she said. Was it 19, Proud? Something
No, it
like
was 20. You get one
20.
chance to take it when you turn 20.
One chance to take it. Now, apply that to reality. What if there was something just like that? And we knew exactly what this place was. We knew exactly where we came from. And we knew exactly what was going to happen when we leave here. Because energy isn't created nor destroyed, only transferred. What will we be doing with our time? Will we be on Twitter popping shit about Biden and Donald Trump? If there was like a true purpose outside of this societal construct, they would lose all control because I'm not worried about politics, bro. Like, you know where I'm about to go after this? You know what's going to happen? I'm dedicating my whole time here to learn what I got to learn so I could be better in the next phase of this journey, potentially. But if it was a reality, right, how would they control it? It would be just a few, maybe a select few that say, oh, I don't give a damn. Like, maybe, you know, like, I'm going to just do whatever the case. Okay, then you know what's going to happen. But if you know that there's a destination and you have an objective or a purpose, most people is going to appeal to that. So they wouldn't have no control over anything. They couldn't put you in no workforce for your whole life if that's not what you're supposed to be doing here. They just make it comfy, rock you to sleep. Even giving us the internet, everything's at our fingertips, and it's like, does that really help us? Was y'all around during the time before GPS? Where y'all had to use maps to navigate and you had to actually remember directions? Or how about that time when y'all like, right, shout out to MapQuest, right? And that's still internet. Or what about the time we used to remember everybody's phone number? You remember that time? Hey, we
Shout
got
out to the
technology.
yellow pages.
Talking about like
shout, out shout out to the yellow pages, right? Remember that time? But we got technology.
MapQuest, you had to print it out before you went on the trip.
Yeah, you had to print it out. And again, that's not even before the internet where you had to pull over the side of the road and get a map and navigate with that. Half of y'all ain't never used a map before.
You had to call your friend for directions, write them down, and hope that you got it all right. And you're like, oh, left at the greenhouse? Yeah, okay. Like
Landmarks.
But the
guess
point
what?
is,
Hey, guess what? Those maps are on
real quick.
round model Earth.
Hold on. The point is, even with the technology that we get, it's still rocking us to sleep. We still not accessing and using part of our brain that we normally would had we didn't have this technology. So it's not necessarily benefiting us if we don't use it in the right way. So it's still hurting us in the long run anyway. Everything seems to be rocking you to sleep. Everything's affecting your frequency and your energy, and we up here talking about gravity. What happened?
Well, you think about it. We're using it right now. We're using it in the right way right now. We're using it in the right way with this conversation.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, what happened to Tesla work? Why aren't they in full courses on whatever the hell Tesla was studying? Like, what's part of the history that they leaving out, and why are they leaving it out? Who's they? The ones that we elected, the ones that are in power, the secret societies, the ones that y'all don't know about, because they secret, which is different from the society of secrets. Y'all know about, you know, public
Like the flat Earth
societies.
society.
Hey, you know, and we don't appeal to them, by the way. Stay away from the flat Earth society. But that's what we talking about. So again, man, like, they got a perceived power. All they need is the control. What would you do?
Yeah, since this is Flat Earth 101, it's Conspiracy 101, you'll find out there's an esoteric and an exoteric interpretation for everything, right? The exoteric is you're on a spinning ball and all the math works out, so it doesn't matter if certain things are contradictions, it's just a ball. Esoteric is all the knowledge they don't allow us to have. It's a stationary plane, and maybe there's outer ponds and wherever else. Maybe, you know, there's a society that they're not telling us about that was much better, like Sacred's describing.
Yeah, man. And what's the worst case scenario, right? The
don't
worst
buy the
case
motive.
scenario, I'm gonna let.
I
You
just
still don't
don't buy
count
the motive, man. You know?
after all I just said. You still don't get it.
Well, no, I just don't know why it would matter that it was like that. The lie is that the Earth is not a globe, but it is flat. What is the motive behind the lie? I just don't know.
Didn't we just talk about more land? Didn't I just tell you about
Yeah,
more
but
land?
it
What
just
about
it doesn't hold enough water.
It's a
I don't think it
prison.
holds enough water. It's just a lot of
Hold
speculation.
on.
Prison planet.
Hold on. All these countries, all these people, all these wars going on, fighting over land. Israel, Palestine, land,
You know, we
fighting.
can put
These
it like
same
the entire
places.
population of the
2
the the,
seconds.
the entire human
2 seconds.
population on like one
Hey,
one
proud as
state of the
co-host.
United
Hey,
2
States.
seconds.
proud as
We
co-host.
take up 10%.
Proud as co-host. I don't interrupt when Proud open the mic, or I will take yours. Go ahead, Proud.
I rarely even talk, guys. It's simple. It's literally simple. We already, with Globe Earth mindset, we already fighting over the land that we have here, which is not even all populated. Okay, I hope we all can agree that we are all still fighting over land that we know. So now, if we incorporate resources to these same conglomerates, these same countries, these same people who pay millions and billions of dollars for oil that's supposedly in those same lands that they're killing each other over, imagine if they could just go over to the ice wall, pump millions of gallons of oil for free, and then bring it back here and hang it over these countries' heads and say, hey, first one who gets it, and just watch them kill each other. It's like, I gotta really remember this. It's like cost versus scarcity, or like scarcity versus demand. It's like that's what we're trying to say. Like that would be the number one motive, having abundance of something just so they can come back over here and market it as scarce. So we are all fighting over something that is abundant. They're making us believe like, hey, this is all there is. Water will run out one day. You won't have this, you won't have that. It's scarce, it's scarce. Like that's the number one reason for a motive, if you will. Like besides the money, the power, the control, like scarcity, creating that effect to the minds of the people.
That's a
That's
good
how
point. And
economy
on
works.
top of that, it's funny, Carl just made a point. Yeah, all the people can fit into Arizona. All the people in all the world can fit into Arizona. But they got us convinced we're overpopulated, right? So how is that, Carl? Doesn't that show you that they can control our minds?
I mean, I don't think anybody's convinced we're overpopulated. I think it's just that we are sometimes over resourceful. We we use too many resources, especially
Yeah, think of
certain
that right there.
populations.
That's the globalist. That's the globalist agenda, right? We're going to run out of resources. We got to go to another planet. We're ruining our environment and all these things that they convince us of to keep us feeding into that narrative, right? We're on a ball. It's only so big. You know, you have to depend on the government. You have to depend on the authorities to tell you why you don't feel like you're spinning when you're supposedly spinning, right? Like if you went to the
That's the thing
doctor,
is,
Carl,
I don't think spinning
right?
matters.
Hold on, wait. Let me just ask you this. Right, I know you don't think that, right? But if you went to the doctor and he told you you were dizzy, right? He said, take these pills, right? Every day, 3 times a day. take these pills. You're really dizzy. But you knew you're not dizzy. You know you're not. You know if you're dizzy or not, right? But he's like, no. I'm the doctor. You're dizzy. Would you take the pills? No, right?
Well,
Because you know
I
you're
would
not
ask
dizzy,
him, would they make
right?
me dizzy? Maybe I'd take them.
No. He's saying you are dizzy. I know because I'm a doctor, right? So take these pills. Would you take them?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Why? Because you don't feel dizzy, but you're still going to take the pills because he's the authority figure?
No, of course not.
Right. And then what if he said, no, wait, you just can't tell you're dizzy because you've been dizzy your whole life. And I'm the authority and I know that.
Well, then I'd say fuck off and see you later. That's it.
Right. But that's the thing is if you were on a spinning ball, bro, you'd be dizzy. And they're telling you that you're not for all these reasons that control your mind, man.
I don't understand why you think
Yeah,
we'd
that
be
doesn't make
dizzy.
any sense, dude. Like,
It doesn't make any sense if you'd be spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, right? If you were at the North Pole, you wouldn't be spinning at all. You'd be spinning at 0 miles an hour. Then all of a sudden you go to the equator, you're spinning at 1,000 miles all of a sudden. Do you think that you would feel a difference?
Have you ever been on like amusement park rides that spin you around?
Yeah, and it feels like I'm spinning around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine going on one of those where it's 1 revolution per day.
Yeah, and if that merry-go-round were as big as the circumference of the Earth, the merry-go-round is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Just because you can take the size down and call it one revolution doesn't make the ground speed any different. No, that's how they trick you. That's how they trick you. They say it's twice as slow as the hour hand of a clock. Well, if that clock were as big as they say the circumference of the Earth is, the tip of that hour hand is still moving at literally 1,000 miles an hour. It doesn't make it any slower because you think of it as one revolution.
Yo, that's a fact. And that's not the only motion either. It's not just one vector. Sorry,
Exactly.
guys. It's multiple, and it changes every day throughout the year. It's all acceleration and decelerations, and that's what we should. Yo, have y'all ever felt an earthquake, even like a small one?
Yeah, I did recently.
Yeah, exactly.
why do you think
Face,
that
you ever?
happens?
Wait, hold on. We could
I
talk
felt
about
a 7 point.
we could talk about plates on a flat Earth and how they say they're on a sphere in a second. Anyway, have y'all ever felt an actual earthquake?
I
was in
yeah.
I was in the North Ridge that like I forgot 7. Man, that thing was incredible, and I was on a like a 3-story. I mean, it felt like the Earth was going to collapse, and we weren't even near the epicenter. So it's terrifying.
Tian, what about
there hasn't been one.
What about you, Tian?
Yeah, I felt one recently. I guess one happened in Jersey, and I'm within the vicinity. And it just felt like a wobble. Kind of felt. I work in a construction yard, so it felt like my guy hit the building with a forklift. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Bruh, that wobble is crazy, and it ain't even like wow. It's just like a little, and you like, yo, what the? You can't.
I was disoriented,
bro. Once you experience that, you're gonna go outside and you gonna look at the sky and be like, yo, they really trying to have me believe that me being in motion is causing all this.
Y'all be scared of
It is
alligators, but the
disorienting.
ground
Like you
shaking
said,
is nothing.
it's kind of disorienting because
Bruh,
you're like,
that's too much.
it shouldn't be moving, but it is, and you're like, yeah, it's weird. It is disorienting. I've been in a couple of earthquakes.
Yeah, so I'm just like, I mean, I'm not saying like that's equivalent. I'm just saying like you could detect just any little thing. You could feel that. So the type of motion that they're talking about is crazy. But even if we appeal to that, right, they have instrumentation that can detect for it. More sensitive than what you organics can. I think these days, what team? They're like 100 times for the interferometers.
What was that?
How sensitive are the interferometers these days?
Oh shit! I don't know about today. I know Mickelson Morley's was what, like 100 times, 110 times stronger.
So they could detect this motion using light. Didn't do it. even if we
Got
can't.
to Hey, speaking of interferometers, you got to tune in tomorrow at Earth Awakenings for Alan's presentation, because he was prompted to do that when I was bringing up that they were all excited about this new interferometer that uses the superpositioning of the quantum positioning of the light and everything to be super sensitive, and that's how we know the Earth is spinning, through this new interferometer that they made that uses neutrinos and all those kind of concepts to reify their globe.
Yeah, man. So, just be honest with yourself if you really want the truth. I mean, worst case scenario, okay, we wrong. I guess we spinning in a vacuum of bendy, warpy, flat space, and we mean nothing. Cool. At least we did our due diligence and try to check the people that we supposed to be trusting to guide our journeys through this existence. But if we're right, that changes everything. I mean, that means the sun is not the stars. Like, those aren't the same thing. Don't tell me that they're the same thing. What are the stars? Like, why do they look like they all in the same what you call it, a plane? Celestial sphere. Why does everything still revolve around us? Like, what are those things? What is that? If it's not what they say it is in a heliocentric model. Because now them stars ain't hundreds of millions, billions of light years away. They're like right there. Like the moon, when you look at it. Strawberry moon. Shout out to Strawberry Moon tonight. Right there in the sky. Right? Like, what that changes everything. Because the reason why they say those things are so far, because they don't change as often as they're supposed to. Right? Then we say, why the stars don't change? Oh, well, they kind of do. They kind of process. But they're so far away that you just can't tell. It's all an illusion. And that is what they tell you to believe.
Can I ask you? You said that if the globe model is true, that you feel that we're less significant. Why is that?
I mean, I would say that a God could create a heliocentric model, right? But it would be like pure chaos. And it would mean that in at least the way that it explained in science, that it can't explain it. Like, it was just random.
Oh, but why couldn't God be a part of it?
No, it could be.
You said it would be chaos.
No, it could be. It would just be. I'm appealing to what science says. Like, it would just be random. We can just invoke a God there, but they wouldn't be a creation. Like, they call it a big bang of nothingness.
No, but why couldn't God have created a universe rather than a contained Earth?
I said that God could create that, but that's not what's explained in any of the texts. That's not how it's depicted. And again, according to science, what they say, it was just random nothingness.
Yeah, but I'm saying, doesn't it seem more appealing to you to be able to explore a universe and find planets, and that's way more land than could ever be on a flat Earth? Isn't that cooler?
I mean,
yeah, it's so cool. We all love it. We all love it, but it's not even possible.
And
the truth
in what way is
the
it
truth is
possible?
cool to me. That's what's cool. That's what I want.
If you look into the science of it, the orbits scientifically don't even work, bro. You've ever heard of the three-body problem to begin with? Right.
I've heard of the three-body problem.
Yeah,
Yes.
and they solve it by you doing the mathematics separately, talking about Lagrange points and all these things. It's just a mathematical patch job. You understand the difference between kinematics and dynamics?
No, I'm not familiar with those terms.
Kinematics is like the mathematics that you can work out, and you can have rules that just apply to the mathematics, and then just have the system work the way you'd like conceptually. And that's just mathematics. That's the kinematics, right? You can describe things that way. And sometimes it's pretty accurate. But if you have to apply the dynamics, the actual applied physics, you have to explain the motion of moving bodies in relation to each other dynamically. That's where the globe breaks down, because that's reality, right? The orbits don't even work. Look up Michael Brenner on Quora. He's a flat earther that's been flat smacking people on there since 2016. He's a mechanical engineering, linguistic scholar from University of Vienna. he's a great example of where to look to look at how the orbital mechanics don't even work. Literally, don't even work. So it's not like there's a globe model with the heliocentric model that works that we all. Oh, it's a working model. No, it literally mathematically you can say, okay, there's this rule that we're not going to have a centrifugal force, and the planet would just come around and it would have this magical thing that brings it back, and we're going to call that gravity, even though it doesn't actually have the force that's strong enough to do what it's saying it's doing. The linear, you can't have something falling in free fall and accelerating. All of it breaks down. It literally doesn't even work scientifically. None of it, dude.
That's what makes it so funny when we're like, you flat earthers don't have a working model. I'd be like, yo, do y'all really want to talk about working models, bro? Y'all want to talk about demonstrations? Because we can get straight to it. We can go claim for claim. And I'll promise.
Well, I think you guys should work at getting a working model and go explore Antarctica.
Hey, I feel you. Y'all should too. Y'all should too. You should start with should start with gravity. You should start with that, because without that, you don't have one, and y'all can't find it. So yeah, I hear you, bro. Hey, I'm glad that y'all got 2,500 years ahead of more time than us.
And by the way, we're not saying gravity doesn't exist. We're not saying gravity doesn't exist. Gravity's just weight, right? Without the little g. It's just the density and everything else. And
the mechanics
exactly.
Their explanation. Because we all know that
electrostatic is possibly there too.
We all know there's a downward acceleration.
Gravity is a much higher level concept than having an accurate map, though. Like, you understand like why people always end up going to the map questions, because it doesn't make much sense.
Yo, I feel you. It's almost like if we had a map and we had to correct for it every single time we navigate. Oh wait, is that the globe? Magnetic declination, head ass. Like, yo, y'all don't have a working spherical model that has directions without corrections or simplification. Everything's built into this coordinate system. That's why I don't understand why y'all established this baseline, because y'all don't even have it. It fails, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Shane's still here. Shane's done a lot of work on this. He shows you exactly how the equivalents are. It's all flat, bro. Right? Just like it seems. Reality's like it seems. Surprise, right? Then they have a mathematical transform that makes it into a sphere. They use the stars, which look like a dome, because that's how we see in our curved visual space. That's how we see it. Then they use that, and they use something called the deflection to the vertical, and said gravity's pulling the plumb bob this direction, so we're going to say it's here because we need the Earth to be curved because the Royals paid for it, and this is how we're going to plot it out. Now it works great. It's a graticule, right? It's like a grid that they surrounded us in this little ball with, and it's all completely the same as the flat map. And then they just made you think that the flat map's a projection of the globe when it was actually the opposite direction.
Yeah, no, but I'm just talking about standards, right? I'm just talking about standards. If y'all gonna have a standard for us, y'all gotta look at yourself and see if y'all got those same standards or not. Because if you're gonna allow a flat Earth where we can build in corrections, then Shane model right there, that's way better than that.
Shane's model is not done by Shane, though.
Okay, this is another thing. I don't know if he's still here. We'll let him speak if he's here.
Regardless of that conversation, I'm just saying, are you guys going to accept a model that has built-in corrections? Even if we have one that doesn't have corrections, will you accept one that will have corrections built into it? Is that going to be acceptable to y'all?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by built-in corrections.
So let's say if I had to navigate on a flat Earth, and then I said, oh, it's not matching up. Let me correct for it and make it work, like magnetic declination. Like your compass isn't pointing in the correct position relative to what you believe you live on. So you have to.
So you're saying because we have to account for a tool that we're using not working 100%?
No, when you navigate, assuming a globe without your correction, you're vastly off the predicted position. Demonstrably, there's like a whole book on it. And we went over it how many episodes ago? I should throw that. Maybe you could throw it in the top for me. Anyway, so yeah, I'm just asking, if y'all have corrections in your coordinate system, are you going to allow a map or a model that has built-in corrections as well? Because if not, then why do y'all got it?
Well,
Never mind that y'all not even navigating on anything spherical. Everything that y'all navigate is flat. But go ahead.
Okay, well, if everything's navigated flat, then mapping a flat plane would be very easy to be accurate. Like, you guys keep on talking about the globe. Let's forget about the globe. We live on a flat plane.
Right.
Let's map it. Why is it difficult to map?
It's already been mapped. It's already been mapped.
Who said it is difficult? First of all, plane surveying. Do you know how far that works up to?
Well, no, I'm saying it's difficult because there's no map that you can produce that has accurate continents, plural, because Australia is the wrong size on the azimuth projection from the North Pole. If you look at the projection from the South Pole, it looks very, very off. Like, you wouldn't accept that as a map of the
Yes, using your coordinate system on a quote unquote projection that already has built-in corrections.
What's
That
my
already
coordinate
has
system?
built-in corrections.
What's my
Your
coordinate
globe
system?
coordinates is whatever you use.
I said let's forget about the
You
globe. We're
reference
talking about a
the
flat
AE
Earth.
map.
Okay, so what map can I reference that flat Earthers have
I mean, we reference the AE map because it's a flat projection, and we're showing, hey, there's still an equivalence even using your cooked coordinate system, and we haven't even been able to map the actual, what you say, like the continents or whatever the case is.
Yeah,
like that
what-
changed over time, and they were forced to use specific coordinate systems to map those places out. But if you do it locally, though, they have plane surveying. And I asked you, do you know how far that quote unquote works up to?
What do you mean, how far that works up
Like
to?
before they say it stops working, where they have to use a different type, or actually, let me not say a different type, but do you know where they say it's accurate up to using plane coordinate system?
No, we don't.
So it works up to 100 square miles. And then they take another, that's why I didn't want to say another one, but they take another plane coordinate system and they stitch those together. So they don't have to account for curvature when they use plane surveying.
Great, let's make a map
and over
with
and
plane
over and
surveying.
over 10 miles, it should be like a 66-foot deviation. Like, how can you map a whole land that has like 60-foot deviations over a sphere?
Well, again, you started talking about a sphere. I don't know why we keep going there. Why aren't we just mapping a flat Earth using planes? And
They did map a flat Earth, then they made it seem like a sphere. They mapped the flat Earth. It's already been mapped, bro.
I mean, I think you're looking for an answer, like, why aren't we actively doing it right now? Like, I don't know, like, you make a few $1 million and a few thousand people, like, I guess I can get to starting. But I mean,
can I say this one thing about the maps?
Testing the globe. Let me say this real quick. We're testing the sphere and seeing if there's curvature, and when there isn't any, if it's devoid of curvature, it's flat. Go ahead, Derek.
Would you give your prisoners a map to their prison? So we don't even, the maps we have been skewed, I don't know, and redone, just like the Bible or anything else. We don't, there's old maps that just have 2 giant continents, and the Asia is way bigger. It's looks like that video game. There's a video game. What is it? World of Warcraft. They have 2 continents, and that was it. And then they have another place you can go. But it's something like that. That's where more of what we really live on. It's we don't even know that, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, and on top of that, the globe distorts the sizes of the continents completely, way more than the Mercator or any other flat map. Even if you want to say it's a projection, the distortion of how they have to make the continents fit on a globe is it's drastic. So I don't know why you brought that up as a point for the globe.
No, I'm asking, why don't we have an accurate flat map?
We do. All maps are flat.
No. Okay, can you show me the most accurate flat map that you can think of, and then we'll look at Australia and see how fucking accurate it is.
Why are you so quick to write off Shane's model on this? Because just because you've heard the other Globers say, "Oh, it's not his. He stole it from Walter Bisland." First of all, it was open source, right?
He's not
the
here.
reason we say thanks, Walter.
I don't even want to go there if you're not here. Okay. That's gonna go somewhere else. But to answer your question, bro, I thought we already answered it. Like, how would you do that? Like, wouldn't it cost a lot of time, money, and manpower?
Like, is this not something you guys have thought about? Like, you talk about the globe all the time. Why you've made up your minds? It was me and Carl that were the only people who believe that the globe is possible. So why do you talk about the globe so much? Why aren't you figuring out what the Earth actually looks
Because this is Twitter Spaces, and I'm like, hey, you guys said that we don't want to talk about it, so we're here talking about it, and people like are on the fence and want to hear the conversation. And we've
Okay.
tested the globe. And
What do you think a good plan of getting an accurate flat Earth map that doesn't involve the globe whatsoever would be?
I think that the first thing would be to get funding. But then, is y'all gonna help us? Because it don't got to just be the flat earthers. Y'all should be wanting to verify this with us. So you gonna help us do this and not call us grifters and support us so that we can find the truth and see what's really going on, or that don't matter to you?
Sure. No, I think the truth matters, but I'm wondering, what are you gonna do if you have $100,000 in funding?
Hopefully, stop fighting with y'all. Y'all join forces with us. We figure out the truth, and then we could carry on as a species together. That's the. But we got to keep on dealing with the toxicity. We got to keep on dealing with the ignoring of the information that we giving out. So we got to have a conversation so that we can at least try to come together, or at least the majority of the people that may be on the fence can start picking a side and saying, "Hey, I want to find the truth," or maybe it just don't matter to me. And then we can figure it out.
I think the truth matters.
Just doing our due diligence is important, yo. That's all.
Okay, so I think the truth matters. So what if you were given $1 million, what test would you do to prove to the globers?
Oh, I would get the illest interferometer. Oh, that's something that none of y'all can say nothing. I would get the illest interferometer. Oh, wow.
And do you think that would convince many globers?
Wait.
What would you do?
I think so.
Real quick, is this the guy I was talking to about airplanes? Is this the same guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's just say, I know you haven't looked into it to find out that if I'm right or not right or whatever. Let's just say there was no mechanism to make the plane accelerate to be in sync at the equator, right? So we know that it can't be moving if planes fly and land like it's stationary, right? Let's just say that's the case, right? Well, I mean, you can't name a mechanism, so we can just assume that that's the case until you find out that I'm right, right? So if there's no answer to that, then we know it's not moving, right? That's the test. We know it's not moving now, right? So now we can work on it together. Where the fuck are we?
I think there may be maps still out there of the Earth, the old ones. There's a website who collects every map, I think, in history. And there's some, I bet you there's still maps of what the Earth really is, but it's hard to put it together. Sorry.
Yeah, that's true too. I forgot to mention that there are like some ancient maps out there. Now, has land masses and the terrain changed over time? Yeah, probably, but there might be some more accurate depictions in some of those ancient times.
Why would you expect an old ass map to be more accurate when people didn't have the ability to travel as far, or they didn't have tools as
How do you know?
Because it came from somewhere, some older race than ours.
Coming from?
There were people who were here before us. We were like bred out to, and we don't even know nothing about the history. So wherever the maps came, Mercator got it from somewhere else, and the person he got it from another older map maker. So our maps are so old we can't even believe it.
And how old do you think the Earth is, Derek?
I wouldn't even know. It'd have to be biblical to be accurate. So I wouldn't be able to say. I would hate to say something that wasn't that long ago. I would like to say millions.
Okay.
I think that's his personal opinion. I wouldn't know, to be totally honest.
No, I don't think anyone could say for certain that they know that, because no one was around that long.
But I will say
this. Just say they found
hold on.
70 Japanese islands.
I will say this. Yeah, the Japanese islands too. They did discover those lands. Just 1 second, because I do want to get to Cage. I will say this though. When Edwin Hubble was making his observation of the luminaries, and he was able to figure out how quote unquote fast they were oscillating and all this extra stuff. And he did his reverse engineering of the calculations to see where the origins of all these luminaries started from, right? Because at that time, it wasn't like an expanding space. It wasn't like relativity or anything. Like everything was static. And it was the luminaries that were actually in motion. And then when he reverse engineered those calculations, he found out that the Earth was older than everything in the universe. And he was like, wait a minute. Earth can't be the oldest because that means that this is the sensor. That this can't be right. Maybe our observation of a static space with the luminaries moving is wrong. Because if I rewind that clock, everything come here. So they said, they said maybe it's just an illusion, and it's not that the space is static. That that space is dynamic, and it's actually expanding, and the luminaries is moving with it. Bending and warping space-time curvature. Hold on. I'm about to land, bro. Hold on. And from wherever reference frame you're looking at from, it's gonna look like the same thing. So if you was on like outside of Earth's frame of reference, then it would still look like you're the sensor, because it will be like raisins on raisin bread, and the bread is expanding. And they say that's what's happening in reality. So even though it looks like everything revolves around us, it's an illusion. It's not true. So you got to make that decision. Is that a fact? Is it a coincidence? Derek, I know you wanted to say something, so you can go slide in real quick.
My bad. I just wanted to say something spiritual. I forgot to say it. I think the Mother Earth is alive, right? Mother Earth and all the like animals. I think we were put here to take care of all the animals and Mother Earth.
Real quick about the globe. When you look at a globe.
Hold on, Nuke. I want Cage to go. He's been patient. You up next.
So I think it's funny, man. I want to ask questions and stuff when we tell you, and people go, well, how do you know that's true? It's like, it's not true. It's your model. But I was outside, man, and I was out there and I was watching the stars and stuff and watching them spin and stuff. And then it occurred to me that maybe the stars aren't spinning. Maybe I'm the one spinning and orbiting and hurling through space. And I think we're totally doing that because, I totally feel that motion there. And, someone was talking about that wobble. I totally felt that's what woke me up, man. That wobble, man. I was like, son of a bitch, that again? Fuck.
Don't forget, there's 4 different wobbles at 4 different rates
at
the same time.
It's brutal. It's brutal. So, it's just weird, man. Yeah, man. So that's going on. I'm spinning. I got to take I almost took into account for the Coriolis, but then I realized it was just I wasn't. I was just kind of sitting there.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
I mean, all you got to do to debunk the Earth stuff, this globe stuff, is say the stuff out loud. Seriously. Once you say it out loud, you really started. I mean, you cannot. Space is nothing. How can you move in nothing?
Do you guys want to debunk Santa for the next 3 hours? Because it seems like you're more focused on talking about what things aren't. Like, you guys got to rename it to Globe Friday.
Hey, you know what? Real quick, I want to say this about that.
So
right there, I don't get it.
Do you believe that the default position of a non-spherical or curving surface is a flat surface?
That seems very much like the trap question I was asked on that Thursday when they said, if the surface isn't curving, what is it? Yes, it's flat.
Right.
Okay.
So it's not so much that we chose to say the Earth is flat, but it's like, okay, if we were told, no, the Earth is 39.59, this is the size, these are the dimensions, this is the distances, and then when we go and try to verify, falsify that, and it comes out to be wrong, it's like, well, do we take this and still run with it, or do we just start from a flat baseline and then try to build on top of that? So I kind of get you. You're not the only one who says like, hey, you guys are flat earthers. All you guys do is talk about the globe. But it's like, we don't really have a choice when we start this conversation and Globers say, well, you don't understand our model. And then we have to explain our level of intelligence. And then we end up teaching.
Oh, no, I understand if there's Globers and they want to talk about the globe and why it makes more sense in their opinion, that makes sense. I'm saying I want to hear more about how flat Earth works, and every reply is, well, the globe, well, the globe, well, the globe.
Well, the flat Earth works just exactly the way everything works, right? It's not like something doesn't work all of a sudden because it's like it seems. It's like everything we experience every single day for the rest of your life and everyone's life ever is a stationary level Earth. So nothing works any different. It works just the same.
Do you have a specific question you're asking about flat Earth that you don't seem to understand?
Well, you guys get this a lot, and I guess I'm not getting your explanation of if we're on a flat plane, why can't we have accurate measurements?
Wait, hold on. Let me just say this. I gotta go. But you realize that if we were made to think we're on a spinning ball, and all the work it took to do that, right, to convince the whole world just about that the reality is the opposite, right? That was a lot of effort, right? That means there's people that have pushed that narrative that are in charge, right? Now, like the guy said, do you think they're going to give the prisoners a map of how to get out of the prison, right? So what if there's a big continent, like a huge continent, in that area of the globe, when you know how you spin the globe, there's that like a whole side of it that's pretty much just all water, right there. What if there's a huge continent that they don't want us to know about, and that's where the party people are, right? They're there, like, you know, living the life, right? That's what they're all. That's why they're working their asses off, even though they got millions of dollars. They still want more because that's how you buy the ticket to that island or that continent that nobody's supposed to know about. People in control do not want us to know about. They're not going to let you just go freely and map everything if they've been keeping the secret from us, right? Why do you act like that's something that has to be done before you think it's not a ball or that it's flat? Because that's obvious. We observe that. We experience that. Every map works the same.
I'm not even saying secret continents. I'm saying North and South America combined.
What about them?
Well, do we have a flat Earth measurement of their sizes?
Man,
it's all the same.
I don't think any of the measurements we have on our map are real at all. If you look at maps, you'll look at the size of Greenland. It's ridiculously bigger than it is.
Well, it depends on which projection you're looking at. But again, that comes down to if it's a flat plane, there should be no projection. It should just be 1-to-1 ratio for the entire surface that you map. There should be no
That's what I'm
distortion.
saying. All the maps are wrong, bro. They got different sizes of it, that, and the other thing.
Okay, so why isn't there a flat Earth map made by Flat Earth?
Because we don't have the money to do this right now, bro. Like, I wish we did, and I wish y'all would help us. Go ahead, bro.
Or the permission.
It's necessary to preface that, like, just so you know, we're not like an echo chamber, bro. We don't all agree on the same thing. In my mind and in my ideology, I don't even believe that the known lands, which is the continents that we all agree on, are 100% accurate. Like, I believe there are more known lands that we don't know about. Just how China, Japan just discovered these islands that were supposedly underwater. Like, how you discover 7,000 islands, whether they were small or not. So it's a possibility that the reason why we can't get an accurate flat map to appease y'all is because we don't have all of the land that we would even need to make the map as it is, right? So that's just my personal belief. I'm under that impression. But some people are just under the normal impression that in order to get the sizes and the continents, we would need to look at all of it. And that includes for us past certain parameters that we are not, like, that's a governmental thing. It's not just flat earthers, but yeah, like, if we can't go measure the whole thing, then how are we going to measure it at all to even get a guesstimate of what we're looking at?
Would that be the first thing? Would that be the first thing that we do though? Like, let's say that everyone agrees that it's flat. Like, would we just try to just map our known lands? Would that be the very first thing that we do?
Man, I'm going to North Pole, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm going somewhere. I'm like, hold up, bro.
I'm going to the North Pole.
How are you getting to the North Pole?
Some mode of transportation, man.
Sled dog.
What's stopping you from doing that right now?
Guns.
What do you mean, guns at the North Pole?
Yeah, it's no fly zone.
Like,
I was contemplating
no,
the Air
but
Force.
Someone just said sled dog. Like, you can go to Canada, get a sled dog, go fucking crazy. All you need is a passport to get into Canada. Or honestly, you might as well just fucking sneak across the border because it's Canada.
And I totally get the scrutiny you're putting on us on this. Did you give any of the scrutiny at whatsoever when you were being taught about spinny space balls, or did you just say, "Okay, how do you spell Uranus"?
Y'all ever
I
notice?
did give it scrutiny, actually.
You didn't give it
So-
any. Exactly. You just were told it and you believed it. Because
No, I gave
No one
I gave both the globe model and religion scrutiny. So
do you believe?
90%
Here I am.
of
And you
them
found out they're the same thing now. You
were
found
in
out that your globe model is a religion. How about that? Isn't that funny?
Do you believe?
I'm pretty sure that religion is more closely tied with flat Earth than it is with the globe model. You would disagree with that?
Religion. No, your heliocentrism is a religion.
But most religions tie into flat Earth.
No.
No, you're not hearing me. If it's something you believe in without evidence, it's a religion.
Okay.
That's the globe model. Everything about it.
So you're
It's
saying
not at all. There's no evidence for it, even though it's claimed to have stacks of evidence, but that isn't real evidence, right? It's all manufactured to make you think you're on a globe.
Yeah, man. When
And you
go out there
believe
and watch the stars move. The stars aren't moving. You are. You believe that?
I believe both things are moving.
No, it can't be. That's the thing, man. The stars are not moving according to the globe model. You are. The stars are fixed in one position and just expanding in 1,000,000 miles outwards.
How are they expanding outwards if they're in a fixed position?
Exactly.
No.
Well,
There's
hold
only-
on, like, just to be more accurate, they put them infinitely far away, and they say they are moving, just like our sun. They say our sun is actually going 500,000 miles an hour, and we're being dragged along at 500,000 miles an hour. That'd be 12 million miles a day, by the way, and we'd be out of our original space-time coordinates. We'd be 12 million miles away every single day. Add that, times that by 360, and just think about how ludicrous it is. But the reason they say we don't see parallax, right, as you know probably, is they say the stars are too far away, they're infinitely far away, and light years are 6 trillion for every light year, and it's multiple times that. And then they say, oh, there is parallax, right? It just moves slightly. That's how we know how far away they are, even though you would think that there would be drastic changes over even a single day, which there would be, unless they have this math work that it's all about this, infinite distance. And that doesn't mean they don't move, right? Now but no matter how much you want to say they move, it doesn't matter what you say. They're too far away for you to even tell at all that they're moving. Think about that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard them described as infinite. But
well, basically,
they're
infinite.
very far away.
Yeah, read a book called King's Dethroned. That'll tell you how that whole thing happened. Really, it's really good. But real quick, and also don't sleep on Shane's stuff, man. He shows how the transform was done, how they were plotting it all out using the sky. It's all there for you, man. The flat map is every map we have is reality, right? To a certain degree, differences, right? But anything we have that's accurate is already flat. It was just transformed into a globe, and you're thinking, oh, it's not flat until I have a perfect map. Dude, obviously they're not going to allow that, and it's going to be expensive and all that. They're not going to just give it to, oh, we're not going to say anything about it not being a ball until we have the perfectly accurate flat map. Even though the people in charge have made us think it's a ball, aren't going to allow that. So why is this?
What do you mean allow?
Yeah, allow you to travel past the 60th parallel, all these things, right? Allow all of this project to be underway where we're all agreeing on a new flat Earth map. You think they're going to do that when they want to keep the ball alive?
I don't understand where the belief that you cannot travel to Antarctica comes from.
That's a straw man of it. Doesn't mean you can't go to Antarctica. You can't freely explore unaccompanied.
So
it's all within the Antarctic Treaty. You cannot freely, independently travel there when you see fit, how you see fit. You have to go through a whole entire process just to be there on a tour guide.
Except for the people who have crossed it.
Yes, you have to be part of an expedition, and if they have crossed it, I'm still waiting for somebody to give me like a route that they crossed, so we can map it out on both maps.
Wouldn't it be convenient to have some stories about people doing it independently if you wanted people to believe that it can actually be done? And then you're going to reiterate that story as if that must be true when you know you can't go there without permission independently?
No, but you were saying that you cannot independently explore. So I said, how about the people that's independently cross the continent? And you're saying, that's just the story.
This
the
isn't
story
this isn't debatable, bro. The Antarctic tree is a real thing. Just look into it. You can't do it on your own without permission.
No. Okay, you just told me two conflicting things. You told me that you cannot go there solo, and then you told me that the story is that those people went there solo.
It could be real that they went there. They had to have permission.
Approval.
Okay, so what?
So if you're going there to prove that Earth is flat, you're not going to probably get permission.
Has anyone tried saying, I've trained and I'm going to cross it solo?
Yeah, there's people that have died, supposedly.
If you try if you try to go to Canada, and there's only a couple stations at the very top, at the north and Alaska, there's a few stops. If you don't stop at those places, they have food and water and shelter for you. You'll die. Your dogs will die. And to make it past that, I think you have to have military escort, because I think that's 60th parallel somewhere. And it's
the 60th parallel's in the south, buddy. It has nothing to do with the north.
There's two, so I'm sorry. There's a northern,
it's the 80th north parallel that we can't go past.
Sorry.
I'm aware there's one in each hemisphere, but the reason that flat earthers always say the 60th parallel is because of the Antarctic Treaty. There's no Arctic treaty that says you can't go above the 60th parallel.
Is. It's a legal document. You have to look at it in its entirety. In its entirety, it's a legal restrictment.
You're right. It goes from 60th south, and then it goes all the way to the equator, and that's 0, parallel 0, and then it starts again, and it goes to the north, to 60th north, and that's our middle realm. It's just like in the movies, the realms.
So you're saying that Canadians cannot go past the 60th parallel?
There's an area over the North Pole.
What's that? Sorry.
I'm sorry. If you don't follow
to Antarctica,
if you don't follow a certain route if you're trying to go to the North Pole, like Perry or look at all the explorers. That's what I forgot to say. Who didn't make it, especially in the northern explorers. Men who were trying to come back went a few times, and this one guy, he was coming back the third time, and he said something just like General Forrestal. He had something that he had to tell the world had to find out, but he died, right? But that was just, I don't see how he got that message through. But anyway, so
that's a pretty big caveat. He told the world that he had to get them information, but you don't know how he told them that and why he didn't just say, "Here's the information."
There's lots of stories about people traveling to these places that we don't know about or can't go to now, where it's probably considered fiction, and it may be fiction, but there's lots of stories that account for other lands and other people and other lands in the north. But the truth is, you can't just go. You can't just freely travel.
Fairy tales.
Yeah, there's lots of fairy tales, and the biggest one is the globe Earth, bro. So just get over that first, and then we can worry about what the maps are and if you can go somewhere. But you literally can't go to the North Pole. It is a restricted area. Look it up. Just look into it.
I have one more story about the North Pole and another race. You've heard of the wool pit children. They were green when they first found them. They came out of the forest. First, they say they couldn't see it, but so they started to lose their color. So they noticed them, and they couldn't figure out. They didn't know any language on Earth. They said they had people come from everywhere to try and talk to them. They said that they came from. They finally got the little boy died, but the little girl lived, and I guess she lost her green color. I don't know what color she turned. But she said they finally got her to explain that she came from a land that the sun never set. It never rose. It was always twilight. That's right. It was always a twilight.
What do we look up to find the story about the green people?
Oh, that's the wool pit children. That's it's coming out. It's like a popular thing now. Everybody's coming out, like on Twitter. They're like, wool pit children. Everybody hear about the wool pit? And I'm like, yeah. Just like the pharaohs. Amun-Ra was green, right? Green is malevolent, right? They were conquerors. But the blue were Queen Tut and Akhenaten. They were the blue skinned people. But anyway, with the Krishna.
Yeah, I think just real quick before I go, you were trying to associate religion more with the flat Earth, and that's the funny thing is that, you know, as far as a belief goes, and that, like I was saying earlier, I hate when people say they believe in flat Earth because it's just once it's not a globe, you know it's flat, right? And it's just back to your base axioms. There's no belief about the whole thing necessarily. That is what we're talking about. We're just talking about we're back to our base axioms, the stationary level. Now that we know the belief in the ball is done, right? Before the ball Earth, people didn't have to think. They didn't have to believe it's flat. They just wouldn't think that it's anything different than what it is. You don't. When you're sitting in a chair, you don't need to believe you're sitting in a chair. When you're on a stationary flat Earth, you're on a stationary flat Earth, unless there's good reason to think it's the opposite of that. That good reason's over now. We're back to our base axioms.
Back in the day before we knew that water was made out of oxygen and hydrogen, yeah, sure. We know more now than we did then. Congrats.
Absolutely, and that's what this is about. It's about protecting science from pseudoscience. Not about denying science. This is about protecting real science.
You agree that water is made out of oxygen and hydrogen atoms?
I think that no. I think that you can get hydrogen and oxygen from water, but I don't necessarily agree that water is only hydrogen and oxygen. But that's a whole other conversation.
That is a whole other conversation. I'm very interested in what else water would be.
What does it have to do with flat Earth?
Do you believe in atoms being the base level?
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing is that once you start saying you believe in science, it's a religion, right? What you can prove in science is very interesting, and what you can speculate about is also interesting. But once you're saying I wholeheartedly believe and put my faith in this thing that I can't prove and has a lot of good reason not to think it's actually the case, then you're just going to still believe it because you think science is one big thing. You have to believe it all or believe none of it.
Hey, go ahead. Space, go ahead and go, but I do want D3 and Nicholas to jump in here too. Cage. But yeah, go ahead.
I don't think science is something that you need to follow everything or nothing. Just like the person earlier today was saying the Bible is everything or nothing. No, I don't think that's true either.
Well, but you hear the mantra, people saying, I believe in science, right? And a lot of times it gets conflated with, oh, well, we know these things, we've advanced, and so we know it's a globe as well as all the other advancements because that's the whole thing together.
Would you disagree with someone saying, I believe in the scientific method?
Yeah, well, you can say you believe in it, but that it doesn't matter. The scientific method is just the scientific method. That's what science is.
Man, they don't even follow the scientific method. What? What did I just come back to? Y'all do not want to talk about the scientific method. I promise you that. Throw out astronomy. Head ass. Go ahead, y'all.
You up, D3?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm just kind of listening.
What up,
Nick,
bro?
what's going on, man? Glad you guys are back.
Yes, sir. Good to see you, man.
Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, I thought you were up first, man. I was over here chilling for a second. I was waiting for you to spill some smoke or something like that. I can jump in. I don't care, man.
Go ahead.
You know me. I just can't stop talking about this. You see what you unleashed there. Say one day, Sacred Cell, like, why don't you grab a mic? Psh, see what you started, bro. So it's all your fault, man. It's all Sacred's fault, man. You're all talking about this stuff. I don't know, man. Once you establish that someone's telling you a lie, there, do you start questioning everything they start to say there, Face? Or do you everything else at face value, even though you know someone's an established liar?
What
This is
what would you determine an established liar to be? Like,
dude.
I don't.
If you find out I'm a liar, would you believe anything I say from there on out? Would you, if you found out anyone was a liar, would you believe anything they said face value? Would you have to think, well, I got to look into that because the guy's a liar. I can't trust him. Once you, I don't even. This is the problem with you. I think this is exactly why I was like sick. This is a simple premise. You couldn't even answer it. If someone is an established liar, do you take their words at face value, or do you have to look into it?
If it's been proven that they lied on purpose, no, I would not trust them saying things in the future.
Good. So has you brought up Adam. Has anybody ever seen an atom?
No, that's why I was going to ask New Perspective if he believed in Adam.
So that people got a belief in something they never seen. All right, so there's one lie, and you want to talk about how we can prove the flat Earth. The best way to prove the flat Earth is to talk about the people talking and saying that since we're babies that we live on a spinning water rock hurling through space of nothing, and this stuff is physically, by physics, impossible. With your own science, what it says it can do, it's taking all of that and throwing it in the toilet and saying we can do all of that without any of that in space. It's medium. It's a vacuum. It has no medium. It's nothing.
So do you believe that there's a container around the Earth?
There has to be a container around the Earth.
Have you ever seen it?
Have you ever seen gravity?
No. But you just said that we shouldn't believe in atoms because people can't see it. So if we can't see the container, what's the difference?
Gas pressure requires containment, does it not? I mean, you can't go underwater. You can't go scuba diving without
So you can use
air
logic
tank.
to determine that, okay, there's maybe a container there. Or you can use logic, say,
you do agree that
the building block.
You do agree that you can't have a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container, yes?
Where's the vacuum?
Space.
It doesn't matter where it is. You cannot have a vacuum just hanging out next to a pressurized system without it absorbed by the pressurized system, because nature doesn't like a vacuum. It'll get rid of it. So no matter where you got any type of vacuum, you would need to contain it with a container. Yes?
Okay.
I don't
sure.
Vacuum is wherever you want to put it. I'm saying that the possibility of vacuum being right next to a pressurized system without a container is a physical impossibility according to modern mainstream physics. Yes?
If you are talking about small scale, absolutely.
Dude, I don't care what scale you put it on, a small scale, big scale, medium scale, quantum scale, imaginary scale, whatever scale you want to put it on, it is physically possible on today's science, pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container. Yes?
That's a flat Earth talking point.
This
Absolutely.
is not a
you nailed it.
Point. This is a science arguing point. This is mainstream science. All of your science will agree with this. I'm just asking if you agree with modern day science that says you need to have a pressurized system next to a vacuum, you need a solid.
And I asked you to specify in the globe model, where does the vacuum start?
Dude, I'm just asking you a simple question. This is why it's hard to talk with you guys. You won't even get a premise straight here. How can we have a conversation if you can't even agree to a simple premise that's in your own model, man? I'm telling you,
well, your simple premise was we can't see atoms, so how can we know it's there? And then I said, well, you can't see the container. How do we know it's there? And you said, well, you use logic. Exactly. So you use logic.
There is no documented proof of an atom.
Okay, so you don't believe atoms exist. I'd be interested to know how you think matter is what it is.
They've never found an atom, bro.
Okay.
But yet you think they exist.
I've never seen your brain, but I assume it exists because you are speaking with me right now.
This is why it's so disingenuous to talk to people like you. You can't even follow a logic train.
Matter.
No, but you're walking me down a path saying, it requires a container because it's beside a vacuum. And I'm saying, what vacuum are you talking about? Where does the vacuum start?
Man. If you want to talk about the space vacuum, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And you know that. But you want to say, what vacuum are you talking about? Like there's multiple vacuums. There is only...
No, I'm saying, at what point does the vacuum start?
You tell me, bro. It's your fucking space ball.
Well, is there a vacuum in the flat Earth model or no?
No, there's no vacuums, bro.
No.
Okay, so at what point does air pressure stop going down in the flat Earth model as you increase in altitude?
Dude, it goes from like what 14.7 here on sea level up to what 1. Can't have zero pressure. That would be a vacuum.
It goes up to 1?
It has to. I don't know.
Why wouldn't it go
I've
up
never
to
been up
0.0001? Like what?
Dude, I don't know what the pressure is up there. I've never been up there. Honestly, I don't think that the what they tell us how high stuff is accurate at all. I think when they tell you can see a plane at 30,000 feet, I think that's absolute bullshit. I think when they say you can see the ISS float across the moon at 200 miles, 250 miles, I think that's absolute bullshit. I think they gaslight us in a lot of stuff. So what?
Okay. And when there's people on X who can take pictures of the International Space Station, that's just closer than what they tell us.
It could be a smaller object at a closer distance, closer altitude.
Bro, do you know how big the ISS is?
I don't know how big the ISS is. No.
Do you know how big a jumbo jet is?
Yes, I've been on a plane before. So
if I told you the ISS was as big as a jumbo jet, would you believe?
Sure. Yeah, it's
okay. So
feasible.
So when you look up at the sky and you see a plane at 30,000 feet, it's a tiny dot. Now you got the same object or the same size object 250 miles away, and you can somehow see that going across the moon.
If you have the right camera equipment, yes. With the naked eye, you would not be able to discern much of what it is, other than
you believe
if
that
there was
so
light.
Again, you have to believe this thing is happening in space, correct?
In orbit, yeah.
It's in space, right? In space is what? A vacuum?
Well, again, it depends on what you call space. So that's why I said in orbit. It is around the Earth.
Because space is fake and gay, but your mainstream media calls space a vacuum, correct? That's the going theory with you guys? Space.
Yeah.
Vacuum? So
the mainstream media calls things the incorrect things a lot of the time.
Stop with that bullshit, dudes. This is what you want to do. Is you want to see, well, this, that, and the other thing. We're talking about space. We're not talking about what other media lies. You're absolutely right. Don't trust the fucking media. Don't trust anybody. Don't trust the government. Guess who run the media? The government.
Okay.
So guess what, bro? So now we're going to get back on space. Space is a vacuum. Yes.
Outer space is a vacuum. Yes.
Yes. And in a vacuum is nothing, right? Because it's got no medium. It's nothing, right?
Well, it depends.
It doesn't have a medium. It's got nothing. Space is a vacuum.
Okay. If you launch a rocket into outer space,
no, dude,
and you release gas, then there's something there.
Stop, bro. Stop. Space is nothing. It got no medium. How do you exist in nothing?
What do you mean? How do you exist?
How do you move in nothing? Space got nothing, bro. It's got no medium, and it's a vacuum.
What about
it's going to be? Do you understand what a medium is?
Why don't you define it for me? Help me out.
This is what I'm saying, bro. Is you're defending something religiously, and you don't even understand it.
No, but you're saying what are you saying about space being nothing?
It's nothing, bro. That's a vacuum. There's nothing. There's no medium. Okay. A medium would be something like water, land, or air, something you need to get from one place to another. The reason why you can hear my voice is because the sound vibrations are traveling through the medium of the ether and reaching.
Yeah.
Here.
So if we went in a vacuum chamber, your voice wouldn't carry.
And in vacuum chambers here on Earth, they're not complete vacuums, man. They still have a medium in there. They're not
much.
Not pure mediums. They still got something. An actual or a vacuum, that is, a pure vacuum got no medium. It got no nothing. You cannot move without nothing. To say you can do that is.
What do you mean?
To say you can move without nothing is say I can take my boat out to the lake, drain all the water out, and make my boat still go without the freaking water. The medium is necessary for movement in everything. It is absolutely imperative in physics. Nothing moves without it.
Okay, so if you expel gas into a medium.
Do you understand what I just said?
Yes, you said that. I think you're saying that it's impossible to move in a vacuum.
Yes, because you need a medium. A medium is something necessary to get from one place, point A, to place B, point B. If you got
So you're saying that a rocket would not work in a vacuum. That's what you're trying to get across.
Exactly what I'm saying. Nothing can work in a vacuum. There's no medium. It's nothing.
So
How can something
I understand that vacuum chambers on Earth are not perfect, but you're saying
close to perfect?
If you put it, yeah, but if you put a rocket in a giant vacuum chamber,
it will not.
You're saying that it would not move.
It will move.
Correct.
So if
we're
you did
saying
that on a
we're
smaller
saying we
scale-
haven't seen it. We haven't seen it.
So yeah,
if you have something to show,
there's got to be experiments where
hey,
there's a vacuum chamber and it just expels gas and whatever. It's just a law of.
just try to find one, bro, where they maintain the vacuum, and then we can have a discussion about it. If you find one where they can expel whatever mass you need, and then the actual motion happens, I'm not saying that there won't be like. I mean, it's kind of hard to replicate space, right? So
can't.
Well, no.
Maybe there might be like
you were
a
saying,
rotation.
the vacuum chamber isn't perfect, but it's close enough.
You feel like a rotation, but I don't know about a propulsion. You know what I'm saying? So you can find one where it maintains a vacuum, then we can talk about it. But I haven't seen one where it actually.
What do you mean by maintains a vacuum?
What do you mean? You don't know what maintain is?
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying that if you're in a vacuum chamber and the rocket is expelling gas.
Yeah. What does maintain mean?
Well, it's not going to be a perfect vacuum chamber once you expel gas into it.
So you won't maintain it, then, right?
Yeah. So
you would have you're creating a medium, so therefore it's not analogous. So we're saying, hey, if I know we can't simulate it perfectly, but you should be able to at least maintain the initial vacuum value. That way, we can eliminate that variable of a medium, because that is the discrepancy here.
But how are you supposed to expel gas into a container and then not have that gas be in the container?
You should try to figure that out in order to try to replicate it. Either use a large vacuum or keep the vacuum on. I don't know. There's a huge one over there at NASA.
When gas is expelled into outer space, there still is gas in that outer space area. It disperses.
Yeah, but however, hold on. But it's not static. I think it's okay to expel a little propulsion when the whole entire space is expanding by 4 to 8 times the speed of light. As a matter of fact, I don't know how big the universe is claimed to be for 26 billion years, but shouldn't there be some proportional relationship between the expanding space and how much the vacuum is becoming? Like it's not a static environment. The vacuum is getting as close to zero as possible by 4 to 8 times the speed of light, I would assume, right? It's just that them digits is just running up.
So I just
so you can't create a medium that way, basically.
Right.
Yeah, I just posted up there in the Jumbo, man, a little video there. It shows a guy trying to get a rocket going in a vacuum chamber. He's using a little syringe. I was actually going around trying to debunk even the ability to have combustion in a fire vacuum chamber. And, well, it turns out that if a near vacuum, you can get combustion. I'm still not certain about a
Why?
But on this thing right here, you'll watch this this flash paper get ignited, and then you'll see the smoke take the path of least resistance, because that's physics, go out the hole, and the smoke will go all the way over to the vacuum chamber wall, and only then, when the smoke hits the wall, does all that energy transfer back over to the little syringe, aka rocket, and then it moves. Space travel is bunk, dude.
Cool. You have.
I just posted a video up there in the Jumbotron. It's like a few minutes long. Go ahead and take a look at it, and if you want to discuss it, man. But that stuff ain't moving the vacuum chamber.
Oh, Face, what would you think if you went to go try to find an example and then you couldn't find one? Like, what would you think about that?
Well, what would I think about what? A vacuum chamber rocket?
Yeah, nobody been able to demonstrate propulsion in a. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying if you went to go try to search for it, like.
Well, you guys asked me to find an example that would be impossible because you said it had to be a perfect vacuum, and as soon as you expel gas into the container, it would no longer be a perfect vacuum.
No. Let's clarify. A perfect vacuum doesn't exist. You already know that. That's a problem for y'all because y'all say light doesn't need a vacuum, and you cannot create a perfect vacuum. We've never been able to reach absolute zero. So y'all got a basis claim, but aside from that, I just said maintain the vacuum that's already there, right? So I feel like you can have a big enough container with a small enough propulsion system and maintain that vacuum and then try to demonstrate propulsion.
If you're releasing gas into that vacuum chamber, how are you maintaining
You would have
the
to
vacuum?
you would have to figure that out. Like I said, you could use a very large. Hold on, I'm answering. Right? You asked me a question, or you want to talk? One of my suggestions was to create a large enough container, like the one they got at NASA, and using a small enough propulsion system, which it wouldn't really affect. Right? There would be maybe some mass ejected, but at least it's big enough to maybe we can minimize any pressure mediation.
Yeah, some make sense, but you
realize
it's an impossible task for it to be no.
We're not asking for
no change.
We're not asking for a perfect vacuum or no change. We're asking for minimal where it's not going to affect the experiment. If you're saying it's impossible to scale down, then you have pseudoscience. Like you can't demonstrate it, but you're telling me that y'all doing it. It shouldn't even be a discussion. Should be like a million demonstrations everywhere. I'm saying, hey, do you have one?
Why would there be a million demonstrations of a rocket in a?
Bro, you know how big the science community is? What you mean? You ain't everybody that went through grade school made little toy rockets. You mean to tell me that they ain't got no demonstrations of rockets in a vacuum?
Who they being Globers?
Science community. I don't know.
Like, check out that video up at the top, man. Check out your rocket in a vacuum.
That's
your vacuum.
that's really interesting. So Sacred, you searched for this and you can't find anything about that because I've never looked into it. That's there's no demonstrations or no experiments to point to.
Yo, literally none. I have not found out one demonstration where they had a vacuum chamber, they expelled propulsion, and they maintained the vacuum. Every single one, the pressure gauge went up because they didn't keep the vacuum on or something, or the container was too small.
So do you think?
Go ahead.
Do you think like so when you say the pressure gauge, is that's measuring the entire, like that's on the outside and somehow measuring the entire container, or is that like near the actual propulsion system?
Well, it depends because there's a few that show some. There's some cut scenes, but we taking it for what it is. You know? But like most of the time, like the gauge don't stay at a vacuum. We want to see the gauge stay at the initial vacuum value, then the propulsion happen, or then the mass ejection happens, and then we want to see will propulsion happen. And it can't just be like circular motion. Like we want to see propulsion, like actual propulsion. Because I think
like they claim like it is. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I think like if you were to and you had some type of propulsion, like maybe you would just spin it in place, like indefinitely, because there's nothing in space. But I don't know about actually propelling forward without some type of pressure mediation, because everything is that. Like it's
and then with accuracy too on top of that.
Right. So we're just saying like, hey, we're gonna even have a discussion of what's happening up there. Can we at least demonstrate the claim, bro? Like, can we at least demonstrate the claim?
Well, can Nick demonstrate the claim that if the vacuum chamber was bigger, that it wouldn't have worked? And like he's saying that it only worked because the gas hits the edge of the container.
Yep.
Can you demonstrate that claim?
I just posted a video up there in the Jumbotron, bro.
No, I'm saying, can you demonstrate a bigger container where the gas would take longer to get there?
No,
like you do realize that it takes time to accelerate.
Example of a bigger rocket in a bigger chamber where it doesn't hit that wall, but the fact that it only moves when it hits that wall. I mean, this video up here is all the.
No, but you're drawing the conclusion that it only moves because the gas.
No, we're saying you haven't eliminated that variable. That is.
I'm saying that Nick made a claim and he's not.
Bro, that's a shift in the burden of proof, bro. Like you have to demonstrate what's happening in space. Is there any surfaces for propulsion to push off of in space?
Dude, I didn't shift any burden of proof. I actually put up a pretty good example to base or back up my claim that space travel is possible vacuum. It literally
but your claim was that
you want to sit there,
the gas had to touch the container.
Hold on, bro, you're not listening. When this thing gets lit up, man, This thing has an external fire source as well. He's using a laser outside of the vacuum chamber to light this flash paper. The flash paper ignites. Now, when you get ignition, what happens is the flash paper explodes into whatever it is. It doesn't turn into fire because flash paper is fucking cool. They ought to use that for your space travel. It would have been a better mode of or fuel source. But anyway, when it expels, it goes right outside of the hole inside of this makeshift rocket because it takes the path of least resistance. And as it's going out, this is when the rocket should be moving, but it is not, because that's based upon your own model there, is that this is creating thrust. This is how we get rockets off the ground, 4 million pounds, by the way. We're using fire to do that. So when the smoke is going out, the rocket is not moving. It doesn't move. And once the smoke touches the wall, all the energy in that smoke now hit that wall and then transfers back through the only other medium inside of this vacuum chamber, the smoke, and then goes back up and hits that rocket, and then it takes off. Do you understand? This is basic.
The smoke bounces off the wall and then goes back into the smoke?
Yes, the only medium left inside of that vacuum chamber is the smoke. So,
and your claim was that it's pushing off the wall.
Smoke.
My question
was the energy in the smoke.
Okay, my question was, if the vacuum chamber was bigger,
was the
bro, calm down, bro. Let me talk. I let you talk. Thank you. So my question was, if the vacuum chamber was bigger, so that the smoke wasn't hitting the wall that quickly, can you guarantee that it wouldn't have accelerated before the smoke hit the wall?
Move, dude. It would not move. The based on the smaller example says that if it doesn't have a wall, it's not moving. Do you think the energy is in the smoke?
Do I think the energy is in the smoke? No, I think it's...
Where's the energy coming from then?
What do you mean, where's it coming from?
Yeah, movement, kinetic energy. Where's it coming from?
So when you have a reaction, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So there's some gas
produce
moving.
that equal and opposite reaction. Where's all the energy? It takes energy to move. Where's all the energy coming at in this rocket that got lit up?
What do you mean, where's it coming at?
Where is the energy?
There's something moving to the left, therefore something...
Hold on, let him talk, Tay. Let him talk.
Right.
Let him finish his talk. Go ahead.
So there's an equal and opposite reaction. The smoke or lack of smoke, whatever you want to call it, is heading in one direction, and that slightly pushes the other part, which in this case is a syringe, the other direction.
It's not doing that until it hits the wall.
And I'm saying you can't guarantee that if the wall wasn't there, if it was a bigger container...
What's it pushing off of?
Nothing. There's something going left.
How's it pushing off of nothing?
What do you mean, how is it pushing off of nothing?
I asked you the question. You said it pushed off of nothing. You said there's nothing, and it's got to be...
Yes, it is expelling something one direction, and because...
It's nothing.
What do you mean it's nothing?
You got nothing in space, man. What's it pushing off of?
There's no push. It's expelling, so because it is expelling one direction...
Propulsion requires a medium. That glass wall, the plastic wall, whatever it is, that's the medium.
Okay, so the guy who did
rockets can't travel in a vacuum. There's no medium in a vacuum.
The guy who did the experiment in the video said that this is why jet engines don't work, but rockets work in space.
Yes, we know the narrative is sticking to the narrative, but none of what he stated matches the observations we're seeing in the video.
Did you watch this video?
Yes.
And you think that rocket moves before that smoke hits the vacuum chamber wall?
It is slightly moving beforehand, yes.
You know why it's slightly moving beforehand? Because during the explosion of that flash paper, energy released. So yes, the rocket initially moved with that, but all of that energy from the flash paper traveled out through the hole, which is called the path of least resistance. This is modern day science. I'm not saying anything that's not new. And that smoke then traveled out, and that rocket did nothing.
So when you said that there's an explosion, is there movement during that explosion?
I'm not done talking yet. So after the explosion, and this energy that created by the explosion is traveling out the hole, taking the path of least resistance. At this point, once it starts leaving your rocket should be moving. All right? But it's not, because as you said, There's nothing in there. So all of this energy in this smoke is looking for something. And this is what would happen regardless. The only reason why it happened is because the vacuum chamber is smaller. And then it hit that wall. All the energy in that small then transferred back through the smoke up to the rocket. And then it took off to batshit crazy. And it didn't even go in a direction. It just went all over the place. This is actually what happened in that video. And you can't deny it. There's no way you can move in a vacuum. It's got nothing.
So when you said there's an explosion, you're talking about the flash paper igniting and moving, right?
What else would I be talking about, bro?
Okay, so the flash paper ignites and moves.
Yes, there's a shimmy. Yes. As I said, with the explosion.
Great. So there's movement in a vacuum, is what you're saying.
With an explosion.
Okay, how does an explosion allow for movement in a vacuum?
I literally just went through this step by step.
Hold on, what are y'all talking about? Like, is there something that y'all looking at?
They're talking past each other a little bit. The one guy is saying that there's an explosion and that the craft shimmies or moves a little bit, and Nick is saying that it's not really moving anywhere, so it just has it's like vibrates.
What are y'all looking at?
Until the smoke hits the wall.
Up top, there's a demonstration of a vacuum with a syringe. He lights it like the splash paper.
Right.
Is this yours, TM? I only see yours.
No, he put one up there too, but it was like a YouTube link.
Yeah,
I figured I'd just post that one so you can like view it in real time and shit.
Yeah, it's the second one over.
All right,
so I haven't watched the video. Face when it moves, it's like a vibration, or is it actually moving? Because I haven't watched it.
Check it out up top, T3. It's you don't even have to. There's no sound or anything.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I just went to the YouTube video. It didn't show up in the Jumbotron for me, so I just searched up the YouTube video itself. So there was 2 rockets in the one that I was looking at.
Oh, look up the one up top, all the way to the left. It's like a 1-minute video, 59-second video.
As I'm saying, it's not showing up for me. I could reload the page, but I'll lose being a speaker if I do that.
I got you. I'll put it in the. I'm gonna put it in the purple pill down below.
Okay, appreciate that.
Okay, I just watched the one that TM posted, the syringe. I don't know. I mean, I could try to find it online and slow it down a lot, but from what I'm seeing, it doesn't look like it moves until what Nick was saying when it hits the wall, when the material hits the wall.
Yeah, I think that's just a shorter version of the one I posted.
Yeah. Has anybody done this?
Yeah, it's the same one.
You can slow it down on YouTube, right?
Dude, actually, this video right here, like I said, man, I was actually, because everybody said, oh, fire. And I was like, you can't have fire without oxygen, blah, blah, blah. So I was actually searching to prove that you cannot have fire in a vacuum. And then I can roll across this, and I was like, son of a bitch, man. I was like, what happened? Then
why do you think you wouldn't be able to have fire in a vacuum when it comes to substances like this when it includes oxygen in it?
Well, see that right. Well, first, is there anything in a vacuum?
Not perfect vacuum, no. And in this vacuum, there's
we're talking about space. So when we're talking about space, it's always going to be that perfect vacuum, and that's a big nothing burger. So nothing can happen in nothing, right?
What do you mean nothing can happen in nothing? Why wouldn't this flash paper be able to ignite in outer space, in your opinion?
Well, because there's nothing in space.
Yeah, but if you put the flash paper there and then a laser on that flash paper, why wouldn't it ignite?
Well, because you need a medium for anything to travel through, and nothing is in space.
What?
Exactly.
No.
There's nothing in space, bro.
So let's say there's nothing in this vacuum chamber.
There is.
You put a piece.
There is though.
What is in that vacuum
You
chamber?
can't get a perfect vacuum of space here on Earth. Therefore,
so what do you think is allowing for it to ignite?
What makes your model unfalsifiable, man? We cannot falsify the model. You come up with stuff we cannot disprove.
Hey, I want Brock to jump in here. He's been patient, but bro, it can't interact with any surfaces. That's all. It just can't interact with any surfaces. It should be simple to do, and it's not. Unless you have one, then we can take a look at it. Do you agree though that it shouldn't interact with any surface? So we can eliminate that variable.
What? Sorry, what was the question?
Do you agree that we should? Because I guess you guys are talking past each other like D3 has said. But we're trying to recreate what they're saying is happening in space. And you do agree that it's interacting with the surface? Is that what it's showing? That the stream of ejection, whatever the hell, is hitting the wall before it moves?
Yes, I'm saying that I can see that the stream touches the wall before it moves, but I'm saying you can't discount the fact that if it was a larger container, that it might move before the stream hits the wall.
That's what you would want to test, then, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, so
I think we should. So
this isn't good enough evidence.
Not for the conclusion that you're drawing. No,
Right,
it's
exactly.
good enough evidence to show that the paper lights in a vacuum.
Yeah, we know you can have ignition, like you can have certain things. You can have a chemical reaction and create some type of combustion off a chemical reaction, right? We know about
Nick,
that.
Nick said that in a perfect vacuum that it wouldn't ignite unless I was getting that wrong.
I don't know. We can't figure it out. We don't have one. We can't ever get it. You have an unfalsifiable model, and that's the thing with that. If we can't disprove it, how can you say it is even existing?
You would have to establish the perfect vacuum first, and we can't do it.
And I actually looking to disprove you can actually get fire in a vacuum, and then I saw this, and I was like, damn. I think I might. And I actually retracted that. I posted about it, and I said, but seeing how we can have fire, you still can't get travel in a vacuum. But whether or not you can do it in a perfect vacuum, don't know. We can't achieve that. It's one thing.
Well, what do you think would be very different in a perfect vacuum versus this vacuum? Just
there's nothing in a perfect vacuum.
Okay, so you're thinking that this ignites because of the few molecules in the vacuum chamber?
Is there something in that vacuum chamber?
There are a few molecules, yeah.
How much is a few? 2, 3? What are we looking at? A few is 3 to me. You think there's just 3 molecules in there?
So you're saying that those molecules are what's allowing the paper to ignite, in your opinion, not the fact that there's oxygen in the paper.
Well, I'm saying that there's something inside of the vacuum chambers on Earth versus the nothing in space. So the two are basically an apple and a pineapple.
Okay, and I'm saying that, have a quick thought experiment. If we could create a perfect vacuum, you're saying that you don't think it would ignite. Is that your hypothesis?
That is my hypothesis.
Okay, and then my question is, okay, why do you think it is?
Because it.
No, I understand. We can't test this, but what my question is, why do you think it is igniting in that vacuum chamber that has very little?
All right, last thought, and then we'll get to Brock, and then y'all can go. But go ahead.
Because there's something inside of that vacuum chamber versus the nothing you get in space. See, now we're going from having something which allows some sort of combustion versus nothing which wouldn't allow anything, because in sort of something to happen, you need a medium for everything.
But the oxygen molecules are inside the flash paper, so you
oxygen
are releasing.
It's not a medium, bro.
Actually, I think it's inside of the syringe itself. I think he sticks everything, obviously, the flash paper inside, seals the syringe with the glue, and then sticks it inside the vacuum. So I believe that syringe is already pressurized.
Well, he just made it so that the little tuber thingy didn't blow out of it when it did its thing there. So he turned a little syringe into it and then packed the bottom of it with flash paper to turn it into a makeshift rocket.
Yeah, right. So that's it's contained at that point, so it's separate from the outside vacuum.
But I'll let Brock go here in a second. I just want to say, man, you got to let us be able to falsify your stuff for it to be able to be falsified. You're saying stuff is physically impossible. You need something for anything to move, and it's got totally nothing. They admit it, man. There's nothing in space, no medium.
Go ahead, Brock.
Hey, what's up, Flat Earth? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear.
Yes, sir,
Hopefully, I'm glad you guys are back, man. I was wondering where you're all at.
Yeah, appreciate you, bro. Good to see you.
101, we're here. But just a few things. I don't know. I've been listening since you guys started, so there's a lot of you guys have gone over. But mad respect to Face the Truth for being here. I don't know how many times you've been on Flat Earth Fridays, but I know in the beginning you're like, it took me about an hour to get in. Like I actually looked up the sailing thing for you. I saw it on Witz's one of his debates, and I couldn't remember which one it was. So I've been spending like the past 2 hours going back through them to try to find it, and it's like literally only like a 45-second clip where he talks about it, and pretty much he says that they're sailing the speed of the sailboats are less than what they are in the north when they race the same races. And he's pretty much like what it seems like is they're backwards engineering. Well, why would it be slower? It's because they're traveling a farther distance. And then they talk about wind and all that, and he says that the wind patterns are actually stronger down there, so they should be going even faster. Anyways, I tried to look it up. I sent you a DM to try to send you a message to send it to you directly instead of talking about it over here because it's only a 45-second clip. But that's what we're trying to look out for you. Bring up all the stuff. Proud was Sacred brought up the video earlier of the guy in the desert with the camera. I had reposted that sheepdog video, so I was like, "Oh, I know what you got," and I reposted in there. He brought it up. We're trying to bring the facts to the people, and the whole. I haven't heard of Carl or seen him on here yet, but you definitely. That was like the highlight of the night. Is you're like helping him along of like if you haven't looked into the flat Earth map, don't know anything about it, like you're not going to understand anything. So it's like it was nice to hear someone of your position guide him into just research the basic facts, and then we can come back and have that topic.
Yo, that was I 100% agree, man. That was beautifully said, and he's right. That was pretty dope for you to help my man's along, bro. Shout out to you, peace.
Thanks. And I think had I not been here, that you would have been so frustrated with that guy that you would have, he was already getting on your nerves so much that I don't think that it would have gone well. I think he would have either left and
was he
called
getting
you
on
guys
your
idiots, or he would
nerves?
have
It's only when I realized. My bad. I just want to say it's only when I realized he would stop trying to understand. When you stop trying and then you start to just troll because you realize you may not be getting it, then I'm like, all right, bro, I'm really doing my best here to explain it in different ways. Like, don't just troll me if that's what you're gonna do, because there's other people that really want to learn. So that's the only time that it kind of gets me a little bit more passionate, because it's like, bro, I'm literally trying to talk to you about this. But before that, when he was at least attempting to try to understand, it was a little bit better. But like Proud said, he probably was overwhelmed. There's a lot of information. Go ahead, Proud. I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah, you could just tell when he started to check out a little bit. I'd be like that too. Sometimes I'd be shutting down when it's too much. But I feel like it's a processing technique to retain what I learned so far without overwhelming myself. But yeah, he got to that point, and then he got reeled back in. Something else kind of made him readjust. But we gotta preface it. You're not gonna learn everything in one day, yo. You didn't learn the globe model, whatever you think you remember about the heliocentric model in one day. So why would you think you're gonna learn a whole new ideology in one day?
For
I
sure, for
actually
sure.
wanted to
And
say the
then
thing
also,
sorry,
go ahead.
I just wanted to say I hope he doesn't succumb to the toxicity on the TL when he sees it.
So I was just gonna say, man, you kept on asking us to throw you some flat Earth proofs, and we did, and you kind of shoved them away because whatever. But what's your best globe proof that you living on a spacey water rock going through a nothingness of space?
I don't know. I guess the people who have first-hand accounts of orbiting the planet, pictures and video of such. I know you guys will cherry pick some
So you
of that and say
appeal to
this
authority.
doesn't look legitimate.
So
Sorry, what's that?
You just appeal to the authority that tells you it's happening, and you just go with that.
I don't appeal to the authority. No, I see people on X who have taken photos of the curve with their iPhones and orbited the planet themselves. And I say, oh, that's very likely. And you can look up and see the International Space Station. So, yeah.
Out there in nothing, huh?
No, there's
Hey,
in low Earth orbit, it isn't a perfect vacuum. So clearly things would still ignite.
Hey, Face. One thing about the photos, because this is something I used to believe too, is how can we, disprove? How can we say it's not curving when 100 miles, 200 miles up, we have images, from NASA and from these other people. But the interesting thing about that I've learned in the last few months is how vision works. So if you're not familiar with how vision works and the compression that happens in a distance and why the horizon is formed to begin with, definitely look into that, because it's when you talk about the spherical geometry that's formed by your eyes and the limitations of your eyes, it changes your whole mind about that. So my mind was really changed about that. And one thing I can tell you that I looked at closely and I still haven't been able to figure it out is SpaceX live launches, or even NASA, but I prefer SpaceX. I feel like they have better cameras. But when you watch them, if you watch them go all the way up, what you see is a constant horizon. It never like shifts. You never see like a shift to where it's any different. And so what I mean by that is, if you continue on out from 100 miles out to 200 miles, the horizon is still there. So my question then is, when does it become a globe and when does it stop being the horizon, right? Because when you stand on the ground, you look 360 degrees around you, that forms a circle. When you go off the ground and you go higher and higher and higher, that circle expands, but it's still the limit of the vision that's creating that circle. So my question is, when does your limit of vision, when does it increase to the point that you can see this huge, massive sphere rather than your normal limited vision? Like when you get up 200 miles up, you can automatically just see farther. I don't think that's how the eye works. You feel me?
No, I think I kind of get what you're saying. Like, you're saying that there's limitations to our sight, so wouldn't that be
Yeah.
a maximum distance you can see kind of thing?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think there is a maximum distance that you can see, but
one time.
There you go. So exactly, look into it, because I didn't think so either. But there's alternatives that say there are limits to what you can see. And when we look at the horizon, we do know that that's an apparent horizon standing down here on the Earth. That's not curvature. That's the limitation of our vision that creates that. So then it becomes the question is, as you get higher and it begins to expand and you can see further, when do you stop seeing further? You know what I mean? That's what I want to find out. And so but yeah, I don't see a transition.
Yeah,
about 2 weeks ago, I asked Elon. He was having those rocket launches, and he asked a couple questions on I'm kind of friends with Elon now. For some reason, I think he started his TikTok, right? Not too long ago. And I checked and I looked at it. I was his first friend, and I was like, oh. But anyway, maybe it wasn't him, but I think it was him. That's all he was doing was showing all these launches. So I was like, man, this has to be. But anyway, so I mentioned on one of his launches, why don't you show? He said something about the cameras, and I was like, why do you always show the bottom? Why is every rocket launch from the bottom? Even that rocket guy who was shooting his stuff, the flat Earth guy, he didn't show forward. He showed the ground again. So I asked Elon, why can't you just show us a forward camera, or how about a 360 spin, or just turn and show us not the same. Right? And he was like, oh, look, it wasn't it wonderful? Look at the exhaust and what happened. And but anyway, sorry, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, it would be easy to put, say 4 or 6 cameras just in one place, just arranged at different angles. It would be really easy. I'm not sure why they don't do that either.
Yeah, but they also do like live streams from space, and like I'm talking SpaceX, not NASA. I agree, SpaceX is a better resource. So like they launch civilians into space, The civilians took pictures of the globe with their own eyes, or sorry, with their own iPhones, and they saw it with their own eyes. And yeah, you're just saying that like all those people are liars, so that the person who went back to her job being a nurse lied about that experience to her parents, to her brother, everyone in her life, all the kids that ask her about it. Like that seems pretty
No,
evil.
no. I don't know if anybody else is saying that. What I'm saying is we don't understand our vision and the limitations of it.
Okay, like
So yeah, that's where I'm
so
saying.
the second part of her experience of orbiting the planet is like if you're saying we don't understand our vision, so you can't trust your eyes. It looks like a globe or the horizon tricks you. Like how are you weightless for several hours? That would be the question. If it's just the eyes that you're asking about.
Weightless? I don't see how that correlates to vision.
Oh, well, sorry. You're saying that vision would make.
I'm just saying I'm just saying I think from what I've read, we have a limitation to what happens as we see things at a great distance. And being that our cameras are essentially based on our eyes, I feel like both have a limitation that is kind of tricking us in a sense.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Is if your eyes are tricking you, then your body
Yeah.
senses of being weightless. Like, how would someone be weightless for that long if they weren't orbit?
They weren't what, in space?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. Yeah, I never said they weren't in orbit. I'm just saying that the pictures and what they see, it may be, the eye is very easy to be tricked. So what I'm saying is that maybe we have the wrong perception. Our eyes are fooling us. And so when we take photos from that distance, we're not actually seeing what we think we're seeing.
Okay.
Right? It's optics. Yeah. So I believe, space station is up there. I've seen pictures of it and things like that. I'm not saying space is fake. It's there. I don't know how large it is. Distances are definitely off. But there's definitely distance between things, right? So there's something out there. But yeah, man, vision, it's a tricky thing. I think that's one thing to look into, and that'll help you with that aspect of it. That's all I meant.
All right. And yeah, I guess I don't understand what you mean by like I understand with eye trickery, but I don't understand camera trickery. Like if we take a picture of the Earth from orbit and then we look at that.
Well, it's based on the same thing that our eyes do, right? It's a sensor that is receiving light through a lens, a curved lens, and that is how that's capturing, right? So it's basically designed to work essentially how our eyes work, and so I feel like it has the same limitation.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. I have a question for Alan, and I don't know if he's here. I see him on the thing, but I don't know if he's listening. And it was really for Shane, but Shane dipped out. I had to dip out earlier, and then when I got back, Shane was gone. So in the model, well, Derek has a picture on his profile right now of like kind of like what Shane shows in his models. And so my question is, all right, we have a torus above and a torus below. To me, that makes sense. And we would be somewhere in the plane in the middle between those. To me, that makes sense. What doesn't make sense to me is, all right, in that picture you see on Derek's profile, how large the Earth is compared to the spherical geometry of the torus. I think we might actually be smaller, like just shrink that disc down in diameter, just shrink it all the way down until it's like a point in the middle of that geometry there. What do you guys think about that? Because I'm trying to figure out the downward vector and where that would be within the torus, within the double torus, within that plane between the double torus. Any ideas?
I think beyond the 70th parallel south,
the Earth just becomes just like a wheel, just anything that spreads out. If you got a super extra large pizza, right? It would be so far. The lands just grow the farther we go out. It's just incredible. It's someone, I forgot who said it. I think it was even an explorer who said something like that. He was like, once you go beyond something, you get lost. You can't even. It's hard to get back from everywhere. But yeah, so but we must be in a bowl. The Earth has this bowl shape, and it's supposedly it rolls down to the equator, and the equator is the lowest point. And the north is the highest. I guess everything. That's why it's cold. That's why there's snow all around the northern hemisphere area, because it's a plateau, and that's the highest level around us. And I guess like Atlantis or whatever it is, Hyperborea, that's really in the northern hemisphere where the wool pit children came from, I guess, where it's always twilight. And the farthest we can go is what? Greenland and what other place? So it's never, the sun, it gets to the point where it never sets, and then it almost never rises, right? It almost never sets, and it almost never rises. There's like a 3-hour span for each, I think. So we never get to the point where it's really the point where it's always twilight, like the little girl said. So it goes down, and then at the equator is the lowest point and the hottest point around the Earth in a circle, circumference, the lowest circumference, and it rolls up and it gets higher again as it gets to Argentina, and where the snow is, and New Zealand where the snow is again, and I think the shelf. A Ross shelf is past New Zealand and maybe even Australia. I've asked people from Australia, and I was like, have you guys does anybody go to the southern, like how you go into the Pacific? Does anybody do that in the southern Australian? And they're like, no. And I'm like, well, how is it? And they're like, oh yeah, it gets rough. There's crazy sharks. No one goes. And I'm like, why? No one goes to the southern oceans.
Hey, go ahead, bro.
You had asked about the downward vector in between the two torus fields.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out, and because all right, you're familiar with the primer field videos, right?
Yeah.
So in those videos, he does a really cool thing where he puts the magnets, the little circular spherical magnets between the two magnetic poles, and what he does is he has one bowl beneath a clear piece of glass or plastic, and then he puts the beads on top of that plastic, and then the other bowl is above the beads. And what happens is the beads come together in the center, and they form basically a circle or like a hexagonal shape. And then he puts more beads, and as he adds more, the magnetism shapes them, and it introduces a gap. So you have the central circle of beads, then there's a gap, and then it forms the rest of the beads in a ring around that gap. And that's like kind of, if you look at, Saturn and other things like that. He also demonstrates that just with the without the beads, just with the magnetism and the light, you can see it forms a ring around the central object that he's illuminating there. So anyway, if we are in between there, if we are in the middle, we're where those beads are. There's two things that I think we need to think about, right? Number one is, if he removed that glass and those beads were just in the air, how would the magnetism shape them? Would it shape them into a sphere, or would they remain as a disc, right? And then second thing would be, if it does form as a disc, which I think it would, where is the pressure, or where would that gap be, right? So I would assume, being that this is one contiguous land, that we would be that central area, and then there would be a gap around us, and then another area of land or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could draw it for you.
Yeah, no, that's true. We're like a donut, almost, just like a donut, with the center, or maybe a cake pan
upside down. I don't know how to, but in the center is a crest, and but past that part is where the waters swirl, and the sky does too, just like the sky is spinning. Well, there's the oceans do the same thing. There's some kind of, and it pumps from the northern to the south. They said something about oil too. It was a video from from somewhere where there were oil fields, and they were like, you couldn't understand it. They were someone translating it, or I think it was but he said, you guys think your oil companies are pumping that oil. They were like, that oil comes from it's pumped through the ground, and it just ends up happening to just ooze here. It just comes out of the ground. And so he said it flows like rivers under the, and they have some kind of rivers too that flow with water, something like that. But yeah, it was videos in India. You couldn't understand it, but.
So Proud, what were you gonna say about the in between space where we should, I guess, be with the downward vector that you were gonna say something?
So I have a picture. I'm gonna go to Canva. So it's almost kind of like the image of what it's talking about.
Okay.
But I would assume that the downward vector from the inside of the like toroidal field is coming down, and then simultaneously the toroidal field underneath is coming upwards, but it kind of goes upwards. Like, I feel like it would be somewhat balanced if we're in the middle of that, if we are in the eye of the hurricane, if you will. Like, it would
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we're in the eye. So if you look at Derek's image there, right? The Earth expands, the plane expands all the way to the edge. What I'm thinking is we're in the donut. We're at the central point. So at the top, you would have the large part of the donut hole, and that's where we have the vortex that goes downward, right? Electromagnetism. I think they call it the dielectric, right? I think that's coming downward, and we're at the center of that, not expanded to the outer rim.
AP3. I just posted up there in the Jumbotron. It's a video shared by TM there.
If you picture a donut, that is the easiest way to describe when Whitsitt says, like, I'm probably gonna say it wrong, but the centrifugal divergence and the
centripetal convergence, centrifugal divergence. Right.
But I've never heard nobody use the donut. So I'm trying to. I guess I'll ask you, if you try it to use the donut to explain it, does the explanation for people, would that help the explanation if you can imagine that same motion within a donut? But that's just with donut Earth. I feel like the toroidal fields, the double one, is different.
Yeah, this one here that I posted up here, this video.
I don't think I can hear somebody. I might have to like.
Oh yeah, Nick Cage was talking.
Man, I'm over here stepping on Proud. I was over here waiting for it. But no, I posted that video up there. TM shared it. It shows a toroidal field with a little gold sun spinning over it. If you, I think that's what they're calling donut world right there. But yeah, the toroidal field kind of makes that. It's kind of cool though.
Right.
Actually, it's kind of bitching. Actually, that's a wicked little video up there. Check it out.
Yeah, I'm watching it now. It's pretty cool. So you see in the middle there where there's the hole. I think we'd be in that hole, not expanded all the way to the edge of that donut. I think we'd only be in the hole area, like the edge. I think that's where our edge would be.
I kind of think you might be right on that. That we'd be kind of inside of the middle there, because I don't think while we can manipulate all this energy, none of it really affects us, man. You don't feel any force on your feet or any gravitational or magnetic pull or anything like that. I think we can manipulate it and stuff, but I don't think. I think we create our own little bubble around us where we're not affected by any of it. But yeah, I kind of agree with you. We'd be kind of in the middle there.
I want to figure out if the vector is different there in the middle, where the two toruses come together, like in those videos, it places those beads in the center geometrically, so that's fine, and it looks like that's where we would be, I think. I'd like to talk to what's his face? What's his name?
I don't believe that. I think it's places you could definitely feel that energy. I feel like it's places on Earth where you could feel that magnetic energy pulling you. You don't even know what you don't know what the fuck that is, but you know it's something's pulling you.
Yeah.
Some call it duppy.
Yeah. I think we definitely have like fields within fields within fields. And yeah, for sure. You can feel them in different places. Pizio, that was his name. Pizio or Piezo.
Yeah, he was in here earlier.
Damn it, I missed him. I'd like to talk with him about it, 'cause I know he knows a little bit about that, the vectors and things like that, directional.
Mad at you? I don't know you.
Yeah, Piezo said he was
I'm gonna be mad at someone.
he was on vacation too. He said he just
You know what
came
I'm saying?
back.
That's how I like to start.
Nice. I'll catch him eventually. Maybe I'll try to catch him in Discord.
Hey, Face, did you watch that little video there that I posted there with the toroidal field? You still with us?
He might have took a break.
Yeah, I would too. He didn't take a break in the time. I'll tell you.
He didn't take a break on the timeline? Uh-oh. Finger talking.
Like, damn, these guys know their shit. I gotta look into this nothingness. I tell you what, though, once you understand nothing, you understand everything. So
Yeah.
I think Hobbies might be smarter than us because they don't understand anything. They got nothing.
Oh shit! Why y'all tell me Keon was down there?
Keon's here,
Yo,
bro.
Keon.
Talk about some.
Uh-oh. What conspiracy he got for us this time? Keon, you got abducted yet, man? I know you're trying to get abducted.
Come on, Keon. You know we love you, bro. I would totally hang out with Keon. I ain't even lying, man. You my boy.
Facts. He a cool glober.
Funny as fuck, too.
I'm gonna get Keon a t-shirt that says, "Take me." He trying to get on that mothership, yo. You know it.
Dude, I ain't even lying. I'd be right there with him like a year ago, man. I'd be like, let's go, bro. Man, Ancient Aliens, man. That was my jam, bro. I was like all over aliens.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I really used to like Billy Carson, but he's a little too alien centric for me now.
Dude, I was all like, man, people take this alien thing seriously, man. If you just fucking comb your hair, bro. Looking all crazy over there.
Who's that alien guy? I don't know any like alien specialists.
Man, I was just about to say the guy who wrote Buried. Man, I forgot his name, man. Just it was right there and it went hit a temporal time pocket.
Go ahead, Brock. What's up?
Hey, so I sent you a couple of messages, Proud. I'm just kind of seething a little bit, just like it's like inside information, but it's just like people are accusing you. You had the whole grifter conversation earlier, and it's like people are accusing you of muting them or over talking over you guys. And like I was trying to point out earlier, like having faced the truth here, all kinds of people, like the floor was open. We've been here for hours. Like it's just unexplainable how people could ever jump that far. It's just it kind of irritates me. I know you guys are killing it on your own conversation, but when I was going back to the messages, it's like people are sending me messages that are, I'm posting on my own thing, and they're jumping in like, hey, here's this, that, and the other, like trying to sell me on the globe, and I'm like, well, it's like I don't know. You guys, like you said, you aren't making any money off it. You definitely could if you wanted to. Honestly, like they should open the seats up, and I'll pay for one for any Glober that'll sit in. Give them $5 an hour to sit here and talk. I don't care, like.
Oh, the
But
sacred sub
it's just
button.
funny. It's not funny, but it bothers me when people are just saying that you guys are doing this, that, and the other, and you're not letting people speak. Face the truth. You could sit there and tell the truth. You've been here for hours, bro. You've had to say everything. We've tried to answer everything. Like, I don't know how much more transparent you can get and free.
Hey, let me ask you, Face. You feel like you feel like we jumped you?
Anyways, I'll let you guys get back to it. It's just it was bothering me. I seen the post. I sent it to you. You can, like I said, I didn't really send it to you to post it, but you can see what I sent you and see what he's promoting.
I don't think. Can Brock hear me?
Yo, Brock, can you hear Sacred? He's showing up as a listener, man. Come on, Elon. What's up with your
Damn.
Yeah, they do need to update this and get it working more efficiently, more properly, to where we don't have so many glitches.
We still gonna talk, Elon. You ain't gonna stop us. Let it
Is
happen.
it max 10 people that can speak at a time? Like if you had 20 mics, but you could filter them out,
13.
it'd be like, okay, they're lined
You can
up,
get
they've had
13
their
on
hand up.
stage.
But if you only have 10, then it makes it kind of hard because it's like they just jumped in, they're putting their hand up, and then they're waiting for a while,
Hey, yo, Brock, is that you? I don't think anyone can really hear you but me, man. Drop down and Sacred, bring you back up. I don't think the host can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear him, but I don't think he can hear anybody else except maybe you.
Brock, you
Can
can't
you
hear
guys
me?
hear me?
I can hear you, TM.
I can hear TM. I hear everybody.
Brock is showing up as a listener, man. So he might be having mic issues.
Hold on, Brock. I got you.
So, face the truth. Earlier you were talking about, why don't we have this and why don't we have that? It's good questions, but I mean, the real simple answer,
I'm
if you're
back.
there. Okay, what's up, Brock?
Yeah, I was just asking if there's a way to have more than 10 hosts at a time to kind of filter it better.
I think
Is that the
TM said
limit?
13.
Yeah, we can get 13. Three hosts and 10 speakers.
Like if they had a system where you could pay like $5 to have a seat in a space, quote unquote, or like a yearly thing where you're like, okay, $100 a year I can sit in and have a quote unquote seat. I don't know. That'd be interesting. Because like you said, you could give it up.
I did one space. I did one space. It was like episode maybe like 40 or 30 something. Might actually been 30 something. And we did, actually it was 2 episodes. We did retweet for a mic. That's what we asked for. We said, hey, let's see what it would be like if we did retweet for a mic. So on the mic, you just retweet the space, let your followers know that you talking in Flat Earth Fridays. That's the cost of entry. Oh my goodness, the Globe Earthers spiraled out of control because they had to retweet Flat Earth Fridays.
Ridiculous. I feel like we need to show him the tweets. You think it was sweet? Nah, face. They were on our head.
How dare you demand that I retweet your space? The fact that you're asking me makes me not want to do it. Sacred.
They called us grifters. Like
Didn't you
their
offer
whole point was not to retweet posts.
Didn't you offer the first honorary co-host to a Globey, man?
So did.
First episode of the season, offered it to the Flurf herder. Come in here and hurt. I mean, I got a mouth on me, man. I know you guys hate me. I know it. I'm up here ready to be Flurf, ready to be put in my position. I'm ready to be humbled. But y'all stay down there running your thumbs, getting calluses and shit. Give them things a rest. Let them calluses ease up, man. Use your brain. Come on in here, man. Let's try little thinking exercises. What's up, team?
So I just had deja vu. Did you say the exact same thing earlier?
Always, man. Always. I always point out the ridiculousness over and over and over. Because it's funny.
Face, do you feel like we jumped you today?
No, I don't feel like you jumped me. I knew for the most part what I was getting into, and I feel like we had a decent conversation. I had a decent conversation with most of them. I think Nick does grate on me a little bit, and maybe I didn't respond in the nicest fashion. But with the rest of you, it was like having a conversation. But with Nick, it was very much, here's my prepared question to lead you into what I want you to answer. Like I'm going to corner you.
To acknowledge your model.
Sorry, you cut out there.
I forced you to acknowledge your model. The only thing I did was shove your model in your face.
Okay. Is that something? Is that something that you think is good for conversation? Shoving something in someone else's face?
What is the name of your profile there? What are you going by there?
Even your answers.
What is your?
Oh, he got you there, I don't know, man. He was cooking.
Say your name.
Face, he got you on that one, bro. Hey Nick, why you did that, man?
We go rock. You're messing with, bro. I'm Nicholas KG. You ain't getting nothing by me, man. You think you're gonna one up me, bro?
That was a good one.
I wasn't trying to one up you. I was trying to say it'd be nicer if you talk to people like they're human beings. Like this space.
Do you know what
the space? What? No, dude. You always tell me to not talk over you. So wait. The space that I joined that you blocked me in, you kicked me out of the space and blocked me. So I had a much better time today, and then I was having a great time, and the only person who was grading to me was you again. So like.
And how was I degrading to you?
I said you were grating, like the way that you ask questions,
like a cheese grater.
Like you're.
He said you were great, Cage. Cage said you were great.
I am great.
You loved it. You had a great time. Just grading.
You just admitted that you shove things in my face, just like your model. I'm gonna shove it in your face. Like, how about have a conversation,
bro? You face the truth.
I'm making you face the truth, bro. And you still really haven't told us why you think you live on a space water rock. You keep on asking us to defend the flat Earth, which I think we've all done pretty well here. And you still really haven't told us what you. I mean, do you understand? Do you understand what the curvature rate of the Earth is? Can you tell us what that is?
Can you ask in a more condescending way? Jesus Christ, man.
I don't know how to. Was that condescending? Do you know what the curvature rate of the Earth is?
You know what it is. Face is Nick has been in a lot of spaces, and he's dealt with a lot of people.
No, I know, but
are really bad.
He made the wrong assumption with me last time, and he blocked me. And rather than being like, "Hey, that was my bad," you're just like, "No, answer my question."
Question when I say, "Hey, man, there can't be a pressurized system next to a vacuum," and you go, "Well, where's this vacuum at?" Like I got to explain where the fucking vacuum is.
Well, I get that point. I get that too.
And I find that stupidity.
And I can't ask you the height of the vacuum.
Stupidity is very low. If you want to have an honest conversation, we can talk about it. But when I say, "Hey, man, we got a pressurized system next to a vacuum," and you go, "Well, where's the vacuum you're talking about?" I find you to be dishonest.
Well, let's try it. Let's try it now, right? You asked him what the curvature rate was, right?
Yes.
Face, what do you got, Face?
I think everybody knows it's 8 inches per mile squared.
You got any of that?
What's that?
Do you have any curvature?
Do I have curvature?
Can you find any curvature?
Like when we do plane measurements and things like that, do we turn up and we do experiments over water and things like that? Do we actually observe that particular measurement?
We being, like, have you guys done experiments? I'm not aware of Flat Earth Friday experiments, so I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay. So a lot of things that people point to are things like planar measurements, long distance radio communications, long distance photography, lasers over water or land, things of that nature.
Okay.
So when we do those things and we don't see some, the curvature that correlates with that number that's provided, what are we supposed to make of that?
Well, the people in the flat Earth writers would say the Earth is flat and stationary, and this proves it. Yeah.
So what do you say when we have these measurements? Like people do these things all the time. How do you think how does it sit with you?
Well, depends on, like, if you want to show me a particular experiment, we can talk about it. But like, there's things called refraction, which you guys are aware of. There's errors in scientific testing. There's a lot of things, but I agree that the surface of the ocean looks flat, yes, but things aren't always as they exactly appear.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So if it looks flat, here's the thing: if it looks flat, and we send things at a distance or see things at a distance that corroborate it being flat, why would we stuff refraction in there to say, no, it just looks flat, but it's actually curving, and what's happening is the light is tricking you?
Well, I think that refraction comes into effect of like mountain ranges being lower than you would expect for flat Earth, right? Like when you can see things in the
being lower.
Yes. On a flat Earth model, if you're saying if everything is flat, that mountain should be at this height. I think.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. So you would use it for that, but my question is why? Why not just observe it as it is instead of trying to fix it with something that actually probably isn't suitable for the fix?
Well, I don't know what you mean is suitable for the fix. I don't think
Okay.
I don't think they should. I don't
I'll
think
give
the best example or the best way to prove that the Earth is a flat, stationary plane is by looking over water.
Of course it is.
Okay.
Water is
but
flat.
yeah, here's the thing.
Water.
If we have a set number, whether it's flat land or flat water, looking over it, measuring a certain distance and not seeing the necessary drop for that distance, and then claiming that it's refraction that is making it appear flat when it's actually curving, to me that seems like the bigger assumption.
Okay, but like,
you see,
sorry, are you the same guy earlier? Sorry, my space is messing up, so I can't see who's talking. Are you the same guy?
This is D369. What's up?
Okay, so yeah, you were the same person who was talking about like people being in orbit and what they see from that high up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, like you understand that like eyes and cameras aren't perfect. Like there are things that they could show that isn't reality.
Correct.
Yeah. So like knowing that, I'm just surprised that you're pushing or bringing up things looking flat. If you're like your earlier point was you can't always trust your eyes and you can't always trust cameras.
Right. So the thing is, we have other ways of verifying that as well. As I mentioned, lasers, long distance radio, stuff like that. But also, the point that I was making was I was talking about at great distance, right? 200 miles off the surface of the Earth, looking back at it. Where's the edge of our vision? What's creating the horizon? So we don't have to go that far. We don't have to go to such great distances to where it's going to be a big problem for our vision or for our lasers or for our radios or even for our planar surveys, right? So within those confines, we don't find the number, the number for the curvature that is prescribed. So to me, that's a big problem. And then when they say refraction, I'll give you one example that we've all talked about on here before with the Canigou Mountains. where we are seeing a great distance. It's not there when the sun is above it. When the sun goes behind it, it is there. So what we're seeing is a silhouette, right? So how would that be refracting up to be level in the distance? It doesn't, to me, that doesn't make any sense with the refraction, whereas the refraction is coming from, it's going from the sun to you, back to the mountain and back to your eyes. It doesn't, you know, the refraction doesn't work like that.
Okay.
Can you
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Is there? You mentioned it was kind of a famous picture. Is it? What was it called? I'd have to look at it to have some kind of.
Canigou, Canigou, I believe.
I'm gonna put it up top. Sacred got a post with that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's one observation. So I don't think here's the thing, right? I've been wondering if I can find, and I haven't found it yet. I'll be honest, I haven't searched very deep for it, but I haven't quickly found anything where it shows that light will actually uplift the image of something over curvature, the way they claim it wraps around the globe. So if I've seen experiments where they have sugar water and they shine a laser through it and the laser bends. I've seen that. And I'm not saying refraction doesn't happen. I'm just saying it doesn't happen to the point where it would uplift the image of something to be level over, 100 or 200 feet of curvature or something larger, because we see distances where it should be much larger than that, like thousands of feet, as in the case of Canigou.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not familiar with Canada. I'm just looking at the clip now that someone nicely posted. Sacred posted, but someone linked to it. But,
so yeah, think deeply about that refraction argument.
Okay. The one rebuttal, like I have not spent as much time on this as you guys have, but I did see someone on X posted about the underside of a plane being lit by the sun, and if it was a local sun, that would not happen. Have you seen those kind of pictures?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how. Yeah, some people believe in like a very, very local sun. I am not so sure how far it is. I don't think it's 93 million miles away, but it's a little far.
Okay. It sounds like you're.
I have no idea.
You know, that's the one thing I can't figure out is how the clouds are lit from the bottom in the morning sometimes. And like you said, the plane has the sun shining on the bottom of it if it's going to be local.
That video,
but
TM?
I think it's so far that it's just like you're saying, refraction off the ground, and it is shining on the bottom of the plane and the clouds. I'm sorry.
Let me ask y'all. So let's say I had an observer. Let's say I had a camera representing the observer, and it's looking across a flat surface. And then I had a light source that was close. And let's say that camera was in a box, like an open box. Horizontally, not vertically. Like I could see, like I'm inside the box and I could see through the box across a flat surface. Then I have a light source that's above the box in a camera. And then I start to move the light source away. Now, mind you, the light source is at a higher elevation. And if I start to move it away, and then the bottom side of the ceiling of the box, right? If the ceiling of the box started to light up as I moved that light source away without changing the light source's elevation, would that be evidence of being demonstrable over a flat surface? If I could recreate that over a flat surface.
For me, yeah, I think that's exactly what we see. It's just, illumination. Light illuminates in all directions if it has something to illuminate there.
Because as something moves away, right, just like you said, light illuminates everything, but it's going to appear to drop because it's moving away. So as the drops move away, that light comes with it. So you could have something that's at a lower elevation but be underlit. But if I had a demonstration to do that locally, would that suffice? Like, would that suffice as evidence of
what? Of a local sun, like within like a couple 100 miles?
Right, because they're saying, well, like
you would assume that if the clouds were underlit, that's how you say it, right? Under, then you would assume that the sun's actually going down at a lower elevation, like it's going below the globe Earth. But if I could demonstrate that over a flat surface, wouldn't that suffice? Like, would that eliminate exclusivity? Because there is things like that. I might be able to find it.
So yeah, you're saying that the light source would be above the bottom side, but you're just moving it further away.
It's hard to explain that. Yeah, exactly. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find. Hold on one second.
Yeah, there's a video out there that demonstrates this. I used to have it, but I keep on losing stuff.
So you know what's crazy about this community face is we didn't believe any of this stuff at the beginning. None of us here.
Yeah, and I find it very interesting, and I'm the kind of person who always has the ability to see the other side of things. So I think that makes it a lot easier for me.
Be careful. I might have to get you a flat Earth sweater.
Sweater. Nice.
The Level Heads logo, turtleneck.
Big facts.
I cannot believe you guys do this for this long though. Like, holy crap, it's been.
Yeah, welcome to Stationary Saturdays. And shout out to the listeners still kicking it with us. Appreciate y'all. Got to make sure that everybody get a chance across this plane to grab a mic.
So obviously, the shape of the Earth matters.
Yeah, right. Why does it matter? Well, why is everybody talking about it?
Right. People literally call themselves Flat Earth Destroyer and Flat Earth. Like, there's no way it's not important.
They got identities.
There's a whole Papa Flurf on Twitter who's an anti-flat earther.
We got a Flurf Slayer, man. Who's offered co-host?
We got Herders,
Slayer, Slater, Herder, Crusher, Smasher, Destroyer. Yeah.
A fighter of the flat Earth. I mean, you guys are so violent, man. All we say is, what's up? It ain't moving.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Dave?
Oh my goodness, it's flat Earth
Hey,
Day.
Durf, what up, Dave?
What's up? Good to hear you guys back. I want to chime in on the sun under the clouds thing. Whoever the caller said saw a video of the sun under planes. I think that was Dave McKeegan's video. And if you actually watch that video, the sun's not under the plane. It's on the side of the plane. He just says it's under the plane very confidently. And people just go, oh, it's on. But look at it. It's the side of the plane that's lit. So it's not under the plane. And then the sun under the clouds never happens. What you're seeing is the sun through the clouds when there's thin clouds. And you were right saying, as it goes away, it's perspective. It looks like it's at eye level, but it's still up in the air. The sun will never light the top of a ceiling on the top of a mountain. Like, you could be on the top of a tall mountain, and if your ceiling is level, the sun will not light the ceiling ever, even though it looks like it's below the ceiling, but it's not. That's just perspective. I think I put in the purple pill, I just put in a bunch of pictures of the sun appearing below the clouds, like at sunrise or sunset, and the tops of the clouds are lit, not the bottoms. And in some of them, on the thin clouds, they look like the bottoms are lit, but the thick clouds prove that it's the tops that are lit. Anyone that has my app, just go into the images section and type in sun under clouds, and there's a whole bunch of examples that absolutely prove that the sun does not light up the bottom of clouds. You can observe this every day. The problem is, being a glurf, you see the bottoms of the clouds lit and you go, oh, that's it, the sun's below the clouds. That's your explanation, but you don't understand what you're seeing. You don't understand that at
No,
all.
I would like to believe you, except it only happens for a few, not even a minute, maybe 30, 40, almost a minute, but it's really quick with that point. And I think it's the only reason is because the sun is just so far away and the elliptical that when it's coming around, it's broadcasting omni. It's not actually, it's not really directional. It's really going to be omni. So that limit of that round casting is bouncing, refracting off of just, I guess, the ground, and just the lightness of that light is just. I mean, it has
you're
to be
right.
from the bottom.
You're right. No. But most of the pictures that they show is not the clouds lit up from the bottom. Now, there are times when the sun is at that perfect angle and it skims off the water and it lights up, it's reflecting off the water or reflecting off the snow and it's lighting up the clouds. And that does happen for a very short period of time. But if you look in the purple pill, I think I put the pictures there. I think I put 4 pictures there. Did I post them? I think they're there.
Yeah. I shared it up top.
Yeah.
So when you put in the purple pill, it goes in the comment section, and I just shared it to the nest so everybody can.
All right. So there's, if you look at those clouds, those dark clouds, the sun appears to be below them. It's not. It's perspective. It appears to be below them. The simple mind that has never really thought about perspective thinks it's below them. But if you look, the tops of those opaque clouds are lit up. You can see this every single day when the sun rises or sets. Almost every day. It depends on the clouds. But the sun is clearly visible from your perspective below that cloud deck, and the bottom of the clouds are dark as F, and the tops are lit. So that there alone totally refutes the claim that the bottoms are lit. I can see the sun's down there and the clouds are lit. No, every single time you see that, except for the rare occasion where it's reflecting off of something, those clouds are thin. What's it? The pastor, I don't know, that one crazy pastor, not the one that's doing the final experiment.
Greg Locke?
No, not Greg Locke. The other guy. He's been doing video after video, and he's been working now with Will Duffy. He did a whole video on it, on the only way this could happen, and I did a response video to him. I'm trying to, I can't remember his name. It'll come to me. I'll scream it out in a non sequitur later.
I saw them both talking about it.
Yeah, but I completely show how that is not happening. The fact that you can see the sun near the horizon, you can see clouds from your perspective that are well above the sun, and the bottoms of those clouds are dark. If the sun lit up the bottoms of clouds, like they say, the bottoms of those clouds would be lit. They're not. Therefore, debunked 100%.
I say it most instantly. Yo, it looks like the sun is setting and the top of the clouds are illuminated. You see that face?
Yeah, I saw the pictures that he posted. Yeah. But quick question for you, Dave. We were speaking earlier about tests that could be done that would prove things either way, like the final experiment. Can you think of something other than going to Antarctica that you think would be?
Yes, I have a couple
one way
things.
or the other. Okay. Sweet.
But real quick, the final experiment, this is just Globers obfuscating the fact that the Earth is curved, and they don't want to look at the Earth. They want to look at the optics of the sky. Now, what's going to happen? Is Will Duffy that stupid? Does he actually think that there's a sun that circles around in view the whole time? I don't think he's that stupid. I think he's up to some no good.
What do you mean by stupid? Like,
well,
that is
I mean,
the globe. That is the globe belief, and I think he's
I apologize. It's 2024, and there's people that still believe we live on a spinning ball. Okay, so I guess I shouldn't call them stupid because I used to be one of them. But there's no chance that the sun will circle around. Now, do they have the ability to trick somebody? Yes. I have a couple ideas on how they can do it. I don't know if they're going to. I don't know if they're going to be able to. If we're down there with infrared cameras and all sorts of stuff, and they're allowed to film, and all this. I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off. But I do think that they might try. But staying away from the final experiment because I just don't want to put my energy there. I think it's the name of the experiment is just stupid.
They should have never been dishonest to start it off.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, no one's addressing the fact that Will Duffy was sued for financial fraud multiple times and had settlements. No one's looking at his past. No one's, he became a pastor out of nowhere. All of a sudden he has the final experiment. His good buddy is McToon. Now he's distancing himself from McToon for optics, right? I mean, the guys said, the people that he's putting his trust in and his, it's like the guy has zero discernment. I mean, even a Glober would admit putting your trust in this McToon, whatever. That's a whole other thing. I don't want to get into that. A simple experiment, which would be, why don't they just, he's spending $100,000. Why don't they just pay someone that's down there now to film the sun for the next week?
Well, would you?
Oh, not now. In December. I'm sorry. It was just.
Yeah, but would you accept a video just from some random person saying I'm in Antarctica?
Probably not. You're right.
Why can't they live stream it? They can't live stream. There's no. They can't hop on TikTok.
Well, if you look at all of the webcams down there during the winter, during their summer, there's an 8-hour gap in all of the live streams where the shadows jump 8 hours when the sun should be up, right? And they claim it's because of bandwidth.
Well, I think that
they got government cameras that live stream in the South, and they have the opportunity to show the 24-hour sun. Yet they cut out 8 hours of it and then say we don't have enough bandwidth to show 24 hours of this live.
But there aren't other times of the year during their summer that during their winter. I'm dyslexic. Where they do show the 24 hours. How about that? Isn't that crazy?
No iPhone story.
Oh, relative bandwidth. Got it. Go ahead, Face, and then we'll slide over to Kumar and Kate.
Well, I guess.
What do you about that, Face?
Wait. He wanted to hear my other experiment. A simple one that could be done, and this is the one that I said I would go to Antarctica for. People are giving me a lot of crap, like, why did you turn down a free trip? This isn't just a free trip, and two, I can't leave. I can barely sleep for 6 hours without having shit that I got to take care of, let alone go to Antarctica for 2 weeks to waste a ton of time. But an experiment would be you get teams of people, and I say Neil deGrasse Tyson. You get both sides. You get scientists. You get all sorts of big names, and we get 2 airplanes. We go to Antarctica. We confirm our location. The 2 airplanes take off, and they fly low and follow the coast. One going to the left, one going to the right. And we look out the window the whole time. We follow the coast the whole time, right? And then 12 hours later, those 2 planes should meet on the other side of Antarctica over near Australia. But we know that's not going to happen.
Well,
and that's it. It's done in one day.
To be fair, that would be much more expensive. And also, you wouldn't go on that trip either because it would be going to Antarctica again. So.
No, I would. I would go on that. I would go on that trip, but you'd have to have, a lot of big names on it because honestly, this deception isn't just a little willy-nilly thing. You know what? This deception's gone. We'll go with some other lies. We'll go with some other fake shootings, whatever. This is the one that gives them all of their power, right? The stakes here are so big. There is zero chance they are going to let Jaron and Austin film the sun setting. There is 0% chance.
I think if Austin decides to go, I think that it absolutely will happen. And you said you wouldn't trust a video from a random, and I understand that completely. But would you trust Austin going and saying, "I saw this with my eyes"? Oh, okay,
absolutely.
That is awesome.
Yeah. So that flight would be one, and then another one which is much simpler is, and I think I explained it here before, my vertical gyro.
Do you want me to explain it again?
That would be new to me. I don't know if it's new to everyone else here. I don't.
Okay, so a gyro holds rigidity in space. You can spin a gyro up vertically. So you're on a runway. The plane east-west runway. The plane is facing east or west, facing east, let's say, or facing west.
Okay.
And you spin the gyro up. So I call it a vertical compass gyro. And so it is oriented east and west. The plane takes off and follows that west heading, 270. Oh, not 270 degrees.
Who is going to fund these things, man? This is not even realistic.
This is way cheaper than the final experiment. This is, you just need one airplane.
But who will be conducting it?
What's that?
Who is going to conduct it? Who is going to conduct these experiments?
Who's going to fund it?
Yeah, who's going to fund it and who's going to conduct it?
I'm going to fund it as soon as I can afford it. I'm going to fund it. This is just, we need one airplane.
This is just an idea, right?
No, this is an idea. It's way cheaper than the final experiment, and it could be done in one day without freezing your ass off. It could be done in one day.
Yeah, that final experiment don't sound too fun. They said like you gotta do all this weird because you can't really pollute the area, so it's not like it's a vacation.
Wait,
like, really,
the final experiment,
really
you gotta spend like 40 grand. You go to this friggin' ice field, right? There's no tropical beach or anything. There's no margaritas, right? You gotta shit in a can. You gotta pee in a bottle.
Who's gonna give you the permission, man, to go to Antarctica?
So hang on.
Or not?
Hang on. My gyro experiment can be done right here. We don't have to go to Antarctica, right? So the plane flies and then just doesn't use compass or GPS and follows the gyro, right? The gyro says you're heading west, and it maintains west. Now, north will peel off to the right when you're heading west will peel off to the right as you're heading west. But that doesn't prove the Earth is a globe because it's the same on a globe or a flat Earth. That'll just prove that the experiment works when we do it here in North America. Then we land, we orient the gyro to north-south, and we follow it, and that will not peel off because north and south are straight lines on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. We've just proved that the gyro does not drift, that it will show you the true direction that you're going. Then we fly down to South America, let's say Brazil, wherever, the farther south, the better, and we do the same thing again, orienting it west. And on a globe, the west should peel off to the left, but it won't. It'll peel off to the right, proving that the Earth is flat.
Oh, that's interesting.
And you
require three different destinations, but
well, it's not 3 different destinations. You literally take off, then you can reorient the gyro, north south while still in the air, and then you can fly down to South America. You might want to stop and get some fuel. I don't know if that's a thing. And then you reorient it. Literally, it could be done in one day. I mean, it's a long flight, but it'll be done in one day.
Yeah,
we can take off from Florida, go down to South America, fly. You're only flying for, let's say, not even an hour would do it, but an hour would be fine. And then you're done. It's done. You've documented it, and you've proven
Sacred, I'm losing my patience, man.
Yeah.
Well, so
right.
No, but seriously, in the southern hemisphere, it gets so far we would have to fuel up. I mean, right at the tip of Argentina.
Hold on, Derek. Hold on. Before I go crazy. Go ahead, Kumar, and then Cage, and I'll let you jump in there, Derek.
All right, I'll be quiet for a while. Thanks.
That's exciting, actually. Whatever he's saying makes sense. But once the experiment is done, maybe we can talk about it after that. But I am here to talk to Sacred again. I join his spaces, this Friday thing that he does once in a while, so that I can get updates on what.
Welcome to season 2, Kumar.
Is it a season 2? Maybe it is. I don't know, man. I occasionally find your spaces. Somebody sends me a link or something like that. That is when So I was needing a space earlier and I posted any spaces. Somebody posted a link and I'm here. So I'm here to know something that has been accomplished, as in like something that is. I'm hearing a lot about the solar thing and or the sun and all these. Do you think that sometimes the flat earthers take things too far, and that makes it look like a bad joke because of these things that they start talking about sun and stuff like that? Some people are talking about sun being a fucking flickering light and things like that, and the sun is all artificial. And what do you think? How much do you agree with that?
That is so funny. So, I mean, we on Twitter, right? Like, people going to troll, people going to do memes and stuff like that. But you got to know, what is the what's the purpose of what you're looking at? Like, if someone's joking and someone's joking, You do got to be careful of shills, though. Like, I feel like there's shills in all communities, so want to weed out the rats. But I mean, people
Bro,
know
do you
what you're
think
gonna
people
get when
have
you
made
come
it
up
their
with Flat Earth
religion?
Fridays.
Flat Earth is a religion all of a sudden.
What? Yo, that's the only thing that's demonstrable.
It's like a religion. Like people just get too obsessed with this stuff, and then they're just believing anything that people are talking about, and it all makes sense somehow.
No, I think people are keeping an open mind, right? Because in order for it to be a religion, you have to believe. But this is stuff that the only things we claim are things that we could test. That's it. We
You
can
know what? I think he's
Any
talking
new
about
discovery
people.
that has happened over the last 3 or 4 months that can actually validate the flat Earth claims and shit like that?
Any
I
new
think he's talking
discovery?
about people outside this community. Like Kumar, that's not how we rock over here.
I get it, man. I'm just wondering about a few things. Sacred knows how I roll. I'm not gonna stay here for like 5 hours. I just want to know, like, is there any new discovery that can assist us understand that flat Earth? Like, for example, the things that you were talking about the last time, the plane and the what do you call it, the fucking flight route and stuff like that. Is there any other, like, the flight route stuff is the only reason why I believed into the flat Earth concept? Is there anything other than that that can actually make me feel double assured?
No, there hasn't been anything else. We're still not allowed to even. All we can do is dream what's past the little boundaries that we're allowed to go. I mean,
Unless you
there's
want to talk about
nothing else.
separate data, Kumar.
Sorry, what?
Type of data, bro?
If you want to learn some interferometry, we could put Kumar on a new debunk. I feel like Kumar looking for a new debunk. That's all.
So
Debunk of
Kumar,
what?
are you familiar with all the debunks, or are you only familiar with that one debunk?
Which debunk are you talking about?
I'm asking you. You gave us a debunk. You said the one about the planes, right? The flights. Okay,
Oh, yeah, yeah. Has
that's
it been
one
debunked
debunk.
already or what?
Right. Do you know about others, or are you
There
asking
is
for us
no
to
way
give
you
you?
can debunk the flight stuff. How can you debunk that?
No. I'm saying that's a flat Earth. That's one debunk that we use, right? So, are you asking for an
Yeah, I'm
additional?
asking for more of something like that that can actually
Oh,
make sense,
cool,
because that makes the best sense, the flight
cool,
route.
awesome. Have you ever watched Witsit's videos? He's got a lot of them.
Like, what is it like other than flight route? If you can just assist me with that.
Okay, guys, help out. We got lasers over long distance. We've got observations over long distance. We've got planar surveys. We've got old new scientific experiments in the community using interferometry that doesn't show motion or show motion that is not what the prediction is supposed to be. A couple of things. Guys, want to help? Okay, I guess not, but that's about 4 or 5 right there.
Are you in the Matrix, or is it just me?
Man, it sounds like he's kind of roboting a little bit.
Hey.
Oh, I'm roboting.
Yeah.
Relax.
Can you hear Proud? D3?
Yeah, she's in and out, but I can hear her though.
Yeah.
I'll drop down.
It was not anything that could have helped me anyways. So it is what it is, man. I think it has become some kind of a religion that people just want to believe in. It's like, and we're not, like, I don't know, man. I think you're doing a great job in assisting people realize that the earth is flat, man. Earth is flat. Earth is at least not a globe. That's what I can say. And that actually helps us understand that this world is fucked up. The reality is messed up. And we are living in some kind of a fucking inverted reality cartoon or something like that. So from that perspective, it does help. But other than that, people are going to be people, man.
Now, I can't take it from you that this isn't turning into a religion because people want, right? The truth is going to be the new the religion. What there's a saying, oh, out with the old, in with the truth. So, I mean, and you have to look at religions now. They keep talking about Islam isn't the greatest. We know Catholic is the worst.
No, I was not talking literally religion. I
Oh,
was
okay.
just
Well, I just
saying that,
mean, because
it's like
everybody
a
wants
belief
to,
that is a lot of people believe in, like a, yeah.
like, I mean, everybody. So
Look, y'all, look. Let's make it simple. Kumar's looking for progress. He's asking, since the
Exactly.
last time I've been here, what has progress, because I don't come around so often. So he's looking for updates. So that's why they were kind of asking, hey, do you know some of the other things we be talking about? But
See, Sacred understands me.
I didn't want to interrupt everybody, but everybody wants to talk to Kumar, so I just let everybody talk to you.
I don't know why that happens every time I go to a space. That is why, like, I get kicked out from a lot of spaces and I stopped going to other spaces. I only host my own because of that. People just fucking start fucking gangbanging me. Anyways, not me, but something like that. Damn, this is a recorded space. Fuck. I didn't mean gang banging. I meant something else.
Ganging up. Ganging up.
Yeah, ganging up.
Ganging up, yeah.
This ain't your native slang.
I've already
Yeah.
clipped that and tweeted it. Thank you. Is the fact that there's no more that no one has found any curvature or axial rotation progress?
So you have to define progress, right? Like, I don't know if there's been any like new cutting edge discoveries, but
New
I've learned
revelations. There is
things.
no revelations.
Well, yeah, well, I've learned things that I just didn't know about. So as I've been engaged with different people in the space, new people have brought new information that I didn't consider. That's what they were bringing up, like interferometry. We learned about how the electric field pretty much has a linear, vertical electric potential gradient, and how can it be like linear if it's around a curve? How can you have a equipotential differentiation without having a confined space? So there's certain concepts that I haven't really considered before until engaging in the conversation over the last couple months. So to answer your question, I don't know about anything brand new,
Yeah,
but I know
I
I've
can
learned stuff.
just talk about what I feel I found new, which was like seeing these flat Earth models in like ancient, like Mesopotamian or something like civilizations, their scriptures and stuff like that. They have a diagram of Earth which looks flat, which is not like a globe. It actually shows that the Earth. They knew back in the days that the Earth was somehow a flat model, something like that. I don't know what happened later on. It actually got messed up. I think these scriptures back in the days, Mesopotamian civilization, another civilization which does not exist anymore, they had it all figured out. I don't know what happened to that civilization.
Around the
Hey,
1200s, 1300s, they started the matrix. They started to change the maps and they started to make us go into cities.
They have intentionally done this to confuse us. They don't want us to know anything. Right is left, left is right. Good is evil, evil is good. Like, light is dark, dark is light. Something like that. They have confused us intentionally so that we become totally isolated. If there is like no electricity or something like that, what are people going to do? They don't even know how to fucking get out of a traffic jam if they're stuck in a traffic jam and they act like they're gonna fucking reach Mars. I don't know, man. People are just losing it. I'm losing along with them. I'm losing it too.
Well, see, that's the thing, Kumar. You be talking about this in the spaces, right? I remember hearing you talk about this like probably like last summer or maybe like 2 summers ago. You said, hey, things are gonna start revving up in these spaces. Don't get caught up in, the matrix, detach, and some of this other stuff. It's hard to do that because this is our technology. But we still can use it as a tool. Well, I saw you about to say something?
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, can all this
How do you interrupt the host, man, when the host is talking? Like, how do people interrupt the host? I don't get it.
Oh my god, what is that? No.
People coming off mic. I think, yeah, it might be a little bit of feedback. Damn,
Yikes.
I forgot what I was about to say too.
Disrupting my hard drive, please. Oh, my advice to Kumar would be he should discover what he wants to discover next. Like, what conversation do you actually care about? Do you care about the fact that you don't feel emotion? Do you care about the fact that, like, your internet comes from underground cables? Like, what do you actually care about in regards to what could be part of the deception or the
Oh yeah, that's what I was.
ideology?
That's
The
what I was
flat Earth
gonna say.
ideology.
They're keeping us in a state of chaos. That's what I was gonna say. But yeah, go ahead.
I think that might be Behold, but I don't know if it's his feedback or when somebody else's mic is open. But y'all try again. Oh, is that B?
That B? That might be B.
B,
No,
are you
B.
on a calculator right now communicating with us?
You said D or somebody or
It's
B?
B, man. He's got
Mm.
back.
Yeah, can I talk?
Yeah,
Can I
your
ask
mic,
Dave something?
fix your mic, bro. It's all got some crazy buzz on it. Hey, B, your mic's all jacked up.
It's a little staticky. If you could like readjust that a little bit.
Some kind of MK Ultra mind control stuff.
I'm saying.
You're freaking me out, bro. 5G frequencies to my circuitry, bro. Chill out. Hold up. While you fix your mic, B, go ahead, Cage, and then we'll slide over to B. You can ask her something.
All right, man. So I got two things here. The second one's going to be the ultimate globe proof for these globies. That's going to make us all pack it up.
What's the first one?
Hold on a minute. Man. I got like 5 words out, bro. Hold on a second. So we got the ultimate globe proof that's going to make us all pack it up. Dave's going to have to get rid of his grifter app, and we're going to have to all go home. But before we get to this, where we're all going to have to pack up our bags and say we live on spinning space balls and stuff. I got something I got to go over with Sacred and Proud here, man. I'm going to go over a situation. I'm going to read off the comments here, and then I want to hear you guys' reaction. But apparently, you guys are afraid of my boy Zidney, dinosaur guy here. This is what he says, man. It says, it takes a special kind of stupid to get with a mic multiple times on Flat Earth Fridays. We're going to fuck you up, Zidney. I still have death threats recorded. I said, why are you always lying? He said, you weren't there when Sacred and Proud threatened me and tried to shut me up. Why are you picking on my boy?
Uh-oh.
What kind of a drama is this, man?
Why are you afraid of Sydney, man? You afraid of
dinosaurs? Don't expose me. Don't expose me.
Are you afraid of T-Rex, man?
He's got big teeth.
So anyway, so that happened.
You got that bandana?
Sacred, bro. What kind of a dog and pony show you're running, man?
I'm telling you, man.
We're a little delirious. We've been up for like, I don't know, like we've been going since, 12 hours almost now? Give us a break, Kuma.
Dude, man, dinosaurs are totally real. Dinosaurs is dino juice, man. Sydney said, why you threatening my boy, man? Man, death threats, bro. But all I got to do is, post up any of those multiple north to south circumnavigations of the Earth, and we got to pack it up and go home, boys. Where those
this
at?
B account is doing some mind control shit, man.
All I got to do is post.
Mark freaking me out because he may be right. B, let me scan your profile real quick. What is you got going on?
Yeah, he's got some buzz going on, man.
Yeah, B, your
It's
mic's
full
not
moon as well. Be
functioning
careful. These
properly.
people have some fucking special rituals they do on full moon to possess people.
You can't possess me, man. I'm the master of my own body.
Yeah, everybody said the same before getting possessed.
Yeah, they didn't know though. I know.
B, have you fixed your mic yet, bro? Or are you really trying to like put us under some type of
spell?
Zombie spell.
I put a spell on you.
Can you hear me?
Hear you buzzing.
Yes.
They're gonna call us paranoid flat earthers, y'all.
Go ahead, ask your question. You got a question. What's up?
Yeah, so Dave said if Jeranism goes, it will be fine by him with the results of the experiment, right?
I don't think he's
Dave, are you there,
listening
Dave?
right now.
Oh wait, hold on real quick. Because I'm scanning and I see B toxic. Oh, he's toxic. Okay, B. Coming in here, zapping our brains. What'd you say, Pra?
Why is it that English is never the first language?
I was about to say, learn English, come back, bro. This is English Spaces.
I'm just specifically talking about.
Listen, dude, can you answer the question
Answer, not answer.
and not to add home right away?
Yo, you on the timeline calling people morons, but okay. I don't think Dave is here if you want to talk to. You was trying to ask Dave.
I'm here.
Dave is a coward.
Oh, okay.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, B.
Okay, go ahead, B.
Hold the MK Ultra. Go.
Dave, again, you said if Jeranism goes, the results are fine by you, right?
If
This guy
Jeranism
is
goes and says
demonically possessed, man. He's just trying to deflect us.
who's trying to deflect us?
This not free or B account.
Can you shut the fuck up and give Dave a time to answer?
Bro, he already said that it was not possible.
Thank you.
Experiments that he said.
Listen, we all know that there's not a
So you're talking
circling
about two
sun
airplanes
as
flying across Australia and America and all that stuff.
Hold on, come on. Let's get through this so we can get B up
Kumar,
out of
can
here.
you hear Dave?
the answer is if he says he saw a sun circle around, I will accept his answer. That does not mean the Earth is flat. It means there's something wrong with our model. There's something we don't understand because all.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, but my question is, will you accept only if Jeranism says so, or someone else as well?
It has to be somebody I trust. I trust Jaron and Austin.
Why do you trust only Jeranism?
He's a friend of mine. I have the ability to discern.
Why would you not take your ass and go there yourself if you really want to prove flat Earth?
Because I don't believe this experiment will prove it. I think it's a waste of time, and I hate the cold.
Okay, do you understand, even in your app, okay, the sun, if it goes away, it breaks your model? How?
What do you mean if the sun goes away?
This guy's so confident, man. I love it.
As simple as that. Okay?
What do you mean if
you
the
have
sun
a shitty
goes
model.
away? What?
You have a shitty model
So if you
that can't explain.
if you look at my model.
Shut up for a second. Listen, okay?
So
when you
upset, bro.
use a model which has no explanations, then you say, if Jeranism will tell me I am wrong, what will you do? Will you close the app? How will you take responsibility?
One, that's not going to happen. Two, you say my model.
Why? Because you need to grift?
No, don't interrupt now.
Shut up.
You interrupt now.
Yeah,
Tell him, Dave. Tell him, Dave.
Yeah. Why don't you shut up? You can go on my app any time of day. You can look at where the sun is and call somebody that's underneath the sun and ask them where the sun is and what time it is, and they'll say it's around noon and the sun is right where it shows on the app. According from them, we're at a top-down view. So there is something right about this. I can look at my app right now and I can say, I can call somebody in South Africa and ask them where the sun is, and it'll be close to the middle of the day in South Africa. And then in a couple hours in South America.
You know it doesn't work.
No, it does work. It actually.
You know it doesn't
actually,
work.
Look at the.
It doesn't
look
work.
at the app right now. Wherever the sun is, it's actually noon at that place.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
It's not noon in Middle Africa right now. In the middle of Africa, it's noon right now.
Dave, we know your app. I don't need you to say
so
it
what
works,
time is it?
It's
what
not.
time is it in the middle of Africa
right now? You
right
it like 500 times.
What time is it in the middle of Africa right now?
Relax.
What time is it in
what I'm saying is, where is the sun, okay, in Antarctica, on your app?
It's far away. It's down low
December.
on the horizon right now.
500 times.
Yeah? So can you see the sun or cannot you see the sun?
Well, it depends on where you are in Antarctica. If you're off of the tip of Africa, yes, you can see the sun. It's low on the horizon. Maybe. It might be actually, it might be too far away. It might be night there. I don't know.
Antarctica is the local wall on your model?
No, Antarctica is the shoreline of our world pond. It's the edge of our oceans. It's not the edge of it's not a wall in space. That's stupid.
It's an edge?
It's the edge of a pond. It's the containment of our oceans.
You don't even know our ideology?
Man, you know.
Wait.
No, don't tell me to shut up in my space. Calm your fuck ass down. You telling this man to delete his app based on information that somebody might bring to him on an alleged observation, because it's really not a fucking experiment, that could get them killed, and you telling him to delete the app and you don't even understand how we have our model structured, you gonna piss me off, not free. So you need to calm the fuck down, turn it down a notch, because we've been up all night and I'll turn up on you in a heartbeat. calm down, bro. Ask him with some civility. Calm down and talk to him like you really want some answers, because you seem to be confused for a second.
He cannot provide answers because he needs to protect his grift. Okay?
What are you talking about, man?
All I'm
I just
asking
provided
is,
you the answers, and you don't want to accept them. What time is it in Africa right now?
do you really want me to check? It doesn't fit your model.
It does fit my model. It actually fits perfectly.
Since you don't have any model, so what do you want me to check? Do you want to claim any model?
The guy is
Do
promoting
you
his
want to
app
claim
for
any
free. Free
measurements?
publicity of this app. Nobody knew about this app. I came to know now. I'm wondering which app is he talking about. So free publicity.
FlatEarthDave.com. Go there. And by the way, there's going to be an open source version out very, very soon for those of you that don't have an app store.
You see what happens when you try to slander.
I don't think
Send me your money.
work
Send me your money.
in their
Send me your
favor.
money. I'm grifting.
I just think you wanted to pick a fight with Dave, honestly.
It's
Dave, why do you need to go to crypto?
B, let me ask you this. Why does this
a new scam after the flat earth will die?
B, why are you so triggered? Like, what is up?
Antarctica, why didn't you get up and go do the dishes? Calm down,
Like,
bro.
what happened? Hold on.
Dave.
Hold on, B. Let me ask you. Like, what?
You should call Flat Dave crypto scammer now.
B.
Wait, hold on there. Can I address that? I want to address that. How am I a crypto scammer when I'm offering people free coins and I'm not claiming they have any value at all?
You're offloading shit coins on your followers. Yes,
I'm
I agree.
offering free coins at no
What a nice
cost.
promotion.
So you can pump and dump later.
So I can what?
Like any influencer. So you can pump and dump later.
That's what I'm
like
gonna
any
do. Oh, thank you.
influencer.
You're a mind reader. Very good.
Your name not free.
Do you think your followers are that stupid? Dave?
You're triggered. Like, wow.
Man. Where did the flat earth hurt you, B?
Yeah. Where did the flat earth hurt you? Point to the part on your body. Is this the guy that said he got gangbanged, or is that somebody before him?
That was Kumar.
That was somebody else.
All right, maybe he got
why don't we ask him questions, since he came in here with all the questions? Why don't we ask him questions about his model and see how smart he is?
Let's turn up.
Where's your curvature?
What's the circumference of the Earth?
No, wait.
Again, Dave.
B, no, wait. B, wait. B, give us your best globe evidence.
What happens in any debate with you morons is that you cannot provide any evidence for your fucking claims for your silly model. I'm not here to debate you right now.
Is that your best proof? Is that the best one you have?
What I am is to collect Flat Dave's crying online that he will not go to Antarctica for free.
Dave, you got a crush. You got a crush on you, Dave.
Is that your best globe proof?
Mind you, you came in here to cry.
Again, I don't see the point of repeating something that was presented to you over years and years.
So all we want is just one globe
you
proof.
even get free money. You get free money to go, and you wouldn't go.
What's your best globe proof?
How shit of a person are you?
What's your best globe proof? Just
one. That would take free money.
The host of this space asked you one simple question. We have never met you, bro.
How many ears and ears?
I don't care.
What's your best?
I don't care.
Proof?
We don't care.
Can you give me one?
We don't care.
Can you give
seems
me
like
one?
you care. It seems like you care.
The point is, if I
you don't
give
have
you
no
a point,
tweets.
you will stick
You don't have
to
no
that
tweets
point.
on your page. All you have is replies. What did you reply to me? What did you reply? What is this? Every time there is a flat earth, are you just spamming this on every page? Bro, you say you don't care and you are literally speaking out everybody.
Bro, when you start to research, okay, people instead of the actual reality, which you clearly don't understand, and you waste hours and hours crying about it.
Make us understand.
It is said.
He's not worth it. He's got
You
two
cannot
fathers. He's a body
understand.
count.
Try me.
Half an hour ago, Kumar explained to you that you act as a religion. And you do act as a religion. If you haven't noticed, you are a full-on jealous religious type that wouldn't
Jealous?
let
himself now.
anything.
Wow.
Tell us what we're jealous of, man.
You a Kumarian? Kumar, you bringing the Kumarians over here, bro? Kumar. Kumar is supposed to be
This guy got a
sliding with the
demon of
level
envy,
head.
man. He's envying this guy for no fucking reason.
Again, Kumar explained why you count as a religion, and I agree with him.
Kumar, tell him to stand down, Kumar. Tell him to stand down.
Tell us one thing about your globe model, man. Anything. One thing.
The stars move.
Simple. If you see a 24-hour sun, it means it fits the model.
Where do you
so
see
it's
it?
never been seen. It's never been seen.
Okay, Dave, I know you lie for a living, okay, but try not to lie straight away.
Shut us up.
Like,
Post it.
not any...
Go find it.
Okay, have you seen the 24-hour sun, the fake videos? Have you seen those, B?
I seen them. Okay.
Okay, so cool. Yo, I appreciate that. You said you have.
Relax.
Relax.
The first thing, when you say you see the videos, don't add fake because of your unexperienced analysis decided it was fake. You can say, did you saw the 24-hour video sun? Which I did.
No,
what I'm and there's
you,
many.
That's not what I'm asking you, though.
And there's... Ask?
Well, what I'm asking you, have you seen the provably demonstrable faked 24-hour sun videos? Have you seen those?
I have seen a lot of videos of people going to vacation and seeing a 50-hour sun, not 24-hour sun.
We got a 50-hour sun.
So you say Flat Earth Day live for a living. I'm asking you a direct question, and you're obfuscating purposely. So you're literally acting in a dishonest manner. You're not acting in good faith. I asked you a specific question. You could just say, no, Sacred, I don't know what you're talking about. But you're deliberately avoiding answering the question while calling somebody else out for being dishonest. Why are you projecting?
Why?
I don't know why you're dishonest.
Why you lie? Why you lie? Why you need to lie in the middle of the sentence?
Why would they lie?
To prove anything?
What did I lie about? Specifically.
It's not what I said. I said I saw the videos. I have no reason to believe otherwise. There was no special fake. And you know, there was longer videos of people that was there. And we saw the sun. I saw movies about journeys to Antarctica and certain places through Antarctica. And all the movie, they had the sun on. And when someone needed to go to sleep, he actually still saw the sun outside in 4 a.m. So...
B, did you see the videos where they did a 360-degree rotation? They had certain sun and cloud cover at the beginning of the video. And at the end of the video, when it was supposed to be 24 hours, it had the same exact sun and cloud coverage as the first hour. Have you seen that? Yes or no?
Yes, you can add a few seconds to loop a video. There's nothing wrong about that.
It wasn't looped. It was within the 24-hour cycle.
This guy just said it's okay to fake it.
This is what I'm saying. You are calling other people out for dishonesty. I'm literally asking you, have you seen the same video that y'all always share from y'all side and that has been faked? You can't even answer that honestly, because then you'll have to acknowledge why we don't trust a lot of the things that we see from the South. Because they have demonstrably and provably falsified video footage. Faked, manipulated. And you can't even acknowledge that. Why?
Again, I don't see your point.
Quiet.
Okay? If Dave had balls, he could go and see the 24 hours for himself. It's not complicated.
Do to you, man?
If a,
Why
per-
you fall off the
Non
sky?
sequitur.
if a person refuses to go for free,
I don't see your point. That
then you need to
contradicts it
check
hard,
Dave.
huh?
You don't like that? You don't like the truth, B?
Dave, what did you do?
The truth is that Flat
That you
Earth
can
Day
answer direct
did
questions.
shit ton of
That
money
you have a
from lying
religion.
to you.
That you have a religion, and that if we falsify your religion, then you don't even have a personality. You don't even have a personality believing in the globe. That you don't even have a profile that has anything else to do other than
In order to be able,
and you don't even understand your own model. You don't. And you're not honest about it at all. You come over here mad as hell at every single body. For what though? What do anybody else do to you?
in order to be able to falsify anything, you need to have a brain, and you don't. Dave has a brain, so he knows how to lie.
Obfuscation. How you just are like a fallacy machine, huh?
Again, we are not debating.
Clearly, you haven't presented a logical. You haven't presented a logical argument. Hey, you're right. You haven't presented a logical argument. We are not debating. You're getting cooked.
Right. I didn't do intro. I didn't did any structure. I'm just here to say you are not even. I don't consider you to be a human being.
I'm a
to
cyborg.
be able
That's
to
the first
debate.
accurate thing that you said thus far.
I'm not trying to debate a wall that needs circle jerk every 5 minutes.
He's projecting everything that
claim...
he is on others, man. Now he's called himself a demon too. That I fucking declared in the very beginning. Stupid fuck.
Also, this paranoid guy thinks I'm a demon, which is hilarious. Thank
You're
you.
a human being.
What?
Yeah.
But again, why cannot Dave say anything? Why
Yo, he's been engaging with you the entire time.
No, you've been engaging.
No, I've been
Try to
you.
shut up for a second and give Dave the real opportunity.
You don't like,
and don't
you
tell
don't like
me
my questions?
Duffy is the best or.
How did Dave hurt?
No, we want the grifter
How did Dave hurt?
to tell the truth.
You can't even tell the truth. You should have them same standards, my guy.
Why? No.
You glitching right now because you can't tell the truth.
I don't ask people for money for me to provide them lies on an app or
he provide them for free.
Watch my streams. He doesn't.
Provides lies for free.
He makes shit lot of money of you morons, and you keep on protecting.
How do you say it again? More what?
So
more
funny.
ones? How you say that?
80 cents a month, bro. 80 cents a month.
Yo, imagine what NASA's doing.
80 cents a month, bro. That's what Dave charges. 11 a year.
Have y'all noticed this guy's accent kind of like goes in and out, like his accent kind of goes away like through certain words and for like a few seconds. This guy's obviously someone who had another account who comes in here a lot. I kind of recognize the way they talk. I can't place it exactly. This is obviously just someone we know who comes in here and does this stuff, who made him like a fresh little account and is coming in here and doing a voice, trying to be an actor. And it's just pathetic. I'm sorry.
He's in love with Dave.
80 cents a year.
Autograph.
Or 80 cents a month.
Look, bro, all I'm saying, B, even if you don't agree with whatever we got going on or our perspective, or if you have certain challenges, I think you could say it in a more digestible way so that you can accomplish whatever goal you're trying to do. Like you coming in here being dishonest, trying to turn up.
I don't have a goal.
Like
I don't have a goal besides.
You clearly do, bro. Like you came in here, you requested a mic. You would not request
listen.
if you didn't have a goal.
One last question, okay? MC Toon said he will close his channel if he is proven wrong.
Yes.
Why can't Flat Dave do the same video and protect his beliefs, his main beliefs, flat Earth? And I'm
Hey,
not
dude.
going to explain why seeing 24-hour sun breaks his model. But let's say for a minute, Dave, for a minute, if something, anything, it doesn't matter now, we will define it later. But can you say, and be honest, if something breaks your model, will you admit, defeat,
Yes.
and close your
Dude,
channel?
yes. You think flat Earth is about having a perfect working model?
Wait,
No,
wait,
no, no,
wait,
no,
wait.
Shut up.
I
Shut up.
don't,
Shut up. It's not
I
about
don't
having
hear
a
it
perfect
from
working
Dave.
model. It's
I
about
need to
knowing
hear
their
it from
line.
Dave. I don't care about you.
So
I
if
don't
he
care
says
about
yes,
you.
if
I
he
need.
says
Oh,
yes,
he
we
cares
give up.
about Dave. Come on,
Dude.
guys. He's so in love. He cares.
Do you hold
Right,
it's not about having a
right. I
perfect
want to
working
see.
model.
I
It's
want
about the line.
Dave.
Standard.
I want Dave's opinion.
Do you hold
Can you
yourself to
please
that
He's
give me
given
a
it to you
second?
20 times. You
He
won't listen
didn't
to
say
it.
so.
He's
Do
given
you
it to you
hold
20
yourself to the
times.
same standard? Do you hold yourself to that same standard? That you'll give up?
If I had a channel like Dave's, okay, and I would have lied for
Do
years,
you hold yourself
and then I
to the
was
same standard?
proven wrong.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, I just told you.
All right. Then.
Yes, MC Toon will close his channel.
24-hour sun.
Can you be?
Curvature, man.
24-hour sun doesn't prove anything conclusively. If you want the real final experiment that would actually prove something, I just put it in the nest. Robot Polisher posted it. It would be where two sets of flat earthers, ones are in like Chile, one's in I guess Australia. I forget exactly how it's drawn up there. And then they fly and meet in the middle at the South Pole. That is the only real final experiment.
Okay.
A 24-hour sun just
Yes.
means like,
Okay.
oh, our model's
Okay.
slightly wrong.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. What?
I get your option for the final experiment.
That's the only
Okay.
final experiment.
But you need to understand the model to suggest such an experiment.
I don't care about
One
the model.
was given to you, one was given to Dave for free, and you saw that Dave isn't doing anything about it. He cannot even contradict the claim
Hey,
of the
why
final
don't you stop
experiment
talking for a
in
minute
any
and
way.
allow me to talk? If you'll shut up, I'll respond. The experiment of flying from Australia to Santiago to the South Pole, that's a real experiment. That's a physical experiment. We're not looking.
Dave,
Why don't you shut up?
No, not B, not B.
Shut up.
B,
Shut up.
quiet,
Listen,
quiet, bro. Quiet,
go
quiet.
screw yourself. I'm finished with you.
No.
Bro, you can't ask for an answer, and then when he gets to talking, you interrupt. Nah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
But this is not my question.
Let him reply. Let him reply, and if you didn't get what you want, you can ask again. That's how that's going to work over here. You don't like it, you can leave. I'll give you 5 seconds to make a choice. Do you want to abide by the rules of Level Heads Flat Earth Fridays, or do you want to do your own thing in my comment section? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Seeing that you're still here, looks like you want to abide by the rules. Let Dave finish. He gonna pass you the mic back. That's it. Go ahead, Dave.
So the Globers just love looking up at the lights in the sky and making all sorts of claims. He's just like NASA. What are you going to do when people land on Mars? It's coming in 2026. 2027. 2029. 2035. You're waiting for this final experiment to prove your model when you have absolutely nothing else, and it's been disproven. A physical, moving a body from Santiago and Australia at the same time to the South Pole, that is a truer final experiment, as long as you can verify the speed of the plane and the direction, which you probably can. But looking up at the lights in the sky and possibly being tricked, I don't even know if they're going to be able to do it, is not any type of experiment. I'm not wasting my time and freezing my ass off for something that I know isn't going to prove anything. It's going to be, at best, a big waste of time. There are other physical experiments, but I know you won't answer, but I'm going to ask again. Besides the hope that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and I'm going to answer your question also, and then I'll throw it back to you. Do you have a globe proof? Just one good globe proof, not something that's going to happen in the future, not something that you believe is going to happen, not something that you were told happens. Do you have a globe proof? If the circling sun is disproven, yes, I will delete everything.
Again,
Right?
I have my globe proofs.
Where is it?
If he finished, right? You finished?
He said he
Yeah,
deleted.
where? I just want to know where your globe proof is.
Okay, so leave me and my glove proof aside. Okay?
No,
You
not
said
okay.
you will
Not
delete.
okay. I want your globe proof.
Why aren't you doing an official video response, okay, to the whole experiment with your math or proofs behind what you claim is that a 24-hour sun doesn't prove anything, and then you go and say, if it happens, I will delete my channel.
Because
why wouldn't you do that?
Because those guys are grifters. Those guys are deceivers, and I don't want to give. I'm giving already too much energy to this. I want to completely ignore it because it's nonsense. It's ridiculous, and it's not a real experiment. It's an observation.
So what you're saying is, okay, you've been given a shot.
No, you've been given a shot. Where's your globe proof? Just one. Give us a globe proof. Go ahead. Give it to us.
Duffy doesn't give me money.
Give us a globe proof.
You're on the grill here.
Yes,
okay?
I'm a grifter. Yes.
I will not let you.
Do you have,
like
by the way,
you try in any debate.
Do you have my app?
You exposed him. He's a grifter. Now give us some.
I have your shit app.
You did.
Yes.
Are you a
yes.
subscriber?
Your shit app.
Did you subscribe?
Your shit. I read.
I only
what I
talk to
first
people that
did?
subscribe. So unless you're a subscriber, I'm done talking to you. Send me your $11. Send it to me now.
He's a grifter, man. He admitted it.
Send me your $11.
Show.
Dave, are you an OnlyFans girl? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Send me your $11. I need it.
People
now.
need to subscribe. People need to subscribe for you to give an answer.
Absolutely.
Are you that horrible of a person and a sick fuck?
That's right.
He's totally that horrible.
I know you're a sick fuck.
Oh my god.
Thank you for admitting that.
Okay.
Make sure you clip that.
Thank you for admitting being a grifter and a piece of shit.
Do me a favor though, when you clip that,
thank you for admitting your model doesn't work and you cannot say shit about your model.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're right, man. Show us, man. Show us your best.
Where's your globe proof?
Now we got that out of the way. Show us your best globe proof.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Again.
I'm a grifter.
Dave was shown.
We got it. Dave's
endless times.
Listen, I just want your money. Just show me your globe
proof. When he sits like a little baby and goes, no, it's not true. Why would I provide anything? Why would any person provide this grifter piece of shit anything anymore? He was given examples and evidence.
I didn't want to cuss no more. I owe
like
y'all
a space
push-ups.
station. You're more like a PlayStation. That looked like PS1. How are we having this conversation? Come back to some globe proof. So the whole truth. We know what you're going to do. Go back to your globe, dude. I'm flat smacking them, straight packing them with facts. Got them clues and maps to cut through like an axe. Axe murderer, next NASA astronauts astronomically while simultaneously maintaining rhythm and harmony. The Illuminati is definitely onto me, but they can't do no harm to me. It's a bit like Animal Farm, see? All a false dichotomy while our secret society maintains privacy. So there's nothing for your eyes to see except for their complete lack of honesty. Honestly, I'm sick of this hierarchy. Your secrets ain't safe with me. Stop the malarkey before you get your car keyed. MIDIHC, Brooklyn.
Over the years, NASA has given us spectacular photos of our universe.
I woke up, got out of bed and brushed my teeth. I grabbed the phone and stuck to roam. I seen the black earth scratch my head. And what's this me? Clicked on it, to be honest, yeah, had to see CGI, the fish eye. I couldn't believe they used technology to deceive. So many bodies are closed-minded. The Simon is solely dying on photos.
Stationary Saturdays. What up, level heads? Good morning.
Some might be on the fence, they just can't handle it. Think of the innocence, you're explaining a little bit, you just can't lie to him. We will jump shit, let's go down, boom, boom, Nathan Oakley. Gravity has a new dance, the hokey pokey. Turns itself about, yeah, hokey dokey. So don't speak, always speak when you wanna tell your story. Gravity holds gases down, no container. You just don't understand the math is on the paper. Globe heads get mad, filled up with anger, and tell you you're just a science hater. Hypothesis starts out with something you observe. All I see is flat water. Where's the curve? He's introducing us to two of the artists behind some of the most iconic space art in the galaxy. Nathan Thompson with pamphlets and Bible scriptures. You can't just look past with the antics and dance it off like it ain't this different creation that is easily taken. They didn't know the whole earth, you're just easily mistaken. OVD, TV, and Eric Dubay, with which it gets it, let's talk physics and do it that way. Why would they lie? You can easily say, I say easily 4 times. Did you heard it okay? Cause you probably don't pay attention to what they say. And take it in and think again, you're being played. Yeah. Letter, hey, you know, why is it important? Because it is! Well,
Stationary Saturday, y'all. Good morning.
DatPiff.com, world premiere. Run fast lane with the top back. Speed no brakes with a gas at. Quicker than cop, push your cat back. So you already know where the strap at. You already know when you're in beast mode. Man, you already know a nigga past that. Everybody false flag. Man, you already know a nigga blessed. You already know. You already know. You already know. I can tell you cause you already know. You already know. You already know. I can tell you, but you already know. I'm running with my hands up. I'm just fucking all these bands up. Simple man, I don't demand much. I'm just trying to roll these grams up. What you wanted me to say to you? You still know waking you.
The truth unfolds. Ex-hosting the show, we're breaking the mold. Dive deep into truth that is down. Veils in the house. With facts so clear, he's on a
Please use this intermission to brush your teeth before you come back to the mic.
We stand tall, we're breaking barriers, we won't fall. Flat Earth Fridays all night we go. Into stationary Saturday. Don't you know Theo keeps proving. Won't you see the beauty of a world that's flat and free?
Holy. Holy.
Fridays all night we go into stationary Saturday. Don't you know Theo keeps proving, oh, won't you see the beauty of a world that's flat and free? The beauty of a world that's flat and free.
That song makes me feel like I'm still on vacation. Welcome. You are new here. This is Flat Earth Friday, Stationary Saturday. I'm your cruise director, and my lovely host, Sacred, is here. Flat Earth 101, episode 101. We back, baby.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Woosa. Woosa.
That had 80s sitcom feel to it, man. That was some good music, man. It took me back in time.
Agents, man. Thanks for being patient, Mac. What up?
No, yeah, nice to see you guys. I actually wanted to talk to Kumar while he's up there because he was looking for some new revelations or whatever. I'm glad B was speaking too because he brought up, the lying aspect, and it's kind of where I fell into this whole community because you can trace every lie back to the main one, which is gravity. And once you start looking into gravity, it's just like, wow, nobody actually knows what the fuck they're talking about. And then, the whole concept of, for anybody that knew it is new in here, I'm going to try to break it down. But the way a lot of us look at it is like a density. And I don't know, I was just like swimming the other day, dude. And I took a little puff of the Mary Jane. I'm like, wow, dude. Like, I'm literally floating on the top of the second density. Like, and it was just weird because that's how density works, I'm less dense than, you know, the surface of water, so I'm like floating and shit. And if you kind of break it down, there's like three aspects of density, right? There's like solid, liquid, and gas. Okay, so I can't phase through the earth, but I can float on water, and I can't fly. I can't float on the air. So like me as a human, I'm kind of like stuck in between these densities, and that's where like I live. But then I was like, oh shit, is the human body like all three densities mixed into one? Because I am a solid, right? Am I liquid? Do I have gases? Like it's just blowing my mind, and just the way you can think about densities like that and floating on the water will really open your eyes up because that's how they explain gravity, right? Oh, this thing is sinking inside this medium, so gravity. Well, no, it's just density and the medium the object is in, buoyancy factor, shit like that. And I just think it's really cool to think about, and I'm glad you guys opened my eyes to it.
Yo, Mag, next time you see the moon in like the daytime when the sky is blue, imagine the moon like a dense ball, like a ball that's not denser than the blue. It looks literally like the moon is floating in a liquid medium. You'll never see it the same again.
Yeah, I've also thought about that too because like even in the biblical text, it's like God separated the waters from the waters with the firmament. So I mean, like we have at least three densities here. What's who's to say that there's not some kind of density we don't understand out there? And my friends laugh at me. I brought this up one time, and I'm like, well, the ocean is water, and like the air is water, and we're like 90% water. So it's like we're actually like breathing in water right now. They just started cracking up. They make fun of me all the time for it.
I mean, you're not lying.
I tell people all the time, like, don't even start with me if you don't if you don't want to get into it, yo. Like, I be saving people for real. We got our resident Aussie on stage. Oh wait, I think Not Brian Speed had his hand up.
No, I'll be real quick. I just wanted to make an announcement. If you guys can keep me posted on this, we got this potato head over here going as not a spud. Said he needs to know how the star trails work. So I said, grab a mic, I'll tell you. And he finally, after saying no, he said, I might donate 5 minutes of my time. So he might be coming up here. I might have to explain star trails for him. I said, I doubt you will, but I won't need the 5 minutes. But just keep me informed if he gets a mic request. I'm just letting you know it might happen. I just if you might have to drop somebody down to bring them up, man. We only got 5 open spots right now, so we're kind of crowded up here, man. Come on up, Spuddy, and see what happens, man. I don't think you're gonna come up here, but we're waiting on it.
58, tell your squad is safe over here. 58, tell them, hey, it's all good. 58, let them know.
Link him the demonstration. That's on my page.
Oh, I would like to chime in too about B calling Dave a grifter. And it's kind of like a projection, isn't it? Because like NASA has been gatekeeping all this information from us, and literally all our tax dollars go to them. And it's like, it's hard to catch projection, but like once you know what it is, it's like easy to spot out. You're like, oh wow, like you're literally like you're doing the same thing you're claiming, someone else to do, but you're doing it way worse. Like we have all this evidence that debunks NASA, and NASA's still running. Like, and you want Flat Earth Dave to take his puny little app down because it's telling the truth, or like it's ignorant, honestly. And I think it was like Socrates or Aristophanes that was like the aspect of being intelligent is the ability to entertain two ideas at the same time. And like some people are just closed off to their own beliefs. So, I mean, I keep an open mind all the time. In fact, I'm always wrong. I don't even know if there's a time I was right, but yeah.
I don't believe for 1 second that McToon would delete his account if he don't get the results he want. Antarctica. I wholeheartedly think, if anything, it would take Neil deGrasse Tyson saying the Earth actually is flat, because he can't hide from that. And he would probably, even then, still only take off the flat Earth content on his page. He would still keep his page up. Like, I do not believe that they would literally go off grid unless they just physically couldn't take it no more and they had to breathe their last breath, so to speak.
I don't even think they'd come out and fully say it was flat. I think it would be something like, well, they were right. It was flat, but there's this dome on the bottom that's round, and gravity bends, our reality around the edges, so we really can't tell what's going on.
Do y'all think they're planning on faking it, like the 24-hour sun? Like, I think they know, like, what's up. Like, I really do. Like, the way they act, all those guys, like Will Duffy, McToon, FTFE, like, they really just act like they know they're pulling off, like, something shady, something, like, evil and dark. Just the way they've been talking about it and all those things. And I've also thought forever that, like, all those guys actually know the Earth is flat. And I don't think they're like actually here to just discredit it, because like the people who run the world, I don't think they would like put all their chips on the table with like, if they're afraid of flat Earth, with like a Craig, and be like, okay, Craig, you're our only hope to like go out there and shut down flat Earth. Like, I don't think they would do that. So I think they're here to be more of like a negativity thing, just suck like energy from us, and just to make it like I don't know, like, because like we're vibrating a lot higher than most of these people. And anyways, I could go on, but I think they're here to suck negative energy, and I think they know what's up, and I think they have some sort of plan to go down there and fake it. Or I don't know, maybe they'll just put like guns in people's mouths and be like, hey, we'll kill you and your entire family if you don't say you saw the 24-hour sun. Something like that. But regardless, it doesn't prove anything. It just proves like, oh, maybe the model is not perfect. But to me and most people, flat Earth is not about having a perfect model. It is about the lie. They're lying. It's very obvious. There's no curvature. We're not moving. And that's it. It's all about the lie. I mean, it's cool that everyone's trying to figure out what's going on as far as a model and stuff since, the resurgence of flat Earth in the past couple decades. And all these guys like Austin, Shane, they're doing so much work to try to figure out what is going on. But it is not about having a perfect working model, especially with our limited resources and limited amount of time to figure it out. It's about the lie. So if you take me down there right now and I see a 24-hour sun, and I can have some sort of proof that it's not being faked, which I don't even know how you would prove it's not being faked, but that wouldn't change anything. I'd be like, okay, cool. There's a 24-hour sun. And,
I think that was the point that Dave was making.
Yeah.
He was like, hey, that's not like proof or enough evidence for me. This is a better way that's going to be way more definitive. And I think that's his point. You can't force somebody to have a specific bar.
Yeah.
Like everyone's bar is different, right?
I mean, honestly, I think Robot Polisher was right on with like what he said. To me, that's the only like thing that would be even close to conclusive in stating the Earth is a globe is if you could do something circumnavigating the South Pole, which like his idea, or I don't know if he came up with it, but I put up there in Nest is that you have like two groups of us flat earthers, like one there down south in Chile and one in Australia, and then they fly at the same time and meet in the middle at the South Pole. Like that's an actual experiment that would prove the globe. 24-hour sun is just like, oh, okay, maybe the model is not perfect. Cool. That would actually prove that the Antarctica is what they say it is on a globe. That's like a real thing. Of course, they'll never do that. Now they're just going to say like, oh, no matter what the experiment is, y'all just say it's not, y'all are just going to try to get out of it because you're all grifters. You won't go because But that's an actual.
That's my thing, though. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying like that. That's my thing. Like my thing. Like, what is the motive behind not being completely transparent from the beginning? Like, it was some I just wanted to surprise you later on. Like, no, that doesn't even logically follow. Like, why wouldn't you just say, hey, this was our idea. This is what we're doing. Here's the funds. This is where it's coming from. Do y'all want to be a part of it or not? Like, why hide and be like, oh, I have no idea who's behind this. Meanwhile, you keying with all the anti-flat earthers that have been completely exposed and disingenuous throughout all their interactions with us. So
I think it's
like I said, what would be the reason for hiding your identity?
Revelation
right?
of the method. I think they have to show you what's up, and if you fall for it, it's on you. They have to show you the truth, and if you fall for it, it's on you. It's just like they do with all the other things. I know we've talked about this before, sacred, like the revelation of the method thing. It's like for whatever reason, it's just so they feel like they have to play by these rules. It's like their rules of engagement. It's like natural law. Like they can't like. They have to make the deceptions like I don't know if I'd say obvious is the right word, but they have to like tell you the truth in one way or another, or show you the truth in one way or another. And then if you just ignore it, it's on you. It's like black magic. It's like a really old practice. Like then they've got you under their spell basically. So I think a situation like this, like I was saying, like guys like Craig McToon and this Will Duffy guy, they just give off such horrible negative energy. They're just so slimy. And just, I mean, they're just they're so dishonest and unlikable. Like, it's just as humans, like, never mind, like, the fact that we disagree what shape the earth is. Like who could ever watch some of McToon's videos or FTFE's videos and be like, oh, that's an awesome guy. Like, I'd really like to hang out with that guy. Like, no one's ever thought that about those guys. Like they're choosing these people, I think, because, like, they have to make it kind of obvious that these guys are shady scumbags and that they're very dishonest and all these other sorts of things. Sorry, I'm like outside right now. There's like cars going by. I hope that's not too loud, but yeah. Anyways, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if we handled it that way, they would hold us to a completely different standard. They'd be like, you dishonest flirts. This, that, and third. Someone's about to chime in, and then we can slide it 50 after that.
No, yeah, I was gonna say I do have an experiment coming up when I get the time. Well, I don't know why I'm not doing it, honestly. It's probably just procrastination. But I always see the pictures of these boats in the ocean, and it looks like they're floating like on the sky, and like they claim refraction, like refraction bends the image up at the boat, and it appears like the boat is flying in the sky. But I have this highway down the house from me that literally does the same thing to cars, and it's not refraction, because refraction is not bending the light of this car and putting the car in the sky to look like it's floating. The road is there, the car is there, but the road is so flat. I think with the what do they call it? Perception, like the way we're looking at it. Like if you get to that flat level, it's really like a realm of invisibility. Like if you get so flat, like shit will start to disappear at eye level, and and that only happens on a flat surface. So if I can produce the same image of this boat floating and a car floating and put them side by side, I'd like to see the response, because it's definitely not refractions taking this car and putting it in the sky.
Is someone speaking?
I was gonna ask the same question.
I do see Potato Boy down there, though. He acted like he didn't know where the hell we were at, so I had to give him the link.
Hey, Swallow, you had your hand up before I did. If you want to chime in.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, kind sir.
Top of the morning.
Happy Stationary Saturday, 58.
Top of the morning to you.
Yeah. Well,
Welcome to season 2.
Saturday's almost over for me, but anyway. Hey, I'm hearing a lot of...
Still
sorry?
flat Sundays.
No, it's Saturday for me still, but it's Saturday night.
Okay, Stationary Saturday night. Welcome.
Time travel.
Yeah.
How you missed us?
Not at all. No, I've been hearing a lot of goalpost shifting here and a fuckload of cope. I had a good laugh when Not Free was up on stage. He was giving Dave a good grilling for being a fucking scammer like he is, and I know that he's down there listening. And look, I asked him a few weeks ago what he would be doing, and well, I'm just hearing more fucking bullshit excuses. It's pathetic. He should be sad about himself.
Why don't you talk about Not a Professor's Dave performance, if you want to talk what's pathetic or not, bro?
You got them screenshots,
Professor Dave? What?
Not a Professor Dave.
Yeah, I actually wanted to bring up the fact that Whitsit he is now claiming that his missus is pregnant, so he can't go. So what's with all the fucking exits right now? It's just, is anyone actually going to fucking bother going at all?
You should be mad at them, bro. You should be mad at, like, think about it. Like, you should be mad at them. Like, if we was trying to set up,
be mad at?
I would
the liars, the people that said that, hey, we wasn't really a part of it. It ended up being all the anti-flirt, like, colluding together behind the scenes to set this up.
I would try.
Like, that just sounds like if something happened, if something actually happened terribly wrong, right, to people that we care about in this community, we will be looking at each other like, well, why the hell did we do it, knowing that they already did some weird, dishonest stuff to start with? It will almost be like ridiculous to put ourselves in that situation. And even still, Whitsit and Jeranism would say they would be willing to accept it upon certain parameters. So it's just like,
hey,
you need to be mad about it.
So good, I'll get this one to you, right? When I heard McToon wasn't going to go, I thought, well, that sucks. And when I heard that Fight the Flat Earth said he wasn't going to go because he's got like some sort of injured knee, I thought, well, that fucking sucks too. So I'm disappointed in both of them for their efforts as well. So you've got me on recording saying that.
Suspicious, right?
You just say fight the fact.
I think it's pathetic. I think it's pathetic.
Well, I'd say suspicious, but okay.
No, I think it's pathetic because I'm sure that I'm sure Toon might be able to if he said yes, he probably might have been in the race for the free trip. I mean, like I understand it's Christmas time. I get that, right? But he's one of the guys that you guys laud the most. He should have been first. He should have been first in line, and he should have been first in line to be the person to go down there. So I'm disappointed in him for that. You've got me on recording saying that.
All right, I mean, at least you keeping it honest. Like, I can't be mad if you holding us accountable if you also are gonna hold them accountable too as well. I don't know if I totally blame FTFE if he's like, kind of, I don't know. Can I say crippled? I don't know if really.
He said something about he might lose his leg. Like I don't know. I see that he sometimes says he's in pain. I don't know the whole story about it, but I mean these are the two guys who like to go out there and scream at people the most, and they went up there and did all their interviews first. So if you're the person who's keen enough to do the interviews first, well, you got to be keen enough to put your face on the line. And they both fell over before the start line happened.
Yeah, those are some valid points. I gotta admit that.
So I'm disappointed in that. I don't know who else is going. I'm a bit surprised that Caleb he's completely quiet.
Who?
Caleb, that guy that you guys kicked out like about 20 weeks ago.
He's been quiet on everything for quite a while, not just the final experiment. He's been quiet. I haven't heard anything from him in a long time.
Everybody's having babies these days, right?
In the
I think everybody's having babies these days.
Hey, I had a baby too. That's the thing. You see, if you recall, I went off and had a baby, and then 4 months later, I went to El Salvador. So I don't know what time Whitsett says he's going to have a baby, but I mean, if he's going to have a baby and it's going to be 4 months old, I don't see that as a good enough excuse.
He told me he was having a baby in July, early July. He told me that months before the whole final experiment thing even came to be, where anyone was talking about.
What month is it now?
It's June. Or he said
it's June.
He said a few weeks after the Professor Dave debate. I can't remember exactly if it was late June or early July, but he said it a couple weeks after the Professor Dave debate, because the reason he told us about it was because he was like saying that Professor Dave kept trying to change the date, and he thought Professor Dave was trying to make it as close to his wife's due date as possible so that like he might be able to get out of the debate. That's what Austin thought. So that's how the whole thing came up. And actually, he said that on Space. That was like months, or not months, probably at least a few weeks before the whole final experiment thing came out. So, like, you think he's making that up?
Sorry, but if that's the case, why hasn't he said, "Look, I've got complications. I've got,
dude,
I'm going to be, I'm going to be there with my smock on and help and deliver." So why didn't he say that weeks ago?
Let me put it this way: you could not pay me a large sum of money to go down there, much less going for free. You could not pay me money to go down there because I don't trust any of those people. You don't know what's going to happen to you down there. Like all of the people like Craig and McToon are like suspiciously backing out. It's like, oh, that's weird. So what's actually going to happen when you go down there? I wouldn't want to go down there. They might, you might come back with a damn clone, like a freaking Dave Chappelle or a Britney Spears or something. It looks like kind of like you, but not really like you at all. And all of a sudden you're talking about how Earth's like a globe. I mean, hell, like. Obviously, I'm just. I mean, I'm not saying that's like the most.
If you came back looking like David Chappelle, that'd be hilarious.
Like, you know what I mean? He used to look one way, now he looks another way. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not saying that's for sure gonna happen or anything like that.
I'd be so mad if they clone with it and turn them to a little.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But look, who knows? They obviously have some sort of nefarious plan. You can just see it in McToon and FTFE and those guys' faces when they talk about it, and like they're not even going. So it's like, it's really sketchy. You're going down there to where there's no one around.
Just the problem.
There's no one else around for like thousands and thousands of miles. You have no idea what's going to happen to you down there. Like, fuck that, dude. I don't need to see a 24-hour sun that much. Like I already said, it doesn't really prove anything one way or another. It'd be cool to go to Antarctica, but not under those conditions. So fuck it. You couldn't pay me to go on that trip. You could not pay me to go on that trip. It's like, it's so sketchy.
Yeah, okay. It might be cold and all that sort of stuff, but I got to admit, there's going to be like 50 tents. There's probably about like 300 people there. So I don't know if anyone would go around. doing some sort of murder
It's the people that's the
in an
danger,
area where
not
there's
the cold.
300 people.
The cold is fine. That's just cold. It's the people that are dangerous, not the cold.
Oh, you're talking about like potentially 2 people, and there's like they're going to be a plane like full of 150 people. You're worried about 2
There's
people.
150 people
I don't
going
know.
all the way.
I just think there's a big problem
the
with
whole trip,
trust.
every moment, there's going to be 150 people with you. From beginning to end, there's going to be 150 people with you.
Well, yeah, but the plane's going to take the X amount of explorers down there, yeah, and there's also an entire camp full of like chefs and like radio controllers and like
people who work for the
garbage
government,
and maintenance man and stuff. Yes,
people who work for the
there's people
government.
everywhere.
Yeah.
So
people work for the government. Yeah, I don't trust people who work for the government.
No, I'm assuming from what I've read, they work for that tourism company. So the chefs and the cleaning guys, they all work on that site for this ALE company.
So the chef
I don't think it's government at all.
The chef and these people who work for the tourism company, they're going to protect me when I'm out in the middle of nowhere with some shady people who are trying to squash flat Earth. Yeah,
they're not your bodyguards, but they are people who are going to think suspicious if flat earthers are suddenly getting dragged away with a bloodstain during the middle of the night.
And how do I know? And how do I know that chef doesn't like work for the Mossad or something?
Yeah, he's got a huge cleaver. I tell you,
yeah.
It's
so
he
uses
it
a
on his
random
meat.
guy is going to have my back down there. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Come on.
Do you really think that this is
Well, maybe you should make friends with the chef.
Do you really?
Well,
have you really bought into this? Like, this isn't going to happen. It never was going to happen.
All I'm hearing is just fucking excuses.
Oh well, let me ask
I'm
you
just
a
hearing
question. You wanna hear an
excuses.
excuse? Let's hear your excuse.
Yeah.
With a non-observation of a 24-hour sun falsify the globe? Yes or no? Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, with a non-observation of a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, so if they don't see a 24-hour sun, would it falsify the globe?
If they don't see the sun for 24 hours,
yeah, well, falsify the globe.
We'll see. Like I know that there's a whole claim about clouds too, right? But if the sun does not trek down towards the south end and it doesn't reveal itself in the south or the west or the east or whatever like that, then it does falsify the globe.
So if they don't see the sun, it'll falsify the globe. That's what you're saying. So it's not a globe. If they go there and they don't see the sun, then it's not a globe. 100%.
If they go there and the sun stays between northwest and northeast only and never goes behind them to the south, then that falsifies the globe.
It falsifies it. Okay. Proves it can't be a globe.
But I know that there's a catch with the whole, you could have 3 hours of clouds. So you can't go out there and say, well, 24 hours because you could have 3 hours of clouds. So it's a gray area. But if the sun does not go past the northwest and the northeast sort of 45-degree lines, then if it stays within that zone of the north region, then that falsifies the globe.
Okay,
I've got a better question.
I just want to make sure that it will falsify the globe and they're just not at the wrong coordinates, or they got the wrong day, or they're in the wrong place where they wouldn't see that, right? Like none of those things can be
Well, you definitely need to be below 67 degrees on the latitudes. So if you were at 68, you're going to have a problem because it might set.
How would they know
right?
that?
But if you are at 79 degrees, you should be okay.
How are you going to know
you should be able to see it if it happens.
That's what I'm asking you. How are you going to know that?
Well,
how are you going to know where you are? How are you going to know your latitude?
Well, I believe there's going to be 2 GPSs being taken down there, and the flight is a 4-hour flight from Punta Arenas, and Punta Arenas is like bloody fucking 58 degrees south or something like that.
Okay, most of it, the peninsula, right, is not within the 60th parallel. It's outside of it.
That's correct.
Okay, so
how do you trust GPS when it's not like the source is it's not open code? It's not like you can't get the.
Brady,
let's not throw too many questions into the box here. We were just talking about. I agree that the peninsula is not below the 67th degree.
So they could be just in the wrong place, right? You ain't gonna be able to tell. You can't do celestial navigation because you have 24 hours of daylight.
Okay,
right?
let's.
So How are you going to tell where
let's
you
say
are?
they go to the wrong place and it's not 67 degrees south, then you might have a small sunset,
Okay.
but it might be for like an hour.
Yeah, you're missing the point. The point is no observation is going to falsify the globe. It's not even logically possible. It's not going to falsify flat Earth. It's not logically possible because any observation of the sun in the shape of the Earth is an inference. And inferences can't prove or disprove things. Okay, so this whole thing is a waste of time. And if any of you guys looked up the weather, you would see that you have a greater than 92% chance that it's going to be overcast because it's overcast there most of the time. So in the month of December in 2023, if you look up the weather in so-called Amundsen Station, South Pole Station, it was overcast every single day except for the first of the month. So
Okay,
what
let
you
me
gonna pay
let me
thousands
say
of
one
dollars to go
thing.
look at clouds? I mean, seriously?
Let me say one thing, right? If you even went to let's say they went to 64 degrees
How do you know
south,
you're at
right? So
64
they
degrees
didn't go
south? This is
past.
the problem. This is the problem.
Well, you would be maybe on that peninsula, maybe on that peninsula, right? So let's say they go to 64 degrees south, right? They haven't made it to the Arctic Circle. You still may end up finding that the sun is moving, towards the east, and then even sunsetting at the southwest. And if it sunsets at the southwest, and then it sunrises at the southeast, well, that's another point of interest.
Okay.
Clouds or not.
So when you say southeast,
Think about it.
what are you using for your cardinal directions?
You should just use. I know that the magnetic might be a bit shot down there, but if you know where your north is, right? If for some strange reason you know where your north is, you know which way the plane came in, and then you orientate yourself. And if you're not at the Arctic Circle and it sets southwest, so at least almost at the south end, and it rises at the southeast, it's only going to be down to like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours max, but it's going to be in an area where the flat Earth is not provable.
What do you mean?
Clouds or not.
Do you mean not possible or?
Well, because the sun is not supposed to go past the west line, the west in your cardinal directions, and it's not supposed to go down to the south end.
See, that's the problem. Okay, what you guys don't understand.
That's not a problem.
No, there's three sets of cardinal directions.
I think you're not understanding. Think about it.
You don't understand your own model. There's 3 sets of cardinal directions.
On a flat Earth, it's not supposed to go. If you're 80 degrees south on the flat Earth, it's not supposed to go beyond the northwest 45-degree line.
Okay, yeah.
Got it?
Okay, yeah. In the
Yes?
celestial coordinate system, yes. In that coordinate system, yes, it should not. But see, you don't understand. There's cardinal directions we use for the sun. There's a cardinal directions we use for the celestial sphere, and there's cardinal directions we use for the compass. Those three cardinal directions, they don't match up to each other. Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know you don't.
I don't know what you're talking about. North is north, south is south.
Not.
It's just the way it is.
No, it's not.
West is west.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so if you go on,
what are you talking about?
Listen, I'll tell you what you
see,
can do.
this is why we don't like talking to flat earthers, because you delude yourself. You're all fucking deluded.
Listen.
Hello, listen to yourself. You're all talking like shit. Blah 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 blah. I don't even know where fucking north, south, east, and west is.
All right. 58. Relax. God, bro, you just literally start spiraling out of control. You like start glitching. Wait until he finishes what he want to say and then tell him why he wrong, or concede to what he's saying. But you gotta listen, bro. Stop being childish.
But he's not listening to me. Why am I supposed to listen to him if he's not listening to me?
He's saying, "Hey, this is why this is gonna work," and he was like, "Oh, you're just delusional." Like, why don't you ask, hey, why don't you think this is going to work? Why don't you ask him that? Wouldn't that be an honest and civil approach?
Can he tell me where the sun is going to go? If you have a compass that works, where will the sun go? If the compass works, where will it go?
Depends on the coordinate system you use. So this is what I was going to tell you, right? So if you go on time and date, or SunCalc or any sun calculator, right, to where the position of the sun is, and say you use Greenland and Tierra del Fuego or Buenos Aires, the same place basically, right? And you get sunrise on the equinox in South America and Tierra del Fuego, it rises at 91 degrees south. So how can it rise at 91 degrees south if the coordinate systems match up? Because if you look at what's the definition of east is the direction the sun rises on the equinox. So just the sunrise itself is east, but then when you look at the coordinate system, it's 91 degrees, which is not east. Then if I whip out my compass there, because of the magnetic declination, now I got a third east. Okay, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You can just look it up. It isn't my opinion. It's the way it is. And then if I trek to frickin' Greenland on the equinox on the same line of longitude, and I whip out my compass and watch the sunrise, or not whip out my compass, use the celestial coordinate system, it rises at 86 degrees, which is also not east. But because east is defined as where the sun rises on the equinox, it is east. In that coordinate system, in the solar coordinate system, you can go on Google Maps and you try to draw a line east, all those lines will always intersect at the equator. Why is that? We don't make this shit up, dude. It's your stuff. If you got problems with it, take it
Okay,
up with
I
the
don't know
people that
why.
made it
I don't
up.
know why you. I don't know why you guys are talking about Greenland and Brazil. You just. I don't know
Not
why you're
Brazil,
darting
dude.
around. But on the equinox, right? It's going to rise and set either somewhere between 89, 90, or 90 or 92 degrees or whatever like that. But we're not talking about equinox here. We're talking about the summer solstice of the southern hemisphere.
I'm talking about directions, cardinal directions,
Yeah, we're talking about
and
directions.
coordinate
And when you come
systems
down
and shit like
south,
that.
and you orientate yourself to the north, right, you will find, right, that the sun will rise and the sun will set in the south side. So, like, even where I am, the sun will rise. It will rise southeast and it will set southwest. That doesn't work on a flat Earth model. And I've been trying to tell these guys for 50 weeks, and they don't listen.
Yeah.
I live it every day,
Yeah.
every
It's
day,
cool.
and you still don't
And you
care.
could
You think
you could
you
say it
don't
don't
believe
work, but
me, do
that's
you?
not evidence. Your claim is not evidence.
It works.
No,
It works because it happens here every day. It
that's
happens here every day.
fantastic. But your claim that it doesn't work on so-called flat Earth model, whatever that is, there's no evidence for that.
Yeah, because that would send because on the flat Earth model, it would send the sun far off into your distant worlds. You know all those islands which you call Atlantis and like all those ones with those gods and stuff like that. That big map with all the really weird continents. It would send your sun off on a weird ass fucking direction,
I don't know.
away, never to come back again.
And I gotta defend some weird map.
Never gonna come back together. You
Go
so
out.
dramatic.
Go out and look at the time and date for our summer solstice where I live, and you'll see that every single day I'm living this. I'm living where the sun rises in the southeast and it sets in the southwest during summer.
Okay, that's fine, and I explained to you why it's fine, and you don't understand what the explanation was. That the sun direction,
But we've gotten so far off
there's a
track. Look,
sun
even if
direction within the
you're in
celestial coordinate
Antarctica,
system, and then there's the sun direction if we use the sun as the spatial reference, right? So when you have a coordinate system, you have to have a origin of coordinates, some spatial reference from which everything else is built off of. The celestial sphere one, right? The what would you call it? The latitude and longitude, right? The spherical coordinate system. That's one. The sun is its own. But if you put the sun within the celestial coordinate system, you'll get things like, hey, the sun rises to the southwest. That's not a problem. It's only a problem in your coordinate system. It's a problem for you.
The coordinates are not based on the sun.
Oh, God.
That's not what he said.
They're
They
not.
are if you want them to be.
No, they're not.
What's
The
the problem?
coordinates are based. The coordinates are based by the north and south poles,
Which
and it's
ones?
an even division
Which
around the
ones?
globe.
It's like
You guys are
like
using
three South
global
Poles now.
coordinates. You guys realize
Like
that,
three
right?
South Poles. Which one you talking about?
No. Yeah, I know you're talking about your magnetic one, but I'm talking about the one with which is the spin of the
Yeah, the
axis.
sun is a different coordinate system. Okay, this isn't arguable.
The sun moves in a into different positions all throughout the year in comparison to in comparison to the globe's axis. So you can't use the sun to talk about the coordinates. You just can't.
Okay, yeah, you could use you can if you use the equinox, which is what we do, which is what we've done for 1,000 years at least. If you use where the sun rises on the equinox, yes, you can use the sun as your coordinate system. If you start with that direction.
Well, it's a good hint, but it's not always 100% dead on 90.
Well, if you start with that as your coordinate system, it is. It can be whatever you want it to be. Right?
But
it's not dead on 90. See, you're trying to say, hey, the actual coordinate system is the celestial sphere. Oh, the sun doesn't do what we want in our celestial sphere all the time. So it's not dead on 90, so we're not going to use it. But you start with the sun, right? And you can say, hey, the celestial coordinate system isn't always dead on. So your starting premise, right?
I don't know why you're trying to use the sun to figure out the coordinate system when I don't think I've ever seen a flat earther actually go out and do an experiment on equinoxes ever in my life.
Oh, dude, then you haven't been paying attention. Antonio Subarat.
I've never seen it.
Listen, Antonio Subarat.
I've never seen it.
I'm going to tell you. Antonio Subarat.
I've seen globers do it, but I've never seen flat earthers do it. They always run from it.
Yeah, I don't think so. Anyway, so 4 years ago, Antonio Subarat did a 24-hour hangout where anybody could come into the hangout and record them doing a so-called Eratosthenes experiment, get the direction of the sun. You had a printed piece of paper that anyone could print off, and all you had to do was get a standard 6-penny nail that was made, that basically was designed so that everybody would have the exact same setup. So I think he got something like 27 data points over the entire equinox for 24 hours straight, and it was more rigorous than anything any glober's ever done because now they also got the direction of the sun. Someone's hot mic.
I think it's
anyway. Yeah. So
my kid's talking to me. I don't really. I've lost interest. I've stopped listening.
Course. Flat earthers never do anything.
Well, just mute your mic until he's done. Then, if you're not listening, your kid is in the background. Mute your mic, dude.
Care, dude. You're just a phony. You're a phony. That's right. I said it.
Why do I keep on getting muted? I'm not a phony. I live in the South. I know the way this works, and you're talking shit.
Your child's in the background.
You said flat earthers.
Have you ever gone to the